Origin Star Yen Nationly City. Zombie origin virus has matured. Corpse God system has been activated and bound. In the darkness a sudden voice resounded. In a dim room Shifang, who had been lying motionless on the floor like a corpse, suddenly jolted awake. So I didn't die of sudden cardiac arrest. He pushed himself up from the icy cold floor. Instinctively Shifang touched his chest. Fragments of what had happened resurfaced in his mind. Not long ago as a programmer Shifang had been forced by his boss, under the client's relentless demands, to work overtime for days on end, repeatedly modifying software late into every night after getting home from work. In the end he simply could not hold on. His heart twisted in agony and he died suddenly at home. That stabbing pain from his heart was something Shifang still remembered with vivid clarity. Yet now he was somehow alive again. But why was his heart not beating? He loosened his clothes and felt around. His heart truly was not beating at all. He then checked his pulse and found the same result. Shifang was stunned. What was going on? What exactly had he become? Had he turned into a zombie without a heartbeat? Right, just before he woke up he seemed to have heard something. Was that an auditory hallucination or something else? Frowning, Shifang lowered his head in thought. Yet in his mind a response rang out. That was not an illusion on your part. The zombie origin virus within your body has already matured. Therefore the corpse God system has been activated and bound. Under the influence of the virus you have been resurrected from a corpse and transformed from a human into a zombie origin body. The clear icy voice echoed within his mind. Shifang stood there in a daze, somewhat stupefied. Yet as a modern man who had read plenty of web novels he quickly realized that he might in fact have gotten incredibly lucky. After all, a system, this was something countless people dreamed of. He had never imagined he would obtain one himself. However, what exactly could this corpse God system do? And what was the precise nature of this origin virus? Most importantly, judging from the system's words, this virus seemed to have been hidden within his body long ago and the system had activated only because the virus had matured. But how had he come to possess such a virus in the first place? Carrying these questions, Shifang opened his mouth to ask. In his mind the system responded. Your virus was brought by me. For more than 20 years the zombie origin virus has lain dormant within you, growing in tandem with you until it finally matured. This virus alters a being's very essence and transforms its species, turning it into a zombie origin body whose potential is virtually without limit. As you advance you will obtain all manner of powers. As for me, I exist to assist you in becoming a god. The zombie origin body is merely the beginning. Ascending to corpse god, that is your true objective. Of course you are free to give up if you wish. The system's explanation was concise and direct. Shifang nodded, though his questions were still numerous. Before he could speak again, however, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation spreading all over his body. The things before his eyes grew far clearer. His ears also began to pick up a cacophony of sounds. Those sounds rapidly became distinct. Listening closely he realized they were voices, people in a distant hotel separated from him by several walls talking among themselves. At the same time the system's voice rang out once more. Your bodily transformation is complete. At present your physical attributes have already surpassed those of an ordinary human by at least threefold and you can continue to grow stronger. Generate a status panel to view details. Generate a panel. All right, do it. Hearing the voice, Shifang agreed at once. A semi-transparent screen immediately appeared before his eyes. Name Shifang. Race zombie origin body. Level 0 growth 0-10. Rank 0 stage 0-100. Innate talent zombie origin body LV. 1. Talent skill living conversion LV. 1. Passive skill regeneration LV. 3. Active skill shared link LV. 1. Summary: a zombie origin body resurrected from a human corpse possessing immense potential. There was a wealth of information displayed on the panel. Most of it Shifang did not yet understand. Fortunately the system could explain it all clearly. Level: increasing your level enhances your physical abilities and grants ability points for upgrading skills. Growth: any zombie you convert or any creature you infect can repeatedly contribute growth energy to you. Those you convert will always provide energy. Those merely infected will provide energy with a certain probability. LV. 1 zombie origin body, a source body of limitless potential. Upon leveling up there is a chance to gain an extra ability point or a new ability. LV. 3 regeneration heals external wounds, allows limb regeneration. LV. 1 shared link establishes a link with first-generation zombie creatures, enabling you to control them or share their field of vision. LV. 1 living conversion allows you to directly convert any living creature you physically touch into a zombie creature bearing a lower-tier zombie virus with infectious capability. Zombie virus is derived from the origin virus. The voice in his mind gradually faded into silence. Shifang's gaze swept across the panel's information. Through the panel and the system's explanations he learned many things. He also came to understand after his transformation, what sort of existence he now was. He was now the very source of all zombies. He needed to convert zombies, then command them to infect all of humanity and even every living creature so as to supply himself with growth energy for continuous advancement and evolution. In other words, he was the existence that would bring doomsday upon humanity. But what did that matter? Shifang could not care less about the life or death of humans. His past life as a human had been dull and monotonous, filled with pressure and despair. He had long since had his fill of it. Thus he did not mind becoming a zombie origin body. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. As an ordinary man at the bottom, he had suddenly obtained transcendent power with which he could defy fate itself. How could Shifang not be excited? Yet he did not lose himself in arrogance. He understood clearly that no matter how great his potential as the origin body before he truly grew in power, he could not possibly withstand the high-tech weaponry of the various nations on Origin Star. If he recklessly caused trouble without using his head, he might well be pulverized by the state before he even managed to infect a few people. Thus he suppressed his impulsive excitement and began to ponder how he should use his powers to grow steadily, as well as what grand designs he should pursue in the future. Given his immense potential, wouldn't it be a waste to have no ambitions? In fact, the system had already provided him with a goal: to become a corpse god. A god is omnipotent and the very synonym of immortality. A mere zombie might rot away and die after a few hundred years, but a god could live forever. It was indeed an excellent objective. Yet ascending to corpse god would require an astronomical amount of growth energy. Perhaps even all the living beings on Origin Star would not suffice. Thus becoming a corpse god could only serve as his ultimate final goal. For now he needed a smaller milestone. For instance, he could start by taking over the entire Yen Nation. Conquer Yen Nation, begin infecting the globe from here, and then using Origin Star as a foundation stride into the starry universe. The universe is so vast. There are bound to be other living species out there. The more planets I infect, the more growth energy I obtain, and then the ultimate goal of becoming a god will naturally be within reach. As he pondered, Shifang's ambition took form. As for how he should plan his actions, his gaze swept over the status panel once more. Before making any concrete moves, he needed to ask the system a few more questions to minimize mistakes and avoid unnecessary losses. So after thinking for a moment, Shifang finally asked system, are the zombie creatures I convert or the second generation, third generation, and even more distant generations infected by them all completely under my control? First generation zombies are under complete control. Second generation and later zombies are born with absolute loyalty toward you and will obey your orders but cannot be linked for direct control. By leveling up you can obtain ability points and upgrade your shared link skill to control additional generations of zombies. The system's explanation was lucid. Zombies would never betray their origin, Shifang. It was simply more difficult to directly control distant generations. Only by becoming strong enough himself could he command them across generations. With this understood, Shifang nodded. Second question, I was transformed by being injected with the origin virus. Can my origin virus continue to infect others? It cannot infect. The origin virus is highly special and unique. It cannot spread or infect, and if removed from your body it will immediately perish. But there is no need for concern. As you grow stronger, the zombie virus derived from the origin virus will continually evolve and may even undergo different mutations if the potential of the zombie virus is exceedingly high. The origin virus could not infect, but the zombie virus could continuously grow stronger. That was excellent. In that case he need not worry about human scientists eventually cracking the zombie virus and developing immunity. Good. Last two questions. How do I advance in rank? When you reach level 100 you will begin to advance in rank. Advancement is the first step toward godhood, and your advancement will also affect this system, allowing the system to upgrade. The system could upgrade as well. At this Shifang's eyes lit up. An upgrade meant a more powerful system and naturally greater benefits for him. Good, very good, exceedingly good. Then when you say you exist to help me, how exactly will you help? Within the scope of my abilities I will do everything in my power. The system's reply was swift and resolute. Shifang nodded. Now that he understood what he needed to, it was time for him to begin formulating his plans and taking action. The long night finally ended and dawn arrived. A pale gleam spread across the distant horizon. Gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, Shifang began to form a plan in his mind. For now my strength is still far from sufficient. Zombies are also easily slaughtered by humans. The destructive power of modern firearms remains formidable. So before I possess enough power I must not rashly reveal myself or confront humans heathen. Zombies must not cluster together either. Otherwise they could easily be wiped out in a single sweep. Still, though firearms are deadly, the number of national troops is limited and the support they can offer to local regions is also limited. As long as the zombie virus spreads over a broad enough area, the Yen Nation's army will be unable to provide support everywhere. When that time comes I will hide in the shadows and use my shared link ability to remotely control zombie hordes destroying local troops one by one. Then the Yen nation will fall. Shifang mulled over his scheme. His first step was to ignite outbreaks everywhere. He would first head straight for the coastal cities and dump the virus into the sea to contaminate the ocean. Once the zombie virus entered the ocean, all kinds of marine fish would be infected and then caught and sold by fishermen from the Yen nation and even around the world, spreading the virus further afield. The ocean was vast. Once zombie fish appeared, the entire sea would essentially be doomed. Humanity had no means to deal with the entire ocean, whereas Shifang could continuously gain energy through the ever-increasing number of zombie fish, thereby leveling up and growing stronger. It was a highly stable path to power. Yet that alone was not enough. After all, the ocean was too immense. Contaminating it would take time. Moreover, it would also take quite some time for the marine zombie virus to spread to every corner of the Yen nation. During this period, once the virus was discovered, the authorities within the country would inevitably treat it with the utmost seriousness. By then, trying to bring down the Yen nation would likely become far more difficult. Thus, while contaminating the ocean, Shifang decided he would also head to train stations, airports and other hubs to turn those about to travel into zombies, letting them carry the virus home. At that point, zombie outbreaks would erupt across the Yen nation, leaving its military struggling to cope. Shifang meanwhile would seize the moment when the Yen nation's leadership and military could no longer manage crises nationwide, remotely directing zombie hordes to crush local resistance forces one by one and seize the country. Yes, that would be the rough plan. The concrete steps of action were now clear. However, Shifang also considered that he himself had yet to transform into a zombie and was still unsure of a zombie's exact condition. To be safe, he ought first to find a target and turn them into a zombie to observe the zombie state and at the same time test the precise effects of abilities like the shared link. If he did not personally test things and acted solely on conjecture, it would be far too easy for something to go wrong. I need to find someone to transform first. Shifang was pondering as he prepared to go out and look for someone, but just as he was about to step through the door, his extremely sharp hearing picked up the sound of hurried footsteps rushing toward his room. Besides the footsteps, he also heard the approaching person cursing at him. What the hell is this useless waste doing? Calling him so many times and he doesn't pick up. The company software malfunctioned and he doesn't even check it. Got me chewed out viciously by the chairman. That infuriating bastard. Had better really have something going on. Otherwise, just watch how I deal with him. Her stream of curses came closer and closer, finally stopping right outside Shifang's door. But the pause did not mean the tirade ended. As she arrived at the door, her shouting grew even more violent. Shifang, get out here. Did you drop dead asleep at home? I've called you so many times and you never answer. Do you have any idea how serious the trouble at the company is? I'm telling you, the losses caused by last night's software crash will all be borne by you. And you useless piece of trash. How many times has the client software been revised now? Can't you put in a little effort and satisfy them? The client calls me every single day. I'm about ready to lose my mind. Her non-stop curses were accompanied by relentless kicking at the door. Listening to the racket, Shifang's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew exactly who was outside. The woman was a manager at the company. She had secured many contracts for the firm and was a so-called Iron Lady in many people's eyes. Yet behind the high salary and applause she enjoyed lay her ruthless exploitation of the grassroots employees. For several consecutive days Shifang worked at the office during the day and then had to keep working into the next morning after returning home, all because of her. Yet his tireless efforts had never earned him so much as a pleasant look. What his hard work earned was her bouquets and applause, along with her contempt and verbal abuse toward him. In the past, for the sake of survival, Shifang had been forced to endure it. But now he was no longer truly human. Moreover, he had just been thinking of finding someone to transform, and this idiot of a manager had come knocking on her own. Was she not the perfect ready-made target? You've come at just the right time. Excellent, old scores and new grievances. Well, settle them all today. His cold smile deepened as Shifang unhurriedly walked to the door and opened it. As the door swung wide, the beautiful manager standing outside in a black business suit with delicate refined features turned her gaze toward him. Shifang, seeing him inside the room, her face contorted with anger and she opened her mouth to curse him out again. Yet before she could utter more than a few words, an ice-cold large hand shot out and clamped around her fair neck. Before the manager could react, Shifang, empowered by the tremendous strength gained from becoming a zombie progenitor, directly seized her neck and dragged her forcibly into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them. The beautiful manager was hoisted high into the air by Shifang, her face turning red as fury flared in her eyes. She wanted to order Shifang to let her go, but his grip was far too strong. Her throat was crushed so tightly that she could not force out even a single sound. As Shifang applied even more force, the excruciating pain and suffocating pressure made her dangling legs kick wildly while her hands frantically slapped and scratched at his forearm. She wanted him to release her. Yet no matter how she struggled, even as countless bloody scratches appeared on his arm, he showed not the slightest intention of loosening his grip. What horrified her even more was that she saw the wounds on his arm knitting themselves back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. In that instant the manager finally realized that something was terribly wrong with Shifang. He might no longer be the man he used to be. As her consciousness faded, the arrogant Bowtie's face at last revealed deep terror, despair and bitter regret at having chosen to provoke Shifang today. Shifang watched the manager watched as life slowly slipped away in his grip. Although it was his first time killing someone, he felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt nothing but satisfaction. He had finally rid himself of this hateful person. Yet as he looked down at her corpse, a sudden thought struck him. Now that she was dead, she no longer counted as a living body. Could she still be transformed in this state? Within a short time frame, yes, the system answered in his mind. Hearing this, Shifang let out a quiet breath of relief and without further hesitation immediately initiated the transformation. Living body transformation. As Shifang intoned silently in his heart, a chime sounded within his mind. Target selected, transformation initiated. With the prompt, the manager's previously normal eyes flooded with bloodshot veins that rapidly spread across the whites, turning both eyes a solid lurid crimson while her skin took on an ashen hue. Bluish-green veins bulged like writhing worms beneath her skin, adding a savage horror to her already uncanny appearance. Right before Shifang's eyes, a new notification appeared. Transformation successful, growth 1. Glancing over the message, Shifang shifted his gaze back to the manager. Now zombified, the manager's corpse stood up once more, regaining mobility but losing all reason, reduced to a mindless beast, emitting a low guttural growl. Shifang gave her a brief once-over, then asked the system to open her status panel. System, display her panel. Name Song Shui. Race zombie. Level 0. Stage ordinary zombie. Talent zombie virus level 1. Skills none. Description: a human transformed into a zombie possessing strength and speed exceeding that of an average human. After reading the panel, Shifang felt a trace of doubt. System, how do zombies increase their level? Surely it isn't the same way as for me, is it? And what exactly does stage mean? How do their innate talents advance? He fired off several questions in a row. The system answered Shifang one by one. Zombie levels rise by devouring the flesh and blood of living beings to gain energy, or by the virus strengthening over time. Stage is similar to rank, but zombies cannot advance in a normal orderly fashion. They can only climb the hierarchy through probabilistic mutation, and leveling up also carries a small chance of triggering mutation. Zombie talents upgrade according to chance as they rise. Zombie skills can be improved through training, leveling, mutation and other such means. So that was how it worked. Shifang nodded slightly in understanding. A basic understanding of the zombie situation. Shifang has set his sights on the zombie virus. He needs to learn more about the details of the virus. Level 1 zombie virus infects living beings through wounds, causing them to turn into corpses within 10 minutes. 10 minutes to turn into a corpse. Not bad. The infection speed is already quite rapid. And this is just a level 1 zombie virus. After leveling up, the time will likely shorten. Confirmed the situation regarding the zombie virus. Shifang pondered for a moment, then activated the sharing link to observe the specific effects of this skill. As the skill was activated, in the next second, buzz. Shifang suddenly felt as if part of his consciousness had shifted to the zombie in front of him, allowing him to see everything that the zombie saw and control its movements. Shifang tentatively took 2 steps. The feeling was just like controlling his own limbs with no discomfort whatsoever. This sharing link is quite good. With it, even if I'm 1,000 miles away, I can still control the zombie and grasp the overall situation. The experiment concluded. Shifang smiled. He now understood the situation with the zombies and confirmed the effectiveness of the sharing link. It was time to act according to plan. And leave this city. As for this zombie Song Shui, for now he would leave her here. After all, in her current state, if she went outside she would certainly be locked up as a mental patient. Shifang left her here, and afterward he could use the sharing link to control her to go infect more people or create chaos. Additionally, he estimated that his main body would not return in the future. He must take his important belongings with him. With these thoughts in mind, Shifang returned to his bedroom to tidy up. However, just as he returned to the bedroom, an idea suddenly sprang to mind when his gaze inadvertently landed on the small potted gardenia on the nightstand. System, I have a question. You may ask. Do plants count as transformable living beings? Plants are alive and thus qualify. Then can they also gain growth energy? Yes, but the growth energy provided by plants is often lower than that of freely moving flesh and blood beings. It is essential to note that for living beings like insects, the smaller their size, the less growth energy they provide. Conversely, the larger their size, the more energy they will yield. I see, understood. Shifang nodded, but his heart was filled with curiosity, wondering what form plants would take when transformed. After all, plants cannot move. After transformation, how will they hunt living beings? Could they turn into something like a Venus flytrap? Well, trying it will provide the answer. With a mix of curiosity, Shifang picked up the hydroponic gardenia from the cabinet and activated the transformation. Living being transformation. The skill was activated and a prompt appeared. Target selected, transformation commencing. As the prompt sounded, the green leaves of the gardenia swiftly transformed into a gray-brown hue with clusters of red flowers blooming, and a rich floral fragrance began to spread. However, aside from that, the gardenia seemed to show no other abnormalities. Yet judging by appearance alone isn't sufficient. One must check the panel to determine if any special changes occurred. Thus Shifang opened the panel once more. Name: Gardenia. Species: Zombie. Level 0. Stage: Ordinary Zombie. Talent: Zombie Virus. Level 1. Skill: Bewitching Fragrance. Level 1. Description: A zombie transformed from a gardenia, though unable to move, poses a lethal threat to living beings. It has a skill. System check: Bewitching Fragrance. Level 1. Bewitching Fragrance emits a special floral scent that can confuse living beings, and due to the presence of trace zombie virus in the pollen, excessive inhalation may lead to transformation. Upon seeing the detailed description of Bewitching Fragrance, Shifang's eyes sparkled. From the skill introduction of Bewitching Fragrance, he could already guess how the zombie gardenia would prey on living beings and absorb energy to level up. If I'm not mistaken, the feeding method of this zombie gardenia should be using the Bewitching Fragrance skill to confuse living beings into approaching it and then commit suicide to provide it with nutrients. Thus it can level up. Shifang thought to himself. If the zombie gardenia could do this, then transforming other plants would likely yield similar methods of preying on living beings. But none of that is important. What truly matters is the Bewitching Fragrance skill. Because the pollen contains the zombie virus, it can spread and infect people through the air, which is far superior to a zombie biting someone. If the level of Bewitching Fragrance is high enough, the probability of infection will likely increase. Moreover, humans probably would not anticipate this. Besides, the zombies transformed from humans, plants can also infect people. And they do so through pollen. This pollen drifts through the air, making it nearly impossible to guard against. If humans notice it too late, the losses will be devastating. Additionally, the pollen contains the virus. Though in small quantities, the probability of immediate transformation is unlikely. However, the virus has entered the body. So as time passes, theoretically anyone who inhales the pollen will inevitably transform, right? Shifang posed the question to the system, which provided a confirmed answer. Yes, inhaling the pollen means the virus has entered the body. Even the smallest amount of virus will over time spread throughout the body, so theoretically inhaling the pollen will definitely lead to transformation. However, it is essential to note that the virus in the pollen is too sparse. The physical constitution of living beings cannot be generalized, hence the time for transformation can vary greatly without a precise value. This mode of infection is extremely unstable in the early stages. Extremely unstable. No matter. As long as enough people inhale the pollen, there will always be some with weaker constitutions who transform quickly. Moreover, pollen infection takes longer than direct bites, which makes it harder to infect through wounds. This also means that humans will find it challenging to discern whether someone is an infected carrier of the virus. Thus Shifang was quite satisfied with the pollen. He planned to transform a large number of plants. Trees along the sidewalks. Shrubs in the road greenbelts. And various potted plants in public facilities. All of these are his targets. However, when transforming plants, he must command them to activate the skill to spread pollen and infect living beings, but not to confuse living beings or control them into suicide for nutrients. If he fails to give orders, countless people might surround a tree and commit suicide, making it obvious that something is wrong with the tree, which would ruin the zombie trees. Thus giving orders is necessary. However, once the virus has fully spread and the number of zombies increases, this command can be revoked. Additionally, although zombie plants lack high intelligence, they can still execute Shifang's orders. The reason for this is that Shifang, as the source of the zombies, holds absolute authority over all zombie beings, even influencing their instincts. Indeed, zombie plants have low intelligence. They confuse living beings into committing suicide. This is essentially a predatory behavior driven by their instincts. However, under Shifang's commands, this instinct can be forcibly suppressed. Therefore, zombie beings like the gardenia can perfectly execute Shifang's orders. But if his commands are too complex, like instructing zombie plants to confuse living beings into opening doors, that would be impossible, as plants cannot comprehend what opening a door means. However, Shifang never intended for the zombie plants to carry out overly complex commands. They are meant to assist the zombies. With the assistance of zombie plants, the situation for humans will become even more difficult. Looking at the gardenia in his hand, Shifang placed it into his backpack. Then he shouldered his backpack and closed the door as he left. Now Shifang needs to rush to the airport. There are 2 airports in the city. They are located in the East District and the West District. The apartment assigned to Shifang by the company is in the East District, not far from the airport, taking only half an hour to walk. Of course, he could take a taxi. But Shifang chose to walk. He wants to transform the plants along the way. There are over 100 trees just on the sidewalk from the apartment to the airport. If he transforms them all, As the dense zombie pollen spreads, countless people coming in and out from the nearby airport will carry the zombie virus, reaching all corners of the country, then transforming and attacking others, leading to a multiplication of the zombie numbers. Of course, after transforming the plants. Although the growth energy provided to Shifang is not much, it adds up with the sheer number he transforms. Thus as Shifang continued forward, more and more trees were transformed. As the eerie floral fragrance filled the streets, a prompt sounded in Shifang's mind. Growth complete, level up. You have gained 1 ability point from leveling up and triggered a talent ability, obtaining a new skill. Stealth. A new skill. Hearing the prompt echo in his mind, he sensed the subtle shift in his physical constitution brought on by the level up. Shifang gestured for the system to open the interface. Name Shifang. Race zombie progenitor. Level 1 growth 0-100. Tier 0 tier 1100. Innate talent zombie progenitor LV. 1. Talent skill living transmutation LV. 1. Passive skill regeneration LV. 3. Active skills shared link LV. 1. Concealment LV. 1. Remaining ability points 1. Overview: injected with the zombie progenitor virus, this reanimated corpse possesses extraordinary latent potential. The interface had undergone a subtle change. Then again, this growth energy was absurdly steep. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 required a full 100 points. That was 10 times more than the previous threshold. Still, no matter, once the zombie outbreak officially commenced, a mere 100 points would be trivial to acquire. Let's test the new skill first. Level 1 Concealment active skill. When activated, drastically reduces one's perceptibility, making oneself easily overlooked. Reduced perceptibility. This skill was intriguing. With it I can approach others undetected, and initiate transmutation through touch without raising suspicion. What perfect timing, this skill has arrived. After reading the details, Shifang felt a quiet surge of delight. Indeed, concealment wasn't merely useful for transmutation, it could also allow him to vanish from sight when evading danger or escaping pursuit. All in all, it was an exceptionally versatile ability. Moreover, beyond the new skill there remained one unused ability point. He decided to invest it immediately, perhaps upgrading a skill would yield tangible benefits. But which one should he prioritize? Shifang's gaze swept across the list of skills, then settled upon living transmutation. System upgrade: living transmutation. Insufficient ability points. Upgrading living transmutation requires 3 points. Seriously? 3 points. At the system's reply, Shifang sighed inwardly. He'd been eager to observe how living transmutation's effects would evolve post-upgrade. Now that upgrade was temporarily out of reach, what about the others? Surely not all skills demanded 3 points. He couldn't help but ask the system. The system responded promptly. Innate talents cannot be upgraded using ability points. They improve probabilistically as your level increases. Upgrading talent skills requires 3 points. All other skills require only 1 point to upgrade, but the cost increases incrementally with each subsequent level up. So only talent skills demanded 3 points. Relieved, Shifang exhaled softly. Since living transmutation remains unupgradable for now, then, let's upgrade shared link instead. Pausing briefly, he issued the command. Ability point consumed. Skill upgraded. Level 2 shared link establishes a direct mental link with first and second generation zombies, enabling either full consciousness control or real-time visual sharing. He could now command second generation zombies. Not bad. Expanding his controllable forces meant greater strategic depth, allowing him to orchestrate events from the shadows with far greater precision. Since second-generation zombies were now under his control, he need no longer risk direct contact for transmutation. Instead, he could deploy pollen from zombie-infected flora across the airport, triggering mass infection and birthing countless new second-generation zombies. Those newly infected passengers would disperse nationwide aboard flights. As the outbreak bloomed across the country, Shifang would simultaneously command legions of zombies, scattered yet unified, across every corner of the land. At this thought, a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. He raised his eyes toward Lidu Airport ahead, and strode across the street, entering the terminal with purposeful strides. Though it was still early morning, the airport bustled with people, arriving passengers, those awaiting departure, security personnel, janitors. With a swift glance at the crowd, Shifang made his way toward the check-in counter. He intended to purchase a ticket to the coast. Meanwhile, a small potted plant sat atop the counter, ripe for infection. Mulling over these plans, he approached the counter, bought his ticket, and casually brushed his fingers against the unnamed potted plant, triggering subtle, irreversible change. After all, it was just a plant. Who would suspect anything amiss? The airport staff certainly didn't notice. If anything, the plant's sudden intensified fragrance, courtesy of its zombification, left the receptionist feeling pleasantly refreshed. Yet while the plant went unremarked, Shifang himself drew attention. His eyes burned crimson, his skin deathly pale, the unmistakable hallmarks of a zombie. He'd forgotten to conceal them earlier. Naturally, the receptionist confronted with such an unnerving visage grew wary. Thus, as she handed him the boarding pass, she couldn't resist asking, "Sir, are you quite all right? Your complexion?" "Oh, perfectly fine." Shifang replied calmly, shaking his head. Then added, "I'm wearing stage makeup and colored contacts. I just came back from a cosplay convention where I played a zombie. Rushed, didn't have time to wash it off." Hearing this, the receptionist visibly relaxed. Of course, he was just a cosplayer. No wonder he looked like that. She'd mistaken him for someone ill. Shaking her head, she smiled faintly. Shifang, observing her ease, suppressed a quiet, knowing smile. Having secured his ticket, he circled the terminal twice, ensuring every potted plant within was infected, before returning to the departure lounge to await his flight. As he waited, the zombie-infected plants released their fragrant spores into the air. Countless travelers, entering, exiting, passing through, inhaled the pollen, soon succumbing to feverish dizziness as if stricken by a severe flu. Shifang observed their symptoms, and felt only quiet elation. For each afflicted person would soon undergo full zombification. He eagerly anticipated what Lidu would become once the zombie virus erupted across the land. While lost in reverie, the airport's PA system announced his flight's arrival. At once Shifang joined the stream of passengers boarding the aircraft. His destination, Qingyao City, the coastal metropolis nearest to Licity. He'd visited several times before, and knew it well. Qingyao City lay relatively close to Licity. His flight lasted barely half an hour before touching down at Qingyao Airport. Emerging from the terminal, he hailed a taxi at the curb. "Driver, take me to the coast," he said as he climbed inside. The driver chuckled. "Young man, there are dozens of seaside spots, could you name a specific destination?" "Just the nearest one will do." Shifang answered offhandedly. The driver nodded, though something about the passenger struck him as odd. Still, as a veteran cab driver, he'd seen every sort of traveler imaginable, and thought little of it. The taxi pulled away, heading toward the shore. Shifang opened his backpack and withdrew a gardenia plant, glancing forward at the driver who remained absorbed in navigating traffic, oblivious to him. Satisfied, Shifang placed the zombie-infected gardenia discreetly in a corner of the cabin, out of plain sight. The taxi would now crisscross Qingyao City, unwittingly dispersing the virus-laden pollen, heralding a sudden silent wave of zombification across the city. He'd taken the gardenia precisely for this reason. Now his quiet scheme had borne fruit. Minutes later, the taxi arrived at the beach nearest to the airport. It was still early, the shoreline nearly deserted. Shifang scanned the area, and spotted a middle-aged man fishing quietly a short distance away. A sly smile curved his lips. He strode forward, and before the man could react, tapped his shoulder, instantly activating living transmutation. Target selected. Transmutation initiated. As the power surged, the fisherman underwent instantaneous zombification. Transmutation successful. Growth 1. At the system's chime, Shifang turned his gaze toward the fisherman's bucket. The man had been lucky, 10 fish plus an unfamiliar crimson octopus. Reaching in, Shifang seized the octopus, and activated living transmutation once more. The palm-sized creature rapidly mutated into a grayish monstrosity, its limbs lashing out with savage aggression and snaring the other fish in its writhing tentacles. And as the fish were wounded by the octopus, they too began to twist and warp, faces contorting, mouths sprouting rows of needle-sharp fangs, transforming into predators themselves. Watching the metamorphosis unfold, Shifang lifted the bucket, and hurled it far into the sea, sending the zombie fish and zombie octopus spiraling into the waves. He then commanded the zombie fisherman to rush headlong into the ocean. As the fisherman vanished beneath the surf, Shifang turned and strode away from the shore, effortless, elegant, unbothered. With those zombie fish, the zombie octopus, and the zombie fisherman himself, once submerged, they would infect marine life through injury or predation. Every wound, every bite would propagate the virus deeper into the ocean's vast interconnected web. Now the virus had entered the sea. From this moment onward, the global zombie apocalypse, engineered, orchestrated and unleashed by Shifang, had truly begun. The virus has begun to spread into the sea. Deep-sea zombies are in the process of being generated. Meanwhile, the virus is also spreading on land. Those who have entered and exited the airport in the city, they smelled the fragrance of flowers and inhaled the virus. The zombie virus lies dormant within them. It will travel with them to various places. The first step of the 10 directions has been accomplished. Zombies will soon blossom everywhere. Now he must find a foothold in Qingyao City for his next step to control the zombies across the regions, to strike against humanity and accelerate the collapse of the Yen country. And just as the 10 directions are moving, the zombies have already appeared in the city. In the East District of the city high school. Cough. What's wrong with me? My throat feels uncomfortable and my head hurts. I was fine when I got up this morning. She paused while holding onto the stair railing. With her ponytail and wearing a loose white school uniform, the class flower of Class 4 in her senior year, Yume leaned against the stair railing, her pale face showing signs of distress. As a senior student with the college entrance examination approaching, Yume wanted to make the most of her time to review. Therefore she arrived at school early for morning reading. However, she felt unusually unwell after arriving at school today, experiencing a fever, a hoarse throat and a headache. Yet when she got up in the morning she felt perfectly fine. She even rode her bicycle to school, enjoying the fragrance of unknown flowers along the way and feeling particularly pleasant. Why was it different once she arrived at school? Yume was somewhat confused. But she didn't take it too seriously. In her opinion, she probably caught a cold from riding her bike in the morning breeze. Forget it, I'll just endure it. I'll go to the infirmary to rest after morning reading. With her discomfort, Yume continued toward the classroom. But soon she stopped again. Because in front of her someone was blocking the way. It was 3 heavily made-up girls. Yume recognized them as classmates. Seeing their dark circles under their eyes, Yume knew without thinking that they must have been out partying with delinquents last night. Otherwise looking like them. Could they really wake up early and not be late for school? Just thinking about it was impossible. Of course, what those girls did last night was their own business and Yume didn't care. Seeing the 3 of them leaning against the railing blocking the way, Yume frowned and said, "Could you please move out of the way?" Her voice was weak and somewhat powerless. The headache seemed to intensify. However, upon hearing Yume's words, the 3 girls, instead of stepping aside, looked at Yume's sickly appearance and approached her with sneers surrounding her. "Move aside. Just because you say so," said the leader, a girl with red hair. The green-haired girl beside her chimed in, "Exactly, don't think the boys are being nice to you. We'll let you go. Hey, I'll tell you straight up. We've been annoyed by you for a long time. You always act like you're above everyone else, pretending to be pure high-minded and studious. Who are you trying to impress?" After she finished, another girl added, "Who is she trying to impress? Of course it's for those boys. If she didn't act like this, how would she attract those sycophants? Those fools could consider her a goddess. Tisk tisk, I bet this scheming girl will end up being a mistress for some rich guy after graduation." The 3 of them continued to hurl insults. Hearing their increasingly offensive words, Yume's face turned even uglier. "What do you want from me? I haven't provoked you." There was a hint of grievance in Yume's words. She usually focuses on her studies, rarely interacts with classmates and never causes trouble. She couldn't understand why these people had targeted her. Until the red-haired girl burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, we're just delinquents. Do we need a reason to pick on you? You don't really think what teachers say about it taking 2 to tango is true, right? Tisk tisk, a reason. The reason is that we just dislike you. By the way, looking at your sickly appearance, you didn't do something disgusting behind our backs, did you? Maybe you've caught some infectious disease. Hey, don't end up infecting us." The girls continued to go too far. The passing students around them dared not say anything. After all, these girls had backgrounds and helping Yume would definitely bring trouble. So they could only pretend not to see. At this moment Yume could no longer hear their words. Her consciousness blurred and she lost strength. Her body collapsed onto the steps. The voices of the girls came to a sudden halt. They looked at Yume, who lay motionless on the ground, appearing somewhat at a loss. The red-haired girl crouched down and asked, "What's wrong? Can't handle just a few words? You're not pretending, are you? Hey, Yume. Get up quickly." Saying this, she pushed Yume. Unexpectedly at that moment, a growl, accompanied by a low roar. The originally downed Yume suddenly raised her head. Her face was pale, her eyes red. Before the red-haired girl could react, Yume opened her mouth and bit down on the girl's hand. In an instant a piercing pain shot through. Under the torment of pain, the red-haired girl couldn't help but let out a scream of agony. She also looked at her 2 companions. "What are you still frozen for? This is a freaking crazy woman. Quick, pull her away." "Hiss, that hurts like hell." Hearing the red-haired girl's words, the other 2 finally snapped out of their daze and tried to pull Yume away, but Yume's strength was surprisingly great and they couldn't move her at all. What terrified them even more was that Yume, still biting down on the red-haired girl's hand, had now climbed up and pounced on her. Her target of attack had shifted from the hand to the neck. With a crunch, Yume bit down, creating a significant wound on the red-haired girl's neck. This massive injury plunged the red-haired girl into a state close to death. She couldn't utter a word and could only produce faint sounds from her throat, eventually gasping for air. Yume chewed on the flesh and blood in her mouth. Vivid red blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Her blood-stained cannibalistic appearance was terrifying, causing the 2 girls beside her to wet themselves, while the nearby students who were confused secretly cheered in their hearts. "Humph, these few street punks. They've messed with a madwoman, right? They deserved it, bullying others every day. Right, more tough characters are better. With more tough characters, delinquents won't dare to act recklessly. Hey, I say, although they deserve it. But that. Someone must have died, right? Should we call 110 and notify the city guards? Well. That too. While most people were gloating, there were also a few who were clear-headed and quickly reported to the East District office of the city guards. And just as everyone was either enjoying the show or calling for help, similar incidents also began to occur in other parts of the school and even in the 4 major districts of the East District. In an instant the City Guard Bureau was also bewildered. What the hell is going on today? I've received over a dozen emergency calls, all reporting homicides and deaths. At this moment in the East District City Guard Bureau, the 2 guards on duty were speaking. They felt something was off, as Lee City had been harmonious for many years with no major cases. Why are there so many homicides today? Surely no one is making false reports. The 2 guards pondered, but to be safe they notified the City Guard Bureau chief. The chief also found it strange, but out of caution he immediately dispatched several teams of city guards to investigate different incident locations. The team heading to East District High School consisted of 4 city guards. At this moment the atmosphere in the police car was quite good. A few guards were chatting and laughing. Only the team leader Yu Qingqing did not join in the laughter of the 3 team members. The members were not surprised by this. Their leader was always like this. Whenever a mission arose he would become extremely serious. Even for a trivial task he maintained that demeanor. They had long since grown accustomed to it. As the car continued to move forward. After about 10 minutes they arrived at the high school. However, as the guards got out of the car and saw the bloodstains, pieces of flesh and corpses scattered throughout the campus along with the crazed students running around, they were dumbfounded. Wasn't only one person supposed to be dead? Why was the situation at this school so dire? Moreover, how could there be so many murderers? At a glance on the playground, there were at least dozens of blood-soaked individuals either chasing after fleeing students or sitting on the ground devouring corpses with the intestines of the dead being pulled out. Blood flowed like streams. The guards' faces turned pale. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? Zombies emerged across all districts of Lee City. Countless people perished beneath their fangs, only to rise again moments later no longer human. Their reanimation accelerated the city's collapse. Yet early-stage zombies posed limited threat. Moreover, infection required time to take hold. Thus, though many underwent reanimation, a far greater number narrowly escaped death. Simultaneously, videos documenting the Lee City outbreak surged across the internet. Media outlets swiftly took notice, sensing opportunity, and launched extensive coverage drawing attention from across the nation and beyond. As news spread, netizens flooded forums with commentary. TCH zombies, uncannily realistic. Did Su Huanlu produce this? Incredibly lifelike. You 2 fools upstairs, do you believe everything is fabricated now? My cousin witnessed zombies in Lee City with his own eyes. Nonsense, zombies. Who still believes that nonsense these days? Must be another film shoot. Exactly, there have been countless such hoaxes before. So what if it's real? Who cares about others' lives? Agreed, better yet, let more die. More deaths mean less competition across industries, and greater profits for us. Damn, this online cesspool teems with demons and specters. The web had erupted into chaos, drawing the urgent attention of Yen State's highest leadership. At that moment, within the council tower, centered in Wudu, capital of Yen State, senior officials from every ministry had been urgently summoned by King Wang Wei to convene in the tower's conference chamber, tasked with analyzing the Lee City zombie outbreak and formulating an emergency response. The Lee City incident carries immense repercussions. Casualties are already substantial. And confirmed intelligence indicates the deceased and wounded also reanimate as zombies. Reanimation occurs roughly 10 minutes post-mortem. Zombie numbers escalate hourly, we must act without delay. Before the situation spirals entirely out of control. King Wang Wei spoke, his voice resonating through the chamber. All present nodded gravely in unison. Zhao Ji, director of the Urban Defense Bureau, declared, to resolve the Lee City crisis swiftly. 2 decisive measures are imperative. First, immediate quarantine of Lee City. This order must be enforced with absolute rigor. No resident may enter or exit freely. We cannot guarantee whether those departing harbor latent zombie virus. Should they travel to other cities, they would unleash devastation far beyond Lee City. Second, regional military forces must deploy immediately. Video evidence reveals these zombies differ markedly from fictional depictions. They move with terrifying speed and possess extraordinary strength. Ordinary citizens stand no chance against them. Only military-grade firearms can neutralize them. Beyond elimination, troops must coordinate with urban defense units to enforce quarantine, and when necessary open fire. Upon concluding, Zhao Ji received resounding applause. Even King Wang Wei affirmed his proposal. Extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures, even if public backlash loomed. Yet hesitation now risked catastrophic contagion. The ensuing national catastrophe would burden every official present, not merely with accountability but with irreversible incalculable loss. The gravity of choice was unmistakable. But after Zhao Ji concluded, Qian Wuhui, Minister of Cyber Regulation seated directly across, delivered grim news. Regarding the Li City incident, I fully endorse Director Zhao's assessment. However, our surveillance confirms, zombies have already appeared beyond Li City, in multiple locations. We cannot focus solely on Li City. He opened his laptop and projected compiled footage, screenshots and metadata, documenting outbreaks across major metropolitan centers. As the data filled the screen, the assembled officials' faces darkened further. The broader the outbreak, the deeper the national peril. Consequently, their personal liabilities intensified proportionally. Yet with crisis unfolding, deliberation yielded to action. King Wang Wei acted decisively. The Li City protocol shall be implemented nationwide. Military command and local authorities will coordinate seamlessly. Containment must be absolute, no further viral diffusion permitted. Simultaneously vigilant monitoring of unaffected cities is critical, to prevent oversight-induced collapse. Yes, Your Majesty. All officials responded in unison. Yen State's emergency apparatus activated without delay. Meanwhile at Dongsuno, one middle school in Li City, Yu Mei crouched motionless on the ground. Before her lay the corpse of an urban defense officer, her teeth methodically tearing into its forearm. Nearby a police cruiser lay overturned. Further away behind the security booth's window, Yu Qingsheng watched Yu Mei's bloodthirsty feast, sweat glistening on his brow, pallor draining from his face. His hands gripping the pistol trembled uncontrollably. From his initial arrival to assess the situation to discovering hordes of zombies while aiding students escape and calling for reinforcements to witnessing the annihilation of dozens of urban defense officers, the entire ordeal lasted barely 30 minutes. They had gravely underestimated the zombies, swift, immensely powerful and born from human hosts. When officers opened fire, hesitation cost them dearly, granting zombies the opening to strike decisively. Though officers later regained composure and fired relentlessly, zombies remained impervious unless shot precisely in the head. And their marksmanship, rarely tested in routine duty, proved tragically insufficient. That alone might have warranted strategic withdrawal, preserving their strength. But catastrophe struck when one of the students they'd shielded suddenly reanimated. Zombies surged from behind, flanking and overwhelming the officers in a merciless pincer, biting each down until only Yu Qingsheng remained. His survival stemmed from disciplined caution. During evacuation he maintained distance from students, uncertain whether they carried infection, thus sparing himself the fatal bite. Yet the surrounding horde trapped him inside the security booth. Now surveying the shambling figures outside, and counting the dwindling bullets in his pistol, he felt utterly powerless. Still, despair eluded him. Such a cataclysm in Li City cannot escape national scrutiny. Military relief must be imminent. If I remain hidden and wait, salvation is inevitable. Yu Qingsheng wiped his brow, steeling himself with that thought. Yet the instant he raised his gaze, his pupils contracted violently, following his line of sight. On the distant sports field, Yu Mei, who moments earlier had been devouring flesh, had ceased eating. Subtle transformations rippled across her form. Her crimson irises gleamed with sudden unsettling awareness. Her fingers closed around the officer's fallen pistol, lifting it curiously, turning it over, studying its mechanism with unnerving intent. Yu Qingsheng's spine stiffened. She possesses intellect. Is she attempting to use that firearm? Impossible. Yu Mei's cognition defied reason, yet terror eclipsed disbelief. Mindless zombies already overwhelmed ordinary people. Intelligent ones wielding weapons would render survival nearly unthinkable. The mere prospect sent icy dread coursing through his veins. This development must be reported to the state, immediately. Their lethality has escalated exponentially. If not prioritized, eradication will grow exponentially harder. Snapping back to urgency, Yu Qingsheng reached for his phone, to record Yu Mei's actions and transmit the footage to his superiors, who would escalate it to the highest echelons. But his hand plunged into an empty pocket. His phone, lost somewhere during his frantic flight. Damn it, why now? Frustration flared, but then his eyes drifted toward the officer's corpse nearby. A desperate idea surfaced. What if I retrieve their phone? He dismissed it instantly. No, the nearest body lies over 10 meters away. Venturing out invites certain detection. Yet without reporting this, how many more will perish needlessly? This. He hesitated, then steeled himself. As an urban defense officer, duty outweighed fear. He resolved to risk everything. Clutching his pistol, he drew a slow, steadying breath, then pushed open the door, sprinting toward the corpse before nearby zombies could react. But the moment he stepped into the open, Yu Mei's gaze snapped toward him. Instinctively she raised the pistol, and fired. Bang! A searing pain exploded in his chest. Consciousness dissolved into haze. Yu Qingcheng never imagined that he would die at the hands of a zombie's gun. He felt a mix of confusion and reluctance. In his final moments he saw Yu Mei approaching. But he was unaware of what happened next as his consciousness had already departed. Meanwhile in the suburbs outside Qingniu City. The first mutated zombie has appeared. A mutated zombie has emerged already. So soon. The prompt brought great joy to Shifang. He quickly nodded, yes, view it. Name Yu Mei. Race zombie. Type Allrounder. Level 1. Stage first stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 1, skill devour level 1. Passive skill agility level 1, combat instinct level 1. Active skill none. Description: a mutated Allrounder zombie. Goodness, 3 new skills. No wonder it's the fastest evolving zombie. System checker skill details. Level 1 skill devour absorb living beings to gain partial mastery of certain skills. Level 1 agility occasionally enhances wisdom and can randomly grasp new knowledge. Level 1 combat instinct easier to dodge attacks or hit the enemy's vital points and can instinctively activate skills. After reviewing the details of the 3 skills, Shifang did not immediately comment. He simply asked, system, does the skill refer to abilities or something else? Skills include abilities. But besides abilities it also encompasses non-skill techniques like driving skills and firearm handling. I see, Shifang nodded. So skills refer to these. In that case this mutated zombie Yu Mei's talent is indeed quite formidable. By constantly consuming those humans she can easily master various human techniques. What a powerful talent. Coupled with agility to enhance her wisdom. And even with combat instinct to boost her combat power. Allrounder, truly deserving of the name. Shifang sighed as he closed the panel. He then took out his phone to check the news. The issue of zombies had already spread widely online and the higher-ups of Yan country had begun to take action, all of which Shifang was able to gather through online information. However, since the higher-ups of Yan country had acted, Shifang also needed to move in step with them. Otherwise the situation would fall under human control, which would not bode well for the zombies. With these thoughts, Shifang, who had already rented a place in the suburbs, immediately returned home. Next he planned to use a shared link to remotely control other zombies to create chaos and accelerate the collapse of various cities in Yan country while undermining the military support from Yan country. But before he could activate his skills a new system prompt appeared. Growth is full level up. You have gained 1 ability point from leveling up and triggered a talent to gain an additional ability point. Another level up. Great. Hearing the prompt, Shifang was not surprised. In fact, he had already reached level 2 while looking for a place to stay. Although he had not transformed any zombies, he could not forget that those infected by the zombie virus also had a chance to provide him with growth. Although the probability was not very high as the number of infected beings continued to grow. A massive base of zombies could easily fulfill his modest growth energy requirement, allowing him to level up. Thus it was not surprising that he had reached level 3 again. Shifang could even imagine that in a few hours his level would probably soar several more levels. Of course, that was a matter for later. Now that he had leveled up again, he decided to upgrade his skills before activating the shared link. When I reached level 2 previously, I did not trigger any talent abilities. It only gave me 1 ability point for leveling up. But from level 2 to 3 it triggered a talent. This means I have 3 ability points. System upgrade the talent skill living transformation. Shifang had been wanting to upgrade this for a long time. It required 3 ability points for the upgrade. Previously he did not have enough. But now he had gathered enough. It was time to upgrade living transformation. As soon as he issued the command, a new prompt appeared. Ability points consumed, skill upgraded. Level 2 living transformation adds the ability to transform from a distance with a range of 10 meters in diameter around oneself. Can now transform living beings from a distance. This effect is quite good. Previously touching others for transformation was troublesome and some creatures were beyond Shifang's reach with his current abilities. However, now being able to transform from a distance is much more convenient. After reviewing the upgraded effects, Shifang thought for a moment and spoke again. System check the current panel. Name Shifang. Race zombie, source body. Level 3, growth 6900. Class 0, stage 3100. Talent zombie, source body level 1. Talent skill living transformation level 2. Passive skill regeneration level 3. Active skills shared link level 2, stealth level 1. Remaining ability points 0. Description. Level 4 requires 900 growth energy. The requirements are indeed constantly doubling. But this is just the beginning. With billions of living creatures on the source star, reaching level 100 is not an issue. Alright, the skill has been upgraded. It's time to get down to business. Shifang closed the panel and sat down. He then activated the shared link. Unlike the last time he activated the skill. Last time in the rented house outside the city there was only one zombie, Song Shui. Thus the shared target was directly locked onto her. But now the number of zombies has surged. Therefore after the skill was activated the situation changed dramatically. In Shifang's mind numerous small screens depicting different perspectives appeared in an instant. These small screens showed the second-generation zombie creatures that Shifang could connect and control. The scenes in these perspectives included those from Lidu, from other cities, from inside cabins as well as from vehicles and even underwater. Through the perspectives of these zombies Shifang could see the current situations in various places and simultaneously witnessed many ugly aspects of humanity occurring right before the zombies' eyes. For instance, to escape the pursuit of zombies, couples would trip each other, forcing their partners to fall and using them as a means to flee. Moreover, children abandoned their parents, bosses locked doors disregarding their employees' lives, teachers abandoned injured students, and so on. Too many such occurrences were taking place everywhere. Of course, while some committed evil, others performed good deeds. There were also many willing to sacrifice themselves for others. But Shifang had no time to watch more. Because he noticed that some screens already displayed soldiers from Yen country wearing military uniforms. The Yen country military had already entered the city. Seeing this, Shifang hesitated no longer. He selected the first zombie to transform Song Shui, and part of his consciousness shifted towards her. Buzz. As a slight ringing in the ears and dizziness ensued when Shifang opened his eyes again, his consciousness had completed the link. The environment before him shifted from the rented house in Qingniao City to the familiar apartment building of Shifang. Controlling Song Shui's body, Shifang quickly walked to the window to look down at the street below. The East District street was chaotic. Despite the numerous obstacles on the road, the motorcycle being relatively small in size easily maneuvered through the gaps on the sidewalk. The zombies on the road wouldn't interfere unless commanded. Unless the command was issued by Shifang himself. Although he was using Song Shui's body as the source body of the zombies, he had a connection with them. When his commands were given, other zombies would still respond accordingly. At this very moment, riding swiftly on the road towards the zoo, Shifang spotted a zombie dressed in city guard uniform, complete with a handgun at its waist. When he stopped and waved to issue a command, the zombie instinctively approached. Shifang took its handgun before getting back on the motorcycle and continuing his journey. The power of firearms should not be underestimated. Carrying one might prove useful. After all, it would be useless on an ordinary zombie. After leaving the city in the eastern district after shooting Yu Qingcheng, Yu Mei took his sidearm. She showed great interest in the handgun. This item seemed more useful than simply biting people. Meanwhile, the other zombies were drawn to the gunshot and Yu Qingcheng's corpse was quickly devoured by them. Yu Mei did not linger on the playground. Having mutated and upgraded, Yu Mei's abilities and senses were superior to those of ordinary zombies, making it easier for her to detect the hidden survivors within the school. She walked towards the teaching building as she seemed to have vaguely heard something after the gunshot, a sound coming from within. She thought there might be food there. Fresh food, as she was not interested in anything stale. However, after entering the teaching building, Yu Mei looked around the corridor but saw no living person. But just at that moment, bam! A sound came from the classroom behind her like something shattering. Yu Mei turned to look, but the large door obstructed her view of the inside. However, looking at the large door in front of her, Yu Mei revealed a contemplative expression. Her hand slowly reached for the doorknob. After riding the motorcycle and recklessly speeding for several dozen minutes on the sidewalk, Shifang successfully arrived at the zoo. There was more than one zoo outside the city. He had come to the nearest one, the Eastern City Zoo. Shifang had been here before. He still remembered the viral white tiger that had become famous online. That guy should still be around. I'll infect it when I get the chance. Thinking about this, Shifang looked at the gate, which was locked with chains since the zoo was not yet open due to the early hour. He easily climbed over it, relying on the powerful physique of the zombies. There were hardly any zombies in the zoo as it was not open and had no visitors. However, even so, Shifang discovered that a small number of animals had already turned into zombies. For example, a few monkeys not far away. They had a greenish fur and a fierce expression. At that moment they were wildly crashing against the wire fence that separated them from other animals, wanting to get in and tear apart the other animals inside even if they bled. They can jump and run quickly. These zombie monkeys have better movement than ordinary zombies. Shifang glanced a few times and waved his hand. The zombie monkeys received Shifang's command and stopped crashing against the wire fence, instead leaping out of the zoo and into the city. Those survivors probably had big trouble. And Shifang received another notification. Growth full level up. You have gained 1 ability point due to leveling up and triggered a talent ability to obtain a new skill. Skill synchronization. Why did I level up again? The growth requirement was clearly greater this time. Yet this level up came so quickly. Hearing the notification, Shifang was astonished. However, the system provided an explanation. The zombie virus in the ocean is spreading at an unimaginable speed through the fish. The majority of the growth energy required for this upgrade comes from the ocean. The ocean? I see. It appeared that the zombies and other zombie creatures previously released into the ocean had spread the zombie virus widely and countless marine creatures were rapidly turning into zombies. It seems that poisoning the ocean was the right choice. As long as the virus in the ocean continues to evolve even if I encounter obstacles on land, I can still keep leveling up. Oh right, I just gained a new skill. System check that skill synchronization. After he spoke, the system displayed the information. Level 1 skill synchronization can synchronize one skill when utilizing the linked person's body. Can use skills when sharing a link. Haha, this skill is quite good. With this skill, Shifang can utilize the linked individuals to convert more first-generation zombies. He can also when necessary share a link to other powerful zombies and activate stealth skills to hide, thus avoiding his capable subordinates from being killed by humans. However, it is somewhat regrettable. I can only synchronize one skill. Let's see if I can upgrade it. System upgrade skill synchronization. Ability points consumed, skill upgraded. Level 2 skill synchronization can synchronize 2 skills. Excellent, now Shifang was satisfied. Without further delay, he quickly headed towards the gorilla exhibit, the closest area to him. The gorilla exhibit housed many gorillas, those tough-skinned strong creatures that were also quite intelligent. Shifang was curious about what changes they would undergo after zombification. With a hint of curiosity in his heart, Shifang arrived at the gorilla exhibit and performed his familiar action, jumping in. Of course, his actions attracted the attention of the gorillas. These fearless gorillas gathered around and Shifang immediately activated the living transformation. Transformation successful, growth 1, transformation successful, growth 1, transformation successful, growth. Relying on his ability to transform from a distance, Shifang transformed dozens of gorillas in the blink of an eye. Compared to the previous gorillas, these zombie gorillas had changed significantly. Their once shiny black fur visibly turned gray-black at an astonishing speed. Their lively eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and as their sharp teeth grew longer, they stood on all fours, reaching Shifang's chest with their size rapidly increasing by over half a meter. Shifang had no doubt. If they stood on 2 legs, they would surely reach nearly 3 meters tall. However, the gorillas had dramatically increased in size. This was clearly not a mutation. It was likely a peculiar chemical reaction between their bodies and the zombie virus, much like how plants can possess skills while zombie humans experience a comprehensive increase in physical attributes. However, to understand the specific conditions of these gorillas, he needed to examine their panels closely. System check their panels. Name gorilla. Race zombie. Level 0. Phase ordinary zombie. Talent zombie virus level 1, giant level 1. Skill none. Description mutated zombie gorilla. Level 1 giant increases size by half a meter. So it turns out their size increase is due to their talent. This giant talent is quite interesting. At level 1 it can increase the size by half a meter. Then conservatively estimating at level 10 it would be 5 meters. Tisk 5 meters plus their original height would make them nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. Such a large zombie gorilla, even without other skills, charging into a human army would likely bring devastating blows to humanity. And if they mutate further? Wow, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Shifang grew more excited the more he thought about it, until a roar pulled him back to reality. Roar. Accompanied by this deafening roar, the transformed zombie gorillas instinctively charged towards their fellow kind nearby. They wanted to devour these kin. The other gorillas panicked at the sight. However, there were also a few gorillas that were not frightened. Among those unafraid gorillas, some even retaliated with punches. However, the zombie gorillas were too large. And because they were zombified, they felt no pain. Their strength had also increased. How could the other gorillas be their match? Indeed, just as the enraged gorilla launched an attack against the foremost zombie gorilla, the latter swiftly reached out, grabbing. Bam! With a muffled sound. The zombie gorilla directly seized the attacking gorilla's arm and slammed it onto the ground, breaking the opponent's arm on the spot and knocking it unconscious, causing the other gorillas to flee in panic. But the gorilla exhibit was just a tiny space. Where could they run to? The inevitable result was that the other gorillas were quickly dealt with by the zombie gorillas. However, Shifang did not watch them fight for long. After issuing a command to let them unleash their potential, he hurried towards the next vulture exhibit, eager to see the results of transforming those vultures. Vultures are large predatory birds. Shifang was very much looking forward to how fierce they would become after transformation. The vulture park is not far from the gorilla park. In just a few minutes Shifang arrived. But he couldn't tell what had happened. Today the vulture park seemed particularly noisy. As Shifang was still on the road, in the distance he heard the cawing of the vultures. The sound was deep and filled with unease. Shifang rushed towards the sound without stopping. At first Shifang couldn't understand what was going on. It wasn't until he arrived at the vulture park that he understood. It turned out to be due to a virus outbreak. Many staff members in the zoo had not come to work and had not fed the vulture flock. They were starving and had even begun to attack their own kind to eat. The uneasy sounds of the vultures were a warning to their nearby kind. They feared becoming the next target. But with Shifang's arrival, the vultures were immediately drawn to him. It is important to note that vultures are scavengers. They naturally feed on dead carcasses. And Shifang being a zombie exuded the familiar scent of corpses that the vultures were accustomed to. Thus these desperate vultures upon catching the scent emanating from Shifang were undoubtedly attracted with some already rushing swiftly towards him. However, there was barbed wire outside the vulture park. They were all blocked by the wire, stretching their necks towards Shifang hoping to take a bite. Seeing this situation, Shifang couldn't help but laugh. It seems you are all starving. But don't panic, just wait a moment. Soon you can go out to hunt. As he spoke, Shifang moved closer. When the vultures entered the range of his transformation, in an instant the transformation of living beings began. Transformation successful, growth 1, transformation successful, growth 1, transformation successful, growth. There were quite a few vultures in the vulture park. Shifang transformed these vultures within his range. This also brought him considerable gains. But that wasn't the main point. The ability transformation of the zombified vultures was what Shifang cared about the most. At this moment he looked at the vultures in front of him whose feathers had turned dark red, their beaks becoming longer and sharper and their claws growing larger, prompting the system to open the panel. Name: vulture species, zombie, level 0, stage ordinary, zombie, talent zombie, virus level 1, scavenger level 1, skill none, description zombified vulture. Level 1 scavenger can grow by devouring and digesting zombie creatures. Can they really devour zombie creatures to grow? Wow, this talent is quite something. Seeing the panel, Shifang was delighted. The zombified vultures could normally level up or mutate simply by eating other living beings. Moreover, with the ability to consume zombies for growth, their advancement would undoubtedly be much faster than other zombie creatures, making it easier to form a powerful aerial combat force to counter the heavily armed human military. Ordinary zombies have low abilities. In contrast, the zombified vultures are more formidable. After all, they can still fly. Perhaps I can actively consume ordinary zombies to help these vultures grow first. By the way, there's another question. Shifang seemed to think of something. System regarding the scavenging of the vultures. Does it also work on dead zombies? Yes, it works. Upon hearing the answer, Shifang smiled widely. Since consuming dead zombies also worked, then in future battles against humans those numerous zombie corpses that had their heads blown off would also be food for these vultures, accelerating their growth. This could be considered making full use of resources. Shifang thought to himself. But after looking at the skill description he couldn't help but ask, system, does this growth package for the vultures include size increase? Yes. Size increase, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, etc. All of these are growth benefits. Increase. Hey, that's fantastic. Shifang was very tempted by this. After all, if the vultures grew larger they could do more things. For example, they could cooperate with other mutated zombies to carry them into the human military. The human army only had the advantage of ranged firepower. Once they were approached by zombies, especially powerful mutated ones, they basically had no chance of winning. However, to be able to carry humans, Shifang looked at the zombified vultures. These vultures couldn't do that yet. The matter of carrying humans would have to wait. For now the vultures had already been transformed. There was no time to linger. The army might have already entered the city. Therefore he needed to hurry up and transform more fierce beasts and birds of prey to enhance the zombie side's combat power. Thinking of this, Shifang destroyed the barbed wire and ordered the vultures to roam freely in the zoo. Then he quickly left. Next, the tiger park. Then there would be the lion park, leopard park, eagle park, etc. East District City Guard Division. At this moment the City Guard Bureau was in utter chaos. Outside there was a dense horde of zombies surrounding them. They had all been attracted by the gunfire. Faced with this mass of at least hundreds or thousands of zombies, the city guards were powerless. But at this moment, they were actually too preoccupied to care about the outside, because among the survivors who had run over from the surroundings to take refuge in the City Guard Bureau, inexplicably some suddenly transformed and began attacking people. Caught off guard, many refugees were scratched or bitten. The city guards also lost a few personnel. But that was not the most troublesome part. What was even more deadly was that the transformation process took 10 minutes, during which those who had been scratched or bitten lost their composure. The fear of transformation caused several people to act like they were insane, even starting to destroy things, wanting to open the door to let the zombies outside and leading everyone to doom together. Although they were shot dead in time. But after all, they had not yet transformed. Other refugees saw them being killed. The thoughts in their hearts were easy to imagine. Fortunately for now, dealing with zombies was the most crucial, so the others had not yet engaged in small actions. Everyone killed the transforming individuals in the room while continuously retreating, and only after retreating to the third floor and blocking the stairway did they barely relax and finally catch their breath. But just at that moment. What are you doing? Suddenly a shout came from the hallway. Everyone instinctively turned to look. They saw several city guards behind a man wearing glasses and a suit looking very refined holding a handgun. Clearly he had taken advantage of the city guard's moment of relaxation to sneak around and steal from behind. In such a situation the city guards were highly tense, fearing he might act recklessly. However, the man had his own reasons. As he retreated away from the city guards he loudly said, "What's wrong? I took the gun for self-defense. You just even killed those who had not transformed. If I didn't have a gun, wouldn't I have no chance to resist if you wanted to kill me? Besides, this is an extraordinary time. I was in the military and know how to use a gun. As long as you don't act recklessly, I can also help you kill zombies and relieve your pressure." The bespectacled man spoke persuasively. Other refugees nodded in agreement. Yes, what he said is right. You city guards kill at will. Our safety is not guaranteed at all. Besides, you have extra guns anyway. You should give us a few for self-defense. Indeed, also give us guns. The refugees in the hallway shouted. The city guards looked both anxious and angry. They never expected that these people they had worked so hard to protect would turn out to be ungrateful. Not only did they not thank them, but now they also wanted guns to defend against them. What kind of people are these? Moreover, if they really gave them guns, these untrained individuals might not only fail to kill zombies but could also mistakenly injure them, or what if someone with malicious intent caused trouble? Therefore the guns absolutely could not be given. But the refugees were unwilling to give up. The two sides began to argue. The captain on one side felt quite a headache. He had already guessed the situation before him. After all, as the captain of the East District Division, he was well aware of what people's hearts were like. But knowing was one thing, facing the current situation he could only exert himself to persuade everyone. However, during extraordinary times people were not foolish and would not be easily swayed by the East District Division captain's few half-hearted words to give up their desire for self-defense weapons. Thus the argument did not stop, instead it grew more intense, as if it would erupt into physical conflict at any moment. Outside, the zombies also began to roar. For a moment the bureau was in utter chaos. More zombies were gathering. Until several gunshots broke the silence. Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by what sounded like machine gun fire. Hearing the subsequent continuous sounds of artillery bombardment and increasingly dense gunfire, everyone turned to look out the window. Outside on the street a large number of soldiers in Yen country military uniforms were holding guns, shooting at the horde of zombies and slowly advancing towards them. The army, it's the army. The army has come, we're saved, haha, we've finally made it through. Hey, over here, we're here. Wonderful, we've finally been rescued. Seeing the approaching army, the crowd in the hallway was overjoyed to the point of tears. The bespectacled man who had tried to take the gun suddenly looked embarrassed and actively handed over his handgun while continuously saying nice words, fearing that when the army arrived the city guards would label him with some kind of stigma. The captain looked at the refugees who were just arguing like sworn enemies, and now they were all amiable. He couldn't help but break into a cold smile. But soon, accompanied by a headache, his smile disappeared. The Yen Kingdom's military possessed exceptionally formidable firepower. Consider for instance the current operation to liberate the area surrounding the East District City Guard Bureau, a force seemingly equivalent to an entire battalion comprising approximately 300 to 500 soldiers. Beyond standard issue firearms, they carried large quantities of rocket launchers and mortars. Heavy machine guns, capable of effortlessly shredding zombies, were also deployed in considerable numbers. This did not even account for armored vehicles and assault cars. Against ordinary zombies such a force could annihilate thousands with the same ease as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. And this was merely one battalion. Yet support for the city was not limited to a single unit. After all, Li City comprised 4 major districts and military forces were accordingly dispersed to assist each. According to Shifang's knowledge, the nearest military formation was the Yen Kingdom's 44th Armored Infantry Division, numbering roughly 20,000 troops. But this was only the publicly acknowledged strength. The Yen Kingdom's high command was no fool, they would never render all regional troop deployments transparent. Beyond the visible 44th Division, there were certainly additional forces stationed nearby, and farther still lay the far more terrifying 19th Group Army of the Yen Kingdom. Its strength approached 100,000 soldiers. Even this officially disclosed force alone exerted immense pressure upon Shifang. That was precisely why, when he resolved to act, his first priority had been to evacuate Li City and conceal his true body. Ordinary zombies stood virtually no chance against such overwhelming local military might and would be swiftly eradicated. Had his true body remained, it would almost certainly have been reduced to ash by artillery fire. It was precisely because of the Yen Kingdom's overwhelming firepower that the East District City Guard Bureau, surrounded by zombies, had been successfully rescued. Yet the military did not establish a base here. The East District still teemed with countless zombies, requiring systematic elimination before full rescue operations could proceed. The city guards and survivors remained behind. With no zombies currently nearby, their temporary safety seemed assured. Though some survivors wished to accompany the troops, the army was no city guard unit, they bore no obligation to protect or shepherd civilians. Disappointed survivors ultimately retreated back to the relatively secure East District City Guard Bureau awaiting the complete eradication of all zombies across the district by the Yen Kingdom's forces. Nonetheless, though the survivors stayed behind, the director of the East District City Guard Bureau, and several other city guards, chose to depart with the military. After all, the city guard possessed intimate familiarity with urban terrain and the military required their local expertise to conduct efficient rescues. Moreover, orders from above explicitly mandated coordination between the military and local authorities, thus permitting a small contingent of city guards to accompany the troops was entirely justified. Yet shortly after departure, the military personnel noticed something deeply amiss. The director's complexion had grown alarmingly pallid, as if stricken by grave illness, instantly heightening their vigilance. This was an extraordinary emergency. His condition inevitably raised suspicions had he been scratched or bitten by a zombie. Fortunately, the director himself possessed profound clarity and composure. He calmly attributed his symptoms to a mere headache, and submitted willingly to inspection by soldiers who confirmed he bore no zombie-inflicted wounds. Only then did the troops exhale in quiet relief, for infection occurred solely through bites or scratches. The convoy resumed its advance. En route, Colonel Zhou Mu, the commanding officer leading the East District Rescue, consulted with the director on regional conditions, debating which zones warranted immediate liberation. The director offered a clear recommendation: we should proceed directly along this road, to Dongsuno. 1 Middle School. There a large number of students and teachers remain trapped. I believe we must prioritize their rescue. Students possess comparatively limited survival capabilities, delay may prove fatal. Furthermore, the school's vast grounds could later serve as shelter for additional survivors. The director spoke through his throbbing headache. Colonel Zhou Mu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. But perhaps you should rest. He observed the director's worsening pallor with growing concern. Zhou Mu urged gently, but the director shook his head. No need. I once pursued criminals while grievously wounded, and endured. He recounted fragments of his past. Zhou Mu responded in kind, engaging in conversation as the column advanced, systematically clearing zombies en route toward the school, distant artillery thunder echoing across the horizon. The distant detonations arrested Shifang's movements. He rose and gazed toward the source, the direction of Dongsuno. 1 Middle School. The city guard possesses no heavy ordnance. So the military is advancing upon the school, seeking to save the nation's future blossoms. Still, the campus is indeed expansive. Perhaps you intend to use it as a base, then expand outward, liberating ever more survivors. Shifang watched thick plumes of smoke rise steadily into the sky. He appeared to grasp the military's strategic intent, then allowed a sly chilling smile to spread across his face. Yes, the school is truly an ideal location. Once secured, you may accomplish much. Yet it is equally a fitting graveyard. Since you have already arrived, it is time I dealt with you. With those words, Shifang turned, and behind him stretched a seething, churning mass: zombified wolves, tigers, leopards, bears, primates, and overhead dense flocks of undead raptors wheeled in grim formation. Each beast radiated savage ferocity, and many had undergone grotesque physical mutations. Chimpanzees, rhinoceroses, elephants, and crocodiles had all swelled to monstrous proportions. In contrast, avian mutants showed minimal size increase, except for one, the undead golden eagle, whose stature had dramatically expanded. Its average growth reached half a meter, yet even at 2 meters tall the golden eagle commanded terrifying presence. First, let me assess the situation at No. 1 Middle School. And simultaneously locate the mutated zombie. You may, if she still lives, she must hide. To lose her now would be a tragic waste. As these thoughts coalesced, his gaze locked onto the golden eagle soaring above, and the neural link activated with a resonant hum. A rush of wind filled his ears. His perspective shifted seamlessly, from Song Shue's ground-level view, to the eagle's commanding aerial vantage point. The entire zoo's layout unfolded beneath him, laid bare in perfect detail. Guiding the eagle's flight, he savored the ecstasy of soaring, while simultaneously commanding the entire legion of undead beasts to converge upon the school. He himself surged ahead, scouting the battlefield. The golden eagle moved with blinding speed. Within seconds, Shifang hovered high above Dongsuno. 1 Middle School. Below, the school's perimeter had become a writhing sea. Thousands of zombies, drawn inexorably, now encircled the campus. Under Colonel Zhou Mu's command, Yen Kingdom soldiers unleashed relentless fire from behind the school's outer walls. Zombies exploded into viscera under the barrage of concentrated firepower. Mortars expertly directed by artillery crews struck precise targets along the front line, relieving the most heavily pressured sectors with surgical efficiency. Countless zombies were torn apart, crimson blood stained hundreds of meters of pavement, fragmented bones piled into thick, glistening layers, spent brass casings accumulated into glittering mounds beside the troops. Within the school grounds, scattered zombies were methodically hunted down by elite squads dispatched by the deputy commander. Students were being rescued one by one. Looking further afield, ordinary zombies, drawn by the thunderous artillery, continued streaming in wave upon wave. If this momentum continued, every zombie within range would inevitably converge, and be utterly obliterated beneath the crushing weight of this single battalion's firepower. Shifang's eyelids twitched violently. Though he had anticipated it, ordinary zombies stood no chance against the Yen Kingdom's military, he was still shaken by the sheer brutal totality of the slaughter. Truly the military's power is terrifying, even a single battalion is devastating. Should reinforcements arrive in greater numbers, every zombie in Li City will perish. This military force is the gravest threat, my top priority must be its neutralization. With aerial assets at my command I can deploy infected birds to infiltrate military bases and disseminate the virus. Once the Yen Kingdom's armed forces are crippled, even partially, the pressure upon me will diminish dramatically. His gaze remained fixed upon the lopsided carnage below. His mind raced formulating strategy, but striking military installations was a secondary objective. For now the battalion at No. 1 middle school demanded immediate attention. Moreover, the expendable zombies could not be squandered further. In that instant resolution crystallized. A piercing shriek rent the air. Soldiers instinctively craned their necks skyward. Colonel Zhou followed suit, but before he could discern the shape streaking overhead, a cry of elation burst forth. They're fleeing. The zombies are retreating. Ha! Even zombies fear us now. Who knew they'd know how to run? Sir, shall we pursue? Watching the swarm dissolve into rapid retreat, and hearing his men's jubilant cries, Colonel Zhou's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with deep foreboding. The ordinary soldiers were only concerned with their joy. They were happy to have repelled the horde of corpses. Winning a battle is indeed worth celebrating. However, some clever soldiers were not so pleased. As the camp leader Zhou Mu and the other officers were hardly cheerful either. They had discovered something significant. That is, zombies are not mindless. In their past understanding, although zombies had strong physical capabilities, they were brainless, even incapable of jumping. Dealing with these creatures was easy for an army equipped with powerful firearms. However, they now realized that zombies even understood how to retreat. Indeed, it was retreat, not a panicked escape. Both Zhou Mu and the other officers noticed that the zombies were still roaring with great hostility towards them, seemingly eager to rush over and devour them. Yet they restrained their impulses. They chose to leave this place and retreat. Wasn't this a sign of intelligence? Furthermore, there was another matter. These zombies were retreating collectively. This was not merely a display of individual intelligence. It was an order from a leader among the zombies. This meant that among the encircling zombies was a zombie commander. That being must possess intelligence, and its presence would undoubtedly increase casualties among civilians and their army, potentially bringing disaster to the entire city. This being must be killed. In an instant Zhou Mu made a decision. A zombie commander, such a thing actually exists. This creature must be found and eliminated. Additionally, this matter must be reported to higher authorities. Perhaps similar beings exist among the zombies appearing in other cities. Knowing this early could reduce casualties. With this thought, Zhou Mu decisively picked up the phone to inform his superior of the situation. Shifang was watching from a distance atop a building. He observed the military's movements within the school. That army did not pursue them. However, they would not give up on clearing the eastern district. They didn't pursue, they merely needed a temporary rest. Moreover, there were matters to handle within the school. Such as those students who had been infected, but had not yet transformed into zombies. During the military's rest period, the horde of zombie beasts had drawn ever closer to the school. As the zombie beasts approached, Shifang ordered them to halt at a distance from the school without advancing immediately, as he was concerned that the horde might appear directly in front of the army. At that time, various artillery shells would rain down. His zombie beasts would suffer heavy losses. Shifang had his own plans. As the horde drew near, his consciousness linked and transferred to a golden-haired monkey. Zombies and gorillas, pull back. Hide in the buildings, destroy the buildings. Throw debris to strike the humans. Raptors coordinate with the gorillas for aerial bombardment. The tiger pack will disperse to surround the school and eliminate fleeing soldiers. The leopard and lion packs will assist the tigers. Monkey troops follow me into the school. The horde will regroup, remaining stationary. Prevent any humans from breaking out. With the order given, Shifang leapt 3 zhang forward, swiftly closing in on the school. The golden-haired monkey was inherently fast. After transforming, its physical abilities enhanced, allowing for greater speed and jumping capabilities. Through its body, Shifang could accomplish many things. As Shifang advanced, other zombie monkeys followed suit. Of course, on the street, a sudden appearance of hundreds of strange monkeys charged toward the school. The soldiers also saw them. They exchanged puzzled glances. Where did all these monkeys come from? They can't possibly be from the zoo, can they? I think perhaps so. After all, there's a zombie crisis. No one would be managing the zoo. These monkeys would naturally run out if they were hungry. Wait, do you think these monkeys could also be infected? The soldiers stared at the monkey horde engaging in conversation. They suspected that the monkeys might be infected. Thus they readied their weapons. Camp leader Zhou Mu, who had just finished a call, frowned upon seeing the approaching monkey horde. Fire, try to scare them away. After a moment's thought he immediately gave the order. Yes. The soldiers raised their guns. Accompanied by the gunfire, strangely the distant monkey horde was not frightened but rather suddenly scattered while continuing to approach. Seeing this scene, Zhou Mu could almost immediately ascertain. These monkeys were undoubtedly zombie monkeys. After all, if they were ordinary monkeys, they would have fled long ago. Animals. Have they also been infected? Zhou Mu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He then commanded open fire. Shoot all monkeys approaching the school. With the order given, the soldiers did not hold back, aiming their guns at the scattered monkeys and firing. However, the monkeys were not zombie humans. If they were smaller and more agile, capable of running and jumping, making them very hard to hit. Moreover, if a zombie monkey wasn't shot in the head, it wouldn't die. Hitting the swiftly moving monkey heads was an insurmountable challenge for ordinary soldiers. Thus, even as the soldiers opened fire when the monkey horde drew near, they hardly managed to shoot any monkeys. As the monkey horde was about to charge into the school, Zhou Mu's brow was tightly furrowed. The zombie monkeys posed a significant challenge to him, but before he could devise a solution for the approaching zombie monkeys, a new situation arose. Bang! A loud crash suddenly echoed by his ear, faintly mixed with the screams of soldiers. Zhou Mu instinctively looked up. What he saw was a cement block having fallen from who knows where, crushing a soldier beneath it. While Zhou Mu was puzzled, a continuous sound of something slicing through the air filled the sky. He looked up and his face changed drastically. Countless cement blocks of various sizes were flying in from behind the distant buildings. Bang! 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 As these cement blocks landed, numerous soldiers were injured or killed. The front line was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, those monkeys seized the opportunity to rush in and savagely bite at the soldiers. These zombie monkeys were incredibly brutal. Their sharp teeth and claws could easily tear apart a soldier's throat, and the soldiers had to dodge the falling cement blocks while dealing with the zombie monkeys. They simply could not cope. Many panicked soldiers randomly fired their guns in an attempt to shoot the monkeys, only to end up injuring their comrades. In an instant the school was thrown into complete chaos. Zhou Mu watched the chaotic situation unfold before him. He clenched his fists, filled with urgency and anger. Calm down everyone, remain calm. Fall back, retreat to the school playground. Artillery regiment, keep an eye on the direction from which the cement blocks are coming and fire immediately. As the camp leader, Zhou Mu was quite competent. Even in the face of sudden circumstances he could remain calm and direct the soldiers to retreat from the strike zone of the cement blocks while ordering artillery to target the zombie guerrillas throwing the blocks. However, while Zhou Mu could command the soldiers, Shifang could similarly command the zombies. His stealth skill was activated simultaneously, making the golden-haired monkey completely ignored in the crowd. Seizing this opportunity, Shifang directed the other zombie monkeys to gradually converge on Zhou Mu's location while he quietly picked up a soldier's fallen handgun from the ground. Zhou Mu did not notice Shifang's presence. His sense of existence was diminished. At this moment Zhou Mu was commanding the other soldiers while retreating under their cover. Yet most of his orders were ineffective. Besides the guerrillas, the birds of prey in the sky had also joined in the bombardment with cement blocks. In an instant the artillerymen were at a loss. Those birds of prey flew high and fast. It was impossible for them to hit their targets. Amidst the chaos, soldiers began to flee from the command to escape. But lurking outside, the tigers and leopards quickly devoured those fleeing soldiers. Seeing his men suffer heavy casualties, Zhou Mu's eyes burned with rage, yet he felt powerless. He could not comprehend how, despite the initially favorable situation where they had eliminated a large number of zombies, all their advantages vanished in the blink of an eye. Was it the overwhelming strength of the zombie beasts? Or was it his command error? No, perhaps it was neither. After all, zombie beasts do not cooperate. Nor would they understand how to dismantle walls to throw cement blocks. Behind this must be a highly intelligent enemy directing them. It must be that zombie commander. Zhou Mu found the answer in his heart. He recalled that at the beginning, when the horde retreated, a long howl had resonated from the sky. Perhaps at that moment he should have realized that this zombie commander could also command the zombie beasts. But he was no Zhuge Liang, he could not foresee everything. Now with defeat looming, retreat was likely impossible. Nevertheless, as a soldier, one should fight until the end. At the very least they should buy time for the survivors to escape. With this thought, Zhou Mu opened his mouth to issue a desperate command, preparing to lead the soldiers to fight fiercely against the zombie beasts. However, before his words could escape, bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, Zhou Mu's eyes lost their light. His expression was forever frozen on his face. In the distance, a golden-haired monkey holding a handgun coldly stared at the decapitated camp leader Zhou Mu. Captain Zhou Mu was shot dead. The nearby soldiers were bewildered. Their first reaction in their minds was, there must be a traitor in the ranks. After all, zombie monkeys can't use firearms. Even if they could, they would surely use them poorly. Not to mention accurately hitting the head. So they suspected a traitor in the team. This suspicion seems reasonable, but who the hell would betray the team for zombies? What benefit is there in appeasing zombies? Hoping they'll be less aggressive when they eat you. The soldiers couldn't make sense of it, but Zhou Mu was already dead and they were still being attacked by hordes of undead beasts, so they didn't have time to think about such chaotic matters. Retreating to save their lives was the top priority. Retreat, brothers, hurry and retreat. If we don't retreat now, we're all going to die. It was unclear who among the officers shouted. Hearing this command, the soldiers attempted to retreat under the leadership of their respective squad leaders and platoon leaders. Without Zhou Mu's command, the army was now like a loose sand. You ask about the deputy camp leader. Sorry, he's dead. He didn't die at the hands of the undead beasts. The deputy camp leader was bitten to death by the suddenly transformed director of the Eastern District City Guard. The director's previous headaches were actually the early signs of transformation after he absorbed the viral pollen from zombie plants, but many people simply didn't know. Currently, the zombie plants have not yet been revealed to the public. The only infection method people could think of was being grabbed or bitten by zombie creatures. This also led to the deputy camp leader's tragic death. The director who bit the deputy camp leader continued to attack the other survivors in the school. In an instant, the survivors were thrown into chaos. The school was filled with the sounds of people's screams, roars and all sorts of chaotic noises. If the army could no longer control the situation. After all, they couldn't even protect themselves. Now various squads were fleeing in panic. The survivors also ran randomly, just choosing a soldiers group to follow out. However, when people broke out of the school, they discovered a more desperate scene outside, a mass of undead blocking the road. The large fierce undead tigers and leopards were staring at them with greedy eyes. The school was completely doomed. The people here could not withstand the horde of undead beasts. The surrounding area showed no concern for those doomed humans. He entered the teaching building to summon the remaining undead. He wanted to see the mutated zombie Yume, provided she hadn't died yet. With Shifang's command, the few surviving zombies in the teaching building emerged. Shifang's gaze fell on one of the zombies. This zombie appeared somewhat unusual. While other zombies had dull crimson eyes, this one had lively eyes. She even held a handgun in her hand. The moment Shifang saw this zombie, he was certain she was Yume. System, show me her stats again. Name Yume. Race zombie. Type all-rounder. Level 3. Stage first stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 1, skill consumption level 2. Passive skills agile level 2, combat instinct level 1. Active skills none. Description: a mutated all-rounder zombie. She's already level 3. And her talent skill consumption as well as her passive skill agile have also leveled up. Goodness, in such a short time her transformation is astonishing. Seeing the stats, Shifang was quite surprised. However, he quickly calmed down. After all, there were many student survivors in this school. Yume, being intelligent and able to use tools, could more easily find survivors and consume them, thus accelerating her level growth. Therefore her reaching level 3 is not surprising. This girl is quite fast in her advancement. Moreover, she is intelligent and can think. Most importantly, she can consume people to learn skills. She would be quite suitable as a subordinate. Shifang contemplated as he gazed at Yume. As the horde of undead expanded, it was impossible for him to constantly monitor every area. He needed many capable subordinates to confront humanity. Yume was a suitable candidate. However, currently Yume's abilities were limited. She still needed time to learn. After some thought, Shifang ordered the remaining zombies in the school to bring over the artillerymen who had not yet transformed. Then he let Yume consume them. After Yume had eaten some flesh from the artillerymen, Shifang had the mortars left by the army moved over and placed in front of Yume. The latter stared at the mortar for a few moments, then began to mimic loading shells and even raised her hands as if measuring distance and aiming to fire at enemies. This delighted Shifang immensely. Wow, this skill consumption. What a great talent. With this talent, as long as she keeps consuming people, she can truly learn all human techniques. Those powerful firearms from the army. Naturally she can use them. Not bad. Shifang couldn't help but praise. A glimmer of pride flashed in Yume's eyes. Fortunately Shifang didn't notice, otherwise he would have been stunned by Yume again. Aside from being amazed by Yume's abilities, the system also chimed in with a notification. Growth completed, level up. You have gained 1 ability point from leveling up. Leveling up was expected. However, this time no talent was triggered. Shifang didn't rush to upgrade skills, his current skill effects were still satisfactory. I'll wait until I level up a few more times to see. If there are new skills, I'll upgrade those, if not I can upgrade other skills later. Right now I have other matters to attend to. There are more than one army leaving the city. They all need to be dealt with. But before that I must spread the zombie virus at the military base to paralyze the army. Otherwise, even if I clear out the army leaving the city, more reinforcements will arrive. And then there are the local forces outside the city. I need to thoroughly eliminate this city. Then I can free up my hands to handle other cities. Shifang pondered for a moment. He then devised a plan to destroy the city's water and power systems. Without water, humans cannot survive. Without electricity, countless equipment in the city will malfunction and people will lose visibility. Losing these two crucial elements, the city will inevitably fall. It's just a matter of time. However, Shifang actually had other ideas. For example, destroying the local core network, to cut off communication with the outside world. Or destroying satellite stations so that those satellite phones within the army become useless. But later Shifang felt it unnecessary. As long as there's no electricity and with the spread of the zombie virus, these things would gradually become obsolete on their own. He didn't need to waste time destroying them one by one. Instead of wasting that time, it would be better to cause trouble in other cities. Once his thoughts concluded, Shifang ordered the zombies to collect the firearms left by the military. Then he instructed Yumei and the zombie animals to hide within the school and not to run around. Shifang gave this command simply worried about what might happen while he was away. If these fools rushed out and were targeted by the other military forces, leaving the city getting wiped out by their heavy firepower, Shifang would surely be left feeling heartbroken. Of course, ordinary zombies didn't matter. And those zombie vultures, let them roam free to hunt. After all, they needed to grow. After issuing these commands, Shifang's consciousness returned to his main body. He took out his phone and, relying on humanity's powerful internet system, began to check the station military situation near the city and the specific locations of military bases. Although Shifang was also well aware that what could be found online was merely the portion that the Yen country government wanted to show you. But to Shifang that was sufficient. He didn't expect to paralyze all the armies. His goal was merely to weaken. If the Yen country's combat power declines, then his goal will be achieved. And the high-ranking officials of the Yen country could not possibly imagine that the zombie leader was actually browsing the internet for military information. If they found out, they would probably shut down the entire network immediately. Of course, they ultimately remained unaware, and Shifang had successfully found the 44th Armored Infantry Division, the closest to the city, along with their specific location. With Shifang's consciousness returning to the Golden Eagle, he began to fly toward his destination, the 44th Armored Infantry Division. They were stationed in the outskirts of Valley City. Valley City, like Leaving City, is governed by Yen country's Baiwa province. At this time, the 44th Division's garrison, aside from those units redeployed to support surrounding cities. Most of the remaining troops continued their training here, ready to respond to sudden situations. However, an unexpected guest arrived at today's garrison. It was an exceedingly large golden eagle. As a protected animal of Yen country, the soldiers saw it but just thought it was a rare sight. They didn't pay too much attention. What the soldiers didn't realize was that the grass and trees where the golden eagle had landed had already changed. An eerie floral scent was beginning to spread. Many soldiers in the camp gradually began to feel unwell. Meanwhile, Shifang, linked to the golden eagle, continued to fly toward the garrison of the 190000 strong Baiwa province's 19th Group Army, and similar occurrences to that of the 44th Division would unfold soon after. At the garrisons of the 19th Group Army and other major divisions, similar scenes were playing out. Shifang's transformation radius was vast, nearly encompassing all known military garrisons across Baiwa province. He had made every effort to reach each location, deploying virus-laden pollen from nearby flora to infect the station's soldiers. This was the decisive advantage of air superiority. The Golden Eagle's flight speed was extraordinary, reaching over 300 km per hour, even at its baseline uninfected capacity. As a zombified Golden Eagle, its physical capabilities had surged dramatically, its velocity accelerated further, fatigue vanished entirely, and it required no sustenance or rest. In essence, so long as Shifang willed it, he could command this tireless apex avian sovereign to circumnavigate the globe, though the world itself remained impossibly vast. Shifang had neither time nor need for gradual traversal. For now, he confined his operations to Baiwa province alone, and within just half an hour, riding the zombified eagle's blistering pace, he struck each major garrison across the province in swift succession. And as he returned to Licheng, chaos erupted across Baiwa province's military bases. Soldiers began turning en masse, attacking comrades, triggering widespread panic, while non-commissioned officers scrambled desperately to contain the collapse. After all the external zombie threat remained unresolved, commanders had to monitor cities constantly and dispatch reinforcements on demand, yet before those outer threats could be subdued, their own ranks had already been infiltrated from within. Such cascading crises, both internal and external, inevitably overwhelmed the base officers, deepening their exhaustion and strain. Meanwhile, beyond Baiwa province, senior officials of the Yen state in Wudu were gripped by shock, and even dread, upon viewing a certain video. In the council tower's conference room, Sovereign Wang Wei sat with furrowed brows. His gaze was fixed upon the wall ahead, where footage played the catastrophic defeat of military forces by zombified animals at Lidu Middle School. The projection captured in full detail the coordinated assault, zombified raptors and macaques acting in seamless concert. Senior officials watching for the first time recoiled in horror and disbelief. Zombified animals proved terrifyingly formidable, their reflexes lightning quick, rendering soldiers' gunfire futile. Worse still, they wielded tools with chilling intelligence. They hurled massive concrete blocks, beyond human capacity to withstand. Even blast-resistant shields shattered under the impact, shattering soldiers' arms outright. Faced with such a synchronized multi-domain assault, airborne and terrestrial, human forces despite possessing advanced weaponry found themselves utterly outmatched. Accuracy meant nothing if bullets never found their mark. Moreover, the video depicted only a handful of species. No one dared presume what further horrors might yet emerge. Consider the water buffalo, rhinoceros and elephant, thick-skinned immensely powerful beasts. Should they too succumb to zombification, even heavy ordnance might fail to fell them. Yet the gravest peril lay elsewhere, smaller creatures darting unchecked through streets and shelters, disseminating the virus uncontrollably, impossible to intercept, impossible to contain. It was precisely this insidious, inescapable contagion that instilled true terror among the leadership, for none wished to fall ill, let alone perish as a zombified abomination at the hands of their own comrades. After watching the footage, Sovereign Wang Wei spoke grimly. Zombified animals have emerged in Licheng, the epicenter of the outbreak. And they coordinate, intentionally, deliberately. Such large-scale synchronization implies a commanding intelligence directing them. We must eliminate all zombified lifeforms, but the mastermind behind them is our paramount priority. Without its command, individual zombified animals possess limited capability. Our troops could neutralize them. As he spoke, his eyes turned toward General Wu Yong, Commander-in-Chief of the military district. Wu Yong nodded, instantly understood. I will deploy the 44th Division to Licheng for a focus strike. Its leader will not escape. Sovereign Wang Wei gave a curt nod. Zhao Ji, director of the Urban Defense Bureau, added swiftly, but this may still be insufficient. We must mobilize the 19th Group Army. Enforce total quarantine on Licheng, no human entry or exit. And no animal, not one, shall pass. Wang Wei acknowledged Zhao Ji's proposal with a solemn nod. Prudence, after all, was never misplaced, yet even as the final word settled. From the corner of the room, Yang, the young contemplative director of the supervisory department, posed a question that pierced the silence like a blade. What if the situation in Lidu spirals beyond control? Would it then become necessary to abandon Lidu entirely and authorize aerial bombardment? The question hung in the air, and the room fell utterly still. All present knew full well how many innocent survivors such a strike would claim, and how fiercely public outcry would ignite. Yet as leaders of the Yen state, they also understood a harsher truth: at critical junctures the greater good must prevail. If Lidu collapsed and the zombified commander broke free, or if the infected scattered, unchecked, catastrophe would cascade across the land. Thus, when Yang's words faded, Wang Wei's expression hardened, and he gave a slow, resolute nod. If the moment demands it, I will issue the order. He lifted his gaze, surveying the assembly. Are there further recommendations? Should we disclose the zombified animal threat to the public, to warn citizens against animal contact? Such awareness would mitigate losses. Yes, this course is advisable. And with that, the Yen state's high-level emergency session concluded. Footage of zombified animals routing the military flooded the networks, igniting national outrage. Then came the official state alert, sparking nationwide discourse. Online forums exploded with threads, countless netizens voicing alarm. Holy hell, zombified animals are this lethal. The military's being crushed outright. Damn, ordinary zombies were already a nightmare. Now even animals are turning. Worse, they coordinate. How long has this virus even been active? And already they've evolved this far. Are our armed forces really this incompetent? Can't even hit those monkeys at point-blank range. Give me a rifle, I'll mow them down myself. I'm ranked steer in military survival games. Confirmed. Top comment is pure delusion. My dog just went rabid chasing my wife down the hallway. Yeah, zombies are popping up here too. At this rate, humanity's doomed. Countless voices debated zombified fauna, some already mourning humanity's uncertain future. Indeed, the zombies were terrifyingly potent. When the outbreak first began, many believed familiarity with zombie films and games granted them mastery over the crisis, perhaps even a path to fame and fortune. After all, cinematic zombies moved sluggishly, weakly, effortlessly slain. But reality bore no resemblance to fiction. Real zombies were swift, savage, overwhelming. They moved with blinding speed and brute strength. Ordinary people stood no chance. And the emergence of zombified animals drove home a chilling truth: even heavily armed forces could no longer guarantee safety. With the virus still spreading, no one knew when, or how, it might breach their own city. So preemptive hoarding of supplies, and even excavation and construction of fortified shelters, became the populace's instinctive response. Thus cities untouched by infection, already trembling with anxiety, descended further into chaos. Panic-driven mass purchasing swept the markets, some resorted outright to looting. Urban defense troops struggled helplessly against the tide. Compounding the crisis, pre-existing criminal syndicates seized the disorder to expand their violence, causing crime rates nationwide to surge. Local officials were paralyzed. The zombie threat remained unaddressed, and now civil strife had erupted. They truly deserved to be bitten. Setting aside humanity's turmoil, Shifang had already returned to Licheng, preparing his next phase: eliminate remaining military units in Licheng, then sever power and water supplies. Pausing briefly to deliberate, he summoned hidden animals and through the Golden Eagle's vantage surveyed Licheng's 4 quadrants, pinpointing residual garrisons in the southeast, southwest and northwest districts. Those garrisons mirrored the eastern district's deployment, roughly battalion strength, though the military had additionally assigned 2 extra battalions for reinforcement. 5 battalions constituted significant force, but they were widely dispersed. Shifang could isolate and dismantle them one by one. One complication, however, lingered: a large contingent of soldiers remained outside Licheng, manning the quarantine perimeter. They enforced a rigid cordon, blocking refugees fleeing toward other cities, but stationed themselves at a deliberate distance from the city walls. And they rarely moved. If they did, waves of refugees would break through, carrying the virus farther still. Such responsibility exceeded what any officer dared assume. Hence they would almost certainly withhold support, yet absolute certainty remained elusive. So Shifang devised a cunning stratagem: deploy swarms of zombified macaques and small avian flocks to breach the quarantine line, spreading infection among both soldiers and gathered refugees, thereby collapsing the cordon. Or at minimum incite utter pandemonium, ensuring that even if the perimeter forces wished to rush into Licheng to aid the 5 battalions, they would be rendered incapable. The plan of Shifang is correct. The zombie monkeys are hard to deal with, and the zombie birds are even more elusive. As the monkey horde and the bird flock crashed through the quarantine line, the troops in the quarantine zone could not hold their ground at all. Many soldiers were injured by the monkeys and pecked by the birds. These injured began to transform and infected even more people. Thus the entire quarantine line fell into chaos. The refugees took the opportunity to scatter and flee. The army, unable to care for themselves, could not stop them. Meanwhile, outside the city, Shifang circled in the air, leading the horde of corpses to launch precision attacks on various military forces, targeting 3 other districts of the city with over 5 battalions and thousands of troops. In an incredibly short time, the horde wiped them out completely. Nearby the battlefield, the hidden survivors were left utterly hopeless after witnessing the scene. The zombie animals are terrifying. Coupled with the mountain-like horde, many survivors took their own lives in despair. Others, having come to terms with their fate, opened their doors and willingly accepted infection. In a situation of certain death, perhaps accepting the transformation into a zombie would be more bearable. Shifang was not concerned with the thoughts of the survivors, he was only focused on the zombie animals under his command. Although he had destroyed all the military forces outside the city, the army's firearms still inflicted losses on the zombie beasts. Fortunately, the zoo outside the city was not the only one. There are 3 other districts. After transforming the animals there, the number of zombie beasts increased rather than diminished. What surprised Shifang was, among the tiger group transformed from the East District Tiger Park, there was a white tiger that mutated after leveling up. Name: white tiger. Species: zombie. Type: combat type zombie. Level 4. Stage: first stage mutation. Talent: zombie virus. Level 1. Fighter. Level 1. Passive skill: oppression. Level 2. Active skills: bone armor. Level 2. Tiger roar, thunder sound. Level 1. Description: a zombified white tiger. Level 4. Zombie white tiger. This is its panel. The key point is its skills. Level 1. Fighter, a warrior that grows braver as it fights, and its attributes have a small chance of increasing when injured. Level 2. Oppression, a naturally powerful aura that instills fear in its enemies. Level 2. Bone armor activates to cover parts of the body with bony armor for protection. Level 1. Tiger roar, thunder sound emits a strong sound wave to strike a 50-meter cone area ahead. For skills: 2 active. And they are all quite useful skills. Especially its talent: fighter. This talent boosts attributes. Not temporarily but permanently. In other words, as long as it keeps fighting, its speed and strength will continue to grow. The oppression skill is straightforward. Anyone who sees it is left stunned with fear. This passive effect is remarkable. Shifang personally witnessed many soldiers freeze and dare not fire their guns at it. Bone armor is also easy to understand. Parts of its body grow bony armor. For example, it grew a helmet on its head. This makes it difficult for firearms to kill it. The final tiger roar, thunder sound is ferocious. If this skill can rupture eardrums and cause disorientation, and those with weaknesses might even be killed by the powerful sound waves. In previous battles this mutated tiger performed excellently. Many soldiers died at its hands. Of course, as the zombies began to level up. In fact, the only mutated one was not this white tiger. Other mutated zombies were less noteworthy, such as a zombie that mutated into a speed-type zombie. Its skill is jumping high. Aside from being able to jump 3 meters high, it had no other remarkable traits. There was also one that mutated into a 4-armed zombie. This one was slightly useful. After all, hitting someone with 4 arms is easier. Overall, Shifang merely glanced at those less impressive mutations, not paying them much mind. But for every mutation currently known he had the system help him record them for future reference as the events to come are unpredictable. Moreover, as the number of zombies continues to increase, the variety of mutations will grow. Shifang's capabilities are limited. He fears forgetting which mutations exist. If he were to forget when the time comes that he needs them, it would be a total disaster, right? So he had the system keep track. He can check them at any time when necessary. The system as an assistant naturally would not refuse Shifang. After all, it is a competent system. After Shifang quickly understood the changes in his zombie subordinates as their levels increased, he did not waste any more time and swiftly headed to the electric plant and water plant outside the city. The water plant does not need to be destroyed. Just polluting the water is sufficient. As for the electric plant, Shifang ordered the zombie gorillas to wreak havoc and destroy everything without mercy. With the actions of the zombie gorillas, various facilities in the electric plant were damaged. The electricity outside the city was completely paralyzed. Now the city is cut off from water and electricity. Humans without water cannot last long. But drinking water will only lead to rapid zombification. The lack of electricity will plunge humanity into darkness, making it nearly impossible for them to move. However, the zombie creatures are unaffected by this. They possess strong senses and can even see in the dark if the night is instead their domain. Now the city is without water and electricity. This place is basically finished. But humans will not give up on it. Moreover, the matter of the zombie animals has already come to the attention of the higher-ups in the Yen Kingdom. Perhaps they have already dispatched a large number of troops to come. Waiting foolishly for the army to strike is not a wise choice. I perhaps can take the initiative. Shifang controlled the golden eagle to land. After a brief contemplation, he spread his wings again and commanded the zombie animals to leave the city and head towards the mountains. With the collapse of the quarantine line outside the city, the zombie animals could easily exit the city without obstruction. However, Shifang did not allow the horde to follow them out. Ordinary zombies have limited abilities. For now, it is best to keep them in the city. Later, they will be needed. Additionally, there is the zombie Yume. Shifang glanced down at her. Yume had long since changed from her past self. In the previous battles, having devoured numerous human soldiers, officers and other survivors, she had acquired a wealth of skills and her intelligence had grown significantly. She even learned how to use equipment. Perhaps to protect herself, she found a helmet from somewhere to wear and was dressed in the bulletproof vest of those officers. She even wielded an anti-explosion shield in one hand and a rifle in the other. She was undoubtedly a heavily armored warrior. Her growth was astounding, surpassing Shifang's expectations. This is a hero unit. Shifang exclaimed. Yume has great potential to become a zombie king. He did not plan to have Yume stay here. Shifang knew that given the current situation outside the city, if the army continued to be wiped out, the desperate humans would undoubtedly implement a full-scale bombing of the city. After all, thinking from another angle, if Shifang were human and saw so many strange occurrences outside the city, he would also guess that there must be an exceptionally intelligent zombie leader commanding the horde. To minimize losses for the Yen Kingdom, he would choose to bomb the city, sacrificing the small to save the large. Shifang had already seen through this. Who says he wasn't once human? Of course, it was precisely because he anticipated this that he planned to send Yume to other cities. If Yume were to die here, then Shifang would suffer a great loss. Thinking of this, Shifang dove down, grabbing Yume with his claws, and rapidly ascended, flying towards a distant city where he would allow her to develop. However, he had barely flown for long when a prompt echoed in his mind. Growth is full level up. You gain 1 ability point from leveling up and trigger a talent to acquire a new skill, demonization. Level 1 demonization, enter a demonized state for 10 minutes, doubling your attributes. I obtained a new skill. Hearing the prompt, Shifang was delighted. During his other activities, his level had already increased several times. But he had not acquired any skills. This time, with the level up, he finally did. Demonization doubles attributes. This skill is good. I can link it to powerful zombies and synchronize demonization to enhance combat power. And level 1 already doubles it. If I continue to level up. Let's see how many ability points I have left. System check my panel. Name Shifang. Species zombie, source body. Level 9, growth 28100. Rank 0, rank 9100. Talent zombie, source body level 1. Talent skill living transformation level 2. Passive skill regeneration level 3, skill synchronization level 2. Active skills shared link level 2, stealth level 1, demonization level 1. Remaining ability points 9. Description. Since he frequently triggered his talent during previous level-ups, Shifang had quite a few ability points left. 9 points, haha, not bad. Seeing his current panel, Shifang's true body revealed a hint of a smile. 9 ability points remained, enough for multiple skill upgrades. Shifang stared at the interface in quiet contemplation before confirming which skills to enhance. System upgrade living transmutation to level 1 N, upgrade artisan synchronization to level 1 N, upgrade shared link to level 1 N, finally upgrade concealment and demonization to level 2. Living transmutation required 3 ability points. Shifang hesitated to invest heavily in it, after all his current midair transmutation range was barely sufficient. Yet considering its newly unlocked effects he allocated 1 point to living transmutation. Artisan synchronization and shared link would each expand their functional scope, increasing linked generations and synchronized skill count respectively. These 2 skills were non-negotiable. As for concealment and demonization, Shifang committed 4 points, because they were pivotal to his forthcoming plan. His plan demanded heightened stealth, greater invisibility, and demonization's amplification to overcome looming threats. And what that plan entailed however remained known only to him. At that moment as Shifang issued the command the system initiated the upgrades. N ability points consumed, skills upgraded. N level 3 living transmutation midair transmutation radius expanded to 50 meters from the user center. Level 3 shared link capable of linking 3 generations of zombies. N level 3 artisan synchronization increases synchronized skill count by 1. N level 3 concealment grants silent movement and further diminishes perceptibility. Level 3 demonization amplifies attributes by a factor of 3. N living transmutation gained no new effect, but its range surged dramatically. Shared link and artisan synchronization required no elaboration. N level 3 concealment rendered movement utterly soundless, and perceptibility suppression grew markedly stronger. That made mischief far easier to execute. N demonization now delivered triple attribute enhancement. N surveying the updated skill set Shifang broke into a broad satisfied smile. Upgrades complete. N press forward. N snapping back to awareness Shifang unfurled his wings. N the zombie golden eagle tore across the sky vanishing into the distance. N, Licheng City East District Tongyang Road. N, Dad, look over there. The breakfast shop over there has no zombies. N, can we go there? N, there might be food inside. From a narrow alley choked with dust and rubble a girl of about 11, small backpack slung over her shoulders face smudged with grime, peered out scanned left and right then turned toward the breakfast shop across the street and spoke. Hearing her voice the tall middle-aged man behind her, gripping a blood-stained crowbar, stepped forward glanced outward and confirmed no zombies lurked nearby. Only then did he nod. Be careful, N, I'll lead, stay silent, N, she replied obediently. Then curiosity flickering in her eyes she asked, Dad, why is the osmanthus tree outside the breakfast shop red? Nand it smells so sweet. She sniffed deeply. N he shook his head. Probably, na rare cultivar N, I've never studied botany. Enough, no more talking. Let's go, Nas he spoke he tightened his grip on the crowbar, and kept glancing back to ensure she followed closely. Father and daughter advanced cautiously using parked vehicles as cover treading in near silence. Though he saw no zombies nearby something else stirred, an uncanny sensation. Was it illusion? And he thought he glimpsed, just for an instant, a figure waving at him from the breakfast shop's window, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife. An illusion? He rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again the woman stood there still, her face identical to that of his deceased wife gesturing gently toward him. She even seemed to be speaking. At that very moment the girl beside him whispered, Dad Ven, is that Mom? Hearing his daughter's voice he knew, beyond doubt, he wasn't hallucinating. After all how could two people share the exact same illusion? Yet if it wasn't illusion, what was that woman doing in the breakfast shop? Could she still be alive? And not chilling possibility surfaced in his mind. His heart lurched violently. Long-buried memories, warm tender luminous, flooded his consciousness like a tide moments shared with his wife vivid and unyielding. Though reason insisted she had died years ago his love ran too deep too fiercely to resist the pull, his feet moved forward almost against his will. His pace quickened. The girl radiant with excitement understood little of death, only that her mother had been gone for a very long time. To see her again, here now, filled her with pure unguarded joy. Together they crossed the street with hushed care. As they slipped into the breakfast shop and approached the woman her features fused seamlessly, into the father's memory of his lost wife and into the daughter's tender recollection of her mother. Longing welled up spilling over as tears. He reached out to embrace her, but she recoiled suddenly her face contorted in pain. Knee's breath caught. Then he saw it a stunted zombie clamped onto her calf. Rage erupted, white-hot consuming. To witness his beloved harmed was unbearable. His crowbar swung down with savage unrestrained force, and crack. The small zombie crumpled lifelessly to the floor. The woman smiled again, but stepped backward refusing to draw nearer. He rushed after her. None retreated the other pursued, until they reached the rooftop terrace. There she halted. Yet he blind to the yawning void ahead strode forward without hesitation. Then, thud. Heavy hollow impact echoed as he plummeted from the heights. Blood bloomed across his forehead spreading like ink on snow. Clarity pierced the haze, just for a moment. And no woman existed. And none of it had been real, and wait, illusion. Where was his daughter? His final fading breath realization struck, cold absolute terror flooding his gaze, and meanwhile not far away. The crimson zombie osmanthus tree trembled, suddenly violently. The zombie plant possesses a skill called mist fragrance. Beyond carrying viruses in its pollen, the mist fragrance's primary function is to bewilder living beings. As the middle-aged man approached its effective range, the illusion had already taken hold, upon him and his daughter. The woman he saw was not real but a phantom. The little girl too perceived only illusions. Intangible and ever-shifting, these phantoms were all manifestations of the zombie plant's influence. The man stepped into empty air and plummeted from the rooftop because in his distorted vision the floor still stretched unbroken before him. So he stepped forward, and fell to his death. As for the small zombie he killed, it was inevitably his own daughter. The illusion veiled the girl's true form, allowing the man to see only a monstrous zombie, never the child concealed beneath that grotesque facade. In his final moments of lucidity the man realized the truth, and terror and despair flooded his soul. The architect of this horror, the crimson zombie osmanthus tree, was already absorbing vital energy from both his corpse and his daughter's, drawing strength from their remains through its ever-spreading roots. This father and daughter were not its first victims. If the surrounding illusions were dispelled, the grim reality would be revealed. Scattered haphazardly around the zombie osmanthus tree lay the corpses of survivors. Their deaths were brutal, some hacked apart while still alive. Others with snapped necks. And many more reduced to pulpy ruin after falling from great heights. Moreover, several corpses had already begun reanimating under the influence of the zombie virus, shambling aimlessly into the distance. And having absorbed such an abundance of vital energy, the zombie osmanthus tree had grown, and mutated. Crack. A sharp splintering sound echoed all around. As if something rigid had shattered. Following the noise one saw countless fissures, large and small, radiating across the ground encircling the zombie osmanthus tree. With each tremor of the tree the cracks widened and multiplied, until at last its thick sinuous roots erupted violently from the earth. Harnessing the raw power of its myriad roots, the zombie osmanthus tree uprooted itself entirely. It commanded its roots to advance, and to pierce deep into the walls of distant high-rises. Soon it ascended like a colossal octopus scaling a vertical cliff, climbing steadily upward until it finally reached the summit of a towering building dozens of meters tall. Once there the tree stilled. Yet its branches burst forth with fresh blossoms. And a dense cloying fragrance began spreading inexorably across the entire eastern district. Survivors near the building succumbed first, drawn into hallucinations, opening doors and walking blindly onto rooftops. Gu Valley City Suburban Zone. Shifang descended from the sky. In fact, the 44th Armored Infantry Division of Yen State was stationed in this suburban area near Gu Valley City. Shifang knew this well, he had been here before. Back then he had come to disseminate the virus. This time his purpose was to place Yume in safety. Yet why, given the proximity to the 44th Division, did Shifang choose precisely this perilous location to leave her? The answer lay paradoxically in its very safety. Gu Valley City's closeness to the 44th Division bred complacency. While panic had seized other cities here, vigilance had dulled. That said, calm did not mean total indifference, but rather a relaxed, untroubled mindset. Even from the air, Shifang had clearly observed crowds moving freely through the city streets utterly devoid of crisis awareness. Civilians were thus carefree, and the city guards and soldiers even more so, confident in their overwhelming firepower and convinced they could effortlessly exterminate any zombies that dared approach. Such profound nonchalance was ideal for Shifang. Given Yume's extraordinary intellect, hiding her nearby posed no difficulty whatsoever. Later, as zombie plants infiltrated the military camp, spreading pollen and accelerating the soldiers' transformation, he could shift his consciousness into Yume and execute far greater schemes. For instance, annihilating the 44th Division. Remain quietly in this vicinity. You may feed on humans, but must relocate immediately afterward, avoiding detection. Shifang issued the command. Yume's intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Even complex instructions were perfectly comprehensible to her. Thus, upon receiving his order, she obediently nodded, though still just a high school student, slender and petite, her ill-fitting helmet slipping down to obscure half her face as she did. Her bulletproof vest hung loosely on her frame. Yet regardless, these items truly offered her protection. Shifang said nothing more. He launched himself skyward, once again racing northward at maximum speed. Simultaneously, a system prompt chimed. A mutant plant virus has evolved. Open interface to view details. The zombie plant virus has evolved. Shifang was startled by the notification. Fascinating, open it. Name Osmanthus tree. Race zombie. Type intelligent zombie. Level 3. Stage first stage mutation. Innate traits zombie virus LV. 2. Savage growth LV. 1. Passive skill Cerebral Intelligence LV. 1. Indestructibility LV. 1. Seed Scattering LV. 1. Active skill Mist Fragrance LV. 2. Description: a mutated zombie osmanthus tree. Indeed, the zombie virus had reached level 2. And 4 new abilities had been added. Impressive. Shifang felt a surge of delight upon viewing the interface. His anticipation swelled. He longed to witness the effects of level 2 zombie virus and was especially intrigued by indestructibility, a skill whose name alone suggested extraordinary potency. Could it truly render one unkillable? Driven by such curiosity, Shifang spoke aloud. System, display skill details. With the orders from all directions issued, the system immediately displayed the skill details. Level 2 zombie virus transformation time reduced to 5 minutes and can spread through droplets. Level 1 wild growth can root within any living organism to absorb growth nutrients and energy. Level 1 intelligent brain intelligence enhancement. Level 1 immortal, no vital points. As long as 3 inches of the body remain, it can be reborn over time. Level 1 seeding: when pollen spreads and is absorbed by a living organism, that organism may grow a subordinate of the skill owner in its brain and can control the living being to cause its transformation. Level 2 bewitching fragrance confusion intensity enhanced. His gaze swept across all skill details. Excitement filled Shifang's eyes. The transformation time has indeed been shortened. And it can also spread through droplets. This means that when fighting zombies, one could easily become infected by coming into contact with zombie droplets. The efficiency of infection has indeed increased significantly. Shifang felt quite satisfied with the effects of the level 2 zombie virus. As for the other skills, wild growth can accelerate growth. The intelligent brain grants wisdom to plants. But the level 1 immortal skill is quite impressive. As long as 3 inches of the body remain, one cannot die. With this skill, this mutated osmanthus tree could not possibly die even if it were blown to pieces. It's just that the skill level isn't very high. I estimate the rebirth time won't be too short. Then seeding is also a bit interesting. According to the introduction, it should allow seedlings of the zombie osmanthus tree to grow directly in a human brain, right? Oh, just thinking about it is quite terrifying. Shifang's mind briefly imagined a scenario where seedlings grew from a human brain, breaking through the skull and sprouting roots from the eye sockets, causing him to shiver in fear. However, to be fair, this mutated osmanthus tree is indeed formidable. With it continuously spreading pollen outside the city, no one will be able to escape. After leaving the city, there will likely be no survivors. Shifang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He then closed the prompt and continued to command the zombie golden eagle to advance full speed northward. However, Shifang's consciousness returned to his main body, browsing the updated news online, most of which still mentioned zombie animals. After all, zombie animals are currently a hot topic. But aside from zombie animals, Shifang also discovered that the news mentioned that some soldiers from the 19th Group Army had already headed towards the city. The 19th Group Army has a massive force. Their deployment is aimed at zombie animals. And also at him, the zombie leader. Additionally, apart from the 19th Group Army, the 44th Division has also nearly fully mobilized towards the city. Considering the distance between the 44th Division and the city, Shifang estimated that they would likely arrive in about 2 hours. If soldiers were airlifted, the speed would surely be even faster. But the 44th Division is an armored infantry division. There aren't many transport planes stationed. So aside from a few elite troops, the majority of the force is being transported by vehicles. The speed of the vehicles is limited. Shifang has ample time to prepare defenses. Furthermore, in a little over 2 hours, it will be dark. After nightfall, the Flame Nation will see no dawn. Turning off his phone, Shifang's consciousness returned to the zombie golden eagle, which was still heading north towards the Flame Nation. The fighter jets paved the way, coordinating with the infantry. On the highway leading to the city, military trucks loaded with soldiers were racing towards the distant city. Perhaps due to hearing about the incident where zombie animals annihilated all the soldiers from 5 camps outside the city, the soldiers on the trucks were somewhat tense. After all, having been born in a peaceful era, although they train daily, they have never experienced real war. Now facing the battle between humans and corpses. It is indeed a fearsome zombie. To say they weren't nervous, that would definitely be a lie. However, while some were nervous, others were excited. Some soldiers were already eagerly discussing how many zombies they could kill and how much merit they could gain in this war. In peacetime, they often longed for war to showcase their skills. Now that the opportunity has truly come, how could they not be excited? In contrast to the many soldiers, the leaders of the 44th Division and various other senior officers appeared worried. They were concerned about whether they could truly deal with the zombie beasts outside the city, and the hidden zombie leader lamenting how many soldiers might have to sacrifice this time. To minimize losses as much as possible, the division commander had already sent aerial reconnaissance and ground reconnaissance units to arrive at the city ahead of time. However, strangely, according to the aerial reconnaissance group's report, no zombie beast groups were found outside the city. Let alone a large group of zombie animals, there wasn't even a single large zombie beast. However, zombies were swarming like a tide. The ground reconnaissance unit's report was similar. This caused the division commander to feel some doubt. Those zombie animals wouldn't just disappear for no reason. Behind them a highly intelligent zombie leader is giving orders. At this moment they have all vanished. It's very likely they guessed that we had reinforcements, so they have all hidden away. Regardless, we must be cautious. After pondering for a moment, looking at the increasingly closer city, Wenfeng immediately ordered a slowdown in speed. At the same time he arranged for the troops to prepare for battle. Thus the mighty army gradually entered the entrance to the city. Meanwhile, the previously established isolation line of numerous zombified soldiers and those zombie refugees rushed towards them, and the vanguard troops in the lead immediately pulled the trigger. The battle erupted on the road leading out of the city. Those once comrades and refugees have now transformed into fierce zombies. They roared as they charged towards the army. The bullets from the vanguard troops mercilessly rained down. Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by the incessant gunfire, the zombies were pierced through one by one. The tremendous destructive power from the heavy machine guns easily shattered the limbs of the zombies. Those zombies with broken bodies or shattered legs, even when down, continued to snarl at the distant army as if even their severed heads still wished to bite at them. As the slaughter continued, piles of dismembered zombies began to accumulate. The thick scent of blood spread far and wide. Blood flowed down, staining the wheels. Many soldiers, upon seeing the mixed gore, turned pale and struggled to suppress their urge to vomit. Those soldiers who were once excited, thinking they could achieve glory, had now quieted down, their faces tinged with a faint blue as reality starkly contrasted their fantasies. They were merely ordinary people. Young men who had never witnessed slaughter before. The events unfolding before them were quite shocking. But this was just the beginning. The zombie soldiers that once guarded the quarantine line along with the refugees who had hoped to escape were merely a tiny fraction of the vast horde outside the city. As the army advanced, what lay ahead was the true war of humans versus zombies. However, just as the army continued to push forward, in the base vehicle where Commander Wenfeng and others were, the voice of an aerial scout suddenly came through. Report: zombie raptors spotted. Location. Boom. Accompanied by the roar from the communicator, the faces of all the officers in the vehicle grew grave. Meanwhile, similar voices came through the communicators of several other aerial scouts, and within a few seconds the aerial reconnaissance team they had dispatched was annihilated. This was clearly not a random event. It was a planned and purposeful action. Everyone knew without thinking that it was certainly the zombie leader commanding the zombie raptors to attack the aircraft. This led to the deaths of the scouts. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the zombie leader knew how to hide the zombie animals to evade detection and then ambush the aircraft. Would they not ambush the army then? With this thought in mind, before Wenfeng could give the order, the commanders of various corps had already reacted, immediately ordering their soldiers to disembark and take positions for combat readiness, but their commands ultimately came too late. Boom. With a distant explosion, Commander Wenfeng opened the window to look out. He saw a military transport truck in the rear hit by a mortar that had flown in from who knows where. The truck immediately exploded, killing all the soldiers inside along with countless nearby soldiers, causing Wenfeng's eyelids to twitch and his heart to boil with anger. Mortar. Who is using that? It can't possibly be zombies, right? No. Wait. Is it possible? Could that zombie leader actually use firearms? Upon thinking of this possibility, Wenfeng's expression suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, he noticed countless zombie birds suddenly flying out from the forest along the roadside, overwhelming the soldiers and throwing the various corps into chaos. Those small birds like sparrows. Their size made them hard to hit. Moreover, their heads weren't hit and they wouldn't die. Facing hundreds or thousands of such zombie birds, the soldiers really had no effective countermeasures. However, Commander Wenfeng reacted quickly. Quick organize the flame troops to retaliate. The birds are too small, bullets are useless. Use flamethrowers for area attacks. Wenfeng closed the window and gave the order. The commanders of the various corps received their orders and began to execute them. Soon squads of flame troops started to power up. Boom. Accompanied by the scorching flames, those zombie birds that drew near were instantly turned to cinders. However, the pressure on the army did not ease, for while the army was acting, undead creatures were also continuing their offensive, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the zombie birds. The larger zombie beasts had already launched their charge from both sides of the road. Roar. Charging at the forefront was a white tiger wearing a bone helmet. Its roar emitted a nearly visible transparent sound wave, causing nearly 100 soldiers surrounding the transport vehicle to be overwhelmed. Many soldiers collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their ears, while the white tiger took advantage of the gap in firepower. It propelled itself with all four limbs, leaping several feet in a single bound, easily landing on the roof of the transport vehicle, using it as a runway to roar and dash, with countless soldiers collapsing along the way. Especially the flame troops. As they fell, their flamethrowers continued firing, inadvertently killing many friendly soldiers. despite the military having heavy firepower. The two sides were just too close. Heavy firepower like mortars couldn't be deployed. If deployed, it would inevitably kill friendly troops. Such a situation meant that the human army, which only had the advantage of range, lost its only strength, becoming fish on the chopping board, only able to be slaughtered by the encroaching zombie beasts. Seeing the current situation, Wenfeng felt suffocated. The other commanders were equally anxious. But humanity possessed so little advantage. At this moment, with the lost advantage, facing the incredibly strong zombie gorillas which could easily topple armored vehicles and transport trucks, along with the zombie rhinoceroses and elephants, plus the assistance of zombie birds and small animals, the army was truly powerless. Meanwhile, the consciousness-linked zombie vultures descended upon the base vehicle. Living transformation. The skill activated. Instantly, everyone in the base vehicle transformed into zombies. Relying on the effect of stealth, the myriad beings fell silently. As he activated the transformation of living beings, all creatures within a 50-meter radius were instantly turned into zombies. The officers of the 44th Division in the command vehicle could not escape the calamity either. Simultaneously, the division commander and deputy commander, along with the leaders of various corps, were all turned into zombies. The entire 44th Division, with over 10,000 soldiers, directly lost their highest command and could only remain in place fighting against their zombified comrades and the nearby attacking zombie beasts. However, they were already at a disadvantage. Now, having lost their highest commander, even the lower-ranking officers were dead. This state of being leaderless left them unable to coordinate with each other. Different branches of troops could not exert their original combat capabilities. This led to one-sided battles, with numerous soldiers tragically dying at the hands of the ferocious zombie beasts and zombie birds, and many others falling to the gunfire of their mindless teammates. Watching more and more corpses pile up, observing the increasingly ferocious and excited zombie beasts, witnessing the agonizing struggles of their comrades, the surviving soldiers panicked. Bang! Finally, someone dropped their weapon. Overwhelming fear drove them to flee into the forest behind them without a second thought. Of course, where there was one deserter, there was soon a second and a third. Thus more and more people began to abandon the fight, seeking to escape from the mouths of these zombie beasts. But Shifang would not let them go. During the time spent waiting for the army's arrival, he had already shifted his consciousness to the birds using his long-distance transformation ability, and was now flying in a carpet-like manner around the nearby forest. Almost all the plants in the mountains, along with various insects and venomous snakes, had already been turned into zombies, fleeing into the forest. How that outcome would be no better. That mutated white tiger really had high combat power and was sufficiently ferocious. Once it entered the fray, it almost instantly dealt a devastating blow to the 44th Division's defensive line, causing the entire army's defenses to collapse, unable to confront the enemy with full strength. Moreover, this creature was extremely fast. Its strength was also outrageously immense. Most importantly, under the protection of its skill, bone armor bullets could not penetrate the helmet on its head. This also meant that unless heavy firepower was employed, no one could do anything about it. Such a creature on the battlefield was practically a bug-level weapon. This time it has consumed a large number of soldiers. It should be able to level up a few times. Moreover, during the battle it was hit by several bullets, activating its talent and increasing its combat power. It just keeps getting stronger. However, now that this matter is over, it's time to retreat. Shifang looked up at the sky. As expected, at this very moment the higher-ups of Yen country were definitely using satellites to monitor the battle occurring here. Faced with zombies capable of easily annihilating a division, the higher-ups of Yen country would undoubtedly spare no effort in commencing a full bombardment of the city and possibly the surrounding areas as well. But no matter how they bombed, it didn't matter to him. His main body was fine. Changing bodies, he could still accomplish great things. However, in the city and its surroundings, many powerful mutated zombies had already appeared. If they were all bombed to death by Yen country, it would still be somewhat regrettable. Therefore, Shifang had already thought of how to respond to the comprehensive bombing actions of Yen country. Moreover, the 19th Army had already dispatched over 10,000 troops to the city. Their original plan was to cooperate with the 44th Division to handle the situation outside the city. But now that the 44th Division had been completely wiped out, the 19th Army, upon receiving the news, would probably not continue southward. Their greater likelihood was to establish an absolute defense line with other armies at various routes outside the city, killing any creatures that emerged from the city to prevent the zombie leader from surviving. Shifang speculated thus in his mind. Meanwhile, in Wudu, just as Shifang had predicted, at this moment in the conference room of the council building, all the high-ranking officials of Yen country were fixated on the satellite monitoring of the battle occurring on the road outside the city. From the images it was clear to see that the army, resembling a giant dragon coiling around the winding road, was engaged in a brutal battle, with countless soldiers being torn to pieces by the ferocious zombie beasts. The firearms lost their effectiveness the moment they came into close contact with them. Gazing at the scene of the army engulfed in thick black smoke, watching the asphalt road stained with blood, observing those despairing soldiers, the officials furrowed their brows tightly. The battle on the road outside the city was too shocking and far too terrifying. Clearly the firepower configuration of the 44th Armored Infantry Division was several times stronger than the 5 battalions that entered the city. Yet even so, an army that could exert enormous influence on any battlefield in human history was utterly vulnerable under the claws of those zombie creatures, one must remember from the outbreak of the zombie virus. Only half a day had passed. In just half a day, from the initial army crushing zombies to now zombies continued to evolve. It seemed that the human army was no longer a match. It had only been half a day. If several more days or months passed, how terrifying would the zombies become? At this moment, looking at the situation on the satellite images, the hearts of the attending officials of Yen country trembled slightly. These zombie creatures. Or rather that zombie leader. He was too clever and too calculating. He seemed to have anticipated their arrangements all along. And precisely because of this, he had set an ambush in advance. With such a zombie leader, did they really have a chance to kill him? The display of controlling the horde of corpses sent chills down the spines of the officials. At this moment they couldn't guarantee if there was truly a chance to kill the zombie leader. After all, this zombie leader was exceedingly cunning. Moreover, the city had already fully fallen. The virus spread from the city center. Human zombies would continue to infect people. Zombie beasts, birds and insects would do the same. The virus had already burst forth like a river breaking its dam, unstoppable. In the future the surge in the number of zombies was an inevitable trend. It was already too late to bomb the city now. From the satellite perspective, some zombie beasts had already detached from the horde and left the city early, heading towards various places. These officials of Yen country could sacrifice the small to protect the larger picture by bombing the city and several surrounding cities, but the significance of the bombing was to eliminate those zombie beasts. Eliminate that zombie leader. If they couldn't kill that leader. If they couldn't eliminate most of the zombies. Or if they couldn't isolate the source of the virus. Then what meaning would the ruthless bombing have? I didn't expect these zombie creatures to grow so quickly. If I had known this was the situation, I should have decisively bombed the city earlier. In the meeting room that had been quiet for a long time, Qian Wuhui, the head of the network supervision department, couldn't help but speak up. The others remained silent. If I had known. In advance. He spoke so easily. But the reason for the delayed bombing was precisely the hope of saving the situation, right? Surely they couldn't just throw missiles into the city without trying anything first. Was that what a nation's officials should do? Qian Wuhui's words were utterly absurd. However, the situation had already become tricky. It was crucial to think of a countermeasure. The crowd ignored Qian Wuhui. The military commander also spoke up. The growth rate of the zombies exceeds everyone's expectations. Currently the confrontation with the zombies can no longer afford any relaxation. I believe the bombing of the city must be executed immediately. Although with that zombie leader's intelligence, he might not stay in the city. But the zombies outside the city are the most numerous, which also means there could be a considerable number of special zombies there. Bombing the city to eliminate the majority of zombies. And also to remove those special zombies. This is beneficial for us. Listening to Wu Yong's words, some nodded while others shook their heads. However, the sovereign Wang Wei still agreed to the bombing. A troublesome zombie leader has already appeared. We cannot allow a second or third one. The bombing of the city is necessary. Additionally, immediately order all cities nationwide to enter a state of high alert and seal off completely. Mobilize the army groups from various provinces. Let them arrange troops to be stationed in the cities. Once zombies or infected individuals are discovered, they must be killed without mercy. At this point Wang Wei paused. Then continued, notify everyone. Each locality must build underground shelters. They can modify air raid shelters as needed. Hearing Wang Wei's words, a flicker of shock and helplessness passed through the eyes of the officials present. From Wang Wei's words it was not difficult to tell that this sovereign had made the worst-case scenario preparations, but the orders he issued were indeed without any issues. The zombies had become so powerful. It was wise to establish shelters in advance. Having an escape route was always a good idea. As the sun set in the west, darkness approached. Under the cover of the sunset, a giant golden eagle nearly 2 meters in size descended in the suburbs of Wudu. Transformation. It controlled the body of the golden eagle to land. The living transformation skill was instantly activated. Centered around the golden eagle, all organisms within a 50-meter radius transformed into zombies. Shifang's consciousness also transferred to a zombie sparrow that had not yet flown far into the air, and with the little body of the sparrow he continued to advance. The zombie golden eagle remained in the woods. At this point it had been nearly 2 hours since the battle on the road to the city had ended. After the battle, Shifang arranged for the zombie animals to burrow into the mountains. His own consciousness was linked to the golden eagle that he had previously arranged to continue flying north. Indeed, the reason Shifang had the zombie golden eagle continue moving north was to prepare for Wudu. His aim was to deal with the high-ranking officials of Yen country located in Wudu. As long as he got close to them and transformed them into zombies, Yen country would become a headless dragon. The localities would have to fend for themselves. At that time he would conquer the major cities of Yen country with ease. After all, without those high-ranking officials, the lower-level officials would not dare to recklessly use the missiles and other powerful weapons. Moreover, even if they could use them without those high-ranking officials, the local officials would not be able to contact powerful weapon support if their situation could be imagined. Shifang wanted to take down Yen country. Removing those officials was imperative. At this moment those officials are probably still closely monitoring the situation in the city and its surroundings, right? They absolutely wouldn't expect it. The zombie king they are so concerned about is already on the way to find them from thousands of miles away. Controlling the sparrow's body, Shifang couldn't help but let out a chattering laugh while flying. As he approached the urban area, his stealth skill activated. In an instant the faint sound produced by the sparrow flapping its wings vanished without a trace. Moreover, in the state of diminished presence, no one noticed this little sparrow. Shifang flew recklessly in the bustling city. As he neared the crowd on the street, his living transformation continued to activate, and in the blink of an eye he passed through the long street. Those pedestrians who had just seemed normal a moment ago had now turned into ferocious zombies, scattering and rushing towards the living beings they had their sights set on. Shifang continued to advance. His goal was the council building. He had researched it before coming to Wudu, and enthusiastic netizens online had informed him. The high-ranking officials of the Yen kingdom usually held meetings in the council building. Shifang also used a map to locate the building. Therefore, even though he had not often been to Wudu, he was aware of the location of the council building. As Shifang kept moving forward, he did not hesitate to transform all the pedestrians he encountered on the way. Thus, as the distant red sun was completely submerged in the lush mountains, the zombie crisis in Wudu erupted silently, with countless zombies attacking passers-by, causing the virus to spread rapidly, and the number of zombies increased dramatically in a short time. When the Wudu City Guard Bureau received the report, they realized they could no longer handle the situation. The streets were filled with zombies. The roads were also littered with corpses. Various abandoned vehicles were parked by the roadside, preventing the City Guard Bureau from dealing with the zombies. Faced with such a situation, the City Guard Bureau could only notify the mayor of Wudu. The latter then contacted the officer stationed in Wudu, the only special troops of the Yen Kingdom, the Wushu district, and the officer realized the seriousness of the problem upon receiving the call. After all, what kind of place is Wudu? It is the capital of the Yen Kingdom. High-ranking officials of the Yen Kingdom are all here. If anything happened to those officials, the entire Yen Kingdom would descend into chaos. Therefore, the crisis of zombies in Wudu was far more severe than in areas like Licheng. The garrison military district, with an army of 100,000 immediately mobilized soldiers at top speed to prioritize heading to the council building and the areas where high-ranking officials were active. Only then did more armed soldiers go to the districts of Wudu where zombies had appeared to deal with them. The soldiers in Wudu were different from those in other regions. The soldiers here possessed greater combat power. Moreover, the army was equipped with the most advanced equipment. When the armed forces arrived in the district, the advanced firearms in the soldiers' hands immediately opened fire. Although heavy firepower was not employed, the advanced firearms in the hands of the armed forces exhibited astonishing destructive power, easily annihilating the horde of zombies. If Shifang were here at that moment, he would have to marvel at how formidable the army of Wudu was. The effects of a group of fully automatic rifles were no less impressive than that of heavy firepower. Of course, while the most densely gathered horde of zombies on the streets was eliminated in a short time, the scattered zombies across the city also posed a potential and more troublesome threat, requiring the soldiers of the armed forces to spread out, systematically searching for and eliminating them. This was a very time-consuming task. Fortunately, the zombies here were all ordinary ones. They posed little threat to the soldiers. At present, the primary concern was those high officials. As long as they were well protected, everything would be alright. However, the armed forces, despite their quick actions, could not be faster than Shifang. By the time the armed forces hurriedly rushed to the council building and nearby areas, Shifang had already entered the building. He was merely a little sparrow, and his presence had been diminished. Moreover, he moved silently like a sparrow. Who would notice this little creature? Clearly no one did. Thus, after Shifang flew in through the window of the building and ascended while continuously transforming those he encountered, no one realized that this sparrow was the source of the virus. Of course, due to Shifang's transformations, the security personnel in the lower levels of the building, as well as some high-ranking officials of the Yen Kingdom who had just come downstairs, had all turned into zombies. This also caught the attention of the higher-ups in the building. Although they did not know where the virus came from, the soldiers on the upper floors immediately became alert and retreated to protect the important officials such as the monarch Wang Wei and the commander of the military district, who had not yet left. However, this was of no use. Everyone was only on guard against the zombies, neglecting to guard against Shifang the little sparrow. This led to Shifang easily flying into the conference room located on the top floor of the building. At that moment in the conference room dozens of fully armed soldiers were tightly gripping their firearms at the door. If a zombie were to enter they would be immediately shot to pieces. Of course they were not just standing guard. Several officers in the conference room had already contacted the outside troops, and as long as the zombies in the building were cleared by the armed forces, they would be safe. However, just as everyone was thinking this, living conversion. Having arrived at the conference room, the inconspicuous sparrow Shifang flew into the crowd to unleash his ability. In the next second, roar. With a series of low growls, the soldiers who had just been guarding the door suddenly turned their heads and roared, glaring with blood-red eyes as they lunged at the officials behind them. Monarch Wang Wei and the others were stunned. What is going on? Why is it so sudden? Did they just transform into zombies without any warning? As he retreated under the cover of his companions, his mind raced with thoughts. However, Shifang's ability was too unfathomable. No matter how hard Wang Wei tried to think, he could not understand it. Moreover, the conference room was so small. Wang Wei and the others retreated again and again. Ultimately they had nowhere else to escape. With no choice left, the officials could only grit their teeth and cooperate with the remaining soldiers to risk fighting the zombies while seizing the firearms from the zombies to counterattack. However, interestingly, the soldiers here were fully armed and wore bulletproof vests. They were harder to kill than ordinary zombies. Under the tense atmosphere, some officials, even if they managed to grab weapons, failed to kill the zombies and were instead killed by the zombies. As officials fell one by one, only 5 remained in the conference room: King Wang Wei, General Wu Yong of the military department, and Inspector Yi Ying, among others. Yet even these few had already resigned themselves to death. After all, dozens of zombies now filled the room, and the survivors held no weapons. Victory was impossible. Just as they braced for the agony of fangs tearing into flesh, something astonishing occurred. To their utter astonishment, the dozens of zombies before them froze in place. They stood motionless, staring blankly ahead. Wang Wei and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Yet the zombies' grotesque visages, and the low guttural growls rumbling from their throats, confirmed they were still very much alive. They had not perished. Rather, some extraordinary force had halted their assault. Wang Wei and his companions had neither the knowledge nor the time to decipher this anomaly. They seized the moment, desperate to flee while the undead remained still. But just as they prepared to run, a voice rang out: "How about you surrender? Issue a nationwide announcement. Order all humans to willingly accept zombification. It would benefit us both." Meanwhile, the council tower had already fallen. Outside the tower, a large contingent of armed forces from the Wushu military district finally arrived. They stared grimly at the zombies swarming both inside and outside the building. General Hechen, commander of the Wushu district, wore a stormy expression. Upon learning of the zombie outbreak in Wudu, he had immediately ordered troops to secure the council tower and protect the nation's highest-ranking officials. He had issued explicit commands, dispatching soldiers at maximum speed. In his original assessment, the tower's own garrison consisted of numerous elite troops well-equipped and capable of holding off the undead, even if unable to eliminate them outright. He reasoned that their firepower would, at least by critical minutes, enough time for his helicopter to arrive. Yet fate defied calculation. Now, gazing upon the teeming hordes inside and outside the tower, Hechen felt an almost overwhelming urge to strike someone down. He could not fathom what had gone wrong with the tower's guards. Were they not elite soldiers? How could they fail so utterly against mere zombies? He struggled to comprehend it, but there was no time for reflection. "Forget them for now," he muttered. "Given the situation, we must enter and mount a rescue, immediately." Even as he shook his head in dismay, a chilling premonition flickered in his mind. After all, the sheer number of zombies, and the eerie absence of gunfire from within the tower, suggested a grim possibility: King Wang Wei and the other senior officials might already be dead. I pray my intuition is mistaken. Thinking thus, Hechen disembarked from his helicopter and personally led his troops forward, cutting down nearby zombies as they stormed into the tower. But the sight within crushed his spirit. Every security officer had turned shambling among other zombie officials who wandered the halls like specters. His heart sank deeper with every floor they ascended, especially when they found no survivors along the way. His limbs grew cold, numb with dread. He could not grasp it. Wudu had been perfectly tranquil by day, so how after nightfall had hordes of zombies erupted across the city without warning? Even stranger, the afflicted streets formed a precise path, from the city outskirts straight to the council tower. This was no coincidence. Could it be that the zombies of Wudu were deliberately engineered? Was the council tower their sole target? Wait, if that is true, could the entire zombie crisis be man-made? His mind raced. Then with quiet fury he vowed, "If I ever discover who orchestrated this catastrophe, I will show them no mercy." So thinking, he pressed onward with his soldiers, clearing zombies floor by floor, until they neared the conference room. Inside, at the sound of that familiar voice, Wang Wei and the others whirled around in shock. There, emerging from the zombie horde, stood Qian Wu Hui, the former director of the Internet Regulatory Bureau, now reanimated and watching them intently. Wu Hui, you. Wang Wei's eyes widened, his pupils contracted sharply as Qian Wu Hui stepped forward. But Inspector An Ying remained composed, fixing him with a steady gaze. You are not Director Qian. Then, who are you? Who am I? Shi Fang smiled faintly. Simply the being you dispatched 10,000 soldiers to eradicate. At those words their faces paled. You're the zombie sovereign. General Wu Yong cried out in disbelief. Shi Fang nodded. Indeed. Did you truly believe I'd remain outside the city? Humph. I'm hardly foolish enough to linger there. The group fell silent, stunned. They had never imagined the sovereign of the undead lurked right within Wudu. Once Wang Wei regained his composure, he locked eyes with Shi Fang and spoke, voice taut with resolve. What is your purpose in coming here? Are you merely wasting our time with words? Certainly not, Shi Fang replied, shaking his head. The reason he indulged in such discourse was simple. Moments earlier en route to the council tower he had undergone an evolution, and acquired a new ability. Its name Amnesty. Its effect level 1 Amnesty. When converting a living being, one may choose to preserve that being's memories and consciousness. Level 1 Absolution preserves consciousness and memory. This ability proves exceptionally valuable. After all, most zombies possess woefully limited intellect, rendering them incapable of independent complex tasks. Such tasks demand personal command from Shi Fang himself, and even then success remains uncertain. Thus intelligent zombies hold profound strategic significance to him. After all, high-intelligence zombies can serve as trusted lieutenants, dispatched to major cities to lead hordes with precision and purpose. Hence, upon acquiring the Absolution ability, Shi Fang immediately recognized its transformative potential. He could selectively convert exceptional individuals into sentient, self-aware zombies. Take senior officials for instance. Converting them while preserving their consciousness and memories would empower them to directly assist Shi Fang in mobilizing regional zombie forces to assault other cities. With such intelligent lieutenants at his disposal, Shi Fang's burden would lighten considerably. That is precisely why he deigned to speak at length. Without this ability, however, he would not waste a single word, merely converting them all instantly and departing without hesitation. Naturally, he would never divulge the existence or nature of this ability to anyone. Upon hearing Minister Wang Wei's inquiry, Shi Fang merely narrowed his eyes and said, You should consider yourselves profoundly fortunate to have me here. For I have chosen you. I shall bestow upon you my grace. As I stated earlier, if you willingly surrender and join me as zombies, I shall bless you. Thereafter, as you undergo zombification, you shall grow vastly stronger. And your consciousness and memories shall remain intact, elevating you to a unique elite tier among the undead. So, will you join me? Humanity ultimately is too frail. Embrace undeath. Join the glorious evolution, march under my banner, rule the world and ascend toward the stars. Shi Fang delivered his so-called grace with chilling conviction. His words carried potent seduction, for zombies were undeniably formidable and unaided humans stood defenseless before them without heavy weaponry. Moreover, humanity's deepest dread of zombification lay precisely in the loss of reason, the descent into feral bestiality. Yet if consciousness and memory endure, can one truly be deemed an irrational monster? Clearly not. Indeed, one might even argue they remain in essence human. They simply adopt a new mode of existence. And in that moment Shi Fang's rhetoric stirred quiet contemplation among the assembled officials. Though elevated to high office, they remained fundamentally human, possessing desires, doubts and ambitions. Were all officials paragons of virtue, corruption would vanish from the earth. Thus, after hearing Shi Fang's proposition, after weighing the grim reality of zombification, and after confronting the inevitability that defiance would only reduce them to mindless low-tier zombies, their private hesitations were neither surprising nor unnatural. Yet when Minister Wang Wei observed his fellow officials falling silent, and even sensing subtle shifts in their resolve, he was seized by shock and fury. Do not fall under his deception. Remember what he is, a zombie. Remember who you are, officials of Yen State. Behind you stand countless citizens of Yen. The people trust us. They await our deliverance. Our soldiers fight and bleed on the front lines against the undead. This is our darkest hour. We must uphold our principles, unite our strength and rescue our nation from this cataclysm. Not betray our country, our people. Nor above all of humanity. Minister Wang Wei spoke with impassioned fervor. The officials felt a pang of guilt. After all, as sovereign of Yen State, Wang Wei possessed undeniable rhetorical mastery, especially in moments of moral appeal. Yet however eloquent Wang Wei's words, they could neither obscure the overwhelming superiority of the undead nor conceal humanity's inherent vulnerabilities, or the increasingly dire plight of Yen State. Among the officials a few remained unmoved, clear-eyed realists. One such figure was An Yang. After several seconds of quiet reflection she lifted her gaze and declared, if he truly preserves our consciousness, and even our memories, then choosing undeath, not only for ourselves but leading our entire populace toward zombification, is not betrayal of humanity. Our thoughts and wills endure. Our bodies persist. What then defines the boundary between human and zombie? Perhaps no definitive answer exists. Therefore, in my view, a sentient remembering zombie remains unequivocally a human being. I do not betray humanity. Nor do I deem opposition inherently wrong. It is merely a divergence of philosophy. And Yang spoke with absolute composure. Shifang regarded her with genuine surprise. Yet her fellow officials knew well, as director of the Oversight Ministry, and Yang had long been renowned for her icy calm and decisive ruthlessness. Her emotional detachment, razor-sharp clarity of thought, and exceptional competence formed the very foundation of her meteoric rise to high office at such a young age. Indeed, her character had already revealed itself early, during the initial emergency summit when she proposed the total aerial bombardment of Li City. Previously, her coldness and composure were virtues of her office. But now, her lucidity, resolve, and unflinching pragmatism had become a blade. A blade poised to cleave Yen State itself. Hearing in Yang's words, Minister Wang Wei's expression darkened visibly. Yet Yang had been his protégé, and he understood her better than anyone present. He knew persuasion was futile, she would not turn back. All he could do was watch in anguished disbelief as she stepped forward toward Shifang and said, "This is betrayal of humanity. Is it not?" Watching Yang approach, Shifang revealed a slight smile. This Yang was quite intriguing. He had seen her on the news before. But at that time he did not know much about Yang. All he remembered was her title as the youngest minister of supervision mentioned in the news. However, today Shifang realized that this girl, who looked to be in her 20s and strikingly beautiful, was surprisingly rational, decisive, and daring. "Not bad, you're quite calm. Perhaps you'll become a zombie. You could be my capable assistant in the future." He spoke to Yang. The latter did not respond to Shifang. Her clear eyes sparkled with a faint light. Perhaps in Yang's heart she thought she would not just obediently serve as Shifang's subordinate. She would become a rapidly evolving zombie, gradually replacing Shifang to become the new zombie king ruling the world, and it would be Shifang who would work under her. Of course, Yang did not know. At least not yet. Once she was transformed into a zombie, she would no longer be able to defy Shifang. However, Yang did not dwell on this matter. At this moment she was only contemplating Shifang's earlier mention of preserving consciousness and memory. She was uncertain whether it was true. But Yang at least knew. Even if she refused Shifang, she could not escape the encirclement of nearby zombies and would still meet her end. Since death was inevitable, why not give it a try? Embracing this thought, she looked forward to it, while Shifang had already chosen to begin her transformation. Living transformation. Pardon current target. With Shifang's command, a notification echoed in his mind. Target selected, transformation starting. Pardon activated, consciousness and memory preserved. Transformation successful, growth 1. The 3 notifications ended and Yang before him underwent a change. Her skin turned grayish-white and blood vessels spread throughout her pupils, turning her eyes blood red. But soon her eyes transformed into a jade-like green. Simultaneously Yang's body surprisingly sprouted some buds. What is happening here? Shifang observed Yang's condition. Shifang also appeared somewhat astonished. After all, he had transformed countless zombies. He originally thought that apart from preserving consciousness and memory, Yang would be no different from ordinary zombies. However, the situation unfolding before him had completely exceeded Shifang's expectations. Fortunately, he still had the system. The system promptly clarified for Shifang. Transformed zombies have a chance to mutate. But the probability is very low. And Yang is clearly a fortunate one. Would you like to view Yang's panel? Panel? Well, let's take a look. Shifang nodded and the panel appeared. Name Yang, race zombie, type all-purpose zombie, level 0, stage first stage, mutation talent zombie, virus level 1, tree spirit level 1, passive skill rooting level 1, tree armor level 1, active skill seductive fragrance level 1, description a mutated all-purpose zombie. Level 1 tree spirit possesses traits of trees and can control plants or zombie plants that are weaker than itself. Level 1 rooting can root underground, absorbing energy for repair or absorbing growth energy for enhancement. Level 1 tree armor, defense enhanced. Controlling plants. Repairing itself and accelerating growth. Enhanced defense. After reviewing the panel and skills, Shifang revealed a satisfied expression. Based on Yang's skills, she was quite suitable for managing those zombie plants. Additionally, she possessed the seductive fragrance skill, which meant wherever she went she could spread the virus over a wide area. In the future he could arrange for her to go on business for various tasks. Shifang pondered over the panel. Meanwhile, Yang herself also noticed her own changes. However, she was indifferent to her external appearance. After all, she had not turned into a hideous monster, she had merely sprouted a few tender green buds on her arms and neck. This was completely acceptable to her. Most importantly, she truly retained her consciousness and memory. As Shifang had said, she was still herself. However, in her zombification, it seemed the other party had not touched her at all. How did this person accomplish that? Out of curiosity towards Shifang, and Yang couldn't help but look up and ask, "What method did you use to transform me into a zombie?" Hearing her words, Shifang finally snapped back to reality. He glanced at the curious and Yang. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. And also mind your tone. From now on, when speaking to me, use respectful terms." He fixed his gaze on Yang, commanding her. The latter instantly felt as if her soul was subjected to some unknown pressure and instinctively bowed her head in response, "Yes." After responding, Yang suddenly realized she had actually bowed her head to Shifang. This. Could it be that she could not defy him? Damn it, he tricked her. And Yang cursed inwardly. However, it was too late. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Meanwhile, the other officials around, seeing that Yang retained her consciousness and memory post-transformation, were even more tempted. They did not want to be bitten to death by the low-level zombies around. They certainly did not want to be killed by firearms either. Perhaps if they listened to Shifang, like Yang retaining memory and consciousness to become special zombies above ordinary ones, this was undoubtedly the best choice for them as officials. With this thought, General Wu Yong of the military district glanced at Yang and then at Shifang, finally taking a small step forward. Is it to choose to become a low-level zombie and then be shot dead by human firearms? Or to retain memory and wisdom, becoming a special zombie that surpasses ordinary people? This is a very simple choice question. And Yi Ying made the correct choice. The other officials did the same. Yet human beings are inherently complex. Even knowing that refusal would not lead to a good outcome, a few individuals still chose to uphold their principles. The country's ruler Wang Wei was one of them, along with a few other officials including the foreign minister. Shifang understood Wang Wei's choice. As the ruler of the Yan country, he had reasons to cling to power, whether out of attachment to authority or his ideals as the leader of Yan. He had every reason to refuse Shifang. As for the refusal of others, regardless of whether they were attempting to play hard to get for more benefits, or whether they genuinely held to their beliefs, Shifang had no intention of wasting more words. His gaze shifted to the side. To the military commander Zombie Wu Yong, the minister of supervision Zombie and Yi Ying. And Yi Ying was exceptionally capable. No matter her position, she had influence. As the commander, Wu Yong fully understood the deployment of the military throughout the Yan country and was aware of the hidden troops even holding the launch authority for the country's top weapons. If this person became a zombie under his command, the speed of Yan's downfall would skyrocket. Furthermore, in future foreign conquests, he could control Yan's firepower to directly strike foreign cities. By then, foreigners would also crumble. With these two zombies, Shifang would be satisfied. The other few zombie officials would simply be icing on the cake. Thus, regarding Wang Wei and the others' refusal, Shifang felt no strong emotions and had no intention of persuading them. He merely shook his head at them. "You have made the wrong choice." Transformation. As he spoke, his powers instantly activated. In the next moment, Wang Wei, who had been glaring at Shifang, and the others instantly transformed into low-level zombies. Shifang did not spare them their intelligence, and thus they also began to emit low growls like beasts, developing a strong desire to devour living beings. Looking at the zombie Wang Wei before him, Wu Yong felt a flicker of relief. As a soldier, if it were in his younger days, he would certainly have had the integrity to refuse Shifang. But now he was over 60. Time had worn down his pride and altered his once iron-willed mentality. Before aging and death, he had become exceedingly fragile. Thus, when Shifang presented him with a choice, and upon seeing Yi Ying indeed retained her memory, Wu Yong was thoroughly shaken and chose to follow Shifang. After becoming a zombie, one should no longer face natural death. Even if decaying, one can live for several hundred more years. Enough, Wu Yong thought to himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but look up and ask, "What should we do next?" Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, Shifang turned around. "Use your identity to stabilize the major regional military groups, preventing them from running around to provide support. Stabilizing is your task. As long as the army remains idle and does not act, my zombie horde can effortlessly push through the major cities, accelerating the zombification of Yan country." Understood. Wu Yong nodded. The advantage of zombies was overwhelming. The upper echelons of Yan country had collectively fallen. So long as no one ordered the military to act, then the major cities across the country would rapidly fall. "By the way, where is the National Research Department?" Shifang suddenly inquired. Wu Yong paused. "In the eastern district of Wudu." "Have you researched the virus antibodies?" Shifang continued to probe. Wu Yong nodded, "Yes." Shortly after the appearance of the zombies, the zombie virus collected from outside entered the research facility. However, the virus only erupted a day ago. The time was too short and no results had emerged from the research. Upon hearing this, Shifang nodded. Let's go, follow me to the research facility. As he spoke, Shifang was about to turn around. But at that moment he suddenly heard a multitude of heavy and hurried footsteps from outside. Shifang was not surprised by those sounds. After all, Wudu still had a military garrison. The garrison housed 10,000 troops. They were stationed in the city to prevent delays in military support during unexpected situations. Now that something had happened at the conference building, the commander of the garrison He-chin should have received the news and rushed over, but no matter how fast they ultimately still arrived late. Looking at the conference room just within reach, He-chin, drenched in sweat, had a face full of anxiety. We've arrived finally here. Heaven help us, I hope everything is fine. He silently prayed. At the same time he rushed towards the conference room with a large group of armed soldiers at the fastest speed. However, just as they were about to get close, a familiar voice rang out. Commander of the garrison. You're late. Accompanied by this familiar voice, before He-chin could even recall who it was, several armed soldiers in front of him suddenly transformed and pounced on him. This sudden turn of events left the remaining armed soldiers stunned. Fortunately, He-chin reacted quickly, open fire. When He-chin's command rang out, countless bullets poured towards the armed zombies. However, the armed zombies were wearing bulletproof vests. And they wore heavy steel helmets. Even though the armed zombies' bulletproof vests could not withstand the bullets under the barrage, leading their bodies to be riddled with holes and blood spraying out. Yet he ultimately did not die. The zombie pressed down on He-chin, trying to bite him, but he was also blocked by the steel helmet. The soldiers beside him reacted quickly. Realizing they hadn't killed the zombie, several soldiers stepped forward to pull the armed zombie away. But at the same time, Shifang activated his stealth and stepped outside. Ignored by the soldiers. In an instant, all the armed soldiers in the corridor were transformed by him into zombies. Under the shroud of stealth effects, the sense of existence from all directions was greatly diminished. Moreover, with the soldiers focusing on He-chin, his appearance was naturally overlooked. This also allowed Shifang to convert everyone. However, He-chin was spared. He waved his hand, signaling the zombie to release him. The tattered zombie rose. He-chin was liberated and stood up. But when he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the soldiers who had been fine moments ago had all turned into corpses. He-chin was utterly dumbfounded. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? His mind was in chaos until a familiar voice rang out, so how is it? Your soldiers were instantly infected by me into zombies. Do you think humanity still has hope? Why not join me instead? TCH, the commander of the 10,000 troops in the Wushu district. If you join me, once I infect those 10,000 soldiers, I can allow you to continue commanding your army. Hearing this voice, He-chin turned his head. What met his eyes was the pale-faced Qian Wuhui. Minister Qian. You are. He stared at Shifang with intensity. The latter was too lazy to explain further. Explain it to him. Shifang looked at Yang. The latter nodded and began to explain Shifang's situation. At this moment, He-chin realized that although Yang and Wu Yong had turned into corpses, they retained their intelligence. At first he was confused until Yang mentioned that Shifang could turn them into zombies while choosing to retain their intelligence and memories. Only then did he understand what was happening. He-chin's reaction was similar to Wang Weiss. After clarifying the situation, he glared furiously at Yang and the others. You are betraying the Flame Nation, betraying humanity. As he spoke, he looked back at Shifang. Damn zombies. You will ultimately be destroyed by humanity. Seeing his furious expression, Shifang frowned. It seemed he was just a hot-headed youth. He immediately lost interest in persuasion. Convert. He no longer wasted words. The living conversion was immediately initiated. He-chin, who had just been glaring angrily, suddenly fell silent, but he did not transform into an ordinary zombie. What emerged were two snow-white and sharp bone blades extending from his arms, and his eyes were far redder than those of an ordinary zombie. This is mutation. What the hell? What's happening? Directly converting two mutations. He observed the changes in He-chin. Shifang did not need to think to know there was a mutation. This immediately filled him with excitement. He could not wait to open the panel. Name: He-chin, race zombie, type offensive zombie, level 0, hit stage first stage mutation, talent zombie, virus level 1, warrior level 1, passive skill combat instinct level 1, bone weapon level 1, active skill charge level 1, description mutated offensive zombie. Level 1 warrior, born warrior, more easily upgrades skills during combat. Level 1 bone weapon, grows bone weapons. Level 1 charge instantly arrives within 10 meters. Combat instinct needed no explanation. That skill was also present on Yume. The effect was that it was easier to dodge attacks while also making it easier to hit the enemy's vital points and kill them. However, He-chin's other skills were also impressive, and his talent allowed all of He-chin's skills to upgrade faster. The charge ability combined with weapons and combat instinct to kill enemies. Truly offensive, living up to its name. This zombie is a gem. Closing the panel, Shifang felt elated. He traveled a long way to Wudu, resolved the high-ranking officials of the Flame Nation and accelerated its demise. And he also acquired 2 mutated zombies. Moreover, the results of the mutations were quite satisfactory. He was very pleased with this trip to Wudu. However, now was not the time for celebration. Shifang still had matters to attend to. Alright, let's head to the Research Institute. Coming back to his senses, Shifang spoke. At the same time, his consciousness linked with He-Chen. He-Chen, being a mutated zombie, had a more agile body and his identity could also be utilized. For instance, at this moment Shifang had already activated He-Chen's communicator to contact the officers in the Wushu District's army, instructing the soldiers to withdraw completely from the city back to the Wushu District. Although this order was somewhat strange since the zombies in the city had not been completely cleared as soldiers, they had to obey orders. The army outside could only retreat. Thus Shifang could swagger out of the building with Yang and the other special zombies. Their destination was the Eastern District Research Institute. As the capital of the Flame Nation, Wudu housed the most authoritative and powerful researchers in its institutes and research facilities. If they continued to study the virus, they might really be able to develop an antibody against it, although the zombie virus would continue to strengthen, rendering antibodies ineffective. However, the virus did not upgrade that quickly. If the Research Institute could produce an antibody in advance, the ongoing infection of the virus would be halted. Shifang wanted to eliminate this possibility. Moreover, he eagerly anticipated the possibility of retaining the memories and intelligence of the researchers and converting them. Then asking them to assist in researching zombie mutations, perhaps he could produce mutated zombies in bulk, making it a dream to push through the entire source star. With such thoughts in mind, the group sped down the road. Finally, after about half an hour, they arrived at the National Research Institute. The research institutes and laboratories were poorly defended, certainly far less secure than the council building. With Tenfang's current capabilities, converting their scientific personnel was little more than child's play. Curiously, compared to others, researchers proved far more willing to undergo conversion while retaining their intellect. When asked why, their responses echoed in Yang's. They believed that as long as their bodies and memories remained intact, they remained human, only their mode of existence had changed. Moreover, zombies were undeniably extraordinary, and many scientific minds harbored a genuine desire to study them. Thus Tenfang and the researchers reached an immediate accord, seizing control of the National Research Institute of Yen State and several nearby research centers. They fell without resistance, yet what Tenfang had not anticipated was that even as he advanced his plan, the incident in the council building's conference room, where he had induced officials to undergo zombification and transformation, had inexplicably gone viral online. It was only when Yang checked her phone and saw the media reports that she informed him, while they sat inside the vehicle. Tenfang watched cold and unmoved as Yang held up her phone screen, playing footage of him manipulating officials and transforming them into zombies. 2 sharp, mirthless laughs escaped his lips. The video's oblique angle suggested it had been secretly filmed by those very officials who had refused conversion, men who indeed possessed backbone. Knowing full well their grim fate, they still refused, and even surreptitiously recorded the event and uploaded it. As a result, the zombification of General Wu Yong, Commander-in-Chief of the military department, became public knowledge across all major military regions. Exploiting his identity for further maneuvering would now be difficult, but even with the news exposed, the situation remained unchanged. The state had collapsed and no new commander-in-chief had been appointed. Local military units stood paralyzed, uncertain how to proceed, and even if a successor were named, critical military secrets, such as activation codes for high-yield weapons, would remain inaccessible to him. Those secrets resided solely within Wu Yong's mind, thus the strategic balance remained unaltered. Furthermore, with the video circulating nationwide, Tenfang was certain that countless citizens, eager to retain consciousness and memory, would voluntarily seek his blessing and request transformation. Among them would inevitably be local officials, and even officers within the armed forces. Humph. Even in death you sought to ensnare me once more. Alas, it is futile. He gestured for Yang to close the video, then declared, since your exposure is now inevitable, we shall revise the original plan. Shortly I will infect over 10,000 zombies stationed at Wudu's Wushu garrison. Wu Yong, He-Chen and the other officials, you shall remain here to command the horde. My demand of you is simple: seize the entire city of Wudu. You were once officials, your competence is undeniable. I shall not dictate your methods. I judge you solely by results. You have 7 days. Fail, and you will be deemed useless. I shall replace you with more capable undead commanders. And Yang has another assignment. With that, Tenfang signaled the zombies to halt, and his consciousness surged into a zombie sparrow trailing behind him, soaring swiftly toward the Wushu garrison. Thanks to his earlier command issued through He-Chen's corpse, all soldiers at the Wushu garrison remained confined to base. Tenfang swept into the garrison, flying low above the assembled troops. As living conversion unfolded, the 10,000 soldiers he passed over instantly mutated into ferocious zombies. The entire Wushu garrison collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, across Yen State's digital sphere, panic erupted nationwide following the council building video's release. Countless forum posts flooded the web. What the hell, has the council building fallen? Damn, every senior official has turned into a zombie. Now what? There's no command structure left. Huh. So becoming a zombie preserves intelligence. Fantastic, I beg the zombie sovereign for his blessing. Heh. As if begging would help. That sovereign possesses formidable intellect, he clearly targeted Wudu with deliberate intent to eliminate the leadership. His strategy effectively crippled the national administrative apparatus. By this logic he bestows his blessing exclusively upon those he deems useful. Forget us ordinary folk, we lack even the qualification to be chosen. Damn bro, that hit hard. So what do we do now? The national leadership is gone, and the zombies grow ever stronger. Not to mention that terrifying zombie sovereign. Do we truly hold any hope left? None. Utterly none. I've already consumed my family's last provisions, stuffed myself and now await death. Meanwhile in southern Yen State, Yumu City, the night lay unervingly still. The city appeared untouched by the zombie crisis, yet defenses had already begun. Every major thoroughfare was barricaded. Ad hoc civilian militias patrolled streets and districts in rotating shifts while fully armed city guards frequently passed through key intersections. Such rigorous surveillance and patrol intensity stood in stark contrast to the lax security previously seen in Shanggu Valley City. Overseeing these preparations was Mayor Fong Dong, currently seated in his conference room watching the viral footage of Yen State's top leadership being collectively transformed by Ten Fong. This zombie sovereign is truly extraordinary, his intellect rivals that of any human. But precisely how does he infect others? He never even touches his victims. Could it be some form of remote transmission? Instantly Fong Dong's mind leapt to airborne transmission, droplet dispersion and other non-contact viral vectors, prompting him to add air filtration and containment to his defensive priorities. As zombies grow increasingly formidable, preventing viral transmission alone is insufficient. We must also develop alternative means of eradication. After a moment's reflection Fong Dong retrieved his phone and dialed a former classmate, an arms researcher who had later joined a regional national weapons development institute. Local officials in various cities were at a loss. They had lost their backbone. No one dared to act recklessly. Yet as the zombie crisis grew increasingly fierce they could not afford inaction. The military found itself in a dilemma. Those who once proclaimed that zombies were not terrifying fell into complete silence at this moment. However, panic was still present. Considering their own lives, officials in major cities of Yen country could only brace themselves and cautiously prepare defenses against the zombies, knowing they could no longer rely on outside support. Local cities could only fend for themselves. Their survival depended on fate. However, some were determined to save themselves while others sought alternative paths. Those who had watched the Shifang videos and believed that finding him would grant them favors to become stronger zombies. They began posting online and had even started taking substantial actions towards Wudu. Moreover, the situation in Yen country was becoming critical. Of course, aside from Yen country, many nations outside had also fallen into trouble due to Shifang poisoning the oceans. Especially for the island nations. These small island nations have limited territories and surrounded by the sea with no escape routes. Their situations were particularly dire. For instance, the current situation in the White Flag country. It is not far from Yen country, with coastal cities of Yen country being merely over 700 kilometers away from the shores of the White Flag country. However, precisely because of this proximity, the zombie virus released into the ocean by Shifang reached the White Flag country the fastest, resulting in a full-scale outbreak of the zombie crisis. All port cities were nearly overrun by zombies. The dire situation was compounded by the fact that the White Flag country had previously been defeated and was not allowed to maintain a military force. They only had an armed guard, and the equipment of the guard was quite poor. As a result, ordinary zombies could rampage freely, causing mass slaughter of the White Flag people. If they faced small groups of zombies, the armed guard could barely manage. However, once confronted with large hordes of zombies, the armed guard would be of no use if they would only add to the already vast numbers of the undead. Even so, if there were only ordinary zombies, their limited abilities might not lead to an immediate collapse of the nation. But what truly dealt a lethal blow to the White Flag country was the mutated zombie creatures from the sea. These mutated fish had grown limbs. They could now come ashore to devour humans. The flying fish could also soar farther. They flew out in the tens of thousands from the sea, launching a massive assault on the cities of the White Flag country. And that wasn't all. The most terrifying were the zombie whales. They were enormous, and after becoming zombies, some had reached sizes of over 100 meters. Such gigantic zombie whales wreaking havoc would bring immense disaster to the cities of the White Flag country just by moving around, and most conventional weaponry couldn't kill them. Because they were simply too large. Even if a bullet hit their heads, it wouldn't penetrate deeply enough to damage their brain tissue. Besides these astonishing zombie creatures, the White Flag country also faced the emergence of a zombie leader. It appeared to be an octopus. It parasitized the heads of human zombies and commanded them to act. This creature was highly intelligent and knew how to coordinate different types of zombie creatures to launch attacks. After all, octopuses are inherently smart. Following their zombification they might have mutated to become as intelligent as humans. But this posed a severe challenge for the people of the White Flag country. Dealing with mindless zombie creatures was already difficult enough, and now they had a highly intelligent leader directing them. The capabilities of the White Flag country were utterly limited, making it impossible to withstand. This was the reason for their nationwide collapse. Of course, the White Flag country was not unique. As the virus continued to spread, more coastal nations and even inland countries were simultaneously experiencing similar events. However, being inland meant they were farther from the ocean. Moreover, Shifang's attention was still focused on Yen country. Thus the situation in inland countries was not as severe. Some countries even treated this crisis as a flu outbreak, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. At this moment in Wudu of Yen country, Shifang transformed most of the military zombies and commanded them to obey Wu Yong. This was a simple directive that ordinary zombies could understand. Afterward, Shifang no longer paid attention to this place. His original goal had merely been to deal with the nation's high-ranking officials. Now that his objective had long been achieved, there was no need for him to linger in Wudu. After all, he had many other matters to attend to. However, An Yi Ying, who was following Shifang, raised a question at this time. What do you plan to have me do? Upon hearing her words, Shifang replied, your innate abilities are very useful to me. Most plant zombies lack intelligence. Yet their utility is significant. I plan to form a zombie legion of plants, and you will serve as their brain to control their actions. Understood. An Yi Ying nodded. I'll wait here. What will you do? Just wait. Shifang did not respond. The zombie bodies he had been controlling returned to a state of stupor and aimlessly departed. An Yi Ying stood there frowning. But just as she was at a loss on what to do, a gust of wind swept down from above. Whoosh! Accompanied by the howling wind, before An Yi Ying could react, she was snatched up by a giant golden eagle and soared into the distance. Beneath the luminous moonlight of the night, the golden eagle soared past, clutching An Yi Ying. It advanced towards the direction of Bayou province, while the consciousness of Shifang returned to the body of the zombie vulture outside the city. Although the sovereign Wang Wei had ordered the bombardment of the city, his command had yet to be executed. Shifang had already arrived at the martial capital, with all the officials present being transformed. Naturally, the bombing order was halted. The zombies outside the city were able to survive, and those zombies that had been feasting nearby could continue to search for the corpses of their fallen brethren that had been slain by the army devouring them. And as these zombie vultures continued to feed, they had already begun to grow. The vast majority of the vultures had reached 3 meters in height, with a few exceeding 4 meters. Moreover, there was a seemingly leading zombie vulture, whose size had reached a terrifying 6 meters. Furthermore, this creature had undergone mutations. The wings of this zombie vulture were no longer mere feathers, but had transformed into clawed arm wings, allowing it to move on all fours like a bat or pterosaur. And due to the transformation of its wings into arm wings, it gained more means of attack. Additionally, aside from the changes in its wings, this zombie vulture had also developed a tail resembling that of a rat. The tail was slender and long, reaching over 10 meters, with a sharp, sturdy bone spike at the end capable of inflicting injury. Even more astonishing was its tail's incredible agility. The tail was more agile than a human hand. This bizarre giant zombie vulture had completely transcended the vulture form recognized by humanity. Of course, aside from its external changes, the panel of this zombie vulture also exhibited alterations. Name: Vulture. Race: Zombie. Type: Offensive Zombie. Level 6. Stage: First Stage Mutation. Talent: Zombie Virus Level 2, Carrion Eater Level 2. Passive Skill: Oppression Level 1. Active Skills: Sharp Howl Level 2, Grade Level 1. Description: Mutated Zombie Vulture. Level 2 Carrion Eater Growth Effect Enhanced. Level 2 Sharp Howl emits a sharp roar, attacking targets within a radius of 70 meters. Level 1 Raid doubles its speed within 3 seconds to rush at the target for a surprise strike. This vulture's panel skills. It resembled the mutated White Tiger closely. The difference was that the mutated zombie White Tiger was a ground berserker who grew stronger the more it fought. In contrast, this bizarre zombie vulture belonged to the agile offensive category, utilizing its speed advantage to disrupt enemies with sharp howls or launch long-range surprise attacks before retreating. Both had significant roles. The mutated White Tiger is responsible for the land. This zombie vulture can handle aerial engagements. Shifang pondered upon observing the panel of this special zombie vulture. However, currently the various departments of the Yen Kingdom were paralyzed, leaving little opportunity for the zombie vulture to engage in aerial assaults. But there was more than one nation in the Source Star. With the continued growth of the zombie vultures, they would undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Or perhaps they wouldn't even need to wait. They would soon astonish the world once again. After a moment's thought, Shifang closed the panel and linked his consciousness to the massive zombie vulture, whose wings had turned entirely blood-red, letting out a distant sharp howl towards the forest in the distance. Instantly, roars erupted through the forest. Subsequently, a massive number of zombie creatures surged forth. Assemble, head east, move out. Roar. Accompanied by Shifang's command. The densely packed horde of zombie creatures began to charge down the road towards the distant valley city led by the mutated white tiger whose intelligence had clearly improved with its level. Shifang on the other hand spread his wings descending onto the rooftop of a tall building in the eastern district of the city. Here stood the mutated zombie osmanthus tree. From its elevated position it dispersed pollen having bewildered tens of thousands of nearby survivors within just a few hours drawing them close to the building. These survivors either died on the way bitten by zombies or upon reaching the area succumbed to suicide under the allure of the osmanthus scent near the building. At that moment the paths surrounding the building were already densely packed with corpses. Countless zombies were here feasting on a buffet. Of course. As the instigator of all this, the zombie osmanthus tree's roots were continuously spreading, deeply embedding themselves in the numerous corpses below to absorb nutrients and grow. Its level was now no less than that of this giant zombie vulture. Its intelligence had also risen again. When Shifang descended beside it, it even bent its trunk to bow. This intrigued Shifang. After all, theoretically the enhanced intelligence of the mutated osmanthus tree did not imply an increase in knowledge. Logically osmanthus trees wouldn't bow. It didn't understand the meaning of bowing. Yet it did so. Curiously Shifang inquired about what was going on. The osmanthus tree couldn't answer Shifang, but it manipulated its roots to extract books from the building. You can read. You understand human characters. Shifang couldn't help but ask further. The roots of the osmanthus tree twisted and formed the character for study. You actually know how to learn. Seeing the response from the zombie osmanthus tree, Shifang nodded, indeed. Upon hearing Shifang's praise, the osmanthus tree trembled all over, seemingly excited by the compliment. Seeing this, Shifang continued, there are few survivors left in the city, it would be a waste for you to remain here. Let us go to other cities to continue making an impact. Saying this, Shifang spread his enormous wings. His powerful claws extended. The osmanthus tree then released its roots from the building and swiftly climbed onto the claws of the zombie vulture, gripping them tightly. Seeing this, Shifang vigorously flapped his wings. The incredible strength of the giant zombie vulture lifted the blood-red osmanthus tree into the sky. The long night lingers, dawn yet to arrive. Under the cover of the pitch-black darkness, a vast horde of corpses is advancing along the highway. The speed of the horde far exceeds that of vehicles. Especially those animals turned into zombies. They have come from outside the city, having experienced numerous battles. Their levels are generally above level 3. Even ordinary zombies have reached level 2. These zombies are tireless and do not need to rest, always maintaining peak condition as they sprint while in the sky. Shifang is leading the raptors to the outskirts of the valley city. Perhaps it is due to the events in Wudu. The valley city, which was only loosely guarded during the day, is now under full alert. The nearby troops of the 44th Division are on standby. They have even stationed themselves directly in the city. Looks like you aren't as foolish as I thought, he said, gazing at the sparsely lit city below. Shifang chuckled, then he hoisted the zombie osmanthus tree and began to stealthily fly towards the city center. Valley City, the northern gate of the city. Sigh, now even the top officials of the country are gone. Do you think we still have hope? At the defensive line established at the intersection, several soldiers on overnight duty spoke with concern. Hope? Tisk, it's hard to say. The main issue is that the zombie king is too strange. He should be commanding the battle outside the city. How did he suddenly get to Wudu? And everyone is completely unprepared. Yeah. The squad leader beside them nodded. He couldn't help but say, with the zombie king's abilities, even if he came here we might not notice until the zombies appear in large numbers. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They continued chatting like this. Not far away, the camp commander shaking his head as he patrolled. In the past he would have scolded them, but now he was feeling a bit jittery himself. Faced with the eerie zombie king, he wasn't sure if there was still hope. Thus the commander just shook his head. I hope that guy won't come to Valley City. And I hope the remaining top officials of the country can quickly come up with a countermeasure. Thinking this, the commander continued forward in the assault vehicle with several soldiers behind him. However, at that moment. Report. Commander, zombies have appeared on the main street. Suddenly a voice came through the communicator. And it was vaguely mixed with gunfire. The commander narrowed his eyes upon hearing it. What's the number? How many are there? What's the situation? Not many, just a few. But it's very strange, they are soldiers from my company and they suddenly turned into zombies without any warning. The company commander responded through the communicator. The commander's expression showed no sign of relaxation. No warning. Could it be the zombie king has come? Stay vigilant, don't let your guard down. I'll notify the regiment commander right away. Although he wasn't sure if it was the zombie king approaching. Thinking back to the previous videos, recalling how the zombie king had infected those national leaders from a distance. The commander took it very seriously. He immediately connected with the regiment to report the situation to his regiment commander, but before he could say much more, the street behind him suddenly erupted with gunfire. Da-da-da. Bang. Bang. Commander Zombies, it's the Horde. Zombie animals are coming, open fire. Quick, notify all companies and squads. Listening to the chaotic sounds from the street behind, the commander hastily signaled those beside him to stop the vehicle while turning back to look at the soldiers who had just been chatting at the defense line. As the commander turned around, what entered his sight was a mass of corpses like a tide rushing rapidly towards the defensive line under the moonlight. At the forefront of the horde were the zombies of tigers and leopards. Damn it, what was bound to come has finally arrived. Seeing the horde drawing ever closer, the commander cursed inwardly and immediately contacted nearby troops for support while also informing the regiment of the situation here. Meanwhile, in the sky, the zombie raptors began their assault. GA. Accompanied by a piercing and sharp long screech. In a gale so strong that it made standing difficult, countless soldiers on the defensive line had their eardrums shattered and some even suffered brain hemorrhages and fell dead. The defensive line at the intersection also collapsed as a result. Taking advantage of this gap, a zombie white tiger gradually revealed its skeletal helmet to protect itself. Its figure like a ghost leapt fiercely onto a nearby tree and then leapt again, nearly 10 jong directly charging into the army behind the defensive line, swinging its sharp claws. Bang! With the sound of that dull impact, one soldier after another was sent flying like tomatoes, smashed into a pulp by the terrifying force. A continuous stream of zombie creatures followed, charging into the city through the gap in the defensive line, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the once quiet city became lively. Gunfire, explosions, cries, roars. These sounds merged into one. The humans of Valley City appeared utterly powerless against this ferocious zombie army. The night robbed them of their vision. It also brought them more fear. The death of the higher-ups took away their morale. It also left them in confusion. The powerful corpse beasts stripped away their courage, rendering them timid. This was an unfair battle. But this battle is not the only one. Valley City is just the beginning. In the future, more cities will fall under the absolute power of the zombie army. The long night finally came to an end with the gradual fall of Shanga City. Yet when the dawn light shone, it was not a bustling metropolis that greeted it, but instead a city filled with cracked, ruined buildings, roads pockmarked with craters, and burning cars belching thick black smoke. Countless zombies roamed the streets. Inside the swaying buildings, occasional cries of anguish could be heard. In the sky, a flock of massive corpse vultures searched for the dilapidated bodies scattered throughout the city. Meanwhile, in the botanical garden near the military district outside the city, Shifang was engaged in the large-scale transformation of zombie plants, while Yang, led by the zombie Golden Eagle, altered course to land in the valley. She possessed a special talent known as Tree Spirit. She could control low-level zombie plants. At this moment, Shifang was in charge of the transformation while Yang was attempting to manipulate the zombie plants. Crack. At the entrance of the botanical garden, Yang's eyes emitted a green glow. Not far away, accompanied by the sound of cracking, the large trees and other plants began to break free from the shackles of the earth rising from the soil. Noticing this, Shifang, linked with the large corpse vulture, halted the transformation and flew back from the distant forest to the botanical garden, connecting his consciousness to nearby zombies. How is it? Is the manipulation going smoothly? Shifang inquired as he approached Yang. Yang nodded. It's going quite well. But I can't control too many plants. What do you mean? Shifang pressed further. Yang replied, I've realized that zombie plants should inherently possess the ability to move. However, they are limited by their biological traits. Additionally, their intelligence is too low. They cannot proactively detach from the ground. It is also quite difficult for them to perform more complex actions. I control them to leave the ground and move, which is akin to being their brain, but my ability is limited and I can't control too many of them individually. Upon hearing Yang's words, Shifang understood. According to Yang, the plants obeying commands were fundamentally different from zombies, as zombies could act autonomously and could respond immediately to commands. However, plants would not act on their own. Yang's commands were ineffective. She still needed to manipulate the plants personally. In fact, it was already impressive that Yang could control dozens of zombie plants at once. If it were an ordinary person, controlling even a dozen would be challenging. Nevertheless, although she could not control many, having dozens of plants was still sufficient. Alright, a few dozen will suffice. Zombie plants are different from other zombies. They lack heads, so aside from fearing fire, they have virtually no fatal weaknesses. Being able to control dozens of zombie plants is quite advantageous in battle. Let's proceed, follow me. Next, we will continue moving forward. We will prioritize capturing several important cities in Bayua province and then advance outward from there. I don't have time to keep an eye on all the cities. Therefore, after taking the key cities, you will each demonstrate your abilities and push outward on your own. Shifang's intention was very clear. He specifically transformed zombie plants for Yang, preparing for her to lead her team to conquer cities while the other leading zombies would face similar situations. After all, there were too many cities in the Yen nation. Shifang had no time to monitor them all. Yang had no objections to this. I understand. She simply nodded and then pointed to the side. What about her? Following Yang gaze, Yume stood there obediently remaining still. Shifang glanced at her and said, bring her with you. With me? What makes her special? She has a brain. A brain? You'll understand. Also don't let her die. Understood. The Valley City had already become a paradise for zombies. Shifang's consciousness returned to the large corpse vulture as he spread his wings and began issuing commands throughout the city. Instantly the birds of prey in the sky and the zombie beasts running around on the ground looking for living people gathered and began advancing towards other cities under Shifang's orders. Yang and Yume also followed the group. Shifang did not take the zombie osmanthus tree with him. There were still many survivors in the urban area of Shanggu City and the surrounding villages who had not been found. It could consume some time here. Shifang also did not take the other zombie plants. The zombie plants here were merely transformed to let Yang test her abilities. As for the plants that Yang would lead, they could be transformed later. After all, the plants were plentiful and widespread. There was no worry of not finding them. As Shifang led the fierce zombie beast army through various cities in Baiyu province. These cities which had lost military support had no means to combat these ferocious zombie creatures. Even those cities with nearby military presence. Faced with zombie beasts and zombie plants. Along with the elusive zombie kings, their effectiveness was minimal. The continuous retreat of the army also led to the successive fall of major cities in Baiyu province. Moreover, when news of these cities spread, a wail of despair rose across the nation. A sense of hopelessness enveloped the entire country. However, not all places were like this. For instance, Yumu City in the south was completely devoid of despair. On the contrary, life here remained quite good. Although zombies had started to appear nearby, those zombies were quickly eradicated. And during the extermination no one got infected. The reason being, aside from the excellent defense work in Yumu City where everyone wore masks, it was also because they were exterminating zombies. It was not the human army that dealt with the zombies, but machines controlled by artificial intelligence. Yumu City, the municipal center. Haha, Fong Dong, it's a tremendous success. I told you this would definitely work. What do you think? The intelligent troops are indeed impressive, right? In the conference room, the officials of Yumu City were discussing fervently while looking at the projection on the wall. Sitting to the left of Mayor Fong Dong, the young man wearing black-framed glasses couldn't help but excitedly shake Fong Dong's arm. The latter also nodded with a smile. The reason everyone in the conference room was so enthusiastic was because of the projected content. On the screen, a multitude of armed drones loaded with heavy weaponry were actively attacking zombies. The zombies were utterly helpless against them. They couldn't reach the drones in the sky. And even if they did, they might not be able to destroy them. After all, these drones were military grade. Their quality would not be subpar. Moreover, not just ordinary zombies, even birds and other animals infected by the virus were directly shredded by the drone's propellers, establishing a defense line for the city. Although there were still occasional oversights, at least the vast majority of zombie creatures would be eliminated by them. And the drones were not the only means. Through the images, everyone could also clearly see the intelligent robots located throughout the roads. With these intelligent robots combined with a large number of armed drones to strike against the zombies, Yumu City was indeed much safer compared to other cities. However, at that moment in the conference room, the young man with the black-framed glasses, after his excitement, couldn't help but sigh. Previously we mentioned to the higher-ups that our intelligent troops are still under development. We hope to receive more funding. And we hope more people will join the research. Unfortunately, the program is stuck and we've nearly run ourselves ragged trying to treat people to meals. Those incompetent folks are always making excuses. They just won't help us get our application approved. If the research on the intelligent troops had been approved earlier, perhaps the National Army would have already deployed them. It wouldn't be like now, struggling against zombies without the power to fight back. The bespectacled youth grew increasingly indignant. Fong Dong quickly patted his shoulder to console him. Alright, Taozi, things have come to this. Right now let's look forward. No matter what, I am very grateful that you rushed over to help me last night. As for the research on the intelligent troops, Yumu City fully supports it. As he spoke, other officials nodded in agreement. After all, ordinary troops couldn't stop the zombies. But the intelligent troops could. They certainly didn't want to offend this Taozi. The bespectacled youth known as Taozi smiled wryly. Where do you need to thank me? I should be the one thanking you all. Last night there was an incident at the research base. If you hadn't sent troops to help, who knows how dangerous the situation would have been. Pausing for a moment, Taozi then continued, right now, although Yumu City is temporarily safe thanks to the intelligent troops, but it's already been reported online. Major cities in Baiyu province have fallen. This must be the work of that zombie king. His zombie beasts are too powerful. If they come, our meager strength would probably still stand no chance against him. So what do you mean? Fong Dong pressed. Tauzi responded, we need to strengthen our firepower. Our intelligent troop research team is still here but ammunition and resources are limited. Moreover, if we want to expand the intelligent troops, or create stronger intelligent warriors, we need more materials. Therefore my suggestion is to contact the nearby military and other research bases. We should collaborate with them. Together we will fortify Yumu City to be as solid as a fortress. Listening to his words, Fong Dong nodded. In fact, even without Tauzi's suggestion, he had planned to do just that. I had the same idea. Now that the national leadership is gone, local forces are fighting their own battles, we can only rely on ourselves to continuously accumulate power or band together. Additionally, we must continue to shut down Yumu City's network. News from here cannot be spread online, to prevent that zombie king from noticing us online. Yumu City was secretly carrying out its plans. At this time in Baiyu province, Shifang had already taken multiple key cities near the military district. Using these cities as a starting point, Shifang dispersed in Yiying and other capable mutated zombies, allowing them to lead their zombie hordes to attack surrounding cities and enlarge the undead army. Shifang himself returned to his main body. He took out his phone and browsed through the news. The quantity of news online had significantly decreased. It seemed that with the paralysis of governmental agencies, plus the continuous spread of the zombies, many city media outlets had suffered. However, even so, there were still quite a few media outlets reporting valuable information. Shifang browsed through the news one by one. He wanted to see if there were any particularly challenging cities. If there were, he would consider linking up to carry out focus strikes. Unfortunately, after nearly finishing the news, Shifang did not find any particularly special cities. The major news was simply about mutated zombies causing greater panic in other provinces. However, there was one piece of foreign news that caught Shifang's attention. The content of that news was about a zombie octopus leading other zombies in a frenzied attack on the White Flag Nation, causing it to nearly fall nationwide. Upon closer inspection of the news, Shifang was somewhat surprised. That zombie octopus is remarkably intelligent. It managed to incapacitate the White Flag Nation. After pondering, Shifang called the system. System, check the panel of that octopus. Name octopus. Race zombie. Type intelligent zombie. Level 18. Stage second stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 4, evil spirit level 2, domination level 1. Passive skill regeneration level 3, intelligent brain level 4. Active skill brain control level 3, whisper level 2. Description: a mutated zombie octopus. Seeing the panel appear before him, Shifang was stunned for 2 seconds before regaining his senses. What the hell? Level 18. Second stage mutation. And it has so many advanced skills. Shifang couldn't help but exclaim. This zombie octopus is truly outrageous. The highest level zombies on land have only just crossed the level 10 threshold. But this octopus is already nearing level 20. Even if there are many living creatures in the sea and it eats a lot, leveling up this quickly is just too much. No, it definitely didn't rely on normal consumption methods to upgrade by eating living creatures. Shifang speculated that it must have other methods to level up. Perhaps those skills are helping it. Thinking it might be a skill issue, Shifang indicated for the system to check the skill details. Level 4 zombie virus shortens transformation time to 1 minute with a probability of causing immediate mutation in the infected. Level 2 evil spirit, an evil entity that emits a special aura enhancing the attack desires of all allies within 100 meters but slightly weakening their defenses. Level 1 domination can control zombies weaker than itself. Level 4 intelligent brain significantly increases intelligence. Level 3 brain control can manipulate the brains of living creatures or the bodies of zombie entities through contact. Level 2 whisper emits strange whispers that throw nearby living creatures into a frenzy. Goodness, these skills. Shifang exclaimed, this is insane. Level 4 zombie virus can actually make infected ones mutate directly. Shifang commented, wow, that's something. And then there's the evil spirit and domination skills. These two skills could allow the octopus to lead the enhanced zombie entities to attack human cities. Shifang continued, plus its extremely high intelligence. And the whisper skill to disrupt humans. Shifang added, no wonder the already weak White Flag Nation was directly incapacitated by this octopus. As for its rapid leveling up, it probably has to do with its control. Maybe it controlled some whales or similar creatures to frantically eat those living beings. Shifang mused, and then absorbed the growth energy itself. Shifang speculated in his mind. But no matter how the octopus levels up so quickly as his subordinate, as a being he could absolutely control, its improvement equated to an increase in Shifang's power. Naturally, Shifang felt pleased about this. I didn't expect that the ocean poisoning back then. Besides spreading the virus globally, it also raised such an existence. Shifang pondered, wait, with so many creatures in the ocean there might actually be even more powerful mutated marine beings. It's just that they haven't shown their strengths yet, so no one has noticed. Shifang chuckled more excitedly. He couldn't help but let out a chuckle. But soon Shifang also realized that since the zombie entities in the ocean were already so powerful, he might not need to focus solely on controlling those land zombies, he could connect with the ocean's zombie entities and land them on the beaches. Then begin the assault on coastal cities, attacking both land and sea simultaneously. Shifang calculated, the speed of zombification in the Fire Nation will definitely be much faster. And humans aren't that fragile. They might be secretly researching some powerful weapons somewhere. If the zombie beast horde suffers heavy losses, Shifang theorized, the marine zombie entities could land collectively for immediate support. With this thought Shifang formed a plan. However, he didn't act immediately as there was still something he needed to do. That was to upgrade his skills. Since last night until now, he had leveled up several times in succession. With plenty of ability points remaining, it was time to enhance the skill levels to improve their effects. Once the skills were upgraded, he could continue with his plans. Thinking of this, Shifang opened the panel. Name Shifang. Race zombie, source body. Level 18, growth 136744000. Grade 0, stage 18100. Talent zombie, source body, level 1. Talent skill living transformation, level 3. Passive skills regeneration, level 3. Skill synchronization, level 3. Absolution, level 1. Physical synchronization, level 1. Active skills shared link, level 3. Stealth, level 3. Demonic transformation, level 3. Remaining ability points 10. Description. Level has already reached 18. The speed of improvement is still quite fast. The addition of absolution and physical synchronization skills. Shifang had already seen absolution. As for physical synchronization, it appeared after the recent upgrade. Its effect is similar to skill synchronization. Level 1 physical synchronization in a linked state can stack 10 of the main Bodhi's physical strength onto the linked entity. The main Bodhi's physical capabilities are exceptionally strong. At level 0, its physical condition surpasses that of a human by 3 times. Now at level 18, Shifang saying he is superhuman isn't an exaggeration. The effect of physical synchronization is quite good. This skill combined with demonization can significantly enhance the combat power of the zombies. Moreover, these skills can continue to be upgraded. The benefits they bring will also continue to increase. Currently there are 10 ability points left. Pardon is used infrequently, so it doesn't need upgrading for now. Physical synchronization can be upgraded by 2 levels. Stealth and demonization are essential upgrades. Skill synchronization and shared link also need to be upgraded. Shifang looked at his panel and decided on the skills to upgrade after a moment of contemplation. The system then provided a prompt. Ability points consumed, skills upgraded. Level 3 physical synchronization increases the percentage of physical enhancement for linked individuals to 30%. Level 4 stealth new camouflage effect allows one to blend into the surrounding environment. Level 4 demonization enhancement increased to 4 times. Level 4 skill synchronization increases the number of synchronizations by 1. Level 4 shared link increases the algebra by 1. Stealth can change color. That's quite a nice effect. Seeing the newly appeared effects, Shifang nodded, then glanced at his remaining ability points. They had already been depleted. Evidently, as the system had said, the cost of upgrading skills would increase after their levels rose. From level 3 to 4. The skill cost is now 2 points. For level 4 skills 8 ability points. Plus the 2 levels of physical synchronization. Just enough to exhaust all 10 ability points. Alright, skill upgrades completed. Next. Shared link. Closing the panel in front of him, Shifang activated the shared link skill again to connect with the zombies. In Heha Province, Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City is located in the northern part of Qingmiao City. It is separated from Qingmiao City by 2 other cities. However, being a coastal city, Xuanwu City is also inevitably affected by the invasion of zombie creatures from the ocean. Fortunately, right next to Xuanwu City is the garrison of the 83rd Division of the Yan Nation, and the military support is extremely fast as most of the zombies in the city have already been eradicated by the army. The few zombies left in the city are being searched by armed teams composed of grouped soldiers and numerous city guards. Judging by the situation in Xuanwu City, if there are no major accidents, this city will remain safe for a long time. However, at this very moment no one knows that the zombie king has silently descended upon this city. Suddenly a sound was heard from the beach. A pale zombie soaked by the sea was making its way from the water onto the beach, heading towards the nearby forest, while several unafraid seagulls were sharing a half bag of fries. The zombie paused to look over. The next moment, a loud cry erupted from the seagulls that had just been eating fries. They lost their previous calmness, their eyes turning red and exceptionally ferocious, yet among these seagulls one particular individual stood out as remarkably quiet. It glanced at the zombie that had started to wander aimlessly not far away. Then it spread its wings and flew towards the city. This unusual seagull was none other than Shifang. After flying into Xuanwu City, Shifang continued to soar, overlooking the entire situation of Xuanwu City. There were many soldiers in the city. Shifang could clearly see. Near the city guard bureau there were numerous armored vehicles and other vehicles carrying heavy firepower. Shifang even spotted a command vehicle. He could roughly guess what was happening. The top brass of the Yen nation were gone. Each area was fighting its own battles, and the army stationed near the city naturally could not remain idle. They had to plan for the future and thus began to move into the city in large numbers. The army's purpose was simple. With control of firepower they aimed to seize the city as a base to resist the zombies outside. At the same time the city could continuously provide them with supplies. Of course those officials in the city were quite pleased with this arrangement. After all, having the army stationed in the city made everyone much safer compared to just the city guards. Both sides could be considered mutually beneficial. However, seeing the army below, Shifang couldn't help but smile. Do you think the army can protect you? Then you're mistaken. If these soldiers won't be able to keep the city safe from me. Moreover, these soldiers will soon become my allies. With a light chuckle in his heart, Shifang shot down towards the soldiers gathering in the city square. Transformation. Whoosh! As Shifang passed through the army. The living transformation with a range of 50 meters instantly turned all the soldiers in his path into zombies, and these zombie soldiers, losing their rationality, pounced on their comrades. In an instant chaos erupted in the square. Cries of agony and gunfire echoed continuously. This also alerted the officers further away. Everyone rushed over while Shifang continued to charge towards those officers to transform them. Transformation successful, growth 1, transformation successful, growth 1, transformed into. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Shifang glanced at the increasingly chaotic city, his figure flying towards the ocean to summon the zombies from the sea. Roar! With Shifang's call, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the sea. Beneath the azure ocean, countless shadows began to surface. A dense mass of zombie fish spread across the sea surface. Boom! Accompanied by a towering water column. A zombie orca measuring dozens of meters in length suddenly burst from the water's surface, hovering in the sky in a bizarre posture. A flying zombie whale. Looking at the zombie orca before him, Shifang was filled with surprise. He truly did not expect a zombie whale could fly. However, it seemed not all of them could fly. Shifang glanced down at the ocean, and the other whales did not take to the sky. It appeared that only the one in front could fly. Other than its large size, this orca had its dorsal fin transformed into a weapon with protruding bones and sharp spikes. Its two front flippers had become thinner and wider with edges as sharp as blades. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, and even the tip of its tail had turned deadly. This creature was fully armed. It had mutated and was battle-ready. This was something Shifang could determine just from its appearance. The result was as he had guessed. A glance at the interface revealed that this orca was indeed a battle-type mutated zombie, though it had few skills. It possessed only a fighter talent along with a passive ability called Dragon Blood. That Dragon Blood was the secret to the orca's flight, level 1 Dragon Blood, naturally endowed with Dragon Blood, capable of swimming freely like dragons in the world. Dragon Blood allows flight at level 1. I wonder what effects upgrading would have. Furthermore, dragons. What does this description from the system mean? Do dragons really exist in this world? Shifang couldn't help but ask. The system provided a simple and clear answer, yes. Upon hearing this, Shifang did not pursue the matter further. Yes, that answer was enough. After all, dragons had been mentioned in numerous historical and mythical texts. It was just that modern people hadn't seen them, but so many ancient records could not possibly be baseless. Thus such creatures might actually exist, albeit not as grand as described in myths. Of course, this was not important. Shifang had no intention of seeking out dragons. Compared to the elusive and untraceable dragons, he was more focused on the matters at hand. Although this mutated zombie orca has few skills, it can fly and is large enough. Moreover, it possesses a fighter talent akin to that of a white tiger, allowing it to continuously improve in battle. This fellow is suitable to be a vanguard. However, it is still not enough. Shifang continued to scan the area below. With his call, many enormous mutated zombie creatures from the ocean emerged into his view, waiting for orders. These creatures included zombie walruses, zombie squids, and zombie turtles, among others. Many could also move on land. After a brief glance, Shifang wasted no time and chose the walruses and turtles to cooperate with the orca to forge a path ahead, with squids and flying fish providing support from behind. Thus a multitude of ocean creatures surged from the beach, advancing towards the chaotic city. Bayua Province, Nanda City. Boom. 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 Accompanied by deafening cannon fire, numerous soldiers were holding their rifles and steadfastly defending their lines against the advancing horde. Behind the front lines, dozens of tanks were continuously firing at the distant horde, bombarding them, and countless approaching zombies were blown to pieces by the overwhelming firepower. Occasionally those who managed to evade would also be gunned down by the frontline soldiers. Humph, these zombies are nothing special. Do you think you can break through the defenses of my Nangong Li's troops? Sitting in an armored vehicle, the commander of the Nanda City West District Nangong Li was observing the distant horde with a cold smile through binoculars. Although he was not clear on where the enormous horde of thousands had emerged from, those ordinary zombies attempting to cross Nangong Li's lines. That was akin to a fool's dream. His regiment was equipped with numerous heavy weapons. These mere thousands of ordinary zombies would soon be annihilated. Looking at the favorable situation, several battalion commanders beside him laughed. Before those zombies even reached our Nanda city, we were already filled with trepidation. After all, the zombies had taken down several cities within the province in a short time. Yet now I realize. These zombies are not as formidable as they were made out to be. I see that the cities fell because the armies there were not as capable as us. Indeed. Nangong Li nodded. He confidently and arrogantly declared, if we were tasked with defending those strategic locations, those cities would never fall. Right, Commander, Nangong speaks the truth. Several battalion commanders echoed Nangong Li's words, while the soldiers on the front lines appeared relaxed. They had previously believed that encountering a horde would surely lead to a hard-fought battle. Who knew it would be this easy? Look at the current situation. Once we wipe out this horde, we will be famous. After all, up until now no place has reported being able to eliminate a horde like this. That's true, but speaking of which, the media is almost completely wiped out. Will anyone publicize our deeds? Well, there probably will be. Who cares, these zombies are so weak. Once we eradicate all the zombies, our contributions will not go unnoticed and we will still be famous. On the front lines the soldiers chatted. The entire army was in a relaxed state. However, no one noticed. On a distant hillside, Yang was watching them coldly. From Yang's perspective, there was no horde where Nangong Li and the others were frantically bombarding. Their shells and the soldiers' bullets were all landing on the empty road. Meanwhile, within the army, countless thorny vines and tall trees had approached the soldiers, systematically killing the excited troops. Zombie plants possess the skill of alluring fragrance. Although not every one of them necessarily has it, the vast majority of zombie plants do. The mutated Ying has it as well. The alluring fragrance can create illusions to confuse people. The higher the zombie plant's level, the more realistic the illusions they create, making it increasingly difficult for humans to discern the truth. As a tree spirit, Ying can command multiple zombie plants to unleash the alluring fragrance skill. She can also leverage this trait to collectively create a vast and realistic illusion to deceive humans, such as the horde of corpses attacking under Nangong Li's command, which is merely an illusion she conjured. When the army saw the horde of corpses, they had already fallen into the trap. Ensnared in their illusions, they appeared to Ying as lambs ready for slaughter. The zombie plants effortlessly annihilated Nangong Li's entire regiment. Moreover, the thorny vines. Those sharp spikes are infected with a virus. As they grazed against the soldiers, those injured would soon undergo corpse transformation into zombies. Watching the soldiers die in their illusions only to rise as zombies minutes later, Ying commanded the zombie plants to cease the spread of the alluring fragrance. While plant sieges are easy, they also have downsides. Their direct attack capabilities are weak, and if targeted by the army it could lead to significant trouble. Therefore, before taking action, Ying always first releases the alluring fragrance to pave the way across the entire city. This greatly enhances the safety of her plant army. However, this siege method is inefficient. Furthermore, illusions are ultimately just illusions. If during battle other nearby armies hear the commotion and come to support, if they see friendly forces attacking thin air, they will definitely notice something amiss and may even launch a direct attack, resulting in inevitable losses for the plant army. Fortunately, zombie hordes are rampant now. Troops everywhere are engaged in battle. As long as this area doesn't fall and call for help, the sounds of gunfire here will not attract the attention of other nearby armies for a while. And no reinforcements will arrive. Yet this is ultimately not a long-term solution. No one can guarantee that this tactic will succeed every time. But Ying is not Shifang. She doesn't have many means at her disposal, and her current level is still low, so she can only act this way. However, as her level increases, as her abilities enhance, even gaining new skills, Ying will be able to change her tactics. Thoughts of the future linger in her mind. While waiting for the alluring fragrance to spread, Ying's gaze turned towards Yumei, who had somehow climbed onto a tank and was prying open the hatch to climb inside before crawling out again. Previously, Shifang had instructed her to take Yumei with her, explaining that Yumei was clever. At first Ying didn't understand. But later on, she discovered that this zombie Yumei could actually use human firearms to attack humans. She even observed and learned when encountering unfamiliar weapons, and she finally understood Shifang's intent. A zombie capable of using firearms. And one that continues to learn and improve. Even possessing strong combat abilities. He wanted me to take her. Could it be that he wants her to learn from me? Or perhaps he aims for this zombie to grasp my thoughts, tactics and other knowledge. And Ying stared at Yu Mei deep in thought. Yu Mei resembled a naive child. She was curious about everything, capable of learning anything, and her learning speed was astonishingly fast. And Ying had reason to believe that if Yu Mei stayed by her side she would indeed steal her skills. But what Ying was more concerned about was whether this zombie had a limit to her intelligence. If she continued to acquire limitless knowledge, what would she become? And Ying didn't dwell on it further, for she saw that Yu Mei had already started the tank and was advancing towards the city. Yu Mei can attack humans with the tank, but not now. Currently the alluring fragrance has not fully spread to affect the army in other areas. Recklessly allowing Yu Mei to drive the tank out to attack humans would lead to trouble. After being stopped by Ying, Yu Mei was surprisingly obedient. This was because Shifang had told her to listen to Ying before leaving. However, after abandoning the tank, Yu Mei set her sights on other nearby military equipment. Heihe Province, Xuanwu City. Flying tiger whales, land sharks. Faced with these illogical yet exceptionally fierce marine zombie creatures landing from the ocean, the army, already thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance of ordinary zombies, collapsed on the spot. Countless soldiers were either bitten to death by land sharks or dismembered by the sharp fins of the tiger whales. Even the sturdy armored vehicles were crushed flat by the ferocious flying tiger whales. Yet even more soldiers fell victim to the small flying and extremely fast zombie flying fish. That countless swarm of flying fish suddenly descended from the sky, landing on people and tearing them apart. Some individuals targeted by the mass of flying fish were reduced to mere skeletons on the spot. The terrifying speed of their gnawing frightened many into fleeing. Under such circumstances, the fall of Xuanwu City was inevitable. Meanwhile, Shifang was connecting with the body of a zombie seagull, traversing various places in Xuanwu City where survivors were gathered, continuously transforming them into zombies. He wasn't driven by greed for that little bit of growth energy. After all, even if he did nothing, his own growth energy was increasing rapidly. Shifang was willing to go through this trouble simply because he wanted to quickly completely transform Xuanwu City into a dock for marine zombies to land and then lead the zombies to storm Baiyu Province. Under the assault of the myriad directions, Xuanwu City was powerless against the horde of corpses. The city was completely transformed into a paradise for zombies. Countless souls perished beneath the jaws of the undead. Meanwhile, the zombie fish from the ocean began to evolve due to the abundance of living energy. Many of the zombie fish underwent mutations. For instance, the already ferocious great white shark. When they first transformed into zombies, their attack power merely increased, allowing them to move on land using their fins. However, after the battles in Xuanwu City, some of the zombie sharks had developed two massive fin-like appendages that had morphed into powerful arms connected to their fins. With the strength of these arms, these zombie sharks became even more agile. They could leap or swing their bodies over long distances akin to monkeys. Moreover, thanks to their fin-like appendages, they remained nimble in the water. The enhancement of these creatures instilled an indelible fear and agony among the people of Xuanwu City. Indeed, the destructive power of these sharks was too great. Their astonishing bite force could easily shatter concrete walls. They could also penetrate steel plates, making the survivors' hiding places utterly ineffective against them. Of course, it was not just the zombie sharks. They were merely one of the mutated enhancers. Numerous other creatures such as mutated walruses, sea serpents and turtles were also abundant. In short, Xuanwu City had already fallen under their assault. The number of ordinary zombies had surged as a result. The myriad directions did not linger here for long. With the vast majority of humans turning into corpses, he had ordered the entire army to advance. The terrifying horde of hundreds of thousands, led by numerous oceanic undead, marched forward. When nearby cities caught wind of this news, it immediately incited great panic, prompting the survivors in those areas to flee frantically, seeking to distance themselves from coastal cities and avoid the horrifying tide of corpses. However, in the current Yen nation, the wilderness was no safer than the cities. Those survivors who had left the cities mostly met their end at the jaws of other zombie creatures. Yet there were a few fortunate souls who managed to escape. But many who remained in the cities chose to confront their fears, even though it seemed futile. At this moment they could only fight for their lives. In the north, Wudu. Although the myriad directions had departed, he left behind the mutated zombie He Chen and several officials, including the wise Wu Yong. He also left behind the thousands of fully armed zombies he had transformed. Therefore Wudu remained in chaos, facing the onslaught of fully armed undead. For humans, attempting to slay them was no small feat. Moreover, there were also mutated zombies. As an offensive type capable of movement, He Chen possessed immense combat power, able to enter and exit the fray at will. Each time he launched a surprise attack against the lines, his bone blade could sever dozens of soldiers before elegantly retreating and advancing to assault other defensive positions. The reaction speed of the human soldiers could not keep up with He Chen's pace. As he breached the defensive line, countless armed zombies surged into the military formation. Thus more soldiers became infected. Although the Wushu district due to its superior equipment put up a more vigorous resistance and did not perish instantly. However, if this continued, the annihilation of the Wushu district was inevitable. After all, every fallen human soldier meant one less to fight. But zombies, they multiplied with every engagement. This situation was utterly despairing. Zhao Tiansheng, the deputy commander of the Wushu district, had to repeatedly urge other stationed armies near Wudu for support. However, zombies were appearing in the nearby cities as well. Moreover, transportation was completely paralyzed. It was exceedingly difficult for large numbers of soldiers to rush to the scene. Zhao Tiansheng was aware of these circumstances, but the situation here was dire. He had no other recourse. Helplessly, he could only contact another unit as he watched the horde of corpses closing in from the distance. However, before he could complete the call, a military unit proactively called him. When Zhao Tiansheng answered, a deep voice came through. "Commander Zhao, I am Deputy Commander Wei Qixia of the 31st Division stationed in Tianhe City. Our special support has arrived. The reinforcements are rather unique. Please clear a landing zone immediately. And withdraw the frontline soldiers. Otherwise the special forces may cause friendly fire." Hearing the voice on the phone, Zhao Tiansheng was somewhat taken aback. Clear a landing zone. He could understand this. After all, the reinforcements might be airdropped. If they landed carelessly and were surrounded by the horde, wouldn't that be counterproductive? But why withdraw the frontline soldiers? What was going on here? With the frontline soldiers retreating, the horde would lose its obstruction. Wouldn't they rush in completely? However, Zhao Tiansheng did not ponder for too long. As a commander, he knew how to give orders. Therefore, after a brief response, Zhao Tiansheng stood atop the building gazing at the distant horde of corpses and the soldiers at the front line. He immediately commanded 2 regiments to remain at the defense. The remaining soldiers fall back. Once the order was issued, the dark mass of soldiers in the distance began to move, retreating towards the rear. Yet the fighting at the defense line did not cease. Their 2 regiments remained to provide fire support against the approaching horde, and the soldiers in those regiments understood what their presence signified. Nevertheless, they did not voice any complaints. As elite soldiers of the Wushu district, they had long been prepared to face death. Now the moment of glory had arrived. In their eyes there was no fear. Those soldiers harbored only hatred and madness towards the zombies. As a large number of frontline soldiers retreated, an open area emerged between the front and the rear. Meanwhile, the sky echoed with booming sounds. Zhao Tiansheng looked up and saw 5 military transport planes descending. They seemed unwilling to land. They descended only to get as close to the ground as possible. Then the cargo doors opened. And the next moment, whoosh! Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous sound, a pitch-black heavy humanoid armor over 3 meters tall plummeted from the sky. As the black armor plummeted down, other transport aircraft followed suit. With the successive opening of the cargo doors, 4 towering armored suits descended to the ground. These armors were of various colors, some stained with blood. It was evident that they had recently experienced battle. At that moment, seeing the descending armor, all the soldiers present were astonished. They never expected the country had such things. Of course, it was not just the human soldiers. A few distant zombie officials were also shocked by the armor. Only Wu Yong remained relatively calm. Considering Wu Yong was the commander of the military district who once oversaw the nation's army, he might have some understanding of the armor. Thus a zombie official couldn't help but ask, "What are those humanoid armors?" "Commander Wu, do you understand?" Wu Yong nodded slightly. "Do not be frightened by those things. The technological level of Yen country is limited. Those armors that have landed, they are not what you perceive as high-tech weapon-equipped mechs. These things are not that intimidating. They are assembled armors made from various existing machinery combined with thermal weapons and cold weapons. These had existed for a long time. However, due to their poor overall capabilities, they couldn't play a significant role on the battlefield. Thus they were not promoted or developed. According to Wu Yong, these armors were merely the fanciful ideas of those at the weapon research base. In the past, without zombies, these heavy and clumsy armors were simply moving targets bombarded on the battlefield, proving to be of little use. Moreover, the operation of these things was difficult. Naturally, no one cared much. The state only allocated a little funding to encourage those researchers to work hard. Later, no one paid attention to it. However, Wu Yong did not expect that this peculiar thing was still being continuously researched. Moreover, judging by the current situation, this armor had continually improved its performance over the past 2 years and could now be used on the battlefield to combat those enemies. At the very least, it could deal with zombies. After all, most zombies would not use thermal weapons to attack armors. I remember the research of this thing. It seems to be from the Tianhe City Weapon Research Base. That Tianhe City is hundreds of kilometers from Wudu. Did they actually come to provide support? Wu Yong stared at the armor, pondering. In fact, he had received many new weapon equipment documents sent from various places during his time as the military district commander, but most were merely experimental models with little utility. He had since looked at them less and less. However, given the current situation, since Tianhe City was continuously researching armor, perhaps other weapon research bases were too. They might be studying those black technology weapons that he and many officials had once regarded as a joke. Just because those weapons were useless in the past doesn't mean they are still useless now. This armor is a prime example. Humanity perhaps, really will not perish so soon. Wu Yong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, regardless of the circumstances, he had now become a zombie and needed to consider the zombies. I must return to the military department soon. I need to retrieve the new weapon documents from various locations. Then, according to the locations in the documents, strike those places. I cannot allow human weapons to progress further. Otherwise I will be killed by them sooner or later. Wu Yong quickly formulated a plan in his mind. But currently there was something more pressing. That was, the 5 armors. These armors equipped with thermal and cold weapons could not be dealt with by the steel zombies at all. They could only be bombarded with heavy firepower. Ordinary zombies were unreliable. They could only rely on their few intelligent zombies to operate the thermal weapons left by humans to attack the armors. With this thought, Wu Yong quickly scanned the battlefield. Eventually his gaze fell upon a rocket launcher in the far corner. At that moment the human army on the opposite side. Armors. Wow, such things actually exist. Tianhe City truly deserves to be called a technological city. As he watched the armors descend, revealing their dark cavernous cannon muzzles and the long swords and other cold weapons on their arms charging swiftly toward the distant horde of zombies, Zhao Tiancheng couldn't help but applaud. However, among those armors, there were actually no humans controlling them. The armors were operated by artificial intelligence. Behind them were the researchers from Tianhe City. Under the control of these individuals, the 5 armors charged into the horde, swinging their gigantic blades in sweeping motions. Boom. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of massive explosions, the half-meter-wide great swords and blades directly turned dozens of zombies in front of them into mush. Simultaneously, the heavy machine guns deployed on both sides of the armors began to fire wildly at the horde, causing the flesh-and-blood zombies to completely lose all advantages against the steel armors. Their claws and teeth could not damage the steel, nor could they leave a mark on the armor. In contrast, the 5 armors advanced in unison. The combination of thermal and cold weapons made them invincible, akin to an anteater charging through an ant colony. Even the mutated zombie He Chen had lost his effectiveness at this moment. His bone blade could not damage the armor. Despite his extremely fast speed, the armors with their somewhat sluggish reactions could also not harm him. But if this continued, He Chen would eventually be injured under the hail of bullets. Reluctantly, He Chen could only retreat. The horde had for the first time fallen into a disadvantage. The advantage of armor is simply overwhelming. Zombies cannot confront it head-on. Moreover, humans are still launching remote fire strikes. If this continues, the consumption will be relentless. I'm afraid the zombies in Wudu will suffer heavy losses. That's not something Wu Yong wants to see. After all, Shifang mentioned before leaving that he needed to capture Wudu within 7 days. If he fails to do so, Shifang will certainly not allow him to lead the horde. Right now, let alone capturing Wudu, if the fight continues, all the zombies in Wudu will perish. Wu Yong could imagine that if he truly caused the complete annihilation of the zombies in Wudu, Shifang would not only prevent him from leading the horde but would also deal with him. Reflecting on these circumstances and observing the humans' morale soaring, even showing signs of a counterattack, Wu Yong decisively chose to retreat. This left other officials puzzled. Commander Wu, although the armor is powerful, there are only 5 units. We should be able to resolve these 5 armored vehicles easily with our hot weapons. Then why choose to retreat? Hearing the inquiry from the officials nearby, Wu Yong shook his head. Humans are not foolish. As soon as we dare to use hot weapons, regardless of whether we can damage the armor, we will undoubtedly be concentrated on. You can't be wishing for death, can you? This. The crowd nodded at Wu Yong's words, which were indeed correct. However, what should they do after retreating? An official beside him inquired about the next plan. Wu Yong turned to glance at the horde before saying, "Don't rush. Right now we are directing the zombies to retreat. Humans will also realize that the horde has a leader. They have suffered significant losses and, fearing being outmaneuvered, will not pursue us easily. Moreover, the city's terrain is complex. The armor cannot be deployed in narrow alleys. Even if they chase us, not only will it be ineffective, but they are also likely to suffer further losses from zombie attacks. Thus I suspect that Zhao Tiancheng will order a rest soon. After that we can discuss how to proceed. We can take advantage of their pause to strike at the armored units that have stopped moving. Additionally, we should move by vehicle. This will increase our mobility and facilitate our retreat, to avoid being subjected to concentrated fire. At the same time, we can let He Chen maneuver around." Wu Yong shared his plan. Meanwhile, the massive horde quickly retreated. Compared to the human army, the zombies had a far greater capacity for action. They retreated and humans could not catch up. As Wu Yong had predicted, Zhao Tiancheng, the deputy commander of the Wushu district, did not pursue the zombies. The army paused to rest, and Zhao Tiancheng gathered officers at all levels to discuss the ensuing issues. After all, while Wudu had not yet been completely overrun by zombies, the zombies here are ferocious. Without support from Tianhe City, they would likely not be able to hold out. Thus they are currently considering whether to evacuate the survivors from the city. Although other nearby cities also have zombies, some places are not as severely affected. They could resolve those zombies and then settle to build defenses and create shelters. This is not feasible in Wudu. The violent zombies there will not give them the chance to build shelters. Moreover, this horde has a leader. That leader is a high-ranking official from Yan country. Those guys retain intelligence. With their command over the horde, Zhao Tiancheng lacks confidence in holding Wudu. Meanwhile, Tianhe City called again. "Commander Zhao, I've heard that the horde has retreated." The familiar voice came from the phone. Zhao Tiancheng nodded. "That's right. Thanks to the support from Commander Wei Qi. Otherwise we would have really struggled to hold on." Listening to Zhao Tiancheng, Wei Qi Xia on the other end signaled that there was no need for thanks. After all, the situation is tense right now. The regions of Yan country can only help each other. Then Wei Qi Xia asked about Zhao Tiancheng's plans. The situation in Wudu is not optimistic. There are still those infected by the zombie king. Zombies with intelligence. Commander Zhao stationed there will likely find it very difficult. I wonder if Commander Zhao has any other plans. Plans? Zhao Tiancheng smiled wryly. He did not hide it but mentioned to Wei Qi Xia his thought of evacuating people. Wei Qi Xia seemed to have been waiting for this. He laughed, saying that's a good idea. As the saying goes, if the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Evacuating first to stabilize the situation. We can counterattack the horde later. By the way, if Commander Zhao plans to retreat, you can head southeast. After Wei Qi Xia finished speaking, Zhao Tiancheng was puzzled. Southeast? What do you mean? As Zhao Tiancheng questioned. Wei Qi Xia's voice continued, it's like this: we in Tianhe City have already contacted many nearby cities. We believe the current zombies are showing their full strength. The zombie king is even more elusive. Our individual cities almost cannot defeat him. So our intention is to jointly establish an alliance city to gather the majority of northern troops, along with scientific researchers from various districts. Then we can confront the horde together. Wudu is advancing southeast and the city of Shangyue will be our gathering place. If Commander Zhao intends to retreat in that direction, we can send troops to follow and support you to ensure your safe arrival. Listening to Wei Qi Xia's words over the phone, Zhao Tiancheng frowned slightly. From Wei Qi Xia's words he sensed a different implication. This person is likely not simply contacting the military of various cities for the sake of humanity in Yan country, which is why he is so actively reaching out and even sending troops to Wudu. He probably has more ulterior motives. However, regardless of how many motives he has, at least he is indeed combating the horde. As for the city of Shangyue he mentioned, Zhao Tiancheng was aware of Shangyue city. That city was adjacent to the Jinhe River basin. The Jinhe was the largest river in the Yan kingdom, winding down and traversing most of the Yan kingdom. With this river serving as a natural barrier, the enemy could only launch frontal assaults on Shangyue city. It was precisely because of such natural conditions. Thus in ancient times Shangyue city was regarded as a highly significant strategic location. Additionally, there was a moat surrounding the city fed by water drawn from the Jinhe. Upon hearing about Shangyue city, Zhao Tiancheng surmised why they would gather in that location. After all, there was a moat and a river. So if one day a massive horde of corpses approached, it would be impossible to get close to that city, while the troops inside could strike the horde from across the river. Indeed, it was a good place. Gathering there to establish a shelter. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the threat of the horde. Of course, this was contingent upon effective virus infection prevention. Otherwise, if someone inside the city got infected, that would pose a serious problem. However, the virus had been rampant for quite some time. Apart from the Wudu Research Institute studying the virus, other research institutes were also examining this virus. Perhaps an antibody would emerge soon. At the very least, there were precautionary measures. Therefore, going to Shangyue city was indeed the best choice at the moment. As for other matters, he was already struggling to survive against the zombies. How could he have the energy to consider anything else? Zhao Tiancheng shook his head inwardly. Verbally he also responded to Wei Qi Xia. I see, Zhao understands now. Then it's settled. Wait for me to gather the troops and the survivors in the city before we set off. During this time I will need Colonel Wei Kai's assistance. Rest assured. Wei Qi Xia smiled, then informed Zhao Tiancheng of something. In fact, the 5 armored vehicles just now were only the vanguard of the reinforcements. There are still 10 more armored vehicles on their way. Additionally, I have arranged for other units to cooperate. Listening to Wei Qixia's voice on the phone, Zhao Tiancheng's expression soured. He had fully understood now. This Wei Qixia must have originally sent over more than 10 armored vehicles to assist him. However, only 5 had come first. This was merely to test him. Zhao Tiancheng was certain that if he had rejected cooperation with Wei Qixia to go to Shanhua City earlier, the subsequent units and those 10 armored vehicles would likely not have come. This person likely harbors ulterior motives. Only in the peaceful era before did he lack the chance to rebel. Now with the apocalypse upon us coupled with the fall of the nation's high-ranking officials, this person has begun to swell with ambition. No, perhaps it's not just him. After all, how much power can a mere division have? Maybe behind Wei Qixia is the mastermind of the army commander. As for which army commander it is, Zhao Tiancheng squinted, not thinking further. He simply expressed his gratitude to Wei Qixia verbally before hanging up the phone. The speculations in his mind were just guesses, if the specifics would likely have to wait until he arrived at Shanhua City to clarify. For now he had to arrange for an immediate evacuation. Zhao Tiancheng began to arrange for the evacuation. The soldiers of the Wushu district started to mobilize. Nearby survivors were also summoned. After all, with the Wushu army's departure, Wudu would essentially be finished. There would likely only be zombies left here in the future. Zhao Tiancheng hoped to bring as many survivors from Wudu to Shanhua City as possible. After all, even if they weren't taken away, they would end up turning into corpses. Moreover, after turning into corpses, those survivors would join the horde and turn against them. Since that was the case, it was better to take them away to prevent further strengthening the zombie horde. However, the Wushu army was making considerable movements. Wu Yong naturally noticed this. Are they preparing to evacuate? So decisive. Standing inside the building, Wu Yong gazed at the distant military forces. Watching military trucks starting up, he felt somewhat surprised. After all, with armored support, the Wushu army could still hold out for quite some time even if they couldn't win. But unexpectedly, Zhao Tiancheng was so decisive, directly abandoning Wudu to run away. Alright, since you are preparing to flee, I won't be polite. After some thought, Wu Yong quickly descended the stairs. Downstairs, the intelligent zombie officials had already gathered a significant amount of heavy weaponry. These items were left behind by the army. The army had neither the time nor the means to break through the horde to recover these weapons, so acquiring these heavy weapons was not too difficult. Watching those weapons, Wu Yong signaled for everyone to load them onto the vehicles and then drove closer to the Wushu army. Simultaneously, the scattered horde nearby began to regroup. They charged at the military once again. However, unlike last time, this time He Chen was not present. He Chen was a mutated zombie. His intelligence was higher than that of ordinary zombies. Furthermore, due to his formidable abilities, Wu Yong arranged for him to do other tasks. After all, even if he remained, he would not be able to break through the armored vehicles. Since that was the case, it was better to let him do something else. Of course, as the zombies reappeared, the Wushu army, which was gearing up to retreat, also noticed the large number of zombies and began to defend themselves. The 5 halted armored vehicles also began to move once more. However, just as the armored vehicles were in motion, whoosh! Boom! A rocket suddenly flew in from a distance. The armored vehicles were large and not very agile. Coupled with just starting up, they were inconvenient to dodge. As a result, the armored vehicles took a direct hit. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion, and nearby soldiers looked nervously at the armored vehicles. Fortunately, the armored vehicles were sturdy enough. Although some parts such as the heavy machine guns on the shoulders were blown away, the armored vehicles as a whole did not suffer significant damage and could still move. As soon as Zhao Tiancheng witnessed the armored vehicle being struck by thermal weapons, he instantly deduced the truth from afar. Ordinary zombies would never wield thermal arms. Targeted bombardment against armor. It must be those traitors. Zhao Tiancheng's expression darkened. His gaze swept toward the direction from which the shells had come. Yet Wu Yong, after all, was a commanding general. He knew precisely how to wage war. Thus, immediately after shelling the armored column, he swiftly relocated his position by vehicle, and continued striking the armor while constantly shifting locations. This rendered Zhao Tiancheng utterly incapable of pinpointing Wu Yong's exact whereabouts. Ahead of Wu Yong stretched a horde of zombies. Beyond them rose rows of buildings and towering high-rises. Wu Yong could move freely among them, whereas human soldiers, constrained by the relentless zombie assault, had severely limited mobility. They could neither pursue nor effectively engage him. What about aerial firepower? That would be sheer suicide. The city bristled with obstacles, yet the skies offered no cover whatsoever. Deploying armed helicopters or similar ordnance would only turn them into living targets. Moreover, the airbase had already fallen, no helicopters could be launched. Had that not been the case, Zhao Tiancheng's forces would not have found themselves so grievously outmaneuvered. Still, Zhao Tiancheng remained calm. Wei Qixia's reinforcements were drawing near. For now his sole objective was to minimize losses and effect a clean withdrawal, success in itself. Amid these calculations he issued new orders. Artillery battalion, bombard the rear of the zombie horde. Conduct saturation bombardment, not to kill but solely to prevent the zombies from deploying thermal weapons again. The command was relayed instantly. Whoosh! 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 As shell after shell arced through the air, deafening explosions erupted near the building clusters behind the zombie horde. Boom! 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 Crunch! Watching distant skyscrapers crumble into rubble, Zhao Tiancheng's lips curled into a cold, mirthless smile. He knew full well that Wu Yong, and the other zombie officials who retained intellect and memory, valued their existence above all else. Had they not clung so fiercely to life, they would never have betrayed humanity. And precisely because of that self-preservation instinct, Zhao Tiancheng was certain under saturation fire those traitors would scatter like rats, not press forward with reckless courage to resume shelling the armor. After all, they feared death just as much as any living being. While they remained incapacitated and while ordinary zombies were held at bay by the armored vehicles, his troops could withdraw safely. Still, though this reasoning held true, unforeseen complications could always arise. For now rapid evacuation remained paramount. Once beyond the city limits, into the open expanse of the wilderness, his army's tactical advantage would swell dramatically. At this thought he urged his men onward. Move faster. Discard anything non-essential. We have no time to waste. Under Zhao Tiancheng's urgent command the pace of withdrawal quickened slightly. Yet even so an army of over 10,000 soldiers, accompanied by nearly as many survivors, formed a vast serpentine column whose full departure from the city remained impossible within a short time frame. Meanwhile far off Wu Yong and his cohort finally escaped the bombardment zone. Watching the retreating column dwindle into the distance, Wu Yong's face tightened with displeasure. The armor was far more resilient than he'd anticipated. He'd assumed rocket-propelled grenades would cripple it effortlessly. Instead only superficial damage resulted. It took repeated strikes to disable a single vehicle. And Zhao Tiancheng's capacity for swift adaptive response proved equally unexpected. The sudden saturation bombardment shattered Wu Yong's confidence to continue the assault, his instinct for self-preservation overrode all else. He retreated without hesitation, prioritizing survival above all. Yet gazing upon the still smoldering zone ahead, Wu Yong felt a pang of frustration. This Zhao fellow has real mettle, daring to forge a defensive line purely through artillery barrages. Does he not fear running dry of munitions? Though seething inwardly, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Military ordnance was finite. Especially for a garrison like Wushu district, caught unawares by sudden conflict with no time for pre-war stockpiling, their light and heavy ordnance reserves were irreplaceable once expended. Logically Zhao Tiancheng should not squander ammunition so recklessly, unless he had no intention of planning for tomorrow. Or unless tomorrow no longer concerned him at all. Did he possess additional reinforcements? Was his sole aim to pin Wu Yong down, to prevent him from destroying the armor and triggering a rout? Though Wu Yong feared death intensely, his mind remained sharp. From Zhao Tiancheng's anomalous orders, he began to piece together the truth. At that very moment a familiar sound echoed faintly from the sky. Instinctively he tilted his head upward, and saw several fighter jets hurtling toward the zombie horde at blistering speed. And Wu Yong thought he saw, as the aircraft reached the horde's zenith, something being released from their bellies. No. His expression contorted. Without explanation he slammed the accelerator and sped away. Then, kaboom! A blinding fireball erupted skyward. Scorching flames and concussive heat blasted outward. Thick roiling black smoke billowed over the zombie horde. A pungent nauseating aroma of charred flesh saturated the city. Napalm. Through the rearview mirror Wu Yong stared at the endless plume of black smoke and the ceaseless blazing orange inferno behind him, and let out a bitter hollow laugh. Napalm was lethally effective. Its destructive power was immense, and its incendiary effect prolonged. Casualties among the horde would be catastrophic. Worse still, the fire would rage across the blast radius for minutes on end. The zombie horde would thus be severed by walls of flame. With Zhao Tiancheng's forces still battle-ready pursuing his retreating column now became impossible. Utterly impossible. Faced with Zhao Tiancheng's formidable reinforcements, Wu Yong found himself at a loss. After all, he was merely an ordinary zombie lacking the extraordinary abilities possessed by an Ying. Compounded by the mass slaughter of the undead hordes, the disadvantage had grown increasingly stark. Moreover, Wu Yong had every reason to believe that if Zhao Tiancheng and his supporting troops were willing to fight to the death in Wudu, he himself might well perish beneath the barrels of their rifles. Realizing this, Wu Yong abandoned further resistance. To prevent the senseless attrition of his undead legions, he commanded them to disperse and withdraw. Meanwhile, the aerial reinforcements hovering overhead, as Yu Qi Xia had previously predicted, deployed 10 armored vehicles. These machines were tasked with shielding Zhao Tiancheng's evacuation column as it retreated toward Shanyu City. In addition to the 10 armored vehicles, numerous soldiers descended from the transport aircraft. Such overwhelming support had been meticulously arranged. Yu Qixia had foreseen the necessity. Over the hundreds of kilometers stretching from Wudu to Shanyue, the convoy would inevitably encounter swarms of undead creatures, and even massive hordes pouring forth from other ruined cities along the route. Furthermore, this colossal evacuation column would inevitably draw survivors from neighboring cities, swelling its ranks steadily as more refugees joined en route. The column would thus grow ever larger. Without sufficient reinforcement, catastrophic losses would be unavoidable. Now, however, the undead threat had receded entirely. The vast orderly exodus could therefore advance smoothly from the heart of Wudu outward toward the city's periphery. Elsewhere, having scattered his undead forces, Wu Yong surmised that Shifang would not take lightly the chaos he had wrought upon Wudu, and would certainly mete out severe retribution. Though the current state of Wudu was not solely attributable to his own inadequacy, Shifang had made it unequivocally clear only results mattered. To mitigate his culpability as much as possible, Wu Yong hurried toward the former military headquarters where he had once served. There he intended to retrieve classified files on weapon research facilities across the nation, intelligence he could offer Shifang as partial atonement for his failure. In Fenggu City, Hehe Province, more than half a day had already passed since Shifang seized Xuanwu City. Following his original plan, he continued marching his ever-expanding horde toward Baiyue Province, but the advance proved far less smooth than he had anticipated. As news of the horde's mobilization spread, numerous human military units took notice. Fearing further growth of the undead legion, they moved swiftly to intervene. Human forces launched repeated assaults, waves of fighter jets dropped bombs from above. Though Shifang swiftly neutralized the aircraft, the horde still suffered considerable losses. With no alternative, Shifang halted his advance mid-route in newly captured Fenggu City, resolving to eliminate the aerial threat at its source, by destroying the hidden airbases concealed throughout Hehe Province. Yet he lacked precise coordinates. With the internet nearly collapsed, online reconnaissance was impossible. Fortunately, Zhang Feng still had allies. He recalled Wu Yong, the former commander of the regional military district. Wu Yong must know the locations of all airbases. A direct inquiry should yield the answer. And I shall also pay a visit to Wudu, to assess the situation there firsthand. With that thought, Shifang established a neural link with Yichen. As his surroundings dissolved and reformed, what emerged before Shifang's gaze was a street engulfed in roaring infernos, countless zombies writhing in flames, their bodies ablaze. Many more lay reduced to ash. Surveying the devastation, Shifang frowned. His instincts warned that events in Wudu had not proceeded as planned, yet he saw no trace of the remaining human garrison. Could his intuition be mistaken? Had Wu Yong already shattered Wudu's defenses? Shaking his head, Shifang shifted his consciousness and linked directly with Wu Yong, who had just arrived at the military headquarters. He then extended his awareness to the nearby undead, and as Wu Yong momentarily faltered under the psychic connection, a voice sounded behind him. "What are you doing here? What has happened in Wudu?" At the sound, Wu Yong's hand trembled, nearly dropping the classified documents he held. Yet he quickly steadied himself. Wudu. I apologize, I failed to seize it. He struggled to suppress the rising panic within. Shifang remained impassive. Explain. Wudu received reinforcements, Wu Yong replied hastily. They deployed armored vehicles. Those vehicles are devastatingly effective against undead legions. Our forces cannot advance. Moreover, they possess aerial support as well. Wu Yong recounted only the most critical details. Shifang furrowed his brow. Armored vehicles. His mind conjured images from science fiction films, transforming robots. Wu Yong nodded. Yes. But unlike those cinematic constructs, these are far less advanced. I struggle to describe them precisely, but fortunately the relevant technical files are right here. They were developed at Tianhe City's research facility. And beyond the armored vehicles, I suspect other cities have likewise deployed experimental weaponry. We can use the locations listed in these files to strike and dismantle those urban research centers. As he spoke, Wu Yong handed over the dossier. Shifang skimmed the pages, astonishment flickered across his face. Tianhe Research Base's armored vehicles. Qingping Research Base's autonomous infantry. Jiangshi Research Base's thermocryogenic weaponry. Baiyuan Research Base's next-generation grenades. Dongyue Research Base's exoskeletal armor, plus thunderstorm emplacement systems, new model assault tanks. The list went on, a dizzying array of cutting-edge armaments. Over 24 pages in total, enough to leave Shifang momentarily stunned. Has Yan Kingdom's technology truly advanced this far? He turned his gaze toward Wu Yong. Wu Yong shook his head silently. Yan State's technological capabilities were of course far from advanced. If all the equipment described in these documents had already matured, Yan State would long since have become the world's undisputed leader. These concepts were once dismissed as mere jokes, few ever approved research funding for them. After all, even at a glance they appeared utterly implausible. Even with its vast resources, Yen State's leadership was not foolish enough to allocate substantial funds to research bases pursuing such wildly impractical projects. In the past, only proposals involving firearm modifications or upgrades to military equipment ever secured approval and funding, though even then large-scale investment remained rare. Still, to keep researchers motivated, the state occasionally dispersed modest grants. Yet regardless of official support, or lack thereof, these scientists never abandoned their work. They clung fiercely to their research, and the armored plating developed in Tianhe City stood as the clearest testament to their unwavering resolve. Wu Yong had no idea that the team at Tianhe Research Base was still laboring over armor systems deemed utterly obsolete on any modern battlefield. Yet fortune favored the bold, or rather the absurdly persistent. When the virus erupted and the undead emerged, that very useless armor suddenly proved indispensable. Now, however, Wu Yong dared not underestimate these strange cutting-edge weapons. Upon hearing his words, Shifang fixed his gaze upon the dossier in his hands. A faint icy smirk flickered across his face. Had I remained ignorant of this, a full-scale conquest of Yen State would indeed have been no simple feat. But you, ultimately you exposed yourselves. Armor, is it? Intelligent troops, is it? Wait, soon they will cease to exist. After swiftly noting the cities listed in the dossier, he continued, I know these well. These cities will fall swiftly. Now tell me, do you know the precise locations of all national airbases? Yes, Wu Yong nodded. He already surmised Shifang's intent once the nation's air force lay in ruins. Humanity would not only lose rapid response capability but also forfeit access to many high-tier weapons, an outcome that would be nothing short of miraculous for the undead. Since you know, tell me now. And leave the zombie hordes to me. Leave the hordes? As expected. Wu Yong sighed inwardly. Shifang went on, you are an ordinary zombie, possessing no extraordinary abilities beyond your intellect. Granted, your cognitive advantage is real, but bear in mind, as zombies evolve in intelligence, their growth accelerates exponentially. Your edge, therefore, is fleeting. What you must do now is strive relentlessly to ascend. With ascension comes the chance of mutation. And once transformed, you shall wield immense power. Only then will I entrust you with command over other zombie legions. He paused briefly. You have yet to consume human flesh, have you? He fixed Wu Yong with a piercing stare. The latter nodded, his expression complex. Though transformed into a zombie, Wu Yong retained his memories, intellect and moral consciousness, rendering him incapable of devouring humans. That was why he remained at level 0, utterly stagnant. And Wu Yong was not alone. Other zombie officials across Wudu shared his restraint. The sole exception was An Ying, whose unique ability allowed her to take root and grow. Yet even she had consumed human flesh. She remained an anomaly. Most others like Wu Yong found themselves paralyzed by profound psychological barriers. Shifang offered no pressure. Decide for yourself. Do not expect special treatment from me. If you, and the other zombie officials, remain trapped by this mental blockade, refusing to feed, then until your bodies rot away you shall remain the lowest tier of the undead. Hearing those words, Wu Yong clenched his fist tightly. I understand, he affirmed solemnly. It was time to awaken. He was no longer human. Did abstaining from flesh mean humanity would show him mercy? A bitter laugh rose in his throat. Such hope was pure illusion. So the choice was stark: consume and ascend, or perish beneath human gunfire, or decay into oblivion. Seeing Wu Yong's dawning clarity, Shifang nodded, recorded the airbase coordinates province by province, then lifted his gaze toward the undead birds circling Wudu's skies. With a seamless shift of consciousness, his perspective merged with theirs, viewing the world from above, avian and unblinking, as his form surged forward in a streak of motion. Under synchronized physical augmentation, the frail undead bird accelerated instantaneously, its speed vaulting beyond 100 km per hour as it shot out of Wudu toward the southeast. Wu Yong had already informed him the Wudu garrison had evacuated, heading southeast, shielded along the way by armored support. It was a colossal column, 10,000 armed soldiers escorting 10,000 survivors. Shifang intended to eradicate them entirely. And yet another question gnawed at him. Where precisely was this exodus bound? Was Tianhe City their destination? Uncertain, he resolved to follow the retreat route southeastward, and observe. Should anomalies arise there, or should humanity secretly mobilize some grand operation in the north, he would detect it en route and snuff out humanity's last ember of hope before it could ignite. As these thoughts coalesced, Shifang accelerated again, his velocity climbing steadily, soon shattering 200 km per hour, while the slow-moving evacuation column drifted ever closer. Within moments he closed the distance, and overtook them. Soaring through the azure heavens, Shifang gazed down upon the serpentine column below, a vast procession winding over 1,000 li with heavy-duty trucks rolling side by side, motorized transports coordinating seamlessly, and more than a dozen armored vehicles forming a protective escort. Above, several armed helicopters patrolled the periphery, scanning the surrounding terrain vigilantly, guarding against sudden zombie swarms that might ambush the convoy. Yet Shifang was but an inconspicuous sparrow. Flying higher than the helicopters, he remained utterly undetected, unseen as he observed the retreating column where soldiers and survivors alike voiced quiet relief at having escaped the harrowing battles against the undead in Wudu and speculated aloud about life ahead in their new sanctuary. Alas, we've made it out, men, but some will never return, and our families. Our comrades, and damn this cursed zombie virus. No one knows how it emerged so suddenly, and had it not been for this calamity I'd have gone home next month to marry my fiancée, and soldiers murmured inside the military trucks. Watching his comrade sigh with sorrow, a seasoned veteran reached out and gently clapped a shoulder. No matter what, NWE's still alive. Once we reach our new base, steady progress and sustained development will let us overcome the zombies. After all, we already have armored vehicles. And piloted mechs, and they'll likely be deployed soon. And not to mention other cutting-edge armaments. Perhaps researchers have even developed antiviral antibodies or immune therapies, and, now that you mention it, you may well be right. Thus the soldiers chatted on, while survivors crammed into the rear trucks leaned out of windows, eyes wide with excitement and profound curiosity as they stared at the armored behemoths gliding past. So these are the armored vehicles, men, blimey, they're over 3 meters tall, men, look at that solid steel plating, no zombie however ferocious could breach it outright. With such marvels in our hands the zombies won't last long, men, exactly, the biochemical apocalypse, will soon be over. Truth be told, our Yen State's classified arsenal extends far beyond these armored units. And my cousin works at another research facility. 2 years ago he mentioned they were already developing other high-tech weapons, truly formidable ones, what kind of advanced weaponry? Could they dispatch zombies more efficiently than armor? Of course. Let me tell you, and amidst the clamor of animated speculation the entire column drifted into a shared reverie of hope. Even Zhao Tiancheng, seated inside the command vehicle, relaxed slightly, gazing out at the armored escorts with quiet gratitude. Without them, and without the support from Tianhe, he knew his unit might already have been annihilated. His own survival would have hung by a thread. But now, success, they had evacuated Wudu. True formidable zombies roamed the wilds, but their numbers paled beside those choking the cities. His troops could handle them alone. Especially now, with armored vehicles at their side. Barring unforeseen catastrophe, NWE should reach Shanyu City unscathed. Then at last, I can rest. Zhao Tiancheng rubbed his temples, speaking softly to himself. From the outbreak's onset in Wudu until now he had directed operations non-stop, rescuing survivors, battling the undead, his nerve stretched taut sleep a forgotten luxury. Now as tension eased, exhaustion crashed over him like a tide. For the moment, no major crisis looms. I'll close my eyes for just 5 minutes, he glanced up at his trusted aide-de-camp. As Zhao Tiancheng reclined, his aide nodded silently and slipped away with quiet steps. Meanwhile high above, those are the armored vehicles Wu Yong spoke of. They do look intriguing, men, such iron titans, would indeed resist the undead. No wonder Wu Yong failed to stop this column. Shifang studied the armored vehicles intently, then tilted downward, diving. Living transmutation, a resonant hum surged forth as his ability activated. His form streaked low over the endless convoy, and in an instant soldiers and survivors who had just laughed together about bright futures twisted into grotesque ashen-skinned zombies, leaping shrieking from their vehicles. This 10,000-strong procession, stretching 1,000 li, was traversed from front to rear by Shifang in the blink of an eye. And the overwhelming majority of its people, transformed into the undead the very moment he passed. In moments the orderly advance collapsed, leaving the convoy paralyzed dead center on the highway. A teeming horde of zombies erupted, attacking the few still uninfected. Those spared watched in horror as their companions' easy smiles vanished forever. Unrelenting despair and primal terror shattered their psychological fortitude completely. Far away in the city, an operator controlling an armored vehicle stared blankly at his monitor, frozen as the screen flooded with writhing undead. He could not comprehend what had happened, not until the screen filled with surging waves of zombies toppling and engulfing the armored vehicle. Only then did realization strike. Catastrophe. The Wudu evacuation column has turned men, leaving behind those who witnessed the horror remotely. Shifang pressed southeastward, intent on uncovering whatever lay beyond the horizon. Moreover, 2 provincial Air Force bases, mentioned earlier by Wu Yong, lay directly along this route. I'll eliminate them en route. To prevent further incendiary bombing. That weapon inflicts unbearable suffering upon the undead. These thoughts flickered through his mind. Shifang activated his demonic enhancement, the sparrow's physiology surged its speed, multiplying exponentially once more. Northward lies Shanyu City, now a strategic stronghold in the north. Numerous military units have already arrived here, including Colonel Yu Qixia's forces. He had long since departed from Tianhe and reached Shanyu. The troops he dispatched to reinforce Wudu had also set out directly from this city. Indeed, precisely because he had arrived here, those specialists who researched and operated the armored units could no longer remain in Tianhe, nor could they remotely control the armor shielding Zhao Tiancheng from afar. They were now operating right here. At General Zhao's current pace, he remarked, they won't arrive until tomorrow or the day after at the earliest. Arrange for Air Force sorties to provide round-trip support, to safeguard General Zhao's column against unforeseen incidents en route. Within the northern garrison compound of Shanghua City, Colonel Yuqi Xia stood addressing his officers. Upon hearing his orders, the others nodded in unison, yes sir. Yet even as their heads lowered in assent, the telephone on the conference table suddenly rang. Yuqi Xia mid-gesture to dismiss the meeting paused and lifted the receiver. The panicked voice on the line instantly transformed his relaxed expression into one of sharp alarm. Colonel Yuqi, urgent situation. The evacuation convoy from Wudu, they've all undergone zombification. The entire unit, nearly no survivors. The voice trembled, not merely with fear but with raw disorienting panic and utter helplessness. Yuqi Xia's face darkened. Are you joking with me? Those evacuees from Wudu, soldiers alone, numbered over 10,000. And that excludes the far greater number of civilian survivors. Even if they'd stood motionless while every zombie took turns biting them, it would still take hours to finish. Yet you tell me the entire unit has turned. His tone brimmed with fury. This was no jest, nor could it be. The voice on the line replied urgently, sir, do I look like I have time to joke? Every word I speak is true. Forget it, I'll transmit the live feed to you now. You, see for yourselves. As the words echoed, Yuqi Xia's heart lurched violently. A chilling premonition coiled through his mind. Yet simultaneously disbelief overwhelmed him. That was a column of tens of thousands. How could such a vast force succumb to instantaneous zombification? Was this even within the realm of possibility for zombies? He could not fathom it, could not comprehend it. His gaze instinctively lifted toward the rear, BZZZT. As his aide activated the system. Footage captured by the armored units on board cameras streamed onto the projector screen. On screen, the massive evacuation column from Wudu advanced steadily along the highway, calm, orderly, the surrounding wastelands eerily devoid of undead. Yet that fragile calm did not endure. When the armored unit's perspective swept the horizon and swung back, catastrophe struck without warning. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. Trucks ahead screeched to a halt. Then, hordes of zombies burst from within the vehicles. Before the armor could react, it was overwhelmed, toppled and buried beneath a seething tide of the undead. The footage then shifted to another armored unit's camera feed. Through its lens, the officers witnessed the horrifying truth: a force exceeding 10,000 soldiers had been utterly incapacitated, and fully zombified, in an instant. The highway stretched endlessly, now choked with shambling figures. Survivors were nowhere to be seen. Yuqi Xia stared unblinking at the screen. His mind went utterly blank. Zombification, it's real. Instantaneous, the entire unit. How is this possible? His voice cracked, eyes wide with incredulity. In the conference room none fared better, their expressions mirrored his own shock and paralysis. All remained transfixed on the screen, minds reeling at the impossible spectacle, until the telephone shattered the silence once more. Sir, the evacuation column is lost. Shall we recover the armored units? Hearing the question, Yuqi Xia finally stirred. He nodded firmly, yes, recover them immediately. At present over a dozen armored units remain trapped deep within the zombie horde. Extricating them would require considerable time and effort. Moreover, the armor moved sluggishly, driving them back manually would take far too long. To prevent further complications, transport aircraft would be deployed to airlift the units out. Once those orders were issued, Yuqi Xia's attention returned to the screen. Everyone, speak your thoughts. What in heaven's name is happening here? Slumping back into his chair, he surveyed the room. Officers exchanged hesitant glances, until one junior officer ventured cautiously, could this be the work of the zombie sovereign? Yuqi Xia turned sharply. The young officer continued, in the footage leaked earlier from the council tower we observed that creature, capable of transmuting humans into zombies instantly across vast distances. It's possible, this incident too may be its doing. The zombie sovereign. Yuqi Xia gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Such a possibility was not beyond reason. Previously the sovereign had moved like a phantom, elusive, undetectable as national infrastructure collapsed and tracking systems failed. Eliminating it had seemed nearly impossible. Now, however, opportunity loomed. If the sovereign infected the evacuation column instantly, he reasoned, then it must be physically present there. Deploy the Air Force immediately, conduct full-scale bombardment of the zombified convoy. Extend the strike radius to encompass the entire surrounding region, do not spare a single mile. If we can eliminate the sovereign, our path forward will become infinitely clearer. Regaining his composure, Colonel Yuqi Xia issued his command with unwavering resolve, his officers standing at rigid attention. Since the entire evacuation team had undergone zombification, Yuqi Xia saw no reason to hold back. The aerial bombardment targeting the team was designed not only to eliminate the zombie sovereign but also to eradicate the zombified evacuees. After all, that horde of tens of thousands of zombies posed a grave threat to nearby cities. Yet although the order had already been issued, Yu Qixia remained deeply uneasy. The zombie sovereign was unnervingly enigmatic. Just days earlier he had received intelligence reporting its presence in Heha province where it led hordes in sieging cities and fortresses. Officers stationed there, even old comrades, had urgently called him for reinforcements. How then had the zombie sovereign appeared in Wudu, hot on the heels of the evacuation convoy, in the blink of an eye? Heha province lay nearly 1,000 kilometers north of Wudu. Such a vast distance would demand considerable time even for modern human technology to traverse. Yet the zombie sovereign had arrived with startling speed. Did this imply it possessed extraordinary long-range mobility? What precisely was the nature of this uncanny ability? Yu Qixia fell into deep contemplation. From the recesses of his memory surfaced fragmented video footage leaked from the council building. In that footage the zombie sovereign had taken control of Minister Qian Wuhui's body to infect others. Wait, control. Could it be, not control at all? Might the zombie sovereign have transferred its consciousness into Qian Wuhui's body? Otherwise, if mere control were at play. Even assuming it could command Qian Wuhui's movements, did Qian himself possess the ability to infect others remotely? Surely control alone could not bestow such powers. Yet if this were truly consciousness transfer, then was it utterly unstoppable? For consciousness transfer would mean the zombie sovereign could appear, unimpeded and instantaneous, in any major city across the nation, striking without warning beyond all defense. That would explain its rapid movements across provinces. I pray my suspicion is wrong. Otherwise, facing such a being, humanity cannot win. It cannot kill it. All that awaits us is... Yu Qixia's expression grew profoundly complex. Yuehu Air Base, the nearest air base to the evacuation convoy in northern China, faced the same circumstances as Wudu. It had likewise agreed to integrate into Shanyu City. Yet given the speed of air assets, its relocation was not urgent. Moreover, the base still needed to transport weapons, munitions and other critical supplies, so operations continued uninterrupted. Upon receiving Shanyu City's request, and learning of tens of thousands of zombies and the hidden zombie sovereign along Tungwu Expressway, Yuehu Air Base immediately deployed 6 fighter jets to conduct precision bombing at the designated coordinates. All carried incendiary napalm bombs. Such ordnance proved devastating against zombies. Had those 6 jets reached their target unimpeded, the 10th Sandstrong horde transformed by Shifang would have been reduced to ash in an instant. Yet while the Air Force mobilized, Shifang acted too, and far sooner than Shanyu City's command. By the time Yuehu Air Base received the order and began launching its jets, Shifang had already arrived on site, witnessing their ascent firsthand. Though Shifang did not know where these jets were bound, he understood one immutable truth: wherever they flew, his zombie legions would suffer losses. He would not allow them to reach their destination. Watching the jets draw near, Shifang charged forward with a cold, mirthless smile. Convert. Whoosh. As Shifang brushed past the lead jet, the aircraft, moments before flying smoothly, suddenly lurched violently sideways, losing all stability. The remaining jets, their pilots now zombified, inevitably spiraled into uncontrollable descent. Before the stunned eyes of ground personnel, all 6 crashed into the distance. Then, boom. A colossal fireball erupted skyward. All 6 jets were annihilated. Personnel at Yuehu Air Base stood frozen in disbelief. They had just taken off, how could they already be down? They had no time to ponder further. For having destroyed the jets, Shifang had already breached the base itself. Racing through the compound, he turned countless soldiers, and even the pilots, into zombies who instantly turned on their comrades. He infiltrated the command center, transforming every officer into a shambling corpse. Yuehu Air Base fell. The zombie dominion expanded. And Shifang, having raised Yuehu, was already en route to the next air base. Soon after, in Shanyu City, what? Yuehu Air Base has fallen. So has Songlin Air Base. What else? Speak now. A roar of fury erupted from Yu Qixia in the conference room. He had just ordered Yuehu Air Base, the closest to Tungwu Road, to bomb the zombie horde. Instead of good news, he received wave after wave of calamity. Yuehu Air Base overrun by zombies. Other northern air bases, and even cities along the route previously spared from severe zombie outbreaks, suddenly flooded with hordes, plunging both urban centers and military installations into total collapse. The fragile progress in the north crumbled beneath this relentless cascade of disasters, plunging the region into utter despair. Yu Qixia's mind reeled, dazed and hollow. He needed no proof to know only the zombie sovereign could execute such precise synchronized strikes across strategic targets, reducing them to ruin within hours. The zombie sovereign was terrifying. It anticipated every human countermeasure against the undead, and dismantled each without hesitation. Humanity had neither time nor chance to resist. It is over. Utterly over. Wei Qixia felt a sense of helplessness within his heart. Before facing the threat of the Corpse King, he was ambitious and full of aspirations. He wished to develop and solve all the zombie issues. He also dreamed of establishing a new Yen nation afterward. For this, Wei Qixia made many efforts. He thought that as long as he worked hard he could get closer to his ideals. However, the appearance of the strange corpse king completely shattered Wei Qixia's beautiful dreams. Now major cities had fallen and military strongholds were thoroughly exploited and targeted by the corpse king. Human combat power was rapidly dwindling and Wei Qixia felt that humanity might truly fail. Let's not forget that it had only been a few days since the outbreak of the zombie virus. In just a few days countless cities in Yan Nation had fallen. The national institutions were rendered ineffective and the military forces suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, there were traitors among humans. How could those already at a disadvantage survive in such a situation? This predicament was simply unmanageable. Is there really no way out? Must I perish at the jaws of the undead? Wei Qixia stood frozen in place deep in thought. The others around him dared not disturb him. A few minutes passed. Wei Qixia put down the phone. Although there were still bad news pouring in, he no longer had the heart to listen. Wei Qixia looked around. The current situation. You all have heard it too. Precision strikes are destroying the bases in every city. This must be the work of the Corpse King. There are traitors among humans and the military bases across the nation cannot hide from the Corpse King's eyes. Our Shanhua city is probably next. Perhaps while we are speaking. The Corpse King is already on its way. So what do you all plan to do? Wei Qixia's voice revealed no joy or sorrow. His face bore no emotion. The officials glanced at each other, their faces revealing hesitation and reluctance to speak. The conference room fell silent for a long time, but eventually someone couldn't help but tentatively ask if they should retreat, only to be met with continuous silence and no response. After all, Shanhua city was strong enough. It had gathered a large number of troops from the north. There were still more troops on their way. This was already the safest place. If they couldn't hold this place, then it wouldn't matter where they retreated to. Thus no one could answer regarding the evacuation, but after this someone proposed a controversial suggestion. What if we, like Commander Wu and the others did, should we surrender to the Corpse King? At least if we surrender voluntarily, perhaps we can retain our wisdom and memories without living in fear. And we won't die easily. After saying this, the speaker hunched over, not daring to raise his head to see the reactions of others, feeling embarrassed to even voice such a shameful idea of surrender. He thought others would criticize him. He had prepared for the backlash. However, something strange happened. No one responded to his words. Everyone's expressions were different, some were moved, some were contemplative, some were conflicted, but no one blamed the proposer. They all understood very well. Faced with the Corpse King, an existence that transcended human understanding and was virtually unbeatable, their options were only death or surrender to the Corpse King. Death was not what the vast majority wanted. So they could only choose surrender. However, such actions were ultimately dishonorable. Therefore no one took the initiative to express support. And Wei Qixia, upon hearing this, merely cast a faint glance over the crowd, equally unresponsive. He had already considered that perhaps he should not be so fixated on his human identity. If he became a zombie but retained his memories and wisdom, he would still be himself. Moreover, with the abilities of a zombie, perhaps he could truly realize his ambitions. The reason he sought the opinions of others was that Wei Qixia wanted to see how they thought. Or perhaps to see if there were others among his subordinates who shared the same thoughts. It appeared that most of those under him had similar sentiments. That was good enough. As long as his subordinates cooperated, he could realize his ambitions. To become a zombie that retains wisdom. To establish a zombie kingdom. This might also be an option. Wei Qixia pondered. The old Yan nation of humanity was no more. But the new Yan nation of zombies might rise again. Of course, since he was going to surrender to the Corpse King, he needed to do something to show his sincerity and elevate himself beforehand. Wei Qixia's eyes twinkled as he formulated a plan. The Shifang continued to soar in the northern sky, targeting the troublesome Air Force base in the north. It had already been systematically destroyed by him. Many cities along the way were not spared, especially those with large military presences. Naturally, having converted so many humans, his own growth rate had skyrocketed. Now his level had already surpassed 20 and continued to rise. At his current rate of improvement, breaking through to levels 30 or 50 would be easy. However, while flying, Shifang also made a stop at Tianhe City. His original intention was to resolve the issues with the armored researchers there. But upon reaching Tianhe City, he discovered that the people had long since evacuated to some unknown location, and he saw hardly any military forces or survivors left. However, Shifang was certain that the people of Tianhe City had not disappeared. They must have retreated to some city. Perhaps he had overlooked that city while detouring to destroy the Air Force base. Thinking he might have missed it, Shifang turned back, heading towards the direction of the Wudu evacuation team searching for that city, and indeed this flight led him to discover the city near the Jinhe River. Shanhua City. Hovering above the city of Shanhua, Shifang gazed down upon the metropolis below. Something about it felt uncanny. The moat encircling the city had been widened. Fresh construction marks were unmistakably visible. Watchtowers had been erected along the roads leading into the city. Most astonishing to Shifang, however, was the city's military. Viewed from high above, the entire urban core of Shanhua lay exposed beneath his gaze. He could clearly discern 4 sizable military zones, one each in the city's cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. Even an Air Force garrison had been cordoned off, and at the riverside dock on the city's northern flank several warships, apparently hastily retrofitted with thermal weaponry, were moored. Shifang made a rough estimate of the city's total troop strength, nearly 2 full army groups. This immense force, close to 150,000 soldiers, has all converged upon this single city. And those makeshift watchtowers, those warships. It appears someone has deliberately assembled troops from numerous northern cities. They intend to transform this city into humanity's last sanctuary in the north. No wonder Tianhe City stands abandoned. So they've all fled here. A flicker of derision crossed Shifang's eyes. Mankind had gravely underestimated his power. Did they truly believe huddling together within this water-encircled fortress would shield them from the undead hordes, and from him? If so, their thinking was profoundly naive. Yet regardless of humanity's illusions, the fact remained: someone had gathered not only regional armed forces, but also hundreds of thousands of survivors, into this very city. This convergence undeniably worked to Shifang's advantage. You imagine your mass assembly will eradicate every zombie. No, your action merely grants me the convenience of mass conversion. Had I pursued conversion myself city by city, it would have cost considerable time and effort. But now that you've gathered yourselves willingly, you've spared me immense labor. A faint smile touched his lips as his wings beat once, then he shot downward, streaking toward the city center. Yet to his surprise, as he neared the urban perimeter, he observed officers marshalling troops, preparing, it seemed, for imminent battle. But no major undead swarm loomed nearby. What then did tens of thousands of soldiers intend to do? Curious though he was, Shifang saw no reason to forego such an opportunity, to convert them all instantly. He darted swiftly toward the formation. Living conversion. His small swift form skimmed low over the ranks. In an instant, soldiers aligned along his flight path collapsed en masse into undeath. Those outside his immediate radius were swiftly overwhelmed by their newly risen comrades. Order dissolved. Screams, shouts, and gunfire erupted in chaotic waves, yet even as chaos surged, a voice crackled from loudspeakers at the city's heart. Zombie Sovereign, we know you've arrived. Shifang paused, startled. He lifted his gaze and alighted lightly atop a flagpole, peering toward the distant speaker. Its voice continued. We willingly submit to your infection. But we ask that you preserve our consciousness. We have assembled our armies to await your arrival. This is our solemn pledge. Surely you desire loyal, capable subordinates. Grant us this boon, and we shall lead the undead legions in forging a new era, an era of the undead. Shifang stared, astonished, then as understanding dawned, a subtle smile returned to his face. His gaze shifted to the distance where other soldiers still fought desperately against the undead, unaware of their commander's decision. Upon hearing the broadcast, their expressions twisted: shock, fury, despair. Despicable. Is this how you lead us? Damned scum. We thought we were assembling to fight the horde. Or to mount relief missions in other cities. Instead, you treacherous bastards have sold us to the undead. When soldiers yet stand unslain, why does the general surrender first? Ha! This is the Yenguo way of governance. Rotten to the marrow, I spit upon it. You wretches are unworthy of being human. Harsh curses and roars echoed without cease. Farther away, troops from other districts, some under orders, others acting on their own volition, rushed toward Shifang's location, determined to quell the outbreak and slay the zombie sovereign. Even from the loudspeaker itself, muffled gunshots now rang out, suggesting many officers too had been kept in the dark by those issuing commands. Now that the truth lay bare, the few officers who still bore blood and backbone had already drawn arms against the traitors. Shifang watched for several seconds. Then without hesitation he accelerated toward the city center, the source of the broadcast. Since some had chosen voluntary allegiance, he saw no reason to refuse. After all, as the broadcast had rightly stated, he, Shifang, required capable subordinates. Many of them. For Yenguo stood on the precipice of total collapse. Soon he would march beyond its borders, into foreign lands, where his existing forces would prove insufficient. Recruiting foreigners. Not impossible, but impractical. Shifang lacked fluency in foreign tongues and could not comprehend their speech. Thus recruiting more Yenguo subjects remained the most reliable path forward. With that thought he blurred across the sky, arriving at City Hall in the blink of an eye. Inside City Hall, dozens of officials, high and low, had split into 2 factions, exchanging gunfire across the building's corridors. None noticed Shifang, the unassuming observant little bird perched silently above the fray. Fierce combat erupted within the municipal hall. Officials refusing to surrender seethed with fury, determined to eliminate Yuchi-Xia and his faction at any cost, yet Yuchi-Xia's group was no mere assembly of clay figures. They still harbored unfulfilled ambitions, and they certainly did not wish to die by gunfire before even transforming into zombies. Thus both sides fought with all their might, until Shifang's arrival shifted the tide. It burst through a window, soared over several nearby officials and initiated live conversion upon them. Those officials instantly reanimated as corpses. As their guttural roars echoed through the hall, both factions, locked in crossfire, simultaneously froze, turning toward the newly transformed figures with expressions of shock, disbelief and dread. Yuchi-Xia's faction rejoiced. This silent sudden reanimation, undeniably the work of the zombie sovereign. He had truly arrived. Their own rebirth was imminent. Meanwhile, those obstinate fools who chose death over surrender now faced only annihilation. At this thought, Yuchi-Xia cast a faint sinister smile toward the hostile officials crouched behind cover across the hall. In stark contrast to Yuchi-Xia's elation, the officials who preferred death to allegiance to Shifang felt their hearts plummet. This was surely the end. After all, if they held office, they were hardly fools. What Yuchi-Xia could conceive, they too could grasp, clearly and swiftly. Upon witnessing the reanimated officials, they deduced, without doubt, that the zombie sovereign had indeed come. Even the nation's highest-ranking officials had fallen defenseless to his enigmatic power. As for themselves, mere subordinates, their chances seemed utterly hopeless. And just as both sides stood frozen in contemplation, Shifang transferred his consciousness into one of the newly reanimated officials. "Who among you summoned me just now?" Through the zombie official's body, Shifang raised a hand, halting nearby zombies mid-lunge, and swept his gaze across the hall, voice resonant with quiet authority. Yuchi-Xia hurriedly replied, "It was I, Yuchi-Xia, former division commander of the Yuan Tian City garrison. We welcome the zombie sovereign." As he spoke, Yuchi-Xia hesitated, then clenched his teeth and stepped boldly from behind cover, risking certain gunfire from the opposing officials. Noting his approach, Shifang appraised him briefly and nodded once, yet at that very instant the last thing Yuchi-Xia wished to happen occurred. Bang! A gunshot cracked the air. A gleaming bullet sliced forward, aimed straight at Yuchi-Xia's skull as he drew near to Shifang. His pupils contracted, his face paled, but no pain followed. With great effort, Yuchi-Xia twisted his head, only to find the zombie sovereign who had moments earlier stood ahead of him now standing silently at his side. "You dare kill before me? Humph. You humans know nothing of my power." His voice carried icy mockery. Tink. A bullet dropped from Shifang's palm. Far across the hall, the official who had fired, intending to execute the traitor Yuchi-Xia, stared in abject terror. To traverse 10 meters in an instant, and catch mid-flight the bullet aimed at Yuchi-Xia with bare hands. Such speed shattered all human limits. Such astonishing velocity, coupled with the ability to shift consciousness at will, rendered this being nigh divine. Was humanity even capable of confronting such a force? Staring at Shifang's distant mocking gaze, the defiant officials, once resolute in death, now felt only shock then utter despair. Shifang was simply too formidable, so overwhelming that hope itself dissolved. Yet Yuchi-Xia's faction burned with even greater fervor. The zombie sovereign surpassed all their expectations. This was auspicious, for they would soon become zombies themselves and thus Shifang's subordinates. The stronger he was, the more secure their future. At that moment, Yuchi-Xia and his followers profoundly thanked fate for having chosen rightly. They could not help but imagine, had they like their adversaries chosen stubborn resistance and death, their own resolve would long since have shattered. Setting aside such thoughts, Shifang, having deflected the bullet, immediately initiated Yuchi-Xia's transformation. Conversion. Absolution. As both abilities activated, Yuchi-Xia's body began to change. A wave of dull, pervasive ache washed over him, but it faded almost instantly. Within half a second the discomfort vanished, replaced by a surging, electrifying vitality. His senses sharpened dramatically, sight intensified, hearing extended far beyond normal range. He could see with crystalline clarity, and hear whispers from distant corners of the hall. Ecstasy surged through him. My strength has increased. My vision, my hearing, all heightened. Grateful thanks to the zombie sovereign's grace. Yuchi-Xia bowed deeply, voice trembling with exhilaration. Nearby officials, overhearing his words, wore stunned, delighted expressions, unprepared for such potent effects from reanimation. Emboldened, they too emerged from cover, hastening toward Shifang, eager for their own conversion, while Shifang examined Yuchi-Xia's personal interface. Though Yuchi-Xia had not undergone physical mutation, his interface proved extraordinary. Name: Yuchi-Xia. Race: zombie. Level 0. Stage: common zombie. Talent: zombie virus LV. 1. Ambitious strategist LV. 1. Skills: none. Profile. Indeed, he bore no mutations. Yet possessed an additional talent. System: Analyze, ambitious strategist. Level 1. Ambitious strategist doubles personal growth rate and significantly increases mutation probability. Remarkable, doubled growth rate and enhanced mutability. This talent was undeniably formidable. The ambitious strategist talent was indeed formidable. Xia bore this talent, thus his rapid ascent was all but inevitable. Though not yet a mutated zombie, he already stood apart. His future role would likely be far from insignificant, for the ambitious strategist trait predisposed its bearer toward mutation. Shifang studied his status panel, intently mulling over its implications. Closing the panel, he vanished in a blur, converting every remaining official who willingly surrendered into zombies. As for those who refused, Shifang had no patience for persuasion. Most were transformed into mindless low-tier zombies, though they proved stubbornly unyielding. A handful, seizing their final agency, shot themselves on the spot. Truly they chose death with defiant honor, yet even in death they found no peace. Shifang glanced at their corpses. His gaze shifted to Xia. Zombies ascend not only through passive growth over time, but also through consuming living flesh. You possess an extraordinary talent. Eat one of them, now. His tone held no discernible emotion. Xia, still elated by his own transformation, paled at the command. Shifang understood his hesitation. After observing Wu Yong earlier, he knew sentient zombies struggled fiercely against that primal taboo, yet strength demanded sacrifice and consumption was unavoidable. Thus Xia had no choice. To grow stronger he must devour living flesh, even as revulsion coiled deep within him. Yet Shifang's words, coupled with that piercing soul-penetrating gaze, and the relentless whisper of his own ambition, tilted the balance. At last Xia clenched his teeth, cast aside restraint and shattered his moral threshold, sinking his fangs deep into the corpse of a hostile official. No wave of nausea rose. Instead a startling sensation bloomed, intense, intoxicating, delicious. A tremor of panic stirred within him. He did not consider himself a cannibal. Yet calm soon returned. He reasoned this craving must be the inevitable consequence of his zombification. Seeing Xia obey, Shifang's estimation of him rose sharply. Impressive, you surpass Wu Yong by far, he remarked. Xia lifted his head. Shifang continued, soon I shall infect most soldiers and survivors across this city. They will all answer to you. Remember your vow, to forge the age of zombies. Do not disappoint me. With that Shifang withdrew his consciousness into the bird's body and guided it soaring away from City Hall. Deprived of his control, the possessed zombie slumped back into vacant stillness. Xia watched, and instantly grasped what had transpired. Once more he marveled inwardly, this zombie sovereign truly commanded awe, arriving without warning, vanishing without trace. Yet recalling Shifang's words, Xia swiftly recalibrated his resolve. Several other officials, transformed by Shifang yet retaining intellect, drifted closer. They had once followed Xia without question, and now instinctively they did so again. For they too had heard Shifang's unmistakable favor. Following him promised power. Xia wasted no time assuming leadership. Scanning the assembled zombie officials, he declared, you all heard the sovereign's words. Soon we shall command the vast legions of hundreds of thousands of zombies across Mount U City. Our authority remains intact. But heed his warning, if we fail him our fate shall be grim. Yet should we excel. The world is vast. As his chief architects we shall claim vast territories, founding new nations. A sovereign realm for each of us is not beyond imagining. Therefore my comrades, let us swear for the age of zombies. And for our own ascension, we shall give our absolute unwavering devotion. Xia's rhetoric carried undeniable magnetism. The zombie officials, intoxicated by vision, began imagining dominion over a world remade, dreaming of sovereignty, of titles of boundless dominion. Their power would dwarf past glories, their abilities magnified beyond measure. Unfettered will limitless indulgence, life as gods free from want or care. And their lifespans stretched immeasurably long, precisely what they had once pursued in life. Now that dream neared realization, their desires, sharpened by sentient hunger, burned fiercer than ever. Energized and resolute, they pledged themselves utterly to Xia's cause. He watched, and smiled. An ambitious strategist must master the art of persuasion. Xia unquestionably excelled. Elsewhere Shifang streaked through city streets, converting every human he encountered. Soldiers and survivors alike succumbed to undeath. In swift brutal succession Mount U City fell entirely under his assault, its garrison vast, its surviving populace immense. Upon completing the conversion and departing, Shifang's level surged to 30. Growth complete, level up. Level up granted, 1 ability point, talent triggered, new skill acquired, route-directed ascension. Route-directed ascension. What manner of skill bore such an enigmatic name? The system prompt sparked genuine curiosity within him. He issued his command system, display my current status panel. And detail the mechanics of route-directed ascension. As the command of the 10 directions was issued, the system immediately displayed the panel. Name 10 directions. Race zombie, source body. Level 30, growth 14361000000. Rank 0 Rank 30100. Talent Zombie Source Body Level 1. Talent Skill Living Transformation Level 3. Passive Skills Regeneration Level 3, Skill Synchronization Level 4, Pardon Level 1, Physical Synchronization Level 3, Iron Armor Level 1. Active Skills Shared Link Level 4, Stealth Level 4, Demonization Level 4, Corpse Resurrection Level 1, Source Guidance Level 1. Remaining Ability Points 17. Description. In addition to the new skill Source Guidance, 10 Directions also acquired 2 new skills. These were obtained during past upgrades. This time the system also revealed their details. Level 1 Iron Armor increases self-defense. Level 1 Corpse Resurrection consumes 10 specific zombie creatures to resurrect the chosen deceased zombie creatures. Level 1 Source Guidance. After activation it can specify the mutation type direction for all subsequent zombie creatures. All 3 skills are quite good. Iron Armor enhances the bonus defense. But the most impactful are the last 2. With the Corpse Resurrection, in case important subordinates fall in battle, 10 Directions can also consume other zombies to resurrect them. Source Guidance is even more useful. For instance, if I want more offensive zombies. Then after activating this skill, as long as the skill is not turned off, the mutated zombies will most likely be offensive types. If this skill is used well, it can directly increase the diversity of the horde, creating various mutated zombie legions, making it much easier to attack other countries. These new skills are quite impressive. And this is just the effect at level 1. I still have quite a few ability points. Let's upgrade them and see. Looking at the panel, 10 Directions contemplated. He then clarified which skills to upgrade. System Upgrade Living Transformation. The other skills raise level 1 to level 3. Raise level 4 to level 5. Shared Link Regeneration and Pardon won't be upgraded. Shared Link is sufficient for now. As for Regeneration and Pardon, the benefits of these 2 skills are not significant. Therefore these 3 skills won't be upgraded. However, after 10 Directions issued the command, the system provided a different prompt. Your ability points are insufficient for the upgrade. Not enough. 10 Directions was taken aback. The system continued to issue prompts. Living Transformation to level 4 requires 6 ability points. What the hell? Did it double? This talent skill truly consumes ability points. 10 Directions listened to the prompt with some resignation. However, since the ability points are insufficient, he could only adjust his upgrade strategy. 10 Directions pondered for a few seconds and continued, in that case abandon upgrading Iron Armor and Physical Synchronization. Ability points consumed, skills upgraded. Level 4 Living Transformation. The strength of the base zombie virus carried by the transformed is enhanced. Level 5 Skill Synchronization increases synchronization count by 1. Level 5 Stealth Camouflage Invisibility Effect enhanced. Level 5 Demonization Enhancement increased to 5 times. Level 3 Corpse Resurrection. The number of zombie creatures needed for resurrection is reduced to 6. Level 3 Source Guidance. The probability of mutation for zombies is slightly increased after the skill is activated, while the basic strength of the virus is enhanced. In other words, starting from now, the zombies I transform will carry a stronger virus of level 2 or above, right? Tisk. This effect is impressive. Considering all those days that have passed. Perhaps among humans someone has barely researched a level 1 zombie virus antibody. But now I transform with a level 2 virus. Your antibodies are useless. 10 Directions couldn't help but laugh. He could almost guess the wonderful expressions on their faces when humans discovered that the later antibodies were ineffective against the zombie virus. Of course, aside from Living Transformation, the effects of the other skills are also quite good. Especially level 3 Source Guidance. This skill can directly influence the mutation probability of all zombie creatures. Strong, very strong, too strong. If this skill continues to be upgraded, then the mutation probability will surely increase, right? Once the mutation probability increases significantly, at that time, once I activate the skill, the zombies worldwide will go into a frenzy of mutation. By then humanity will be finished. Thinking of this, 10 Directions laughed even more maniacally. But at this moment 10 Directions was still unaware that he had something else to be very happy about. Because far away in Bayua province Yume had also been promoted to second-tier mutation. In the midst of a ruined city. And Yiying looked ahead in astonishment. Following her line of sight, she saw Yume standing on a collapsed building with her arms outstretched. Warm sunlight poured down upon her. Yume emanated a white light. As the white light appeared, Yiying clearly saw Yume's originally grayish skin as a zombie rapidly transforming to a tender white with a hint of pink. But this was just the beginning. As the white light continued to shine, the bones on Yume's body seemed to begin to grow wildly, emerging from the flesh. Those bones transformed into armor, protecting Yume's body. Her head was also completely covered by a snow-white helmet, leaving only her pair of lively eyes exposed. What shocked Ying the most was that the bones growing wildly behind Yume actually formed a pair of strange bone wings, though it was uncertain whether those windblown wings could fly. But seeing Yume entirely enveloped in pure white bones, that pure yet eerie appearance, Ying found it hard to regain her senses. Yume was among the first batch of zombies to appear, and the virus within her body grew stronger over time. Moreover, her intellect was exceptionally high. In the past she had consumed quite a number of people. Later she followed Ying into battle across various cities, scavenging live prey in her wake. Those plant zombies were rather clumsy. Many of the prey caught by the zombie plants were stealthily snatched away by Yume to be devoured. Ying was aware of these happenings. However, she did not intervene, for Shifang allowed Yume to accompany her precisely to accelerate Yume's evolution. It was precisely due to Ying's indulgence that Yume, who had already consumed countless humans and was constantly learning and exploring, finally encountered her own second-stage mutation at this very moment. Yet her mutation looked rather strange, didn't it? A zombie's mutation should be dark and bloody. Or, no matter how one looked at it, it surely could not be associated with anything pure. However, the current state of Yume's mutation exceeded Ying's imagination. How could she have changed like this? Moreover, the nature of her recent mutation. Is it related to sunlight? Ying couldn't help but look up at the blazing sun in the sky. But what changes could the sun bring? After watching for a few seconds without noticing anything amiss, Ying returned her gaze to Yume, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Yume's mutation came to an end. Her bony wings fluttered gently. Then Ying saw her figure leap into the sky, gliding dozens of meters high. These breezy wings actually allowed her to fly. She had no idea what principle was at play. At this moment, Fungu City, having assessed her own improvements and dealt with the matters of the northern mountains, Shifang's consciousness returned to Heiha Fungu City. His absence had not been long. The zombie horde was still lingering nearby. Shifang prepared to continue controlling their advance. However, before that he needed to destroy the Air Force bases in Heiha province and the nearby provinces, and those bases developing new military weaponry. If he didn't eliminate them, the losses of the zombie horde would continue to rise. That was not something Shifang wished to witness. However, just as his consciousness was about to fly into the zombie sea of the zoo in Fungu City, a new prompt from the system arrived. The zombie Yume, which you had me specifically mark, has successfully entered the second stage of mutation. Would you like to view her current panel? Oh. Yume has mutated to the second stage. That was quite fast. Let's take a look at her situation. He recalled the zombie with the bright lively eyes. Shifang agreed to let the system check her panel. Name Yume. Race zombie. Type all-rounder, mutated type. Level 21. Stage second stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 3, skill devour level 3, photonic energy level 1. Passive skills agility level 5, combat instinct level 3, exploration level 3, living bone armor level 1. Active skills photonic restoration level 1, sniping level 2. Description. What? 5 new skills. Seeing Yume's panel, Shifang was astonished. In just a few days, without actively overseeing her, she had grown so terrifyingly fast. Truly deserving of being the first mutated zombie, Shifang couldn't help but exclaim. Then he calmed himself and issued an order. System, explain her situation. And those skill details. Mutated type. This is a detailed subclassification under the major category of offensive and defensive equivalents. As the second stage mutation types increase, the classifications will become even more complex. Level 1 photonic energy. Understanding photonic energy under sunlight. The virus becomes abnormally active. Growth speed doubles. Abilities are easier to enhance and changes occur due to the influence of photonic energy. Level 5 agility. Intelligence. Greatly enhanced speed of understanding and mastering knowledge increases significantly. Level 3 exploration. Understanding of things can occasionally influence one's own growth and changes. Level 1 living bone armor. Bones continuously grow outward to form armor, the strength of which increases over time. Level 1 photonic restoration. Absorbs photonic energy to recover injury status and special consumption. Level 2 sniping. Executes a powerful penetrating strike on targets within a 1 kilometer radius from herself. The skill devour and combat instinct. These two skills weren't particularly noteworthy. Their enhancement effects were merely the devouring effect and a slight increase in instinctive reaction ability. In comparison, the other skills were far more interesting. Photonic energy. I never expected that. A dark zombie can understand photonic energy. Looking at the emerging skill details, Shifang felt somewhat surprised. However, upon careful consideration, the zombie virus was fundamentally different from ordinary viruses as understood by humans. Perhaps for this entity, even sunlight's ultraviolet rays, which possess sterilizing capabilities, could become a new factor influencing its growth in a special direction. With these thoughts, he closed the panel. Yumei has indeed not disappointed me. And Yiying probably takes good care of her. Otherwise she wouldn't have grown so quickly. Everything is good. Shifang nodded inwardly. At present he had urgent matters to attend to. Otherwise he had been prepared to directly transfer his consciousness to personally observe the mutated Yumei. Once I finish the current tasks. Then I'll go take a look. With these thoughts Shifang no longer pondered further. He spread his wings and approached the locations of the Air Force bases in Heiha province that Wu Yong had informed him about during his time in Wudu. Riding the body of a golden eagle, Shifang soared across the sky at tenfold supreme speed. His eagle eyes surveyed the earth below, fixing upon those cities still clinging to survival amid the unfolding catastrophe. No one detected the gaze descending from the heavens. Nor did they have the will or energy to look upward. Evading hordes of zombies and scavenging scarce supplies had already drained the last reserves of strength from the city's survivors. Yet no matter how desperate the survivors grew, Shifang, whose ultimate aim was the complete zombification of humanity, would not spare them. En route to major military weapons research facilities he deliberately descended over cities still defended by organized troops. Soldiers locked in combat along the front lines, and civilians fleeing behind the barricades, were instantly transformed into grotesque zombies the moment his shadow swept across them. Shifang himself pressed onward, traversing the city toward his destination, Yumu City. Inside a quiet room, Fang Dong sat with furrowed brows. He had attempted contact with Shanyu City several times, yet each call met only silence. A chilling premonition tightened its grip upon him. Earlier I reached out to every region where I had acquaintances, to assess the situation nationwide. At that time Shanyu City was still reachable. And I even heard they were constructing a mega shelter there. They even urged us to relocate, but now all communication has ceased. What on earth has happened? Could it be? Shanyu City has fallen. Setting aside the satellite phone, Fang Dong sank into deep contemplation. His aide, unable to remain silent, ventured. Shanyu City has already assembled the bulk of northern forces. Moreover, they possess armored divisions. If we compare raw combat capability, Shanyu City far surpasses our own Yumu City. In fact, across the entire nation, Shanyu City remains the safest stronghold. Its fall seems implausible. But if they have fallen, then surely we are doomed. Besides, even if Shanyu truly fell, would its entire leadership vanish overnight? Perhaps they're simply occupied, holding an emergency meeting or something similar. Offered the aide, voicing his tentative theory. From a rational human perspective, the aide's speculations held merit. After all, Shanyu City was already immensely fortified. Current zombie biology seemed incapable of breaching its defenses, and even if breached, such a collapse could not possibly occur so swiftly. True, the city's infrastructure was largely intact and total annihilation of its leadership appeared improbable. Yet Fang Dong harbored reservations of his own. What you say is indeed reasonable. But we face zombies, entities shrouded in uncertainty. None can predict whether among their rapidly mutating ranks lurks a being of transcendent power. Then there is the zombie sovereign, and the traitors among humankind. Shanyu City's fate remains profoundly unknowable. Fang Dong shook his head, his expression unrelenting. The aide adjusted his glasses. Then, what does Mayor Fang suggest? Rising to his feet, Fang Dong replied, we must prepare contingency measures for any sudden crisis. Especially for our scientists. Their survival is indispensable. Not a single one may be lost. Isn't there an abandoned base deep in the mountains west of here? At this the aide paused, momentarily taken aback. He quickly recovered and nodded. Yes, a derelict facility left over from the World War era. He began recounting details about the site. The place had lain dormant for decades. Most systems were in ruins, wholly uninhabitable. Yet Fang Dong merely nodded. Very well. Dispatch troops to clear and secure the site immediately. Those people will reside there henceforth. Then relocate the scientific personnel there as well. A city is simply too conspicuous. Zombie hordes will inevitably detect it. Though our defenses are formidable, we cannot guarantee zombies lack alternate means of penetration. Should they remain within the city, disaster may yet strike. One more thing, this relocation must remain strictly confidential. Hearing the order, the aide nodded. He understood perfectly why Fang Dong insisted on secrecy. For traitors existed among humanity, and none could be certain that Yumu City itself harbored no collaborators eager to serve the zombie sovereign. If word leaked out, and zombies launched their assault on Yumu City, the secret might be exposed, dooming the scientists and extinguishing another vital ember of human hope. With these thoughts the aide departed swiftly. Fang Dong gazed out the window, heavy with foreboding. I pray my instinct is mistaken. Otherwise, he murmured softly, leaving the rest unsaid. He did not finish the sentence. Meanwhile Shifang advanced unimpeded, his progress seamless, bolstered by an arsenal of extraordinary abilities. He moved freely between metropolises, infiltrating Air Force bases and heavily guarded research institutes, undetected, unchallenged, untouchable. As Shifang's campaign intensified, Heha province collapsed at an accelerating pace, and zombie numbers surged exponentially. But this was only the beginning. Having neutralized Heha province's air force installations and research facilities, Shifang turned his gaze outward, to neighboring provinces and beyond toward ever more distant horizons. There are numerous bases across the country. Although Shifang can connect awareness, it still takes time to strike the bases in various provinces. Fortunately, thanks to his precise strikes, the pressure from zombies in major cities has lessened. They are now fully suppressing humanity. Especially the zombie horde led by the mutated zombie He-Chen. Although many people have evacuated from Wudu, there are still a significant number of survivors remaining here. After all, Wudu is a city with a population of millions. What does the evacuation of tens of thousands mean? It's not even a tenth of the entire city. Of course, because of this, the mutated zombies like He-Chen and the intelligent Wu Yong can continue to hunt down survivors for sustenance, enhancing their own abilities and even mutating. Currently there are no military forces in Wudu. Zombies roam freely here, whether it be Wu Yong, who has broken his own bottom line and is willing to eat humans to enhance himself, or the mutated zombie He-Chen. They will not face any obstacles while preying on survivors in Wudu. Eating humans is like enjoying a buffet. They have become the nightmare of Wudu. Moreover, besides He-Chen and Wu Yong, other mutated zombies from different regions are also taking advantage of the situation to launch frenzied attacks, devouring survivors. In just 3 days, without Shifang controlling the Ocean Horde and the Beast Horde in Bayue province, they have already captured dozens of cities, opening up pathways between the two provinces. Additionally, with the offensive led by Anyang, Bayue province has completely fallen. The situation in Heha province is not much better. Anyang, who captured Bayue province, is now leading the horde further southwest. Further southwest from Bayue province lies Yezhou, a popular tourist province in Yan country. Yezhou is home to many famous landmarks and numerous peculiar attractions. Every year the number of domestic and international tourists flooding into Yezhou reaches tens of millions, even over 100 million. In the past this was certainly a good thing. A large influx of tourists boosts the local economy. However, the outbreak of the zombie virus has turned these tourists into death knells for Yezhou. Especially in Yezhou's key tourist cities, the transformation of numerous tourists and local residents into zombies has led to a rapid formation of zombie tides. Nearby military forces are unable to provide assistance. Those cities are rapidly falling. Worse yet, the surviving tourists will compete with locals for the already scarce resources. This has led to escalating tensions with zombies outside and resource conflicts inside. It is destined for these cities to perish. It is precisely because of Yezhou's unique circumstances that when Anyang steps into Yezhou, many places won't even need her to take action, as those cities are already doomed. She only needs to continue forward to deal with the few remaining cities, ensuring that the entire Yezhou loses hope. However, while this is true, Anyang did not expect to encounter obstacles in Yumu city. Is that a drone army and intelligent robots standing on the hillside outside Yumu city? Anyang gazed into the distance. At the city entrance were a large number of zombies and mobile zombie plants were launching an attack, yet there was also a human defense line at the city entrance. But unlike other cities, the frontline defense is not humans. Instead, it is countless armed military drones flying in the air. These drones are equipped with thermal weapons and have very sensitive reactions. Zombies can't even get close to them. Below the drones there are dark metal robots lined up firing at the zombie horde. Moreover, these robots are even equipped with machetes and other melee weapons to attack approaching zombies, forming a solid barrier in conjunction with the armed drones. Zombies are completely blocked by them. Additionally, if one looks further back, the second defense line is manned by human soldiers. Those soldiers have special protective gear. They almost all wear gas masks, and their military uniforms have been modified, seemingly incorporating metal materials. These items protect their bodies, allowing them to avoid being bitten by zombies as much as possible. This special intelligent force combined with the highly protected human soldier units makes Anyang feel that the situation is indeed somewhat tricky. Drones and robots cannot be infected. Those soldiers are wearing gas masks. Plants cannot infect through pollen. Moreover, their firepower. This city is quite troublesome. But it is not insurmountable. Anyang coldly stared at the distant city. After so many days of battle, Anyang has been constantly absorbing and growing with her rooted abilities, and her level naturally rises swiftly. And with the rise in level, Anyang's abilities are enhanced. In fact, she can even gain new abilities. She is capable of leading ordinary zombie hordes. This is the effect of her new ability. After all, Shifang did not give her many ordinary zombies if they only assigned her plant zombies. But leading ordinary zombies. This is merely one of her new abilities. Anyang's new skills extend beyond this. As for her other abilities, what are they? This will soon be revealed. After all, facing the hard bone of Yumu city, it would be difficult for Anyang to take it down without employing some special means. However, at this moment Anyang is unaware, as her attention is focused on the front line. In the tallest building of Yumu City in the distance a special sniper rifle has already locked onto her. The sniper rifle aimed at Yang differed significantly from ordinary firearms, its barrel and stock were markedly longer and numerous interfaces lined both sides of its chassis. Wires were already plugged into those interfaces. This electricity-powered sniper rifle was almost certainly the latest experimental product of Yumu City's research team. And the one who authorized its deployment was none other than Fong Dong, mayor of Yumu City. The moment Yang led the zombie horde near Yumu City, Fong Dong received real-time intelligence via reconnaissance drones, alerting him to their imminent approach and enabling swift defensive preparations. Thus Yang was successfully halted. Yet the horde she commanded bore striking distinctions from any previously encountered. Within it lurked sentient flora. These plants even demonstrated tactical acumen, coiling stones and hurling them at armed drones. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Fong Dong concluded with near certainty the horde assaulting Yumu City must be under the command of an intelligent leader, and indeed frontline drones soon identified Yang standing beyond the city walls. Fong Dong knew Yang, not only because she was the nation's youngest senior official but also because they had once studied at the same university and met briefly during their student years. They were scarcely acquainted, merely familiar enough not to be strangers. Later as Yang ascended to high office all contact between them ceased entirely. Fong Dong had nearly forgotten Yang, the brilliant junior he'd glimpsed long ago, until a leaked video from the council building reignited his memory of her extraordinary intellect. He was not particularly shocked by her allegiance to the zombie sovereign. Even back in university he had sensed in her an uncommon clarity of judgment and unnerving rationality. Her defection? Entirely plausible. What truly astonished him was that Yang, retaining full cognition after zombification, had somehow left Wudu City unnoticed and now stood before Yumu City commanding a horde poised for conquest. Still surprise notwithstanding, once the leader had been identified, eliminating Yang became imperative, for the safety of Yumu City itself. Otherwise, with Yang's formidable intellect, and her yet unknown abilities, Fong Dong held no confidence in defending the city. Yet he also understood clearly. Yang as a uniquely evolved zombie possessed physical capabilities far surpassing both ordinary humans and standard undead. Conventional thermal weaponry would neither strike nor kill her. Moreover, if Yang were to be eliminated, it had to succeed on the first attempt. For should the attempt fail, Yang, now alerted, would never grant a second opportunity. It was precisely these calculations that led to his decision. Fong Dong ultimately authorized deployment of the electro-explosive sniper rifle, a prototype still in experimental phase co-developed by his close friend Tao Zi and other researchers. Its enhanced rate of fire and extended range would render evasion impossible for Yang. Its amplified explosive yield and blast radius ensured lethality, even if the projectile missed vital organs. Once Yang was irrevocably destroyed, the horde besieging Yumu City would collapse into insignificance, and be swiftly eradicated. As these thoughts settled, Fong Dong's gaze fell upon the soldier before him, gripping the electro-explosive sniper rifle tightly. This weapon remains untested. I cannot guarantee its consequences after firing. Are you certain? No regrets? Fong Dong asked solemnly. The soldier nodded decisively. No regrets. I am a soldier of Yen State, my duty is to protect civilians and eliminate threats to our city. Now our city faces invasion by the zombie horde. If sacrificing my life alone can save the city, and countless others, I will not hesitate nor regret. Here the soldier paused briefly. Then added firmly, Mayor. Let me fire. I am ready. Hearing those words, Fong Dong gave a sharp resolute nod. Very well, whether the shot kills Yang or triggers unforeseen complications, Yumu City will honor your sacrifice without fail. Having spoken, he issued the order, fire. At his command the soldier steadied his breath and locked his aim onto Yang. Then, his finger pressed the firing switch. ZZZZT. Boom. Instantly crackling arcs of cobalt lightning flared across the rifle's frame. In the next heartbeat the soldier was hurled backward 2 meters by the weapon's staggering recoil. His smoking body struck the floor, motionless, silent. Meanwhile across the battlefield, Yang prepared to unleash her ability, when suddenly a wave of overwhelming dread surged through her. She barely had time to lift her head, only to see in the distance a bullet streaking toward her, faintly shimmering with blue light. There was no time to evade. The projectile moved too fast, faster than her reflexes could respond. No. Flashed through her mind. Simultaneously the detonation erupted, kaboom. A deafening thunderclap shattered the air, followed instantly by a blinding burst of electric light, so searing it threatened to blind the beholder. From the distant tower Fong Dong, already peering through a specialized telescope, fixed his gaze on the blast site. Yet the electro-explosive force exceeded even his most dire estimates. Where the projectile struck, thick white smoke billowed and dust roiled violently, obscuring all visibility. He could not discern whether Yang had perished. Still deep within he prayed. May it have succeeded. As he murmured silently, his eyes remained riveted on the smoldering crater, waiting for the haze to clear. Yet as seconds stretched into minutes, and the dense plume gradually thinned, Fang Dong's face drained of all color. Following his line of sight, one beheld the blast site, where from An Yang's form a pair of pristine white bone wings slowly unfurled, protecting An Ying's bone wings. The source of nature comes from the zombie Yumei. Yumei possesses a skill called living bone armor. The bone wings are the result of the living bone armor. Moreover, her bone armor can grow. Over time the bone armor will enhance its defense. Bones in essence are incredibly sturdy. The bones of mutated zombies are even more so. And Yumei is a second-tier mutant. Coupled with her bone's multistage growth, the attack from the electromagnetic sniper rifle, her bone wings can effortlessly block it. However, Yumei's bone wings are leaky, so some strong electrical currents still hit An Ying. But let's not forget, An Ying is a plant-type mutant. She can take root underground. When she roots herself underground, An Ying's body also gains the ability to conduct electricity, allowing her to channel the current underground. Therefore, as long as Yumei helps her block the majority of the powerful damage she cannot withstand, the remaining current will not harm her. However, regarding this situation, An Ying felt a bit scared. She truly did not expect that this Yumu city had secretly developed such a terrifying electric explosion sniper rifle. It seems I must not be careless in the future. Fortunately, Yumei was here this time. Otherwise, I would have been turned to ashes. An Ying looked around. She gazed at the charred earth beside her. She warned herself while also stealing a glance back at Yumei's condition. Seeing that Yumei was unharmed, An Ying finally relaxed. After all, how could a high-level second-tier zombie like Yumei be harmed by a mere electric explosion sniper rifle? But since Yumei was fine, it was time to retaliate against the enemy. Yumu City, the tallest building. Mayor. She is not dead. A horrified voice echoed from within the building. Fang Dong's face turned pale as he forced a smile. Just like An Ying did not anticipate the electric explosion sniper rifle, he also did not foresee that this horde had two special zombies. And one was stronger than the other. The bullet aimed at An Ying was blocked by the other, even more terrifying zombie. Now that the beheading strategy has failed, Fang Dong anticipated that An Ying would unleash a vicious revenge and that even the stronger mysterious special zombie would no longer remain hidden. She would surely take action. Just the strength exhibited by that zombie. Yumu City has no weapons that can harm her. But she can rampage without restraint. Yumu City is in dire straits. However, regardless of the outcome, Fang Dong was unwilling to give up. Even if it meant expending the last drop of his blood, he would continue to fight against the horde. Only then can he justify his identity as a human, his position as mayor, and honor the brave soldiers who willingly sacrificed themselves to activate that electric explosion sniper rifle. Thinking of this, Fang Dong rallied himself. Everyone, do not be frightened. No matter how powerful the special zombies are, there are only two of them, while we have tens of thousands of brave and fearless armed warriors. And a large amount of heavy weaponry. The intelligent troops are also cooperating with us. There is nothing to fear from the horde. The advantage still lies with us. At this point, we must first arrange for the remaining survivors to retreat to the shelter quickly. The others prepare defenses with me. The battle has only just begun. It's still uncertain who will perish. Although Fang Dong seemed to make sense. Many clear-eyed people in Yumu City knew Yumu City could not hold on. As long as those two special zombies break through the defenses, the city would be overrun by countless zombies in an instant. At that time, they would also find it hard to escape death. Therefore, some people publicly expressed their compliance with Fang Dong's arrangement and hurriedly prepared to leave the building. But those people were actually either preparing to flee or preparing to surrender. The number of those determined to stand firm with Fang Dong was ultimately just a minority. Fang Dong knew this, but the current situation could no longer be resolved merely by words or clever thoughts in the face of the two special zombies' overwhelming power. Any strategy was meaningless. It was very difficult for them to leave alive. Since death was inevitable, let those with ulterior motives fend for themselves. As long as those who remain have no regrets, that is enough. At this moment, at the city entrance, An Ying had already activated her skill. Whoosh! As she spread her arms wide, countless small points, light as dandelions yet glowing with green light, flew towards the defense line. When the small points touched the robots, boom! A violent explosion immediately erupted. The robots on the defense line were instantly blown away by the countless detonating small points, unable to rise again. The armed helicopters in the sky were also shattered by the small points covering the sky. The front line collapsed in an instant and the horde surged into the city. The soldiers in the second defense line continued firing their guns and cannons at the zombies. But there were too many zombies. More critically, Yumei also took action. As a second-tier zombie of over level 20, Yumei's physical quality was as strong as that of a superhuman. She ignored the hail of bullets and flew into the defense line with her bone wings, cutting through the soldiers like a hot knife through butter. effortlessly slaying countless soldiers on the defense line and toppling tanks and armor to the ground. At this moment Yu Mei was like an invincible white war god. The second defense line also collapsed entirely under her assault within just one exchange. This rapid pace left Fang Dong unable to arrange for reinforcements in time. Of course, with the collapse of the two defense lines, the horde entered the city and Yumu City. Thus fell once peaceful city streets, now transformed into a living hell. Survivors flee in panic across the ruins, while bloodthirsty zombies surge relentlessly behind them. The military has been nearly annihilated. And Yiying stands at the center of the avenue. Beneath her feet roots pierce deep into the earth, channeling boundless energy that surges through her, elevating her very being. In a daze she glimpses a familiar face darting past in the distance, chasing survivors. Fang Dong. And Yiying wonders. Just as Fang Dong still remembers her, she too recalls this senior from her school days. Fang Dong was exceptionally capable and profoundly upright. Yet even he could not escape the grisly fate of falling to the undead. Fang Dong, now dead and reanimated, has devolved from a mayor who once upheld his principles into a predator, hunting down scattered survivors across every corner of the city. Still, that is not the crux. The crux lies in Yiying's intimate understanding of Fang Dong. He has always been remarkably intelligent, and above all extraordinarily cautious. If he serves as mayor of Yumu City, then Yiying can readily comprehend why its defenses are so formidable. Yet beyond mere fortifications, Yiying suspects that upon learning of the massive zombie incursion, Fang Dong, ever prudent, would almost certainly have prepared not for victory but for defeat. Perhaps by evacuating large numbers of survivors, or by hiding key personnel away. Indeed, given his temperament, he would never enter an uncertain battle unprepared. He would inevitably have contingency plans in place. At this thought, Yiying recalls the strange weapon that once attacked her. She had never seen such a weapon before. It must be newly developed, coupled with those advanced autonomous troops. Yiying has strong reason to suspect that Yumu City harbors an elite research team, one developing cutting-edge weaponry and refining intelligent systems. This stirs memories of the past, when Shifang led them in a swift prioritized assault on the Wudu Research Institute. He understood the peril posed by scientists, and thus moved decisively to neutralize them first. Now in Yumu City, an equally formidable research team has emerged. Then Yiying too must locate and eliminate that team without delay. For if left unchecked, who knows what terrifying weapons they might yet devise against the undead. With that resolve, Yiying immediately begins searching for the research unit. Yet they had vanished long before. She scours the entire city, but finds no trace of them. Still, Yiying is unsurprised. She had already anticipated that Fang Dong might evacuate critical personnel before battle. Their absence now confirms it. Where then were they relocated? That question could be answered by interrogating a few survivors. Failing that, she would have to search herself. After several days, Shifang's consciousness sweeps across provinces nationwide, and finally obliterates every airbase. At least all bases mentioned by Wu Yong are destroyed. Even naval vessels at sea have fallen under his onslaught, with several warships sunk. Yen State has now completely lost aerial support. Moreover, during his campaign, Shifang systematically eliminates remaining military units. Combat capability across provinces has dwindled to near zero. Under such conditions, zombies rampage unchecked, evolving ever more fiercely, growing stronger with each slaughter. Most provinces of Yen State have already fallen, transformed into desolate cities of the undead. Having completed these operations, Shifang's consciousness finally allows itself a brief respite. Yen State is finished. The remaining survivors pose no threat. Without armies or weapons, they cannot even overcome ordinary zombies. Next, the world beyond our borders. Foreign powers have likely observed Yen State's collapse for some time. Perhaps they imagine that once the zombies have ravaged Yen State, they can eradicate the undead and expand their territories. They overestimate themselves utterly. A faint disdainful smile flickers across Shifang's face. Now, while I have a moment, I shall first check on Yu Mei and Yiying. Then proceed with the next phase of the plan. Shifang makes up his mind. The shared link activates once more. Yezhou. Yumu City. Yiying's pupils flicker with momentary disorientation. Then just as swiftly her gaze steadies. How goes it? Fairly smooth, I trust. A voice sounds behind her. She turns, seeing an ordinary zombie, instantly recognizing Shifang's possession. She nods. Fairly smooth. Though I did encounter complications. Oh. Shifang replies, intrigued. Yiying says, someone in Yumu City has developed an immensely powerful electroburst sniper rifle, and deployed intelligent combat units to support it. Had Yu Mei not been there, Forget seizing the city. I might well be dead. Also, the city's research team appears to have fled before I even entered. I know they couldn't have gone far. But I cannot locate them. Her tone carries quiet resignation. Shifang shows little concern. His gaze lingers on An Yi-Ying, noticing subtle changes in her appearance. Tender green sprouts have unfurled into full leaves across her body. Small branches now crown her head, blossoming with delicate flowers. Her transformation is profound. Undoubtedly the result of ascension. Shifang grows genuinely curious about her evolution. And so he speaks. System, display her status panel. As the 10 directions issued commands, the system pulled up An Yi-Ying's panel. Name An Yi-Ying. Race zombie. Type all-purpose zombie. Level 20. Stage first stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 2, tree spirit level 3, domination level 1. Passive skills rooted level 5, tree armor level 3, fragrant aura level 2. Active skills enchantment level 4, explosive spores level 2. Description. 3 additional skills. The domination skill is somewhat familiar to 10 directions. It is the talent of low-level zombies that paralyzed the Baichi kingdom found in the zombie octopus. An Yi-Ying can control the zombie horde. This is also due to her talent. However, what is that fragrant aura? And what are explosive spores? Guessing the doubts in 10 directions mind, the system immediately provided a detailed explanation of the skills. Level 2 fragrant aura emits a peculiar fragrance that slightly enhances the intelligence of allies within a radius of 100 meters. Level 2 explosive spores, a large area of dispersible spores that can be detonated for an attack. Seeing the prompt, 10 directions was astonished. A broad enhancement of allies' intelligence. This skill. Staring at the passive skill fragrant aura, 10 directions gradually transformed surprise into joy. According to the information introduced by the system, An Yi-Ying's fragrant aura can prompt those ordinary zombies to also increase their intelligence slightly. Though the enhancement is not significant, the intelligence of the group of zombies means they might think for themselves and even use various tools and devices. This is undoubtedly a catastrophe for humanity. After all, humanity's advantage lies in their intelligence to wield various weapons against foes. However, if zombies can also wield weapons, then humanity would no longer have an advantage. When those tireless and pain-free zombies, when they don armor and pick up firearms to fight humans would be utterly defeated. Good, this is a great skill. 10 directions couldn't help but praise inwardly. Of course, besides fragrant aura, explosive spores is also quite impressive. Such a large-scale attack skill is often the most effective and fastest way to crush a multitude of human armies. And not just humans, even intelligent robots on the Elmwood City defense line could be obliterated. Previously, An Yi-Ying used this move to breach the defense line directly. Now she is also level 20. Perhaps it won't be long. She will undergo a second mutation. I wonder how powerful An Yi-Ying will become after her second mutation. Closing An Yi-Ying's panel, 10 directions couldn't help but ponder. At the same time he sniffed. Previously unnoticed, there indeed was a special fragrance around An Yi-Ying distinct from the enchantment. That fragrance, once inhaled, made 10 directions feel exceptionally refreshed, as if his mind had become clearer, and the source of her scent was the small flowers on her. Glancing at the small flower on An Yi-Ying's head, 10 directions thoughts returned to her earlier words about the research team in Elmwood City. In fact, he knew some information, because previously he traveled back and forth to eliminate those research bases. He discovered the Qingping research base. It had long been deserted. Only some zombies remained there. And Qingping City is not far from Elmwood City. So at that time 10 directions speculated whether those responsible for intelligent engineering at the Qingping research base had gone to a nearby city. Now, hearing An Yi-Ying's words, 10 directions could affirm that the research team absolutely came from Qingping, but they had fled from Qingping to Elmwood and now vanished. These people really know how to hide. However, they can hide from the first day but not the 15th. Yizhou is just a small place. Plus, with the air transport system paralyzed, they truly cannot run too far. If searched carefully, they could surely be found. Thinking about it, 10 directions was about to say something. But then a figure suddenly flew in from afar. The figure was covered in pure white armor with white wings allowing wind to pass through at its back. However, her armor was not made of metal. And the wings were not made of soft feathers. They were composed of white bones. Is this the second stage? Yumei looks quite unique. Watching Yumei slowly descend before him, 10 directions had a strange expression, but his gaze was soon drawn to Yumei's face, revealed after she lifted her helmet. Her cheeks were pink and tender, resembling that of a normal person, not a zombie. That was the color of a normal human. Is this the effect of her light energy talent? 10 directions pondered. He remembered Yumei's talent introduction mentioned that she would change under the influence of light. Yumei's appearance became beautiful. This is probably due to that influence. Moreover, what is she holding in her hands? 10 Directions shifted his gaze downward only to see Yumei cradling a weapon over 3 meters long and extremely heavy, covered in wires and various strange interfaces. A gun. Let's call it a gun for now. After all, the shape of the thing in her hand does resemble a sniper rifle quite a bit. What is this? Where did you get it? Guessing aside, 10 Directions asked. And Yi Ying was about to explain. But before Yumei could respond, Yumei spoke. Gun. I picked it up. Her answer was straightforward and simple. Her voice was clear and pleasant, especially lovely. Regarding Yumei speaking, 10 Directions was not particularly surprised. After all, Yumei's intelligence had already surpassed that of the vast majority of humans in this world. Learning a language. That would be a piece of cake. So 10 Directions didn't pay much attention to it. He fixed his gaze on the sniper rifle and asked, what kind of gun is this? Did you pick it up to use it? Yumei nodded. Then she added, electric gun I use light. 10 Directions was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Yumei's words, Shifang scrutinized her with suspicion. Not because she stammered, indeed Yumei did not stutter at all. She simply disdained idle chatter, speaking only the essential words. Shifang's earlier astonishment stemmed from one fact: he had understood her perfectly. Yumei meant that the strange sniper rifle in her hand appeared to be some kind of electric-powered weapon. It required electricity to activate. She held it intending to wield it herself, but lacking electricity she planned to substitute photonic energy instead. Yumei was a photonic energy-infused zombie, a highly intelligent one at that. With her current intellect, it remained uncertain whether she could fully master the rifle. Yet her very proposal to use it implied at least a functional understanding of its operation. As for substituting photonic energy for electricity, how? Shifang was baffled. You may certainly use the rifle, he said. But you yourself called it an electric weapon. You claim you'll replace electricity with photonic energy. Are you certain you can accomplish this? Shifang couldn't help but ask. Beside him, Yi Ying wore an expression of stunned disbelief. He also explained to Shifang, this rifle is the very weapon I mentioned earlier. Its effective range remains unconfirmed. Yet its destructive power is undeniably immense, and it delivers area effect damage. Upon impact its rounds detonate. Hearing this, Shifang nodded gravely. Both pairs of eyes turned toward Yumei. She responded with a single word, yes. Without further explanation she tilted her head upward, toward the sun. In the next instant. Horror! Countless white motes of light coalesced rapidly around her, enveloping her entire form in radiant luminescence. Photonic regeneration. Shifang blurted out instinctively upon witnessing Yumei's state. Photonic regeneration absorbed ambient light to heal wounds and replenish expended energy. Her deploying this ability now. Could it be? Shifang narrowed his eyes, something had just clicked into place. Simultaneously a small indicator light on the side of Yumei's electroburst sniper rifle flickered faintly to life. And Yi Ying and Shifang exchanged glances, both astonished. A humanoid generator. Fascinating. Yet she cannot generate electricity herself. Still, given Yumei's extraordinary intellect. So long as she grasps the underlying principle, she could modify the rifle slightly, to harness her own photonic energy for infinite recharging. No wonder she claimed she could wield it. By now Shifang had largely grasped her intent. Yumei raised the rifle and aimed it steadily at a distant skyscraper. Click. Boom. As she pressed the trigger, a searing arc of cobalt lightning erupted from the barrel, streaking across the air and striking the towering building dozens of meters away. Blinding electric light flared violently, thunderous detonation shook the earth, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. When the haze settled, a massive crater gaped in the building's facade. Its destructive force was truly formidable, rivaling artillery shells in sheer impact. Yet unlike heavy ordnance, this weapon was far more maneuverable, and easily portable. What of recoil or other physical constraints? Irrelevant. Yumei's superhuman physiology rendered such concerns meaningless. After firing she stood utterly unscathed. Modify it, photonic burst. Yumei's meaning was clear to Shifang. She intended to convert the rifle into a direct photonic launcher capable of unleashing cataclysmic photonic explosions. Shifang harbored no doubt she would succeed. Her intellect was simply too profound. Who knew how many minds she had consumed, how much knowledge absorbed, how deeply comprehended. Excellent, he praised. Instantly Yumei's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, she clearly cherished his approval. Having offered his praise, Shifang continued, very well. Yen State's combat capability has been entirely neutralized. This location no longer requires special attention. Other nations, however, remain relatively stable, largely due to the scarcity of anomalous zombies within their borders. Thus our next objective is to launch offensives abroad. My first target will be Qing State, the nation that so often proclaims itself the world's preeminent superpower. Its technological advancement is unparalleled. Conquering it may prove difficult. Therefore you must strengthen yourselves swiftly. I shall arrange your deployment shortly. As for the research team that fled this site, you need not concern yourselves with them. I shall deal with them personally. Upon hearing this both nodded. Shifang glanced again at the electroburst sniper rifle in Yume's hands and inquired about ammunition. She confirmed she still possessed ample rounds, sufficient for the time being. After all, her sniper targets were invariably high-value high-difficulty threats. Minor adversaries would never warrant her precision fire, meaning her shots would remain exceedingly rare. Ammunition consumption therefore remained minimal. Even if demand increased, Yume could readily fabricate new rounds using existing human-manufactured equipment. She had consumed specialists across countless disciplines, operating complex machinery posed no challenge. Shifang recognized this and said nothing further. For now let it be thus. You are free to move about as you wish over the next few days. I shall return to retrieve you in 1 week. With that Shifang withdrew his consciousness. The zombies linked to him reverted to their vacant sluggish state and wandered aimlessly elsewhere. An Ying and Yume remained where they stood. They exchanged silent searching glances, until An Ying finally broke the quiet. You wish to see his true form? Her tone carried subtle inquiry. Yume offered no verbal reply, but the fleeting luminous shift in her keen expressive eyes spoke volumes. Consciousness returned to the original body. Shifang revealed a faint smile. An Ying's growth has been rapid. This woman indeed possesses some abilities. But what delighted him the most was Yume. The performance of this mutated zombie was astonishing given her various current abilities. Shifang had a premonition that in the future, he might have to rely on her for many things. After all, although Shifang was the source body, his situation in many aspects still lingered at the level of ordinary humans. For instance, the amount of knowledge in his mind. And his way of thinking. However, Yume was different. Yume was a pure zombie. She had lost her past memories and consciousness, continuously growing and learning more based on her zombie nature. All her actions and thoughts were not on a human level. But precisely because of this, Shifang felt that perhaps in the future, he would encounter many situations that would require him to interact with her. He even considered whether to find an opportunity to bring Yume over to meet the original body. But Shifang quickly shook his head. Forget it, it's not urgent for now. Moreover, the deeper the original body hides the better. Although Yume and the others cannot betray me, there's no telling if she knows about the original body and then humans might trace back to me. It's safer this way, can't be wrong. With these thoughts Shifang calmed down. Then his consciousness reconnected with other zombies and sought out Wu Yong, who was still in Wudu, to ask if there were suitable hiding spots near Yumu City. After all, the research team in Yumu City couldn't just randomly find a place to hide. Their early withdrawal clearly indicated that they had already found a suitable and safe hiding location. Nearby towns were definitely not safe. Those places were overrun with zombies. He wanted to ask Wu Yong if he knew anything. After all, that guy was the commander. He might know, but if he didn't, Shifang would have to search thoroughly. Yumu City, the abandoned base to the west. Bang! In the dim underground base a sudden dull sound echoed. Following the sound one could see Tauzi with clenched fists angrily smashing the wall. He had just heard from a few soldiers who went out to scout that Yumu City had fallen, and he also learned that his friend Fong Dong had been bitten by a zombie and had turned. This made Tauzi feel both hatred and anger. He despised that zombie virus. He was also filled with murderous intent towards the special zombies. However, he simultaneously felt somewhat powerless. Damn it, it's all because I'm too useless. If only I could research better equipment. If I could create stronger weapons, then Fong Dong might not have turned. Those damned zombies. I will eventually develop powerful weapons. I will eradicate all of you along with that virus. Tauzi's face was filled with resentment, but his hatred quickly transformed into motivation for research. Meanwhile, a voice came from the entrance. Lu Tao, the antibody has been developed. Old Li has recovered. Haha, come out and take a look. Hearing the voice from outside, Tauzi was momentarily stunned, then filled with wild joy. He hurriedly stepped forward to open the door, and seeing the disheveled, emaciated youth outside, he couldn't contain his excitement and asked, "Really? The antibody has really been developed?" "Of course." The emaciated youth nodded. He smiled and said, "Come with me quickly." Old Li, who had turned, has regained consciousness. But he paused and then said regretfully, "It's a pity. It seems that he has lost a lot of memories. He can't remember many things." Listening to the emaciated youth, Lu Tao's expression remained unchanged as he quickened his pace towards the laboratory. The group that had withdrawn from Yumu City consisted of people from different research teams in several nearby cities, and their research directions were naturally different. Lu Tao's team focused on intelligent research and collaborated with the weapon research team. The emaciated youth next to him was engaged in pharmaceutical research. He had a good relationship with Lu Tao. Therefore after the antibody was successfully developed he couldn't wait to rush over to Lu Tao's research area to inform him. After all the events in Yumu City, the emaciated youth had already heard of them. Everyone was grieving over Fang Dong's transformation. It was that visionary mayor who had saved them from the zombie horde. They were all grateful to Fang Dong. Moreover, many people knew that Lu Tao and Fang Dong seemed to have a very good relationship, almost like brothers, so everyone could imagine Lu Tao's feelings during this incident. Now that the antibody research had succeeded, the emaciated youth came to inform Lu Tao, hoping that he wouldn't be too saddened by it. After all, Fang Dong could recover. There was naturally no need to be heartbroken over it. As for the possibility of amnesia, compared to losing memories, it was better that he was safe. Both of them thought about these matters as they quickly arrived at the underground laboratory. At this time many people had already gathered in the laboratory, all their gazes fixed on the middle-aged man isolated behind glass, whose face was pale and whose expression seemed somewhat dazed. His condition looked like someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. However, upon seeing the middle-aged man, Lu Tao was overjoyed. Because the middle-aged man who was isolated was oldly from the weapon research team who had been bitten by a zombie animal and turned during their withdrawal. He had previously been extremely agitated, wanting to bite everyone he saw. But now, except for looking weak, he was basically no different from a normal person. How could Lu Tao not be excited? It really worked. That's great. If that's the case, we just need to bring Fang Dong back and administer the antibody and he will recover. Lu Tao spoke with a trembling voice. The others around him nodded in agreement. The antibody serum has been successfully developed. Although it currently bears certain flaws, it can indeed restore zombies to human form. And for Lu Tao and his team that is more than sufficient. After all, if zombies can be reverted to humans, the zombie population will cease to grow, while the number of humans may steadily increase. Thus, as one wanes and the other swells, the zombie horde will dwindle. And this crisis will inevitably draw to a close. As for the serum's minor imperfections, those can be refined gradually in time. The road ahead is long and solutions always outnumber obstacles. Such thoughts filled the minds of the laboratory staff. Someone then asked aloud, can this antibody serum be manufactured at scale? Yes, replied the gaunt young man standing beside Lu Tao. However, our raw materials remain limited. And our personnel are insufficient. Consequently, daily production capacity is strictly constrained. Hearing this, the questioner nodded, a middle-aged man in military uniform. He was the appointed leader of the abandoned base. A role assigned by Fang Dong, charged with both administering the facility and safeguarding Lu Tao and his team. Lu Tao and his colleagues were scientists adept at research and innovation, yet wholly inexperienced in base management, defense planning, or logistical coordination. Appointing them as administrators would be unwise. Yet as leader he bore the duty to act accordingly. Now that the antibody has been synthesized, we no longer fear the virus. The threat posed by urban zones has plummeted almost overnight. We may return to Yumu City to retrieve additional materials for antibody production. And of course Mayor Fang. If encountered, he must be brought back. Though the antibody may induce amnesia, it may also leave memory intact. Should Mayor Fang fully recover, it would undoubtedly benefit us all. Yet such an operation cannot commence immediately. The uniformed officer spoke, and while the others wholeheartedly agreed with his earlier points, his final remark prompted furrowed brows across the room. After all, Fang Dong had already undergone zombification. Without prompt administration of the antibody, no one could predict whether he'd be slain by survivors, or succumb to some unforeseen calamity. Hearing those words, several present darkly speculated. Was he delaying rescue out of fear that Fang Dong's restoration would undermine his authority? Many shared that suspicion. Lu Tao, Fang Dong's closest ally, glared fiercely. Do you intend to wait until Fang Dong is dead before acting? What precisely do you mean? You know full well Fang Dong's condition. Each passing minute he remains a zombie multiplies his likelihood of death. And yet you propose postponement. Humph, if your true concern is that Fang Dong's return might threaten your position, then spare us your pretense. We possess the antibody now. Zombies pose little threat. If you refuse to act, we will act ourselves. So saying, Lu Tao turned to leave. But the officer barked sharply, halt. At his command, soldiers stationed at the doorway blocked Lu Tao's path. Lu Tao met their stance with a cold, mirthless smile. How? Do you intend violence? Watching him sneer, the officer sighed deeply. You've misunderstood me entirely. I advocate delay not out of indifference, but because Yumu City's situation is far more perilous than you imagine. There reside special zombies. You're all familiar with An Ying, aren't you? An Ying. Everyone present knew her name. Even those unfamiliar had at least heard of her. And after the council building footage surfaced, the treachery of those high-ranking national defectors had become common knowledge. Yet why mention An Ying now? Confused glances swept the room. The officer continued unperturbed. In truth, An Ying herself remains within the city, and it was she who led the zombie horde in its conquest. She is an intelligent anomalous zombie. She has yet to depart the city. Rushing out recklessly now would risk discovery, and if she finds you, none of us shall survive. Yes, we have the antibody. But against thousands upon thousands of zombies, even a single bite would prove fatal. The serum cannot guarantee our survival. I understand your urgency to save Fong Dong. But the moment is simply not right. He pleaded earnestly, voice heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, many flushed with embarrassment, having just harbored malicious assumptions about his motives, only to learn he held no such ambition. The delay, it turned out, was purely a measure of prudence. Lu Tao's expression softened. If that is truly the case, then we shall wait a little longer. But how long must we wait? His tone had lost its earlier edge, clearly acknowledging his own impetuousness. The officer shook his head. The timeline remains uncertain. As long as An Ying remains within the city, danger persists. Still, do not despair. Surviving soldiers still hold positions across the city, and we maintain contact with them. They monitor conditions on our behalf dispersed throughout the ruins. Once An Ying departs the city, we move without hesitation. Yet should she stubbornly remain, he clenched his jaw, then we enter, regardless of risk. The latest possible entry date is set for 3 days from now. With those words, the group nodded in solemn agreement. It would be good if An Ying left, but she must enter the city regardless. Saving Fong Dong is just one of the objectives. The main reason is that the materials for producing antibodies are limited. They must enter the city to collect materials. After all, even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. One cannot rely on others to create medicine out of thin air. However, what surprised the people at the base was news soon came from the surviving soldiers in the city. They claimed that An Ying had already left. Along with An Ying, there was also that special white zombie wrapped in bones. Currently, there are only ordinary zombies left in the city. Upon receiving this news, the people at the abandoned base were ecstatic. They immediately prepared to take action. This time, the middle-aged soldier in military uniform did not obstruct them. He arranged for an elite team to set out with the antibody agents. Both sides maintained contact via radio at all times. However, the people at the base were unaware. An Ying and Yu Mei had left, but they were instructed to leave by someone. That person, of course, was Shifang. After hearing about Shifang's plans, An Ying prepared to head to a city with more survivors to absorb more humans to provide the necessary conditions for her upgrades. At the same time, An Ying also hoped to undergo a second-stage mutation. The enhancement from a second-stage mutation is immense. With Yu Mei's example by her side, An Ying was truly eager to enhance. Thus she planned to go to Tianmen City, which is not particularly far from Yumu City. However, that city is larger than Yumu City, and it is also a major tourist area every year where the number of survivors is definitely sufficient for An Ying to rapidly enhance. Of course, Yu Mei still followed her. This was not an order from Shifang. Yu Mei followed purely because she had grown accustomed to being with An Ying during the previous days. Yumu City West Gate. Report: we have safely entered the city. In a building near the West Gate entrance, dozens of soldiers were reporting. In the abandoned base, the middle-aged soldier in military uniform nodded. Good, be careful. Additionally, split into 2 teams to search for Fong Dong. Prioritize searching from the location where he went missing. The rest will head to the Northern District's medicine garden. Upon receiving orders, the soldiers immediately acted. Although Yumu City is not very large, even the smallest cities can be vast for an individual. Fong Dong wandered within the city. Finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet even so, they cannot give up. However, the military forces at the base are truly limited. The middle-aged soldier in military uniform dared not send out too many. After all, if too many soldiers were to leave, there would be no room for recovery if the base encounters an emergency. Others also understood this, so they did not express much dissatisfaction with the middle-aged soldier's decision to only send 2 teams to search for Fong Dong. However, whether it is the people at the base or the soldiers entering the city at this moment, they all do not know. That in the azure sky, a pair of eagle eyes are watching those soldiers who have stealthily entered the city from outside. Well, I haven't even come to find you yet. You all ran out by yourselves. You really are not afraid of death. Controlling the body of the zombie hawk, Shifang couldn't help but mutter. However, he was also puzzled. Why did these hidden individuals come back instead of staying hidden? Looking for supplies. That seems to be one of their motives. What are the 2 teams that split off doing? Why didn't they check the supplies in the supermarket? The 2 teams that split off. Could it be that they are looking for someone? And they are. Looking for zombies. Shifang frowned as he stared at the soldiers below. He personally witnessed the two teams carefully observing the passing zombies. What is so interesting about these zombies? Therefore he believed that these people must be looking for a specific zombie. But what is the significance of that? Having already turned into zombies, they cannot be saved. Wait, saved? Shifang squinted. These people, could it be that they have already produced antibodies, haven't they? Shifang flew to a distant building and landed. Staring at the soldiers in the distance, he sneered, whether or not there are antibodies I will know naturally. In the midst of his thoughts, Shifang made a sound. Caw. Accompanied by a long cry. Near the two teams searching for Fang Dong, the zombies that had originally not noticed them suddenly turned their heads as if receiving orders and rushed towards their location. Seeing this, the soldiers instinctively wanted to fire. But they were stopped by their captain. Don't shoot, firing will attract more zombies. We have antibodies and are not afraid of the virus. Close combat, use cold weapons to resolve it. Utilize the terrain to retreat while fighting. The two captains ordered, and the soldiers nodded in agreement as they put down their guns and took out the short spears they had prepared in advance. These short spears are made of pure steel and possess great destructive power. Hitting a normal zombie's forehead would likely be fatal. However, there are dozens of zombies surrounding them. Although these soldiers are equipped, it is impossible to guarantee that they will be completely unharmed. After they killed quite a few zombies, someone was finally bitten. The zombie's astonishing biting strength directly tore off a small piece of flesh from the soldier's arm along with his clothing. The intense pain made him unable to hold back a roar. Fortunately, the captain beside him reacted quickly and covered his mouth while retreating. At the same time, he took out the antibody to inject it into the injured soldier. This substance, when injected in advance, can resist the virus and will not cause the infected to lose their memories. Memory loss occurs only in zombies that turn back into humans. The reason, according to researchers, may be that after becoming a zombie the person's memory is lost. So, to be precise, the agent does not actually have a defect. It simply cannot help restore memories. In any case, because of this, the injured soldier had no significant issues after injecting the antibody. Everyone fought while retreating. The zombies were quickly dealt with. They stopped in a safe area. And Shifang finally confirmed. These people truly have antibodies. How could zombies have emerged just a few days ago? Have these people already developed an antibody? Humanity truly possesses some capabilities. Shifang gazed at the distant soldiers, sighing. But he quickly revealed a smile. So it's a viral antibody. Although your research on the antibody is rapid, my virus evolves even faster. The antibodies you can counter are merely effective against the most basic and weak level 1 zombie virus. What about level 2, level 3, or even level 4 viruses? Are your medicines still useful? He chuckled inwardly as he spoke. Shifang was not in a hurry to transform those soldiers. He wanted to see why these people had come out from their shelters. He wanted to know whom they were searching for to save. Additionally, there were other soldiers. Aside from the two teams searching for people, the remaining soldiers had gone to the medicine garden. Unless something unexpected happened, they were likely rushing there to obtain medicine in hopes of mass-producing antibodies. But Shifang did not intend to let them succeed. The two teams searching for people will stay behind. Let's see whom they are looking for. As for the remaining soldiers, they will join my zombie clan. His gaze swept over the distant two teams of soldiers who had already resumed searching for someone. Shifang flapped his wings and departed. North District Medicine Garden. Brothers, move quickly. Once we're done loading, we will return. There are still many things to do ahead. Voices echoed in the spacious medicine garden. Following the sound, one could see that among the piles of zombie corpses in the medicine garden, the soldiers were hastily loading boxes of medicinal materials and experimental supplies onto trucks. Although starting the vehicles would attract zombies, the special zombies had left. The soldiers were not afraid of ordinary zombies as they all had antibodies. Compared to the potential issue of attracting zombies, the most important thing was to transport as many medicinal materials back to the base as possible. Thinking about these matters, he also listened to the captains urging them on. The soldiers exerted themselves to accelerate their pace. The 3 trucks parked at the entrance of the medicine garden were soon filled to the brim with the items they had collected, prompting several captains to immediately direct the soldiers to drive the trucks away. However, just as they were getting into the vehicles, Shifang had already flown into the medicine garden. He stopped on a truck that was starting up. Then the transformation of the living initiated. Roar. With the skill activated, the 2 soldiers who had just boarded the truck immediately transformed into fierce zombies, leaping off the truck and pouncing towards the nearby soldiers who had yet to board. The crowd was taken aback. Although they did not know how their teammates had transformed, this was not the time for such thoughts. Damn it, why did those 2 transform? Quick, grab those 2. Inject them with the antibody. Following the captain's orders, more soldiers rushed down from other trucks. They held hands, and those who hugged legs managed to trap the 2 powerful zombies. Shifang stood on the truck and did not intervene. He wanted to see whether the viral antibody medicine had any effect on the level 2 virus. Meanwhile, as the zombies were restrained, the squad leader swiftly took out the antibody and injected it into the transformed soldiers. However, roar! As the agent entered their bodies, the two zombies not only did not recover but became even more frenzied, shaking off the soldiers that had trapped them and viciously biting off a piece of flesh from a nearby comrade. Hiss! A piercing pain shot through the shoulder. The bitten soldier hurriedly kicked at the zombie while simultaneously taking out the antibody to inject himself. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers were bewildered. The antibody is ineffective. How is that possible? No, it clearly worked before. What is going on with those two? Damn it, does this mean we can't save them? The soldiers looked panicked. The captains were equally troubled. The reason they dared to enter the city this time was ultimately due to their confidence from having the antibodies. But now you're telling me the antibody is ineffective. Everyone's heads buzzed with confusion. However, there was no time to think about that now. Dealing with these two zombies was the urgent matter. Let's not think about that for now. Since the antibody doesn't work on them, we can only eliminate them. As he spoke, the captain gritted his teeth, tightened his short spear and charged forward to attack. Seeing this, the other soldiers had no choice but to cooperate with the captain and ready their weapons to take down the two zombies. However, before they could act, Shifang had already moved again. Just as I expected. Your antibodies are only effective against level 1 viruses. For level 2, you have no means to counter. As he spoke, the transformation of the living activated. Instantly, all the soldiers who had charged in to eliminate the two zombies turned into zombies themselves. However, to Shifang's surprise, among these soldiers, a mutant had emerged. That was the soldier who had been bitten earlier. Suddenly, numerous small holes like a honeycomb appeared on this person's body, from which a faint brownish mysterious mist began to diffuse. What kind of bizarre mutation is this? System, check his panel. Upon command, the panel appeared. Name: Wulong, race zombie, type intelligent zombie, level 0, stage first stage mutation, talent zombie virus, level 2, domination, level 1, medicine ghost, level 1, passive skill intelligence brain, level 1, active skill poison barrier, level 1, description: a mutated intelligent zombie. Gazing at the panel that appeared before him, Shifang's expression turned somewhat playful. This mutated zombie possessed a talent known as Yaogui. Its active skills were somewhat related to poison. He had reason to suspect that the mutation of this zombie was related to the antibody serum he had injected. Of course, mutations were indeed random. Even if others tried to imitate it, they might not achieve the same mutation. But that was not important. What mattered was that it had changed. For now, he would first observe its unique abilities. System, let's take a look at its unique abilities. Level 1 Yaogui, the virus within grows faster and related skills have a small chance of enhancing allies upon contact. Level 1 Poison Barrier, a toxic mist that spreads within a radius of 200 meters, weakening those who inhale it, making the base virus of zombies transformed by inhaling this mist stronger. Shifang scanned through the details of the abilities. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Does the Yaogui talent relate to skills? According to the description of this talent, it can work in conjunction with the martial dragon skill Poison Barrier. Its range for the Poison Barrier is absurd. A full radius of 200 meters. It can cover nearly 500 meters in total. All zombies within this range have a chance of being enhanced if they are touched by the Poison Barrier. Tisk, this talent is quite outrageous. But the probability is a bit low. However, the probability was not a major issue. As long as there were enough zombies, the enhancement would be inevitable. Moreover, aside from the talent-related skills, the Poison Barrier skill itself also possessed special effects against the current antibodies. This effect is, of course, that inhaling the toxic mist enhances the base virus of the zombies that are transformed, meaning that those infected by the mist would at least be at level 2 virus. Perhaps as the skill level increases, the base virus will become even stronger. But regardless of how it goes, ultimately the antibodies are rendered useless. Speaking of which, does his skill have this effect? Could it also be because of the antibodies? Shifang couldn't help but ponder. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. But this mutated zombie. Perhaps it could also be taken abroad for use. There are ordinary zombies abroad. Those foreigners are definitely also studying zombie virus antibodies. Maybe they have succeeded in their research too. Bringing the martial dragon abroad. At that time it will definitely prove to be of great use. With this thought, Shifang had the system mark the martial dragon and ordered it to quickly improve itself. The martial dragon is an intelligent zombie and its level of intelligence is not low. Even without Shifang's detailed arrangements, it knew how to improve itself quickly. After arranging for the martial dragon, Shifang flew to another urban area. At that moment in the East District. Captain, look at that zombie. Isn't that Mayor Fang? A few voices came from the alley. Hearing the voices of the team members ahead, the two soldier captains quickly moved forward to take a look. Following the direction pointed by the soldiers, they saw a familiar figure beside an abandoned vehicle in the distance, hunched over and gnawing on the corpse of a survivor. While devouring the corpse before it, the zombie occasionally lifted its head to glance around. It was evident that it possessed a bit of intelligence. But the level of intelligence was not high. Its behavior clearly indicated that it had been influenced by Yi Ying's fragrant aura to gain some intelligence. At the same time, the zombie turned its head. The two captains in the alley finally recognized that the zombie's face was indeed that of Mayor Fong Dong. But at this very moment, watching the once brave and resourceful mayor now resembling a beast tearing off bloody chunks of flesh from the corpse and swallowing them, they couldn't help but question in their hearts. Is this still their Mayor Fong? He is eating people. Even if they captured him and injected him with the antibodies, he could never return to his former self. Did they really have the need to take the risk to save him? As they pondered, the two captains exchanged glances. They both saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. The other soldiers remained silent. Eventually a long sigh was heard. Alas, after all, it's our mission. Saying this, the captain waved his hand. The others no longer overthought and quietly surrounded the zombie Fong Dong, taking out the antibodies. However, Fong Dong was intelligent, and with his keen senses he detected the approach of these people when they were at a certain distance, roaring and charging at the nearest soldier. Seeing that they had been exposed, the others did not hesitate and immediately rushed out. Bang! Roar! Accompanied by the noise, several soldiers rushed forward, knocking Fong Dong to the ground and pinning him down. At the same time, someone injected the antibodies. However, roar! Just like before in the medicine garden, Fong Dong did not recover immediately. His originally red eyes became even bloodier due to the stimulation of the antibodies, and his emotions grew more violent. It seemed that his strength had increased slightly as he broke free from their restraint. One soldier was caught off guard, knocked down to the ground by Fong Dong, and before he could rise, Fong Dong had already taken a bite. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the scene instantly fell into chaos. The soldiers were puzzled as to why the antibodies had no effect. The two captains were equally perplexed, unsure whether they should kill Fong Dong. Worse still, the other zombies nearby had already been attracted by the commotion. If they did not make a decision soon, even with the antibodies, they would meet their end here. With no choice, the captain could only order a retreat. However, having just given the order to retreat, it was already too late. Because after biting someone, Fong Dong had mutated. Fong Dong was not transformed by the Shifang. He was infected by other zombies. The reason the antibody was ineffective against him was that the zombie that infected Fong Dong carried a high-level virus. Don't forget, the horde of zombies attacking Yumu City was brought over by Yang from other cities. These zombies fought alongside Yang. Their individual levels have all improved. Naturally, the viruses they carry are also stronger. This mere antibody designed to combat level 1 viruses would certainly have no effect on Fong Dong. Moreover, Fong Dong is not an isolated case. Most zombies now have enhanced viruses. The research at the abandoned base is based on the initial zombies. This has resulted in a serious error. This critical issue may not have been discovered by many human researchers even to this day. Shifang was naturally pleased with this. You better hope you never discover. The virus will grow stronger with the passage of time. Then you'll just have to wait to die. But with the current rate of improvement among zombies, even if you discover the problem, it won't have much effect. As he hovered in the sky, Shifang swooped down, transforming those soldiers who were confronting Fong Dong. Then he locked his gaze on Fong Dong. Due to the activation of the source guidance, the mutation rate of zombies worldwide has increased. Moreover, the mutation trend designated by Shifang is towards intelligent zombies. This is also why Yumu City has been experiencing sudden mutations among the zombies. The mutated zombie before him, Fong Dong, is undoubtedly an intelligent zombie. However, the type is just a general direction. Each mutated zombie has its own unique combination of abilities or special skills. For example, in Yang, Yu Mei, Chen Wulong and others. Their types may overlap, but their individual skill directions differ. Fong Dong is no exception. System check his panel. Name Fong Dong. Race zombie. Type intelligent zombie. Level 3. Stage first stage mutation. Talent zombie virus level 3, charmer level 1. Passive skills brain level 1, leadership level 1. Active skills domination level 1. Description: a mutated intelligent zombie. He possesses 3 abilities that have not been seen before. Shifang gestured for the system to check the details. Level 1 charmer: the voice has a charming effect that can influence non-mutated zombie creatures to follow its commands with a very small probability of successfully charming living creatures. Level 1 leadership accelerates the overall ability enhancement of allies within a 50-meter radius. Level 1 domination: within 3 minutes can lock onto and control one living creature remotely. 3 pieces of information appeared before Shifang. The latter scanned them with some surprise. Charm. Can charm living creatures. This talent is quite interesting. With this talent he might be able to sway those hard nuts to crack in battles against humans. Additionally there's leadership and domination. Leadership enhances other zombies. Domination is quite powerful. Fang could almost envision the scenarios. If during a battle Fang Dong suddenly dominated the opposing commander and caused them to issue chaotic orders, it would undoubtedly be a nightmarish situation. First there's the poisonous barrier Wulong. Then there's Fang Dong's domination. Both of these mutated zombies are quite strong. They're suitable for pioneering in foreign lands. After some thought Fang had the system mark Fang Dong and then ordered him to lead the horde westward. The decision to send Fang Dong west was not only because Fang had locked onto the abandoned base west of Yumu City, but he was certain that the fleeing research team was hidden there. As for why he was so sure, that was naturally because he had seen the soldiers entering the city coming from the west earlier. Fang believed that as long as they went west they would be able to find that research team. Upon receiving the command, Fang Dong immediately roared, charming the thousands of ordinary zombies around him to follow. Fang then prepared to fly westward himself to assess the situation. But before Fang could act, his main body suddenly frowned. It seemed something was amiss with the main body, prompting Fang to order the zombie eagle to land nearby. His consciousness returned to the main body. Qingyao City. Fang sat up from his chair. His gaze turned towards the sky outside the window. Boom. Accompanied by a series of roars, 3 unmanned combat aircraft painted with the blue flag of the Yen nation flew over the city. Fang's powerful hearing detected them from afar. His remarkable eyesight, sharp as an eagle's, allowed him to assess the situation of those 3 fighter jets. Fang was certain that these were not the Yen nation's aircraft. Because the Yen nation's military strength had been largely destroyed by him. The Yen nation could no longer deploy its air force. Moreover, the blue flag on those aircraft already indicated that they belonged to the Star Nation. Well, you guys are quite capable, huh? The Yen nation has just suffered a massive disaster. And you can't wait to send troops into the country. Already prepared to take over this land. Haha, I see you're just lighting a candle in a toilet. Looking for death. Fang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He wasn't ready to confront the Star Nation yet. However, the fools from the Star Nation were already eagerly sending unmanned combat aircraft to test the waters. At this moment the Star Nation must have realized that the Yen nation had not intercepted their unmanned combat aircraft, thus confirming that the Yen nation's military strength was completely paralyzed. At that time they would mobilize in large numbers. They would justify their invasion here under the pretext of helping the Yen nation to resolve the zombie crisis. But they have no idea. Their actions will only accelerate their death. Returning to his seat, Fang squinted, pondering for a moment. Soon his consciousness reconnected with the corpse eagle. He was already contemplating matters concerning the Qing nation. This self-destructive nation won't survive. But for now Fang had other matters to attend to. He was too busy to act against the Qing nation immediately. Hey, let you enjoy yourselves for another 2 days. 2 days later, the Qing nation. Heh. A mocking smile crossed his face. When Fang opened his eyes again, he had already possessed the body of the corpse eagle and returned to the outskirts of Yumu City. The horde of corpses led by Fang Dong was also advancing. Seeing this, Fang immediately took off. Within the abandoned base. What on earth is going on here? Why can't I reach anyone? In the base's room, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked back and forth, his face etched with worry. Just a short while ago he had intended to contact the teams heading to Yumu City to inquire about the situation, but found that those teams had suddenly become unreachable. Trying to reach nearby surviving soldiers yielded no useful answers. After all, there were not many surviving soldiers to begin with. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people met with misfortune. This resulted in the base's access to information about the city becoming severely limited. Right now the soldiers couldn't be contacted. The middle-aged man in military uniform sensed that something was amiss. However, he was also puzzled, as nearly all the soldiers sent out were equipped with antiviral serum. As long as they were not surrounded by a massive horde of corpses, being bitten or scratched by zombies should not pose a significant problem. Yet all the teams were still out of contact. This made him suspicious. Could it be that the special zombies had not left? He thought long and hard, concluding that only special zombies could wipe out several teams. But if that were the case, wouldn't they be in danger as well? After all, special zombies are quite intelligent. They might just come looking for them. With this in mind, the middle-aged man in military uniform spoke. You all immediately notify to strengthen the defensive forces around the base and inform everyone to be ready for battle. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, several subordinates nodded solemnly. At the same time, in the sky, Fang finally spotted the abandoned base hidden in the mountains. The base was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and was heavily covered in greenery, making it hard to spot if one was not careful. Yet this place still caught the attention of Fang in the sky. He slowed his descent. Soon Shifang discovered that many soldiers were at the entrance of the base moving weapons to build a defense line. Have they detected the zombies? Or perhaps they have guessed that a large horde of zombies is approaching. Shifang felt some doubt in his heart. But he did not dwell on it. He simply activated his stealth skill using its hidden effects to quietly enter the base. For the eagle that was Shifang, the people passing through the base's corridors paid no attention at all. They were all rushing about busily preparing for the possible battle. Even the researchers received weapons. After all, there were not many soldiers in the base. If the frontline defense truly fell, then these people would have to fight on their own once the zombies broke in. Shifang followed behind the researchers in white lab coats, entering various experimental areas where he saw the antibodies that had to be paused due to a lack of materials. He saw new combat drones. He saw more agile intelligent robots. He also saw many new weapons. Among these weapons was Umice electric explosion sniper rifle. Goodness, there are quite a few new things. If I let you develop unchecked, wouldn't my horde suffer heavy losses? However, your stuff is quite good. If used for my horde, it would definitely unleash unexpected power. By the way, speaking of which, the people at the Voodoo Research Institute, after I preserved their intelligence transformation for so long, shouldn't it be time to check on them? After all, they are the nation's top talents. Surely they couldn't have produced nothing. Shifang pondered these thoughts. With the increase in zombie intelligence, zombies can also use more technological weapons to arm themselves. Shifang had initially kept those scientists. He wanted them to benefit the zombies. Now that so many days have passed, it was time to check on the results. But for now, he first needed to deal with the base. Thinking of this, Shifang stopped contemplating further and flew towards the base's corridor, turning all the people he encountered into corpses, causing chaos within the base. Everyone guessed that the zombies might find the base from the outside and attack them. Yet they never expected zombies to emerge from within. Most critically, the antibodies were ineffective against them. Because of this, the base fell into total panic and its defenses crumbled without a fight. The middle-aged man in military uniform also fell victim to his subordinates. When Fong Dong arrived with the horde, they faced no obstacles and easily stormed into the base, annihilating the remaining survivors. Meanwhile, in the Xing Nation's 7-star building. Oh, the situation in the Yen Nation is truly unbearable. Clearly just low-level zombies. Yet these Yen people cannot handle it. Their abilities are simply too lacking. Hans, I agree with what you said. Look at our Xing Nation, we resolved the zombie situation and controlled the spread of the virus in no time. Meanwhile, the Yen Nation not only failed to eliminate the zombies, but rather they were overwhelmed by them. Lowly Yen people. This has actually made things easier for us. Now that the Yen Nation's military power has collapsed and their higher-ups are completely unreachable, they are likely all dead. We can take this opportunity to invade the Yen Nation. No, invade. It's support. Yes, support. Once the support ends, the army will stay in the Yen Nation for dozens or even hundreds of years to assist in their recovery. That seems reasonable, right? Inside the building, everyone watched the footage of the Yen Nation cities falling, captured by unmanned combat drones, chatting and laughing. But they were laughing a bit too early. Senior officials of the Xing Kingdom chatted amiably even as they mobilized their armed forces, preparing to land in Qingniao City via waterways while simultaneously assembling aerial units. Meanwhile, as the Xing Kingdom's leadership busied themselves with strategic planning, combat at the abandoned base had already concluded. Every occupant infected, none survived. Notably, this operation yielded a new mutated zombie subordinate for Shifang, a mutation unlike any before. None other than Lu Tao, Fong Dong's closest comrade. Like Fong Dong, he was an intelligent zombie, but his evolutionary path diverged entirely. Fong Dong belonged to the leader class of zombies. His role was to command hordes, gradually ascending into a formidable zombie sovereign, expanding Shifang's dominion and swelling the ranks of undead beings. Lu Tao's mutation profile read: name Lu Tao, race zombie, type intelligent zombie, tier level 0, hit stage first stage mutation, innate traits zombie virus rank 2, scholar rank 1, passive skills arms master rank 1, cerebral intellect rank 1, active skill modification metal rank 1, description an intelligent zombie born of mutation. Rank 1 scholar grants exponential growth in intellect during development, and heightened capacity to absorb knowledge and comprehend complex phenomena. Rank 1 arms master confers a low chance of limb-based physical mutation, enabling self-armament as the subject matures. Rank 1 modification metal allows the user to augment zombie organisms using metallic objects, enhancing their abilities and carrying a slim chance of inducing further mutation. Upon reviewing Lu Tao's profile, Shifang immediately discerned his trajectory. This man had been a researcher in life, and remained one even in undeath. Still, it bore acknowledgement, Lu Tao's aptitudes were formidable. The scholar trait coupled with the cerebral intellect passive would accelerate his cognition at an extraordinary pace. Shifang could not help but suspect, might this man one day engineer biological weapons for zombies? Given his innate capabilities, such a prospect seemed disturbingly plausible. His modification skill also held wider implications. Metal modification, judging by its name, hinted at future expansions, perhaps plant-based modification or others yet unimagined. But how precisely does this skill manifest? Shifang mused, gazing intently at Lu Tao. Perhaps, a trial is warranted. He issued the order, apply metal modification to him. With a gesture toward Fang Dong standing nearby, Shifang commanded, and Lu Tao nodded in silent compliance. His baseline intellect appeared remarkably high. Without hesitation, Lu Tao scanned the surroundings and gathered nearby firearms and other metallic objects. These were all metallic, essential catalysts for the skill. Once collected, Lu Tao stepped behind Fang Dong, and from his own body erupted countless crimson tendril-like blood filaments. Some filaments made contact with Fang Dong, causing his flesh to writhe unnaturally, the rest coiled tightly around the gathered weapons. As the filaments pulled, the weapons rapidly fused with Fang Dong's undulating flesh. Then came the uncanny transformation. Shifang watched clear-eyed as Fang Dong's flesh behaved like viscous mud, engulfing the weapons, which softened as though melted by heat. The effect resembled plastic toys warping under flame, an inexplicable, deeply unsettling metamorphosis. And as the skill persisted, changes bloomed across Fang Dong's form. Metallic pauldron sprouted from his shoulders, razor-sharp iron claws erupted from his hands, and armored plating coalesced over his skull, shielding his brain. Once vital organs and joints had fully metallized, the modification concluded. The crimson filaments retracted, vanishing into Lu Tao's body. Before Shifang stood Fang Dong, reinforced, lethally augmented, his defense and offense magnified beyond measure. A true biomechanical warrior. Now his entire body is sheathed in armor, conventional firearms can scarcely harm him. Even artillery shells of modest yield may fail to obliterate him. This metal modification possesses remarkable depth. A quiet admiration stirred within Shifang. Lu Tao's power was still nascent, yet what might he achieve once fully ascended? With that thought, Shifang instructed Lu Tao and Fang Dong to remain stationed there, then withdrew his consciousness back to the urban undead, swiftly converting large avian predators from the city zoo into obedient mounts. The raptors were intended for Fang Dong and Lu Tao. With aerial mobility, they could scour vast territories for living prey, accelerating their evolution through consumption. Having completed these arrangements, Shifang returned his awareness to his core form. Most preparations are now in place. Only a few more days remain. Once Yi Ying and the others advance further, they shall depart for the Xing Kingdom. Meanwhile, these coming days, I myself shall pay the Xing Kingdom a visit. A chilling, knowing smile curled across Shifang's lips. He anticipated their arrogance. Having nearly eradicated their native zombie population, the Xing Kingdom's leadership likely assumed all global undead were similarly feeble, and thus easily slain. Their confidence swelled. Zombies ceased to warrant serious attention. In their eyes, overwhelming firepower guaranteed eventual annihilation. Thus, seizing the moment to invade other nations, under the guise of humanitarian aid, became their priority to seize territory before the catastrophe ended, lest opportunity vanish forever. Coupled with earlier drone reconnaissance, Shifang deduced the Xing Kingdom was already marshalling forces, preparing to deploy into the Yen Kingdom to eliminate the undead threat. Heavy troop concentration, is it? How perfectly convenient. I shall arrive now, and transform your assembled legions into zombies. I only hope you gather more, far more. Greater numbers mean greater statistical likelihood of mutations, and more elite undead will rise. His smile deepened, cold, predatory, as his consciousness extended, linking seamlessly with the surviving zombies scattered across the Xing Kingdom. Just as the 10 Directions speculated, the higher-ups of the Star Nation underestimated the zombies. Their focus was on aggression after the Star Nation military communicated with the president. The military mobilization had already begun. The distance between the Star Nation and the Flame Nation is not short. Traveling by land requires crossing other countries, and the time needed is too long, making it impossible. Air transport is feasible but limited in the number of troops it can carry. Thus, after discussions, the higher-ups of the Star Nation decided that the main force would travel by water and land at Qingmiao City in the Flame Nation. There they surveyed the situation with drones. Compared to other areas severely affected by the zombie crisis, the situation in Qingmiao City was somewhat better, making it a safer landing point. Although the Star Nation was not afraid of zombies, this did not mean they were foolish. They would not be so reckless as to choose a less safe city when there was a clearly safer landing site. However, they did not know that the city they chose to land in was precisely the most dangerous place in the Flame Nation. Of course, let's set aside the issue of danger for now. First, the military gathered by the Star Nation must successfully reach Qingmiao City by water. Yet it was evident that the gathered forces of the Star Nation could not reach safely. Because at this very moment, the 10 Directions had already descended upon the Star Nation. In the southern part of the Star Nation in Geelington. Geelington belongs to the Ak state of the Star Nation. This is the largest city in the southern part of the Star Nation. It is also the third largest port of the Star Nation and the biggest industrial center. The city is incredibly prosperous, and because Axe State hosts one of the largest and most powerful military strongholds of the Star Nation, the defense capabilities of its cities are exceptionally strong. Geelington is no exception. Initially, when the virus from the ocean caused zombies to appear in Geelington, the military here swiftly mobilized to eliminate the zombies and control the spread of the virus. However, Geelington is ultimately a port city. Being a port city near the ocean meant that the zombies here would never be completely eradicated. The virus from the sea would continue to output. This is an unavoidable situation. Officials at the municipal center of Geelington had also informed the residents that it was best to stay isolated at home during this time to avoid easily contracting the virus. After all, the virus came from the sea. If you don't go out, it's hard to get infected. But the Star Nation is quite free. Their people are very self-absorbed. In response to the officials' warnings, they completely disregarded them, continuing to eat, play and wander about. This also led to sporadic appearances of zombies nearby. The military of Geelington and the law enforcement could only disperse to deal with those zombies. For now, there were enough armed personnel. The city remained stable. The citizens had no sense of crisis. However, this situation also provided the 10 Directions with an opportunity to find a target to connect with. A zombie that had fallen into a ditch. Due to its low intelligence and inability to climb, it was trapped here unnoticed but also unable to escape. The consciousness of the 10 Directions linked to this unfortunate creature, controlling the body of the other with a boost to physical abilities. The 10 Directions simply leaped lightly and jumped over 3 meters high to escape the ditch. Standing in the filthy alley, the 10 Directions looked at the pedestrians in the distance with mocking eyes. Still shopping. The Star Nation really is so devoid of a sense of crisis. Sigh, shaking his head, the 10 Directions didn't want to waste any more time. He hurried away and in the blink of an eye charged into the bustling street, activating his ability to transform living beings, causing all within a radius of several dozen meters around him to turn into zombies. Roar. Accompanied by a low growl, the street erupted with chaotic sounds. Zombies. Oh my god, how could there be zombies here? Are those soldiers blind? Run, they're coming. Help, I've been bitten by a zombie. Get away from me, damn it. The street was thrown into chaos, and the soldiers and law enforcement personnel in the distance quickly rushed over to prepare to shoot the zombies. However, before they could act, the 10 Directions had already moved. Transformation. Skill activated. Soldier transformation. The consciousness of the 10 Directions shifted to the soldier's body. He then jumped onto a nearby motorcycle, crashing through the streets while continuously activating his transformation ability. As he moved forward, in just a few minutes, the originally prosperous and lively city was suddenly engulfed in black smoke with gunfire ringing out, occasionally accompanied by explosions. The surviving citizens on the street, no longer wearing the carefree expressions they once had, were filled with terror. They began to regret not heeding warnings and had ventured out to meet their doom. But there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. These panicking people running in every direction found it difficult to escape the fate of infection. Meanwhile, the 10 Directions had long abandoned the human zombie consciousness and transformed into a zombie pigeon. Under the effect of synchronized physical abilities, the capabilities of the zombie pigeon surged. Its speed reached over 100 kilometers per hour, and the 10 Directions controlled its body to navigate through the city, continuously activating transformation, targeting military districts and armed locations both inside and outside the city. Which were his primary targets? Of course, the zoo could not be overlooked. Those beasts and birds transformed into zombies by the 10 Directions brought despair to Geelington. However, this city of Geelington was merely the beginning. After incapacitating all armed forces in this city and turning it into a zombie city, the 10 Directions quickly transferred his consciousness to a faster flying bird and headed towards another port city of the Star Nation, New Taizhan. That is where the Star Nation military is gathering. You might wonder how the 10 Directions knew this. Of course, it was from the military district in Geelington. Even though he couldn't understand the Star Nation's bird language, the military district had interpreters. Moreover, that person was afraid of death, or rather, half of the military district was scared out of their wits when the 10 Directions spoke in the military district, stating he could transform them while retaining their intelligence. Countless people surrendered their weapons in droves. It was precisely because of this that the 10 Directions who transformed those individuals also received crucial intelligence. There were tens of thousands of soldiers gathered at New Taizhan of the Star Nation, preparing to use air support in conjunction with the main force to land in the Flame Nation. At this moment, the 10 Directions was going to turn all those soldiers into zombies. Humph, Star Nation. Your nightmare begins now. As he sped through the sky, the 10 Directions looked into the distance with a cold smile. Flying through the grey sky. With each passing moment, the virus spreads, bringing forth more and more zombies in the city. At the same time, news of the fall of Geelington spread. Influencers residing in the Xing Kingdom recorded the chaos in Geelington. They also captured the horrifying scenes of themselves being bitten to death by frenzied zombies. Those videos rapidly circulated online with countless netizens from the Qing Kingdom commenting beneath the videos and related posts claiming that these videos were all fake. After all, their Qing Kingdom is powerful. The previous zombies had all been exterminated. The virus was effectively controlled and the country had even developed antibodies. Currently a large quantity of antibodies is being distributed. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Zombies? That is merely a temporary disturbance. Most people in the Qing Kingdom thought this way. They believed the disaster had passed and thus they were unwilling to believe that the great city of Geelington in the south had suddenly fallen. At this time residents of other cities much like the citizens of Geelington before were leisurely commenting on the videos online sharing their thoughts for amusement. Oh, this video looks quite realistic. Is this necessary? What's happening in Geelington? Is the whole city filming a zombie movie? Let's end this farce already. Could this really be true? The influencer I follow seems to be in real trouble. Heavens, is the person above a fool? Previously zombies were killed in an instant. The virus couldn't possibly spread, especially now that antibodies have been developed and are being distributed. Really? Have you lost your mind? Dude, be smarter. This could just be another gimmick. The comments section was filled with laughter. Very few took the fall of Geelington seriously. However, at this moment within the palace of the Qing Kingdom. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The president of the Qing Kingdom, True, in a suit with grey hair and a wrinkled face, slammed his fist on the table. What the hell are you all doing? Where is the military? Have they all perished? Such a major incident in Geelington. Did no one notice or resolve it? Only now, when Geelington has completely fallen, does this news reach my ears as president. What use are you to me? In the room, True was furious. The officials and the commander of the military exchanged glances. Mr. President, this is not our fault. The incident in Geelington happened too suddenly. We were unable to intervene in time. Moreover, the main military forces nearby have all been deployed to New Iron Mountain. This was something you agreed to, the military commander Asik said. He shouldn't have mentioned it, as True became even angrier upon hearing it. Are you implying this is my fault? Humph, don't shift the blame onto me. Geelington is such a large city. Given the zombies' abilities, it should take days to infect the entire city without any resistance. Yet now it has fallen in the blink of an eye. My dear commander. Don't tell me Geelington fell in just a few minutes and you couldn't manage it. Truss' piercing gaze fixed on Asik. The latter wanted to nod and confirm, but seeing Truss' dark expression he chose to remain silent. After all, to confront him at this moment would likely result in being dealt with by the president later. Seeing Asik's silence, Truss' expression softened slightly as he said, all right. Let's not discuss responsibilities now. The priority is to clear the zombies in Geelington and save the city. Hearing this, Asik nodded. Rest assured, Mr. President. I have already arranged for the military from other districts of Axe State to head to Geelington as quickly as possible. I have also arranged for a large quantity of antibodies to be delivered. The situation in Geelington will definitely be resolved. Since Asik said so. True also calmed down a bit and nodded. His gaze then turned to the other officials, saying, even if we can resolve the situation in Geelington, we still need to soothe public opinion and the emotions of the nearby residents. This matter cannot be overlooked either. Yes. The officials nodded. But just then the phone on Truss' desk rang. Ding-ling-ling. Hearing the urgent ringing of the phone, True turned and picked it up. Then a serious voice from Defense Minister Laifu came through the phone. Mr. President, the situation is dire. We have discovered that along the direct route from Geelington to New Iron Mountain, there are multiple towns experiencing severe zombie outbreaks. Half of those towns have fallen. The situation in the others is also critical. At these words, Truss' expression changed drastically. What did you say? The speed of the flight was no less than that of an airplane. It could even be said to be faster than a commercial flight. He reached New Iron Mountain in just a few hours. From afar he saw dozens of large transport planes slowly taking off. Looking down, he could see thousands of soldiers gathered densely in a vast military district with numerous armored tanks and heavy artillery. As the officers directed them at the port, large transport ships were slowly docking, waiting for soldiers to board. And further away from the warships, there were many onlookers. The situation in New Iron Mountain was identical to that in Geelington. The residents had no sense of crisis at all. Everyone was still living their lives as usual. Seeing this, Shifang almost laughed out loud. Shifang surveyed the situation in Xintian. He could not help but shake his head. Before arriving in Xinghua, he had assumed, given its status as a more developed nation, that securing it would prove difficult. To ensure Xinghua's swift subjugation, he had even prepared to summon Yi Ying and others. At the time he believed Xinghua would never collapse outright without their assistance, yet now witnessing Geelington and Xintian state, he realized he had overestimated the challenge. Perhaps precisely because Xinguo was highly developed, its people exuded unwarranted confidence and arrogance. Its officials were almost certainly cut from the same cloth. Given such profound negligence, the long-term consequences could wait. But in the early phase, as the virus spread, Xinguo would descend into utter chaos, its cities crumbling under Shifang's onslaught with terrifying ease. Heh, Xinguo. I truly overestimated you before. I thought Yan Guo was merely the beginning. Little did I know, it was already the peak. Compared to Yan Guo, your attitude falls short by a gulf of 10,000 li. The more complacent you are, the faster you perish and the stronger my zombie legion grows. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shifang's eyes gleamed with mirth. Spreading his wings, he unleashed demonic metamorphosis, accelerating to speeds beyond human perception, and shot straight toward the military base where soldiers were assembling. Convert. As he soared above the ranks, he cried out in jubilation, his formidable conversion power radiating outward. Wherever he passed, fully armed soldiers instantly turned into ravenous zombies, lunging savagely at their comrades. Grrr. Roars erupted in relentless succession. Chaos exploded across the assembly zone. No, Kuni, what's wrong with you? Don't bite me, Fuck off, you stay back. One step closer and I'll shoot, oof. Damn it, why has everyone turned? Shoot. Shoot now. What the hell is happening? Stop yapping, watch your back, Shifang continued, weaving through the military compound. Tens of thousands of assembled soldiers were utterly transformed. High above, massive transport aircraft lost control, plummeting into distant city skyscrapers. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the downed aircraft slammed into the building, erupting in thick churning black smoke, while hordes of zombies spilled forth from the wreckage. They surged forward, storming rooms and hunting down the survivors trapped within. Meanwhile, other transports crash-landed in bustling urban centers, disgorging endless waves of zombie soldiers onto the streets, striking down bystanders who moments earlier had been filming live streams for amusement, their laughter vanishing in an instant. Pursued by tens of thousands of zombies, they screamed, wept and roared, yet all in vain. Their soldiers were already undead. No one remained to protect these fools. And they themselves, powerless against the zombies. Thus, once the infection spread, unchecked escape became impossible, and resistance futile. Inevitably they met gruesome ends, devoured then reanimated as zombies themselves. Of course, Xintian was also a major metropolis, densely populated. Conquering it swiftly with mere tens of thousands of zombie soldiers alone would be difficult. So after transforming the soldiers, Shifang maintained his velocity, racing across the city to convert every living thing, humans, animals, even plants, any being he approached instantly succumbing to zombification. This frenzied conversion flooded him with immense growth energy. Moreover, amid such staggering numbers, mutated zombies began to emerge. Owing to the fundamental directive embedded within the pathogen, every mutated zombie possessed sentience, each endowed with unique abilities. With so many, Shifang saw no need to inspect them individually. Regardless, these intelligent mutants immediately began hunting the living to strengthen themselves, while others wielding area-augmenting abilities amplified their kin's potency. As survivors fell and were consumed, mutated zombies ascended rapidly, and so too did ordinary zombies. When black smoke rose across Xintian and zombies swarmed every district, Shifang finally ceased his transformation. A new notification echoed in his mind: growth complete, level up. You have gained 1 ability point and unlocked a new skill via innate talent, earth assimilation. Another new skill. Not bad, though it had been a long time since his last upgrade. His level had steadily risen, yet no new abilities had manifested. Now at last a fresh skill emerged. Earth assimilation. A rather literal name. But what does it actually do? Surely not infect the earth itself. Shifang's mind raced with speculation, but intuition alone yielded no answers. Better consult the system directly. Level 1 Earth assimilation assimilates the earth within a 100-meter radius centered on yourself into a source venom domain. Within this domain, all zombies gain enhanced capabilities and viral evolution accelerates twofold. Note: the domain teems with rampant virus. Living beings infected here undergo zombification at drastically accelerated rates. Impressive, a domain-based skill. Upon reading the details, Shifang narrowed his eyes, a faint sly smile playing upon his lips. This skill is intriguing indeed. With it I can establish persistent source venom domains in every city. Within those domains, zombies will evolve at unprecedented speed. And this domain, humans cannot purge it. Which means, even if every zombie is eradicated, those lands remain uninhabitable. Dare they set foot there and they shall turn. If I upgrade this skill, expanding its radius, I could blanket entire regions with overlapping domains, systematically compressing the survivors' last refuges. Eventually, nowhere will remain safe. And they will have no choice but to become zombies. Shifang's smile deepened, cold, calculating and utterly merciless. Having acquired a new ability, it was only natural to test its effects, though first the skill required leveling up. Level 1 is far too low, minimum level 3. Shenfang commanded the system inwardly, upgrade Earth assimilation to level 3. As global zombie numbers surged, Shenfang's own level fluctuated constantly, granting him an abundant supply of ability points. Upgrading from level 1 to level 3 cost merely 2 points. To Shenfang this was trivial. The system complied instantly, and before his eyes appeared the updated details of level 3 Earth assimilation. Level 3 Earth assimilation. The radius of the source poison domain expands to 300 meters from the user's position. No additional effects were granted, only the dramatic extension of range. Yet that expansion alone sufficed for Shenfang. Immediately after the upgrade, his figure descended upon the city's heart. Earth assimilation. At his command a faint violet luminescence emanated from beneath his feet, rippling outward across the ground like liquid shadow. When the radiance reached the outermost boundary of the domain, it faded entirely into the earth, unseen yet profoundly transformative. Within that zone the zombies began reacting in startlingly divergent ways. Shenfang watched keenly. Some zombies' eyes burned a deeper, fiercer crimson, others suddenly accelerated, dashing with unnatural speed. Still others displayed flickers of cognition. They paused, turning their heads left and right as if struck by sudden curiosity toward their surroundings. Clearly Earth assimilation had catalyzed an immediate evolutionary leap. Those zombies already nearing ascension through human consumption now surged forward in both strength and sentience. Remarkable, effects manifest instantly. Shenfang murmured, then fixed his gaze upon the imperial palace. His intent was unambiguous. Just as he had seized control of Yen State, he would now march straight to the Star Nation's presidential palace. His plan was precise: to first transform the Star Nation's president and all senior officials into zombies, then proceed to the 7-star tower, the nation's military headquarters, to convert its high-ranking officers. Once the president, government ministers and top military commanders had succumbed to zombification, the Star Nation would be left leaderless, its command structure shattered. Given the populace's current disposition, Shenfang had every reason to conclude the Star Nation would collapse even faster than Yen State. Without hesitation he set off toward the palace. He knew the palace's location well. The site was globally renowned. Anyone with internet access had at least heard of it. As for the 7-star tower, it stood within the same city as the presidential palace. This was fortuitous. Had the two structures been distant, even Shenfang's extraordinary speed would have demanded considerable time to traverse back and forth. Their proximity, however, promised immense efficiency. En route he continued assimilating all living organisms in his path. Countless insects, small animals and plants underwent zombification, spreading the virus as they moved. Regions untouched by Shenfang soon erupted in crisis. First fell Jerlington. Then zombie numbers exploded across multiple cities. New Iron Mountain fell swiftly. Tens of thousands of soldiers perished almost without exception, and the contagion spread relentlessly. Chaos engulfed city after city. As reports cascaded online, those who had once laughed indifferently now trembled with dread. Jerlington. New Iron Mountain. M City. More and more cities are falling. What on earth is happening? Just hours ago everything seemed perfectly fine. This must be God's cruel jest. I've just received devastating news. My hometown X-Town has fallen. Damn it. Aren't these officials utterly incompetent? They claimed the outbreak was under control. How did it suddenly intensify without warning? It's a conspiracy, no doubt about it. An enemy nation must be behind this. Online speculation multiplied, deepening public panic. The desperate scramble for supplies, first witnessed in Yen State, now erupted across Star Nation's metropolises. Armed looters stormed supermarkets, carting away essentials en masse. Unlike Yen State, Star Nation permitted civilian firearm ownership, a fact that rendered armed marauders nearly untouchable. Yet resources were finite. Those unable to seize supplies turned their weapons upon one another, igniting open conflict between humans. Urban chaos worsened. And to the Star Nation's despair, reports emerged from hardest-hit zones. Antibodies proved utterly ineffective against the virus. Antibodies had been humanity's final lifeline. Learning they were useless sent the populace spiraling into utter psychological collapse. Relentless bad news overwhelmed the nation's leadership. President Trull's face paled with mounting desperation. They now bitterly regretted their complacency. Why had they relaxed vigilance? Had they maintained strict containment from the outset? Perhaps matters would never have escalated thus. Now, due to earlier negligence, the virus proliferated unchecked, while official orders, though issued, required time to execute. Tragically, the pace of implementation lagged far behind viral transmission. As conditions deteriorated, the Star Nation found itself bereft of effective countermeasures, and with it all trace of former levity vanished. Only raw, unmasked panic remained upon their faces. The Presidential Palace and the 7 Stars Building. These two structures are located in Tielu State. They are not far from the New Taizhan. In terms of straight-line distance, it is even slightly shorter than half the distance from Jilington to New Taizhan. It takes only half an hour for Shenfang to reach there. However, due to the sudden intensification of the virus, cities in Tielu state have begun to be on alert. The nearby military forces have already arrived. They have been dispatched to various districts to eliminate zombies promptly when they appear, ensuring the virus does not continue to spread and infect more civilians. However, this is of no use. When Shifang flew over the city, even the most tightly defended areas would immediately erupt into a zombie crisis. The soldiers rushing to deal with the zombies are merely adding to Shifang's zombie army. At this moment in the presidential palace, Mr. President, things are not looking good. Right now in Shengsheng, there are also a large number of zombies appearing. Why don't you go to another district for refuge? In the room the presidential bodyguard spoke. Tulu frowned and shook his head. No need. There are special forces guarding the palace. Those zombies cannot get close. If this place is not safe, then there is no safe place left. Since President Tulu said so, the bodyguard could only cease his persuasion. After Tulu finished speaking, he quickly led several bodyguards to the palace's conference hall, where almost all the high-ranking officials of the Star Nation had gathered. They were all summoned by Tulu. In the face of the increasingly severe zombie crisis, it must be given enough attention. Tulu needed to discuss the current situation with the officials. After all, his personal abilities are limited. He cannot attend to everything. However, when Tulu arrived at the conference room and saw the officials present, he was stunned. Following his gaze, many were found to be absent. What is going on? Where are they? In such an urgent situation, why aren't they here to discuss solutions? Coming back to his senses, Tulu took his seat and swept a furious glance at everyone. Yet everyone showed complex expressions. They have all perished. Finally someone spoke in response. Upon hearing this, Tulu's expression changed. Perished. They are high-ranking officials. They travel with special forces escorting them. How could those ordinary zombies harm them? Tulu's tone was filled with suspicion, but there was also a hint of shock and fear. He thought if the other high-ranking officials really died in the jaws of the zombies, then perhaps it was indeed as the bodyguard said, it was very dangerous to stay here. But the problem is, he just said that this was the safest place. If it is unsafe here, where could he possibly retreat to? Tulu pondered these matters. Meanwhile, the official who heard his inquiry replied helplessly, "We received news that this outbreak of the zombie virus is very strange, and many people suddenly transformed into zombies without any warning. Currently the situation of the officials who have been harmed in Shenzhen is also roughly the same. There are no signs, nor can we find the source of the virus. We are also unable to stop the virus." Listening to the words of his subordinate, Tulu's mood grew increasingly grim. Sudden transformations into zombies. Not knowing the source. This implies they cannot stop it. Could it be that they can only watch helplessly as the zombie virus spreads? Moreover, the most important thing is, since it is asymptomatic transformation into zombies, could it be that these people could also suddenly transform? The more Tulu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and he could not help but become vigilant. But just as everyone was discussing, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Mr. President, there is important intelligence." Hearing the voice from outside, Tulu signaled the soldier to open the door. Outside, an officer from the 7 Stars building was hastily approaching with a laptop. As he placed the laptop on the conference table, he began to operate it. While speaking, "Everyone please look, this is an important video we just discovered from Yen Country. If the source of this video is suspected to be the council building of Yen Country." Hearing the officer's voice, everyone stared at the screen, and the content on the screen was Shifang persuading Wu Yong and others to surrender. The entire video was only a few minutes long, but the content left everyone stunned. There are intelligent zombies. Oh no, how could such a creature exist? We have never seen anything like this before. My god, this can't be real, right? Heavens, this zombie is too bizarre. He can even infect others from a distance. Bob, that's not the most important part. The key is that he can infect others while retaining their consciousness. Could this zombie really be a deity granting gifts to humanity? Wait, this zombie can infect from a distance. Then the current situation in our Star Nation, could it also be his doing? This zombie has come to our Star Nation. The conference room could no longer maintain calm. The content of the video was simply too astonishing. In the past they only knew that zombies were beasts without intelligence, possessing merely a powerful physique. As humans equipped with firearms, they could easily eliminate zombies. This was also the reason they could control the disaster. This was also the reason they mocked Yen Country. After all, such weak zombies, Yen Country couldn't even deal with them. But at this very moment, upon seeing the video, the officials of the Star Nation vaguely understood that their zombies and those of Yen Country were not even on the same level of strength. Zombies in Yen Country are intelligent. Their intelligence is not even inferior to that of humans. Moreover, they can bestow gifts upon humanity. When those high-ranking officials surrender, Yen Country is destined to fail. And now, it is the turn of the Star Nation. The video had ended, but the hearts of the assembled remained turbulent. After the initial shock subsided, silence descended heavy with complex unspoken emotions. The conference room fell into utter stillness. Minutes later True broke the silence. The Yenghua zombies have grown this formidable. If one were to arrive in our Xinhua, how then should we respond? Gentlemen, speak your minds. His voice pierced the quiet, but officials exchanged grim furrowed glances, none daring to utter a word. They all understood the intelligent anomalous zombie seen in the video had already entered Xinhua, and True's question was not hypothetical but urgent: how were they to eliminate it? Yet intelligence was scarce. That single video offered almost nothing, no actionable data, no deeper insight into the creature itself. Its full capabilities remained unknown. So too did its strength relative to ordinary zombies, both were complete enigmas. Worse still, its location was undetermined and no coordinated military strike could be mounted. Attempting one risked turning the assault force itself into mindless undead. Do not forget, it infects across distances. And those it corrupts succumb to zombification instantly, far faster than any conventional infection, losing reason in the blink of an eye. Faced with such a being, how should they respond? No official dared offer an answer. True waited, then waited longer, still met with silence. Frustration flared. What is wrong with you all? You were sharp enough when requesting funds, always swift, always precise. But now, you're mute. Humph. Xinhua stands among the world's greatest powers, armed with overwhelming conventional firepower and a vast nuclear arsenal. Shall we truly be stymied by a single zombie? Speak up, now. As he spoke, his fist struck the table, thud thud, the hollow resonance echoing through the chamber. Then, a voice answered, perhaps, surrender is wiser. Join me, and embrace glorious evolution. The timbre sounded eerily familiar. Instinctively all turned toward the sound, only to see the fully armored soldier strolling confidently from the window side of the room. True froze, disbelief etching his face. He could scarcely believe it, a normally disciplined soldier disrupting proceedings at this moment. Wait, what language had that been? Yenghua speech. A chilling realization struck him. His pupils contracted, he staggered backward. Other perceptive officials grasped the truth instantly, faces paling they scrambled to their feet and retreated. Some even shouted for reinforcements. Though Shifang could not comprehend their tongue, their frantic gestures left little doubt they were calling for soldiers. Shifang shook his head. Cease your calls. Every soldier here has already become a zombie. Even these bodyguards are among them. Though Shifang struggled with foreign languages, the officials did not. They had all studied Yenghua speech, as diplomatic duties often required overseas missions. For national officials, fluency in Yenghua was neither unusual nor optional. Before issuing his ultimatum, Shifang had not understood their words, but he had seen the video of himself on the table and deduced they were debating how to counter him. That was why he spoke. Through his neural link with birds he had long since infiltrated the presidential palace, and converted countless within. Yet he held them in check with strict command. Thus the zombies remained motionless. The officials, unaware, had only just begun to sense something amiss, especially since most guards were dark-skinned, masking early signs of zombification. They deserved no better. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was this moment, the instant his words sank in. Having confirmed his identity, and already gripped by panic, the Xinhua officials plunged into despair upon learning the palace garrison had been utterly annihilated. President True alone retained a sliver of composure, though terror flickered in his gaze as he stared at Shifang. What do you intend? He spoke in Yenghua. Shifang understood. Did I not make it clear? Surrender, to me. I shall grant you grace, transformation into intelligent, powerful, long-lived zombies. You will evolve ceaselessly with time, until you ascend godlike. So, will you submit to glorious evolution, or cling to obsolete mortality? His eyes swept across them. Fear receded slightly. One official summoned courage and stepped forward. What else can you give us? Shifang paused, then laughed. Do you imagine you are negotiating terms? You overestimate yourselves. To me, willing humans are countless, your compliance holds no distinction. Choose now, do not waste my patience. Otherwise. He pointed directly at the man who had spoken. In the next breath, roar. Roar. A savage howl tore through the air. The man collapsed convulsing, then rose vacanted and ravenous. Officials trembled violently. Shifang continued calmly, otherwise you shall become the lowest tier undead, mindless, base, irredeemable. At those words those whose resolve had already frayed dropped to their knees, voices trembling. We surrender. We pledge allegiance to Lord Zombie. Convincing the officials of the Xing Kingdom is certainly easier than persuading those of the Yen Kingdom. These years the Xing Kingdom has lived too comfortably. They carry the title of the strongest nation, enjoying sweet words, flowers and applause. They have forgotten the struggles of the past. A comfortable life and soothing words have corrupted these officials, making them fearful of death. This has also weakened their will. Compared to the developing Yen Kingdom, the Qing Kingdom undoubtedly has more spineless individuals who are more willing to surrender easily, converting these officials who control the lifeblood of the Qing Kingdom. Next, it's Trust's turn. As the president of the Qing Kingdom, Tru is certainly more resolute than others. However, he is only slightly stronger. Under the gifts provided by Shifang and under the threat of becoming beasts, Tru looks at those other officials who have already turned into zombies but retained their wisdom due to the gifts. In the end, he also chose to surrender. However, it is somewhat regrettable that among the officials converted this time there were no mutated zombies. It is unclear whether this group of people is simply unlucky or if there are other special reasons. But Shifang did not pay attention to this. After all, the president of the Qing Kingdom and many officials have surrendered, and unlike the Yen Kingdom, there is no video circulating on the internet this time. This also means that for a long time in the future no one will know the situation of the higher-ups. Shifang can take advantage of this. He can have President Tru cooperate with other officials to regulate the defensive situation throughout the Qing Kingdom. Then arrange the zombie hordes to eliminate the infected. By then the number of troops in the Qing Kingdom will decrease while the number of zombies will increase. The combat power of the zombies will also improve. Thinking of this, Shifang immediately spoke, since you have all accepted the gifts and become zombies. Then what should we do next? I shouldn't have to teach you, right? Although this group of people is fearful of death, they are still capable officials. After hearing Shifang's words, they nodded. We will do our best to use our positions to turn all the people into zombies. No, we should let them join the evolution. Shifang smiled and nodded. Very well, it seems you all understand. Then things will be easy. I don't have many demands of you. You just need to know that the continuous advancement of zombies depends not only on the passage of time, but also on devouring the living. You have the advantage of your positions. In the early stages your roles will be significant. But if you do not continue to advance, your usefulness to me will diminish. If you don't want to be abandoned by me, then think of ways to advance. With that, Shifang retreated to the window, his consciousness entering the body of a zombie bird outside the window and flying toward the distant Qixing building. The officers there must also be converted. Once out of his control, the zombie soldiers would become low-level zombies wandering in a daze. The officials in the meeting room looked at the now dazed zombies in shock. What is this ability? Is it a descent of consciousness? Is this truly a deity? Oh God, what on earth is this? What kind of existence is this? Oh, still a deity. We should change our faith. Yes, the god of zombies is above. In the silent moments, the Qing Kingdom has completely changed. The people are utterly oblivious to this. They are still praying, hoping that the officials of the country can quickly come up with ways to deal with the zombie hordes and protect them. But this is clearly impossible. At this moment those officials are discussing how to kill their own citizens and turn them all into zombies while also seeking personal gain to elevate themselves quickly. While the officials are discussing, and as Shifang is converting individuals everywhere at a certain farm in the Qing Kingdom. Bang bang bang. Boom. The sounds of chaos can be heard in the farm. There are sounds of cattle mooing, gunshots, and the noise of something crashing and breaking. Faintly screams can also be heard, following the source of the sound. At the farm, a tall blood-red-eyed zombie cow covered in bone armor in many places with a long horn growing between its eyes is rampaging through the buildings. It runs as fast as a sports car. What's more terrifying is its destructive power. This cow has 3 long horns on its head. Its body is also clad in bony armor. Each time it charges, it can directly smash through the walls of houses, piercing through the people inside. After several back-and-forth charges, the various facilities in the farm are almost completely destroyed. The farm owner and the armed soldiers who came to support were also pierced, stomped, or smashed to death by this powerful zombie cow. Even the police cars were directly crushed. Although the soldiers are fighting back, this zombie cow feels no pain. Moreover, the bone armor on its body absorbs damage. Bullets have no effect at all. It seems to have intelligence as well. When soldiers fire rockets at it, it knows to accelerate and hide behind buildings. In just half an hour, nearly 100 soldiers have died under the attacks of this zombie cow, causing the remaining personnel to be extremely terrified. They call for reinforcements while desperately fleeing from the farm. After killing over half of the soldiers, the zombie cow seems to have no intention of chasing more. It pauses to think for a few seconds, then lets out a long howl. Moo. Accompanied by its action, a low roar instantly spreads to almost the entire town. Meanwhile, the ground shakes. The zombie cows that have turned in the town gather together and rush towards the direction of the triangular zombie cow, crashing and destroying the cars and houses along the way. Faced with this terrifying horde of zombie cows, people are at a loss. They can only flee in panic. The Star Kingdom has encountered terrifying zombie bulls. They are intelligent zombie bulls capable of summoning other zombie bulls. Their behavior clearly indicates a grand scheme. The nearby humans are surely facing dire consequences. However, just as the terrifying herd of bulls wreaks havoc, the zombie animals within the Yen Kingdom are stirring. They have already undergone their second mutation. In Yen Kingdom, Baiyu Province and Shun County. Following the precise attacks from the past, the military forces in Baiyu Province have dwindled to almost nothing. A small place like Shun County obviously cannot have a large number of soldiers rushing to support, leading to the swift downfall of this small county to the enormous horde of zombies. Now it has been many days since Shun County fell. The horde that initially captured this place has moved on to other locations under the guidance of mutated zombies. However, the survivors in Shun County did not find hope in the departure of the mutated zombie leader, rather the county has sunk deeper into despair. The source of this despair comes from a massive herd of animals. A group of over 1,000 ferocious zombie animals arrived last night. Initially they seemed to be just passing through. After all, this small county has hardly any survivors left to satisfy their hunger. Logically they would not stay for long. But unexpectedly, the zombie white tiger leading the horde, after consuming a few survivors, suddenly experienced some change and retreated into the mountains. The remaining zombie animals seemed hesitant to leave easily. They could only wander around Shun County. It is important to note that compared to human zombies, animal zombies have sharper senses and their intelligence poses an even greater threat to humans. These creatures linger in the city, using their immense strength and keen senses to destroy shelters and hunt survivors. Even those hiding underground have been unearthed by the zombie pangolins. In the presence of these zombie animals, the survivors' hopes are dim. A heavy sense of death and fear hangs over every head. They dare not venture out for supplies nor even make the slightest sound. All they can do is pray that these terrifying zombie animals will leave soon. However, in the end things did not go as hoped. The zombie white tiger has yet to show itself. The other zombie animals simply remain in place. As time passes, the survivors hiding in the underground shelter, having narrowly escaped the pursuit of the zombie animals, can no longer bear it. After all, if this continues, they will die of hunger or thirst. Thus, in the suffocating shelter, someone hoarsely said, "Let's just break out and fight for our lives. After all, if we keep going like this, we will end up starving to death." The speaker looked disheveled, yet one could tell he was once a soldier from his military uniform. Upon hearing his words, some shook their heads in opposition, but many gritted their teeth in agreement. "We've long run out of water. We have only half a day's worth of food left. We can't tell when the zombie animals will leave. We truly cannot hold on any longer. Let's take the plunge, after all we'll die anyway. If we fight, there's still a chance to survive," said a thin young man holding a crossbow. After speaking, he turned his gaze to a long-haired man sitting silently against the wall not far away. "Ping-gu, what do you think?" Zhang Ping raised his head slightly upon hearing the young man's words. He is the leader of the survivors here, chosen by everyone after saving many due to his outstanding abilities. Hearing the young man's suggestion, he pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, but be incredibly careful. The zombie animals mostly act in groups. If we're discovered, it's certain death. Also, do not venture deep into the city. We will scavenge for supplies at the outskirts. Furthermore, cover yourselves in mud. Using mud to mask our scent will make it difficult for those keen-sensed animals to detect us." As he spoke, he stood up. The others nodded in response to his words. After a brief discussion, those who decided to go prepared and left the shelter. The shelter in Shun County is located in the suburbs. The number of zombies here is not high. Of course, there are also very few survivors. However, it is precisely because of this that the zombie animals rarely come here. They are all hunting in the city. Thus, under Zhang Ping's lead, everyone cautiously approached the nearest building. Zhang Ping remembered that besides the residential areas ahead, there seemed to be a gas station a bit further away. There's also a small supermarket nearby. They could grab food and water from the small supermarket. Of course, they would also search other houses. After all, that place is a bit far. If they could find enough food and water in other rooms, they wouldn't need to venture further. Because the further they go, the greater the danger. However, fortunately, everyone carefully walked for half an hour. They also searched quite a few rooms. Along the way they encountered no danger, not even a few zombies. Hee Ping-gu, we are lucky. Those zombies have vanished. Although I don't know where they have gone. But this benefits us. We can take more supplies. After all, such an opportunity is rare. The young man with the crossbow said excitedly. Zhang Ping made a shushing gesture, but he too felt some joy at not encountering any zombies. However, the joy on his face faded in just a second. His gaze turned towards the ground in the distance, where a shadow was gradually enlarging. Zhang Ping's pupils constricted sharply. Run. The white tiger ascends to the second-tier mutation. Its combat power has become even more terrifying. Even at a height of 100 meters, the force of its roar is strong enough. It should be noted that it did not activate any skills earlier. If it had unleashed the skill tiger's roar thunder sound, Zhang Ping and the others would have been obliterated in an instant. However, aside from its own strength enhancement, the most significant change in the white tiger is its body. It has actually grown wings, granting it the ability to counter aerial forces. Looking into its green eyes, one can discern a certain agility and wisdom unlike that of an ordinary beast. Its intelligence may have reached a level comparable to that of humans. At this moment, as they gaze at the white tiger, Zhang Ping and the others feel an overwhelming fear. As the white tiger strides closer, an astonishing sense of oppression follows. Zhang Ping and the others suddenly feel as if they are bearing the weight of a 1,000-pound boulder. The intense heaviness presses down on them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. They can only lie on the ground listening to their hearts pounding faster and faster in fear. The white tiger possesses the ability to instill a sense of oppression. This is its innate passive skill. When it was at a lower level, people could still bear its pressure. But as its level has risen, and with its second mutation having long surpassed level 20, its skills have naturally upgraded. The sense of oppression has intensified. Now the pressure emanating from the white tiger is something ordinary people cannot withstand. Zhang Ping and the surviving members can only watch helplessly as the white tiger approaches under the heavy pressure. However, it seems the white tiger does not intend to devour them directly. It strides through the crowd and arrives at an open area ahead. Meanwhile, countless human zombies and a large number of zombie beasts from nearby cities gather. Yet they do not come too close. These zombie creatures stop about 100 meters away from the white tiger and quiet down. Seeing the situation with the horde, Zhang Ping and the others finally understand why they hadn't seen the zombies earlier. It turns out those zombies had sensed the white tiger's arrival and retreated. No wonder they had traversed without obstruction. Zhang Ping bitterly smiled at this realization. The zombies disappeared. It seems that good fortune doesn't exist. However, after the bitter smile, Zhang Ping is also very curious. He wonders what the white tiger intends to do. Why not just bite them to death? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Ping turns his head to look at the imposing white tiger standing not far away. The latter also turns to look back. Their eyes meet and Zhang Ping is taken aback. He suddenly feels a warmth in his body and his mind becomes somewhat hazy. He even sees many scenes from the past, the most infuriating ones from his memories. Those images continuously surface in Zhang Ping's mind. His breathing grows rapid. His skin begins to take on a faint bluish-gray hue. His teeth gradually become sharp. His eyes also turn blood-red. Roar. In the end, Zhang Ping cannot help but let out a roar. His figure breaks free from the heavy pressure of the powerful oppression. But at this moment, Zhang Ping has lost his human form. He has transformed into a zombie. However, unlike ordinary zombies, Zhang Ping's appearance is more peculiar. His mouth is full of sharp teeth, panting heavily with bursts of white breath escaping from his mouth, and his body is covered in bulging veins, looking extremely grotesque and terrifying. This bizarre transformation frightens the remaining people lying on the ground. However, they need not be afraid. After all, the white tiger will not spare them. Soon, they too will become like Zhang Ping. Star Nation, Mengzhou Shi City. Marking the white tiger's second-tier mutation. Its new abilities are somewhat special. Would you like to view its panel? Flying in the air, the prompt sounded in the minds of the armed forces of Shi City, who had just transformed. The white tiger's second-tier mutation. Calculating the time, it should be about right. However, its new abilities are somewhat special. Interesting. Let's open the panel and take a look. The figure descended upon the church. Before him the panel materialized. Name: White Tiger. Species: Zombie. Type: Combat. Type: Awakened. Species: Level 26. Stage: Second Tier Mutation. Talent: Zombie Virus. Level 5. Fighter. Level 3. Beast King. Level 1. Passive Skills: Oppression. Level 6. Thought Transition. Level 2. Forest Guardian. Level 1. Active Skills: Bone Armor. Level 4. Tigers Roar. Thunder Sound. Level 5. Beast Soldier. Level 1. Description: A zombified white tiger. Damn. It gained a whole 4 new skills. And it has a level 6 oppression. The levels of the other skills are not low either. Wow, this tiger has transformed remarkably in a short period. Looking at the panel that appeared before him, Shifang was also taken aback. But soon he became excited. Wow, this growth rate is impressive. System, let's check its new skills. After the command was given, the skill details appeared. Level 1 Beast King. Dominate zombie beasts. Passive effect: harness weak zombie animals, ordinary zombies and beastified corpses with increased chances of enhancing one's abilities and upgrading benefits. Active effect: centered on itself, causes allies within a 300-meter diameter to enter a berserk state, increasing physical capabilities by 50% for 30 minutes. Level 2 Thought Transition greatly enhances intelligence and has a small chance to affect the virus in their bodies, causing it to change according to thought. Level 1 Forest Guardian. While in the forest, the viruses in the body become active, accelerating growth and enhancing physical capabilities. Level 1 Beast Soldier locks onto those with viruses in their bodies, accelerating the growth of the virus within them and zombifying them into more powerful and physically robust beastified corpses. He scanned the skill information before him. Shifang was at a loss for words. Was this mutated white tiger a bit outrageous? Especially that passive skill, Mind Transition. This thing can influence the mutation of viruses. Initially Shifang didn't understand what that meant. Until the system explained it to him. The influence of mind transition will cause the virus to evolve in accordance with the will and mindset of the infected. For example, when a zombie has a strong desire for a certain aspect, there is a chance that the virus will mutate in the direction of that desire. For instance, if a zombie wishes to fly, it might evolve wings. This was the system's explanation. When he saw this explanation, Shifang was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. This skill is truly too powerful. If what the system says is true, then wouldn't zombies become invincible? He couldn't help but ponder. However, that said, not every zombie possesses the mind transition skill. Moreover, this influence is probabilistic and also affected by other factors such as strong thoughts, so even if this skill can make zombies invincible, one shouldn't hold too high expectations. For now it's all about that white tiger. No, it shouldn't be called a white tiger now. It has the potential to become a zombie king. It should be renamed Tiger King. Yes, let's call it Tiger King. From now on it's up to it to develop. However, it's still within Yen country. There are too many mutated zombies in Yen country, and its competition with other mutated zombies will slow down its growth. I think it would be better to directly arrange for it to attack other countries. Shifang pondered as he closed the prompt. As the number of mutated zombies in Yen country increased along with their level and power, their competition and consumption of survivors would severely slow down their growth. Yen country can no longer satisfy them. But there are hundreds of countries in the source star. The smallest country has a population of at least 10 million. If every country in the world deployed a zombie king, then their competition would decrease and there would be more resources to devour to accelerate their own growth. However, this plan has its own problems. The powerful zombies would be scattered. If the zombie kings encounter danger, the other zombie kings would not be able to provide support. Moreover, Shifang cannot constantly monitor those zombie kings to keep track of their situation, so if a zombie king's own abilities are insufficient to handle danger, it would surely perish. For Shifang, every zombie with the potential to become a zombie king is a rare opportunity. Naturally, he does not wish for any losses. Although Shifang has the skill of gathering corpses to revive. Even if a zombie dies, it can still be resurrected. However, if a mutated zombie dies for too long, and he cannot find the body, then no matter how skilled he is, he cannot resurrect a dead mutated zombie. It is precisely because of these considerations that he felt a bit conflicted. But the conflict only lasted a few seconds. After a brief hesitation and contemplation, Shifang gritted his teeth and thought, let's do it. There are countless zombies in the world. As long as I don't die, there will be a continuous stream of mutated zombies. If I die, I can always cultivate another. Besides, dying only means he lacks the ability to become a zombie king. The next one will surely be better. Moreover, Source Star is so vast. It's only a matter of time before they are distributed out. This is inevitable. With that thought, he formulated a plan. Shifang paused the continued infection of Star Country. His consciousness linked back to the mutated white tiger within Yen country. Yen country, Baiwa province, Sheng county. As Shifang's consciousness descended, a hint of daze flashed in the white tiger's eyes. But it quickly returned to normal. Meanwhile, not far away, a zombie emerged from the mass of corpses. He glanced at Zhang Ping and the others. These people had already transformed into fierce beastified corpses due to the white tiger's beast soldier skill. As for why there was a virus within them, why hadn't they directly turned into corpses? This is related to the viral load. If the zombie virus has now spread to various places with trace amounts in the air, but the quantity is simply too small. This is lower than the viral load of pollen. So for a long time they are unlikely to turn into corpses directly. But the beast soldier skill will activate the virus. Once the virus becomes active and grows, then Zhang Ping and the others will inevitably turn into corpses. He thought about the beast soldier matter in his mind. Shifang's gaze turned back to the white tiger. Did you really grow wings? Seeing the wings on the white tiger's back, he recalled the skill of mind transition. Shifang couldn't help but smile as a hint of pride showed in the white tiger's eyes, and it seemed to be smiling. Seeing this, Shifang restrained himself and said, now that you've evolved to the second tier and your abilities are exceptionally strong, staying within Yen country will actually slow down your growth. Therefore I want you to head north. There are 2 countries north of Yen country. One is the nomadic country. This country has vast grasslands. They are weaker than Yen country and easy to conquer. Further north is the second ice country. Ice country has an enormous territory and formidable combat strength. That country should not be approached recklessly. Your current task is to head north and conquer the entire nomadic country to enhance your own strength. Along the way you can expand your forces on your own. But remember, this time you are going north alone and you don't have much support. Be cautious in everything and try not to die. Shifang continued to advise the white tiger. The latter nodded frequently to indicate understanding. After all, the white tiger's intelligence was not inferior to that of a human now. It could comprehend all of Shifang's words. Although it was not entirely clear about the differences between the nomadic kingdom and the ice kingdom, it did not know how to distinguish between them. But at least it remembered what Shifang said. The nomadic kingdom had vast grasslands, and perhaps the edge of the plains was the border between the two kingdoms. Of course, at this moment, as the zombie beast king, the white tiger did not dwell on such trivial matters. With its wisdom, it could learn and gather more information along the way. By then it would know everything. After briefly advising, Shifang's consciousness departed. The white tiger beast king obeyed Shifang's command. It no longer lingered in the small Shun county. It began to move towards the direction of the nomadic kingdom. However, the white tiger beast king did not take too many zombies with it. It only brought some zombie animals with it. More ordinary zombies were left behind. The physical speed of ordinary zombies was always considerably inferior to that of animal zombies. The journey to the nomadic kingdom was long, bringing a large horde of corpses would only slow down the white tiger beast king. Moreover, ordinary zombies were of little use in its eyes. Rather than letting them follow it was better to leave them to develop on their own. As for the white tiger beast king's own forces, this was actually quite easy to resolve. Don't forget the white tiger's beast king talent. With this talent, it could command and lead nearly all zombie animals weaker than itself. It could easily recruit along the way. After all, to reach the nomadic kingdom, it needed to traverse 2 large provinces and countless cities of the flame kingdom where cats, dogs and zoo animals were abundant. Additionally, in the wild there were plenty of animals. As long as the white tiger beast king was willing, it could easily amass hundreds of thousands of zombie beasts. Furthermore, the nomadic kingdom was flat and open. Zombie animals could run wild. There, the combat power of the zombie beast horde would far exceed that during its time in the flame kingdom. It could be anticipated. When the white tiger beast king arrived at the nomadic kingdom, that would signal the impending doom of the nomadic kingdom. Star Kingdom Mengzhou. Shifang's consciousness returned to the raptor. The white tiger has set off towards the nomadic kingdom. Perhaps I should also arrange for the others. Moreover, the original plan must change. After all, the difficulty of conquering the Star Kingdom is much lower than I had anticipated. This also means that there is no need to dispatch so many powerful mutated zombies to deal with the Star Kingdom. As for the other mutated zombies, I can arrange for them just as I did with the white tiger. Let them attack other countries. Shifang spread its wings and continued to fly. In its mind, it was also considering these matters. There were quite a few small countries surrounding the Flame Kingdom. Aside from the 2 northern countries, there was also the White Flag Kingdom, which had been taken over by the octopus zombies in the eastern waters. In the south there were several small countries such as Monkey Kingdom, Stone Kingdom, Banana Kingdom, Zhai Kingdom and Wu Kingdom, as well as 2 medium-sized countries beyond the southern seas. All these needed to be taken down quickly. Furthermore, if advancing westward, there were dozens of large and small countries. There were too many, and Shifang had neither the heart, time nor energy to conquer each one individually. After all, those countries were mostly small nations. Their national strength was not very robust and their technology was relatively backward. Shifang's focus should be on those strong countries to prevent them from suddenly developing secret weapons to strike at the zombies, so it was most appropriate to leave those small countries to its subordinates. But how to distribute them specifically? This was something Shifang still needed to think about. Additionally, it wanted to wait and see if the zombies it was paying close attention to could undergo secondary mutations. After all, the greater their enhancement, the safer they would be fighting alone. However, what Shifang did not know was, at this very moment something unexpected was happening in the Pine Leaf region of the Star Kingdom. Star Kingdom, Tianzhou Pine Leaf region. Don't close the door, wait. We haven't gotten in yet. Wait a minute. Damn it. These people from the Star Kingdom are truly despicable. Hongxian. Hongxian. What happened to you? Dar. Zhou, it seems she has been scratched by a zombie. In the National Laboratory of the Pine Leaf region. There was a loud noise, and following the sound several faces from the Flame Kingdom could be seen anxiously fleeing with dozens of fully armed zombie soldiers behind them. They could have been saved, because the laboratory was right next to them. However, before they could enter, the door had been selfishly closed by those people from the Star Kingdom. These several researchers and assistants from the Flame Kingdom and the Star Kingdom, along with several Star Kingdom researchers who were also locked outside, could only continue fleeing toward buildings further away. However, just as they were fleeing, someone in the team suddenly stopped. The others instinctively halted to check. At that moment, the female researcher named Hongxian was leaning against the wall, her face pale. The others saw the blood on her leg and immediately stepped back in shock, fearing that she might suddenly turn into a zombie and attack, as many infected individuals had previously transformed and harmed others. However, at this moment Hongxian had not yet transformed into a zombie. These researchers, with a sense of conscience, could not bear to take action. In the end it was still Hong Xian who took the initiative to say, "Go. You all hurry and leave. Don't mind me. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer," she said, slowly crouching down. It was evident that she was feeling very unwell. The others hesitated upon seeing this. But seeing the approaching zombies behind them, they could only grit their teeth and leave quickly. However, as the group left, Hong Xian, who was crouched on the ground with a severe headache and feeling feverish, thinking that she was about to turn into a zombie, vaguely felt that her symptoms were not only not worsening, but rather were alleviating. The headache gradually disappeared. The symptoms of fever and weakness also vanished. Hong Xian, who was gradually recovering, was utterly convinced. The zombie virus had truly ceased its effects. However, she had not injected any antibodies. Moreover, the antibodies were ineffective against the virus. Even if she had injected them, recovery would be impossible. What on earth was happening to her? Hong Xian found herself momentarily puzzled. Yet there was no time for her to ponder carefully. Those zombies had already rushed towards her, claws bared, eager to consume her. Filled with terror, Hong Xian had no time to consider anything else as she rolled and scrambled backward to evade the zombies' attacks, swiftly climbing up a nearby tree. Ordinary zombies cannot climb trees. As long as she could get up the tree, she would be safe. Although this safety was only temporary. After all, there was nothing to eat or drink up there. Moreover, the zombies would not leave. They would continue to encircle the base of the tree. If the person in the tree could not hold on, they would still fall and meet their end at the mouths of these zombies. The most fatal aspect was that zombies did not tire and did not feel hunger or thirst if they could remain vigilant indefinitely. In a contest of endurance with zombies, it was merely a slow form of death. Yet even so, the temporary safety still brought a sense of relief. At the very least, it allowed her to catch her breath. Now that she was up in the tree, Hong Xian had time to think about what was happening to her. According to the information we received, after being infected by the zombie virus, one would transform into a zombie within 5 to 10 minutes. The symptoms include headache, weakness, and fever. My situation fits this description. But why in the end has my condition not worsened but rather improved? Hong Xian sat on a branch, lost in thought. Despite being only around 20 years old, she was a genuine PhD. She had been invited to the Pine Leaf Territory. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, the research base in Pine Leaf Territory had sent her an invitation to collaborate on certain new projects. This place was a national research base. Hong Xian was familiar with this base. Many technological products from the Star Nation, including a wealth of information regarding nuclear weapons, had originated from here. The research base in Pine Leaf Territory, while it may not be the best in the world, certainly possessed significant capabilities. Considering the potential to learn new knowledge and techniques after being invited here, she believed she could contribute more to Yen country upon her return. Thus Hong Xian had come. Who knew that shortly after her arrival the zombie virus would suddenly erupt? Of course, all of this was no longer important. In any case, as someone with a PhD, Hong Xian had a wealth of knowledge and was not foolish. After calming down to think, she vaguely sensed a possibility. That was innate immunity. In this world, many troublesome viruses, while unsolvable by current means, still had a very small number of lucky individuals who were born with immunity to these troublesome ailments. As for why they could be immune, there are many reasons, such as the mother being ill at the time of birth, leading to an abnormal immune system in the fetus, or other factors that could resolve the ailments. However, this immunity is not permanent. There may be a certain period when the body ceases to be immune to the ailments, or the ailments may mutate, preventing the body from being immune to the changes. Hong Xian had reason to suspect that she might be one of the rare individuals with innate immunity to the zombie virus, otherwise it would be inexplicable why she had not transformed after infection. Upon thinking of this, Hong Xian became very excited. If I truly am an immune subject, then perhaps if I study myself I can create a true antibody against the virus. No, wait, let me think this through. The initial antibodies are useful. Then why are the antibodies ineffective now? If we apply the situation of innate antibodies failing, could it be that the zombie virus is evolving? Or is the virus mutating? The glint in Hong Xian's eyes sparkled. Although she was well aware, if her hypothesis was correct, it would mean that even if she studied herself, it would be difficult to create an antibody that could resolve all zombie viruses, yet regardless, her body still held research value. As long as I can research myself thoroughly, even if I cannot solve the virus, the research data obtained would still be helpful in developing antibodies. Hong Xian pondered these thoughts. But for the research to happen, she needed to survive and inform other researchers so that they could work together to arrive at results quickly. At present she was trapped in the tree. Others knew she was infected with the virus. They likely did not expect her to be immune. Right now she could not rely on anyone else. If Hong Xian wanted to be rescued, she could only rely on herself. But looking down, she saw over a dozen zombies beneath the tree. With so many, even if she could be immune to the virus, she would still be bitten to death if she went down. Without any tools at hand. If only I had a weapon. I could give it a shot. After all, I have practiced a bit before. Hong Xian thought, feeling somewhat depressed, and could not help but raise her hand to pound on the tree to vent her emotions. However, the next moment. Thud. Accompanied by Hong Xian's action, the tree shook violently a few times. Hong Xian was taken aback. When did I become this strong? Wait, could this also be the effect of the zombie virus? Yes, after transformation, a zombie's physical capability is far superior to what they had as humans. I was once infected by the virus and nearly transformed. Perhaps my body has become immune to the virus. But the benefits the virus brought to the body still exist. Hong Xian contemplated this, her expression gradually turning excited. Hong Xian's speculation was not wrong. While the virus brings suffering, it can also provide benefits to the infected. Hong Xian is immune to the virus' negative effects. This is precisely what led to her transformation into a corpse. However, her body is not immune to the virus' beneficial effects, which has resulted in the current situation. Hong Xian has not transformed into a corpse, instead she has grown stronger. It seems the virus is not entirely bad. Perhaps in the future our antibodies can be developed to enhance human combat capabilities. If that's the case, then in the future, it will be much easier to fight against zombies. Hong Xian couldn't help but fantasize about the future. Meanwhile, her physical abilities have been enhanced. She also felt that perhaps she could try to climb down from the tree and dash out of the horde of zombies. After all, staying here was not a viable option, so after some thought, Hong Xian forcefully broke off a robust branch from the side and then held it tightly as she slowly descended from the tree. Yinghua Yezhou, Tianmen City. It has been 4 days since they arrived at Tianmen City. During these days, Yang has been striving to improve. Her level has been rising steadily. Although her combat power has increased, the second stage mutation she desires has yet to appear. This leaves her feeling somewhat helpless. After all, mutation is an unpredictable matter. It cannot be guaranteed by mere effort alone. Therefore, even if Yang works hard, without luck and other favorable factors, she still cannot achieve a second mutation. More than 4 days have passed already. He said he would give us a week. But I still have not mutated. I can't possibly be unable to mutate, right? Standing in the woods of the Tianmen scenic area, and Yang rooted herself to the ground, continuously absorbing energy. At the same time, she looked at Yumei, inquiring about what she was doing under the sunlight. The latter paused her actions and looked down at her. It will mutate soon. Yumei responded with 4 concise words. Her speech is always very succinct, yet every word hits the point. And Yang's expression showed some doubt upon hearing this. She knew that Yumei was exceptionally intelligent. Furthermore, in addition to her improvements in the past few days, and Yang often saw Yumei perusing human books and studying various electronic devices. She fully believed that Yumei's intelligence and knowledge at this moment, as well as her understanding of various matters, were comparable to those of PhDs and other talents in the country. If not better than them. Of course, precisely because of this, and Yang held a mix of skepticism and belief regarding Yumei's words. She thought that Yumei's confidence in saying it would happen soon might be based on her own insights into something unknown to Yang. She was eager to ask Yumei for more details. However, recalling that Yumei doesn't like to talk, even if she did, she wouldn't explain much. And Yang gave up on questioning. After all, regarding complex matters, if Yumei said too little, it would be difficult for her to fully comprehend. Thinking of this, Yang shook her head and prepared to look for other survivors to absorb their energy, hoping to continue enhancing her strength and perhaps trigger a mutation. However, just as she took a step forward, she suddenly felt something unusual in her body. It seemed like something was happening inside her. The stable virus cells were pulsating. Her senses were heightening, and an inexplicable excitement was gradually intensifying. Her head was also feeling a bit itchy. Indistinct whispers echoed around her. They came from all directions. Beneath her feet, power surged. And Yang felt these changes. Yumei's voice came to her ears. It has changed. Yenghua Wudu. Roar. Accompanied by a tremendous roar. In the school of the western district of Wudu, He-Chen stood in a gym filled with piles of flesh and corpses, almost a river of blood, his entire body enveloped in a strange dark red glow. The blood on the ground was flowing backwards, gathering at He-Chen's feet as his body absorbed it. With a massive amount of blood entering his body, He-Chen roared as he arched his back. Suddenly, dark red bones began to break through the surface of his skin along his slightly arched back. These bones continued to emerge down his spine until they reached his waist, at which point they stopped, while He-Chen's legs elongated and his thighs grew larger while his calves grew thinner. His legs were transforming, gradually resembling those of a rabbit. Furthermore, sharp bone blades began to protrude from his forehead, slanting upwards to form horns. Heiha Province, Yehu City. Boom. A loud noise suddenly erupted from the north side of the city. Following the sound, one could see someone luring a horde of zombies into a gas station and igniting it. A massive fire erupted into the sky, countless zombies perishing in the huge explosion at the gas station, while those hiding in the distance cheered with joy at the sight of the large number of zombies being killed. Haha, zombies are just zombies. A bunch of mindless fools. Have we just wiped them out? Hee hee, just luck, just luck. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. However, before they could celebrate for long, someone suddenly exclaimed in terror, wait. Wait. Do you see something in that fire? Is that also a zombie? Upon hearing this sudden voice, everyone immediately silenced and looked over. Soon every face turned pale. Because within that raging fire a massive shadow was slowly emerging. Clearly this enormous shadow that survived in the gas station was also a mutated zombie. It might even be a second mutation. In Heilongjiang province there are not only zombies among plants and humans but also those from the ocean. Shifang once led them into battle, but his leadership was not long-lasting. After the fall of Heilongjiang province, Shifang allowed these oceanic zombies to roam freely in the cities of Yan country, some remaining in Heilongjiang while many have flowed into other provinces. The enormous black shadow over Yehu city is the mutated zombie tiger shark. This mutated tiger shark had undergone its transformation quite early, even before Shifang activated the source guidance. It had already mutated for the first time. Its mutation direction was combat-oriented. This creature was inherently bloodthirsty. Despite possessing intelligence, it was unlike other mutated zombies. It preferred brute force to violent solutions, devouring humans without much thought. Because of this, the mutated tiger shark had lower vigilance. It was not highly alert to many human matters. It did not realize that gas stations were dangerous. Being a creature that did not enjoy thinking, it could not fathom that humans had set a trap for it here. When it arrived with its subordinates drawn by the great noise from the gas station, the station suddenly exploded violently, causing countless casualties among its zombie followers, including the mutated tiger shark itself. It nearly perished in the explosion. Fortunately, it was of a high level, granting it superior physical abilities. At the moment of the explosion, the tiger shark sensed something amiss and timely escaped the blast center. This saved it from certain death, supplemented by its regeneration skill. Thus its injury stabilized quickly. However, what the tiger shark did not expect was that this perilous incident would grant it an opportunity for a second mutation. Amidst the raging flames, the mutated tiger shark could clearly feel the pleasurable sensation and power brought by the changes in its virus, while it also sensed that it seemed to be absorbing the surrounding heat. Though it had not fully comprehended the situation of its body wildly absorbing heat, it felt invigorated as the warmth continued to flow into it. The tiger shark felt its entire body brimming with power. Furthermore, it sensed something unusual within its throat. A desire to expel something. This sensation intensified with the increase of heat, becoming more and more overwhelming. Ultimately, the tiger shark could not hold back any longer. Who? It abruptly opened its massive jaws. In an instant, a crimson fire snake erupted from its mouth, crashing into a small car several dozen meters away. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the small car was instantly blown up. This scene was witnessed by the survivors, who were secretly observing the mutated tiger shark from afar. Their faces were filled with even greater fear. It breathes fire. Has that shark zombie mutated again? It never had such abilities before. Damn it, it's all your fault. You said detonating the gas station would kill it. And now? Not only did it survive, but it has also become even stronger. Do we still have a way out? What? Are you starting to blame us? I remember you were very supportive back then. Enough, everyone shut up. Crap, that creature is looking over here. It can't be. Has it found us? A dead friend does not save a poor monk. Farewell. As the mutated tiger shark glanced over, the survivors were so frightened they lost their composure. They had no time to debate further. That mutated tiger shark was far too powerful. Once it locked onto them, they were at death's door. For now, escaping was their top priority. Thus, under the threat of death, these survivors who were not united in the first place scattered and fled. However, the tiger shark, having undergone its second mutation and now possessing new abilities along with enhanced physical senses, was not something they could easily shake off with mere tricks. After experiencing the incident at the gas station, this tiger shark had learned its lesson. It was no longer reckless and began to contemplate. For the survivors in Yehu City, their apocalypse has arrived. The tiger shark has undergone a second mutation. But it is not the only one that has mutated in recent days. Across the nation and even globally, numerous mutated zombies have emerged. There are also many second-tier mutants. Shifang, whose consciousness was far beyond the Star Nation, noticed these second-stage mutated zombies through the system. The zombies you marked in Yiying He-Chen and the corpse vulture have all undergone second-tier mutations. Among the unmarked mutated zombies, a rare heat-absorbing zombie has appeared. Would you like to check it? Oh. Almost all have reached second tier. And it hasn't even been a week. Quite fast, not bad. And there's a heat-absorbing zombie. What is it? Let's take a look. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Shifang agreed for the system to open the panel. Name Tiger Shark. Species Zombie. Type Combat Type Elemental Species. Level 21. Stage Second Tier Mutation. Talent Zombie Virus Level 4 Heat Absorption Level 1. Passive Skill Regeneration Level 5 Ferocity Level 4 Combat Instinct Level 3. Active Skill Bite Level 3 Heat Release Level 1. Description: The mutated zombie tiger shark. Heat absorption, heat release. It truly is a heat zombie. System: check the details. Oh, and that ferocity too. Glancing over, Shifang continued to speak. Level 1 heat absorption can absorb heat to accelerate self-recovery and growth, storing heat. The total amount of heat stored will accordingly enhance physical attributes. Level 4 ferocity naturally fierce and brutal, extremely combative, moderately enhances strength and physical ability. Level 1 heat release consumes half of its heat to attack targets within a radius of 30 meters. The gaze swept across the skill details. Shifang nodded, saying, not bad. This thermal energy absorption does not only absorb. It can also provide other enhancements. Furthermore, looking at what the system says about storing thermal energy. It must be when the tiger shark has a lot of thermal energy in its body. It will gain more physical enhancement. Conversely, with low thermal energy the ability will be low. However, thermal energy. Shifang looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. As long as there is sunlight there is thermal energy, so the mutated tiger shark cannot possibly lack thermal energy. Additionally, there is thermal energy release. Shifang could roughly guess the use of this skill, estimating it to be similar to those dragons breathing fire in fantasy films. There is nothing to say about its ferocity. This skill is similar to the intelligent brain. Both are purely passive enhancements of certain attributes. As for that active skill, Bite Crush. That is quite literally. It can easily bite through steel and such. Tisk, this tiger shark has some substance. Thermal energy absorption. Speaking of which, will there be cold energy absorbing zombies in the future? If those zombies really appear, then let these two work together. They can undergo thermal expansion and contraction. This might accomplish many things. Shifang couldn't help but ponder in his mind. The nature of this thermal energy tiger shark is actually somewhat similar to Yume. It's just that Yume is a bit more advanced. After all, light is everywhere. Thermal energy is slightly inferior. But no matter what, the rarity and strength of this thermal energy tiger shark are undoubtedly unquestionable. With its existence in the future, when humans deploy bombs they can send it to absorb the thermal energy, which means that the bombs deployed by humans would be rendered useless, right? This tiger shark is a promising one. System, help me mark it. So I won't forget when mutated zombies increase. I have marked this zombie. The system's voice rang out in his mind. Hearing the voice, Shifang's gaze turned to the distant city engulfed in chaotic black smoke. In these few days I have been flying everywhere. Moreover, with the cooperation of the high-level officials of the Star Kingdom, almost all major Air Force bases, satellite bases and other critical locations have fallen. Without these life-threatening troubles the Star Kingdom should be safe for now. I should also follow the plan. Arrange for other zombies to go abroad. After thinking for a moment, Shifang's consciousness returned to the Yen Kingdom. Yen Kingdom Wudu. He-Chen has already undergone second stage mutation. His combat power has skyrocketed. At the same time his intelligence is no longer low. Survivors hidden throughout Wudu have been continuously found and consumed by He-Chen. And that military district commander Wu Yong. He is also following behind He-Chen. Although Wu Yong has not mutated yet, he has gained significant levels by following He-Chen and consuming soup. His physical abilities have greatly increased and now he does not need to panic in the face of human heavy firepower. Furthermore, if this situation continues his mutation is only a matter of time. He-Chen is of course aware that he has a tail picking up scraps behind him. However, he does not pay much attention to it. For him finding survivors is too easy. Moreover, as a purely zombie being he has a stronger sense of belonging to his kind. He does not mind Wu Yong consuming soup. When Shifang arrived at Wudu, he also saw their situation. Well, you really know how to find ways. He suddenly spoke while possessing a nearby zombie. This startled Wu Yong, who was gnawing on a corpse and covered in blood. He thought Shifang would reprimand him for his opportunistic way of improvement, but Shifang clearly had no intention of doing so and instead started discussing other matters. The number of mutated zombies in the Yen Kingdom is increasing. Competition among zombies has intensified. You don't need to stay here, I plan to arrange for you to infect in other countries. This way there's no need for competition. You will also improve faster. Upon hearing Shifang's words, neither He-Chen nor Wu Yong was particularly surprised. He-Chen was obedient without question. Therefore he would not ask why they had to leave. He would simply carry out the orders faithfully. Wu Yong was not surprised either, as he also thought that the increase in powerful zombies would lead to competition. To avoid lowering the improvement speed of zombies, dispersing the strong zombies was inevitable. Thus upon hearing this he nodded. Understood. Are we acting together? Or individually? Also, where are we going? You two will go together, Shifang replied. After all, you possess retained wisdom and experience. He Chen is the main combat force and the places you will go are the two small countries beyond the northeastern border. Xian country and Kai country. Wu Yong asked in response. Shifang nodded, yes. The areas of those two countries are small, averaging only about the size of one province of the Yan kingdom. Arranging for Wu Yong and He Chen to resolve it poses no major issues. Wu Yong and He Chen had no objections. However, after arranging their destinations, Shifang also mentioned that they need not return after completing their tasks. He instructed Wu Yong and He Chen to directly depart from the ports of the two coastal countries to the Star Kingdom, as there are still many troublesome countries on the continent side of the Star Kingdom. These will eventually need to be addressed. Since this is the case, it is better to arrange it in advance. After these two received their orders and left, Shifang's consciousness shifted again. He sequentially arranged for the second stage mutated corpse vultures, the osmanthus trees, as well as Fang Dong and Wu Long to head south to attack those several small countries with weak combat power. The corpse vultures and osmanthus trees are not to be mentioned for now. Their combat power is sufficient. Fang Dong and Wu Long are newly mutated zombies and they urgently need more living beings to enhance themselves. Arranging for them to deal with one country each is also taking this into account. Moreover, they are all intelligent types, so as long as they do not encounter special situations, they should be fine. As for An Yi Ying and Yume, Shifang plans to follow the original plan to arrange for them to go to the Star Kingdom. And with Shifang's command, the mutated zombies have all boarded the specially arranged raptors to head to various countries. An astonishing crisis among the nations has quietly arrived. But those countries seem to be completely unaware. Other mutated zombies have been arranged. Shifang found An Yang and Yume. Yume has not changed much over these days. At least her appearance shows no significant alterations. However, An Yang has undergone quite a transformation. The small branches on her head have grown. From a distance they resemble a pair of beautiful deer antlers still adorned with flowers. Leaves and flowers have also sprouted on her body, the fragrant aroma becoming more intense. It seems you have also undergone a second mutation, although your changes are not as dramatic as you mice, they are still considerable. Connecting with other zombies, Shifang glanced at An Yang not far away and spoke. She and Yume turned their heads upon hearing his voice and walked over. Are you here to take us to Xinghua? An Yang asked as she approached Shifang. Shifang nodded, that's right. I have already been there before. Most of the higher-ups in Xinghua have defected. The national stronghold has also been damaged by me. I initially thought that capturing Xinghua would be much more difficult than taking down Yanghua. But in fact it turned out to be easier. However, no matter how easy it is, the land area of Xinghua is still considerable and I cannot solve it corner by corner. So you still need to go there. Shifang continued discussing the situation in Xinghua. An Yang nodded as she listened to him. Baiyue Province, Wudu. As the origin of the zombie virus, Wudu was also the first city to fall. Various mutated zombies rampaged here in the past. The survivors of Wudu thus nearly perished. Now after such a long time, those mutated zombies from Wudu have moved far away to conquer the entire world. What remains is only the ordinary zombies filling the city. Because there are almost no survivors left in the city, these zombies grow very slowly. They can only gradually improve over time as the virus within them grows. However, as they improve, once these zombies gain more intelligence, they might realize that Wudu is a resource-depleted place that is not suitable for staying any longer. They will likely leave here to search for new cities more suitable for long-term residence. In a certain building in Wudu there is a zombie whose intelligence is gradually increasing. This zombie holds a handgun, her slightly red eyes occasionally flashing with curiosity and confusion. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, eventually locking her gaze on a black motorcycle by the roadside that had accumulated quite a bit of dust. Perhaps driven by curiosity or some other reason, this zombie approached the motorcycle. She felt a strange sense of familiarity with it. Yet it also felt quite unfamiliar. She thought for a moment, and reached out to grasp the motorcycle's handle. In an instant her red pupils contracted. It seemed she saw something. It was as if she recalled something. The hand that held the motorcycle's handle began to move with surprising familiarity, turning it twice. What was even more astonishing was that she then directly flipped over and mounted the motorcycle, seemingly intending to start it and ride away. She succeeded. Vroom vroom. With the key turning in the ignition, she skillfully controlled the motorcycle, and the exhaust emitted puffs of smoke accompanied by roaring sounds. As the motorcycle started up through the rearview mirror, one could clearly see the face of this zombie. She was none other than Song Shui, the first zombie transformed into a living entity after Shifang's resurrection. After Shifang arrived in Qingniao City, he had linked his consciousness to Song Shue's body as she rode a motorcycle to the zoo to transform zombies, and indeed she had casually grabbed a gun for self-defense along the way. However, the gun was never used later. Although Shifang did not use the gun, Song Shue might have had a chance to use it. Otherwise this ordinary little zombie would not have survived for so long unless her luck was extraordinarily good. Otherwise she would not have lived this long. The fact that Song Shue can ride a motorcycle may also be because Shifang once controlled her body to ride, which triggered her related memories and enabled her to ride. But theoretically, as a mindless zombie, Song Shue should not remember this. So now that she can recall it, perhaps she has a special ability. After all, zombies can indeed gain new abilities as their levels increase. Regardless of how it is, Shifang has already forgotten her. The previous Song Shue had not mutated. Nor did she possess any special abilities. Such zombies are everywhere and Shifang does not find it worth paying attention to. However, while Shifang forgot Song Shue, this forgotten zombie does not necessarily forget Shifang. Shifang is the source of all zombies. To all zombies he is supreme. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that as a zombie once linked to Shifang's consciousness, even if Song Shue cannot recall what Shifang looks like, the feeling he brought to her during their connection remains exceptionally clear. Song Shue now wants to find Shifang. Although she does not know Shifang's location, she still acts based on her instincts. As for her reason for searching for Shifang, she probably has no reason. It is merely an instinct. Just like when humans become aware of the existence of deities, there will always be those who seek them. At this moment in Song Shue's eyes, Shifang is a deity. Her instinct desires to draw closer. However, while her thoughts are beautiful, achieving them is not easy. For example, at this moment as Song Shue rode her motorcycle along a relatively obstacle-free road out of Wudu, she was soon targeted by a group of survivors. A grim debris-strewn highway stretches beneath a pallid sky. Song Shue speeds forward relentlessly. The zombies lining the road ignore her completely. They hold no interest in their own kind. Yet this profoundly unnatural phenomenon has not gone unnoticed. Huh. Brother Tai, look. The zombies aren't reacting to that person. What in the world is going on? Last time we drove past, they chased our vehicle for ages before we barely escaped. Yet no zombie so much as glances at him. On a distant hillside, several men and women clad in tattered, grime-caked military uniforms watch the motorcycle racing along the highway, their eyes clouded with varying degrees of bewilderment. The man called Brother Tai is a bald man wearing windproof goggles. As he listens to his underlings, his gaze narrows upon Song Shue, drawing ever closer, and a furrow deepens between his brows. To be ignored by zombies. He has never witnessed such a thing before. He cannot fathom its cause. After all, if it were merely scent suppression, that might still be plausible. They'd once smeared mud and filth over themselves to mask odor while scavenging inside ruined cities. But while scent could be concealed, sound remained impossible to silence. Zombies possess razor-sharp hearing. Even the faintest rustle stirs them to violent motion. Yet that rider on the highway. She tears forward on her roaring motorcycle. A deafening clamor audible from hundreds of meters away. So why do the zombies pay her no heed? Even when one or two shamble near, they halt abruptly and turn away. As though having drawn close and confirmed she is not prey, they retreat in silent disappointment. This eerie anomaly defies all logic. Still, Brother Tai does not dwell further. He simply considers. That rider may have discovered some extraordinary method to render herself invisible to the undead. Or perhaps, she possesses some unique ability of her own. Either way, capturing her, for himself, would be an unparalleled advantage. Hehe, a human unassailed by zombies. If we uncover her secret, or compel her to serve us, then my future will be free of scarcity. Brother Tai's eyes blaze with feverish anticipation. His subordinate presses eagerly. Brother Tai. She's almost here. Shall we intercept her? Absolutely. Brother Tai nods firmly. He adds, voice low and commanding, seize her, and extract the truth behind her immunity. And ready your weapons. In case she proves stronger than expected. We won't drown in a shallow ditch. At his words the others nod in grim unison. Moments later, under Brother Tai's lead, they snatch up jury-rigged firearms, cobbled together from salvaged weapon parts, and charge down the slope, taking positions directly across Song Shue's path. As Song Shue surges onward, she senses them, living warmth pulsing ahead. That vital aura ignites her senses. And a ravenous thirst begins to rise. Her eyes burn deeper crimson, her lips part slightly, releasing a guttural subsonic growl. Yet her snarls vanish beneath the motorcycle's thunderous roar. So even at less than 100 meters distance, none hear her clearly, nor detect the monstrous shift within her. In their memory, zombies cannot ride motorcycles. Anyone who rides must be human. To halt her advance. Brother Tai raises a hand, and two subordinates step forward hefting crude flamethrowers, their nozzles locking onto Song Shui as she draws nearer. In the next instant, boom! Scorching fire erupts in twin torrents. And twin walls of flame force Song Shui to skid to a stop, just before she could launch into a lethal charge. The group breaks into smug grins. Hehe, truly impressive. Just scrap parts, and that sickly-looking wretch assembled something this potent. We'll make him build more. Enough chatter. Let's move. Go see who she is. Heh, he looks like a young woman. Haha. Brother Ties struck gold. No, we're all blessed. TCH, you fellows. Already chasing new flames are you? He don't be cross, little sister. Their laughter rings hollow as they saunter closer. Song Shui's expression contorts into something feral. Then, when the survivors close to within 20 meters, alarm flickers across their faces. Wait, Brother Tai, that person. Something's wrong with her. Yes, why does she look like a zombie? Fuck, she's not just like one. She is a fucking zombie. Shit, she's an intelligent one. Fire. Kill her, now. Shit. As Song Shui lunges forward, eyes blazing red. Brother Tai's face pales, knowing full well that once closed and human legs stand no chance against the undead. They will not flee. They will kill her. They've survived this long, not without reason. They've fought countless zombies. A battle-hardened instinct guides them now. Fingers snap to triggers. BRRT. BRRT. Crack. Bullets fly. Twin flamethrowers reignite. Yet Song Shui, though not mutated, was among the first turned. Months of undeath, even without feeding, have elevated her beyond ordinary tiers. Her physical prowess is formidable. And with distance closing so rapidly, her attack speed far outstrips their reflexes. Before their rounds find purchase, Song Shui has already surged forward, blurring past muzzle flashes, and closes in on the nearest survivor, arm lashing out. Thwip. Splutter. Metallic reek floods the air. With brutal efficiency she tears the man's heart from his chest, then lifts it to her mouth, teeth sinking into the still pulsing organ. All the while she pivots, leaps, evades. And fires back with chilling precision. Bang. One shot, one life extinguished. Armed at range, unstoppable at close quarters. These reckless fools never stood a chance. In less than 2 minutes, the entire group lies dead. At that very moment, as Song Shui feasts upon the human heart, crimson fissures flare across her skin. And fragmented memories, not her own, flood her mind like shards of broken glass. Feasting upon the flesh of the survivors, Song Shui absorbed ever more fragmented memories, each morsel deepening her knowledge and sharpening her intellect. Meanwhile, as the crimson scars upon her body gradually faded, her formerly ashen-gray skin slowly regained the hue and texture of ordinary human flesh. Yet though her outward appearance softened, her relentless consumption of raw flesh betrayed an unaltered truth: she remained a zombie. Once sated, Song Shui rose, and her silhouette and face began to warp and shift unervingly. Her facial flesh stretched and reconfigured with startling speed, reshaping her features until they mirrored those of one of the survivors she had consumed. She touched her cheek gently, then returned to the motorcycle and used its rearview mirror to behold her new visage. Pausing in silent contemplation for several seconds, she gathered scattered weapons from the ground and donned clothing taken from the dead. Mounting the motorcycle, she abandoned her original route and plunged into the mountains, heading toward an unknown destination. Star Nation, Halo City. Halo City lies along the western coast of Star Nation. To its north stands Xian Taishan. Following the Ten-Faced Alliance's assault, Xian Taishan has long since fallen, but it was precisely this collapse that triggered mass exodus. Countless uninfected survivors fled southward toward Halo City, the most viable sanctuary amid the ruins. Halo City is a metropolis, economically prosperous and coastal, home to a permanent garrison of Star Nation's armed forces. Most crucially, the city shelters the elite special operations unit known as the Halo Force, a formidable presence that lends profound reassurance to the displaced. Thus, compared to other cities, Halo City truly stands as a bastion of relative safety, and the majority of survivors converge there. Their choice is sound: though zombies do roam its streets, Halo City escaped the Ten-Faced Alliance's primary strike list. Fortunate in this regard, it faces only conventional undead threats, quickly neutralized by the nearby 9th Mechanized Infantry Division. The few stragglers evading initial clearance are swiftly eliminated by the Halo Force. For now, Halo City remains stable. Compared to other devastated urban centers, Halo City fares remarkably well, yet it now confronts a daunting dilemma: over 10,000 refugees streaming in from Xian Taishan. These are not disciplined troops but civilians, uneven in capability, training and reliability. Unrestricted entry risks shattering the city's fragile equilibrium at a single misstep. Moreover, no one can guarantee that among them lurk latent carriers, infected but not yet transformed, nor is individual screening feasible given their sheer numbers. Weighing these perils, Halo City's mayor convened with officers of the 9th Mechanized Infantry Division and senior officials, and resolved to admit the refugees. But strict quarantine was mandated. Isolating them would allow the military to conduct surgical strikes on the containment zone should catastrophe erupt, containing the threat before it spreads. Thus the wider populace would remain unscathed. The proposal gained unanimous support and implementation commenced immediately, though another crisis loomed. Intelligence confirms, declared an officer, a herd of zombified cattle advancing directly from the east, originating in Sanji continent. Their alpha is a sentient mutant zombie. It has razed numerous cities along its path. It has inflicted severe losses upon multiple military units, and the herd swells, continuously amplifying devastation across every settlement it crosses. Aerial intervention was attempted, but major airbases lie in ruins. Armed helicopters proved ineffectual, and their velocity renders them nearly unstoppable. They will reach us soon. We must prepare our defenses. The officer concluded. Frowns deepened around the table. Indeed, rumors of the herd had already reached them. That mutated bovine abomination was terrifyingly resilient. Bullets glanced off or failed to penetrate. What did strike rarely found vital targets, and when it did, regeneration was swift. So long as the blow was non-lethal, it endured, and grew stronger with every mile traversed. Conventional forces were now utterly impotent against it. Yet such limitations applied only to standard units. After a heavy silence, Dante, the commander of the Halo force, spoke. The herd is our responsibility. Our unit is equipped with next-generation ordnance. We believe we can prevail, but as a contingency we must also prepare for sacrifice. Even catastrophic losses may be necessary to eradicate them. Otherwise, unchecked, they will claim countless more lives. Dante's words drew solemn nods, until an urgent transmission shattered the moment. Report. Massive zombie incursion in the West District. Our defensive lines have suffered an unidentified assault. Boom. Amid cacophonous chaos, the comms channel dissolved into static. All present stiffened, faces hardening with grim resolve. Meanwhile, in Halo City's West District, an Ying stood atop a high-rise, releasing dense clouds of explosive spores toward distant troop formations. Boom. Boom. Kaboom. As dandelion-like spores descended, ceaseless detonations erupted across the district. Military lines crumbled instantly. Soldiers and survivors alike, overwhelmed by a potent neurotoxic mist, transformed mid-battle and surged through the breach, slaughtering indiscriminately. Halo City's next battle had begun. An Ying appeared in the City of Radiance, but this was not an order given to her by Shifang. Shifang had merely sent her to the Star Nation. As for where an Ying chose to land, that was entirely up to her. Or rather, where she would choose to take action. That was entirely her decision. And she would choose the City of Radiance. Perhaps it was because it was close to the sea. After all, she had traveled here on a zombie raptor arranged by Shifang, and she might have simply chosen the nearest city at random. Of course, An Ying was not alone. Yu Mei had accompanied her here. However, Yu Mei was generally indifferent to matters. At least she did not like commanding the zombie horde. She preferred to act alone. An Ying did not stop her. After all, Yu Mei was stronger than her in terms of combat power. Moreover, with Yu Mei's exceptional intellect, An Ying had no concerns about her encountering any problems. Compared to the possibility of Yu Mei encountering an accident, An Ying would rather believe that the higher-ups in the City of Radiance would be individually sniped by her. But for now, let's set Yu Mei aside. At present, the defense line in the Western District had collapsed. But this was just the beginning. The City of Radiance had a considerable military force, and with the presence of special operations units. Taking this place would not be quick. Indeed, just as An Ying was pondering, the military swiftly launched a counterattack. Whoosh. Boom. Shells flew from behind the buildings, accurately landing among the zombie horde and detonating. The powerful force instantly obliterated a cluster of zombies. Moreover, from a distance, more soldiers were rushing in. The Star Nation's army was better equipped with a considerable amount of mechanized heavy firepower. As various grenades and bombs rained down, the ordinary zombie horde quickly perished. But An Ying remained calm. After all, she had dealt with these troops before during the siege of Yen Nation. She had experience and knew exactly what to do. Besides, now she had reached the second stage of mutation. She possessed even more powerful abilities. This time, dealing with the army of the City of Radiance was an excellent opportunity to test her abilities. While thinking of this, An Ying used her commanding talent to order the zombie horde to scatter and retreat. Zombies were physically strong and fast. If they scattered, it would be challenging for human heavy firepower to kill them in large numbers, and ordinary soldiers would find it difficult to hit the moving zombies' heads. For human soldiers, when heavy firepower proved ineffective, they could only form a firing net to conduct sweeping fire to kill the moving zombies. Single shots were ineffective. The continuous firing net consumed too many bullets. The military's resources were not infinite. Considering the issue of consumption, the military of the City of Radiance was also fighting very conservatively, not daring to push forward. Moreover, Yi Ying's previous explosive spores had instilled fear in them and they remained vigilant. If Yi Ying continued to release explosive spores they would have to retreat. However, to the military surprise, the previous bombarding range of explosive spores did not reappear. Instead, a more bizarre situation arose. Wait, look at that. The dead zombies are moving. A terrified voice came from among the soldiers. Others also turned to look at the zombies they had just shot dead. Surprisingly, those zombies that were missing arms and legs and even heads were actually trembling and standing up while green vines had grown from their bodies. These vines resembled blood vessels covering the corpses of the dead zombies in every part. Furthermore, some noticed that those zombies with broken limbs. From their wounds, twisted green plant roots grew, linking with the nearby flesh and broken limbs on the ground, pulling them back onto the zombies' bodies for reassembly. Then this group of revived zombies roared and charged again. This left the soldiers dumbfounded. They never anticipated that the zombies they had already killed could actually come back to life. However, they had no time to think. As the revived horde charged again, the officers immediately issued commands. Attack! Stop their advance! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom. Accompanied by the officers' orders, grenades flew into the zombie horde and exploded. Countless bullets poured out. But compared to the previous attacks this time among the zombie horde, apart from those that were blown to pieces, other zombies hit by bullets, even if their heads were blown off, did not die. They continued to advance. In the distance, Yi Ying observed with a slight nod. The zombies' revival was her new skill. However, it couldn't exactly be called revival. Because her new skill was corpse planting. It involved using zombie bodies to plant plants which would then control the zombies to move. However, those planted plants did not last long, they would die themselves after about 1 or 2 hours. Nevertheless, this skill was truly remarkable. After all, those temporary plants, unless blown to pieces, would not die. Bullets were nearly useless against them. This was also why zombies could still move even without heads. After all, what controlled the zombies was not their brains but the plants inside them. However, Yi Ying's skill was formidable. The human army also had countermeasures. Damn it, these zombies are too strange. They can still move even with their heads blown off. Retreat! Fire! Soldiers move forward to establish a firewall. Use fire to stop their advance. In the rear of the army, a tall colonel ordered, his gaze fixed on the increasingly close, fearless zombies. Upon receiving the order, the formation of the troops changed. The fire soldiers, under the cover of armed soldiers beside them, immediately activated flamethrowers to create a scorching firewall, causing the revived zombies to collapse as they approached. In the distance, Yi Ying frowned. Plants were most afraid of fire. The temporary plants from her corpse planting were particularly fearful of flames. Fire soldiers were truly troublesome. However, in that case she would unleash another explosive spore to blow up those fire soldiers at the front. Without the fire soldiers, they would be unable to stop the undying zombies. Gazing at the distant crimson wall of fire, Yi Ying raised her hand to release explosive spores, yet paused mid-motion, sensing something amiss. Her gaze swept across the building behind the advancing army. She withdrew her hand just in time and leapt aside. Bang! As she moved, a high-velocity, armor-piercing round screamed through the air, punching straight through the spot where she had stood moments before. Simultaneously, Yi Ying landed on a high platform dozens of meters behind, a faint icy smirk curling her lips. A mere standard-issue sniper rifle, did they truly believe it could slay her, a second-tier mutated zombie? Such thinking was nothing short of delusional. If it were an electroburst sniper rifle, she murmured. Then perhaps it would pose a genuine threat to me. But an ordinary sniper rifle. Utterly useless. Her eyes flicked once more toward the distant building. Though unafraid of being sniped, she had no desire to become the focal point of concentrated fire. Without hesitation she departed the area. At Yi Ying's speed, the distant sniper's eyes could not possibly track her movements. Moreover, with countless buildings cluttering the urban landscape, his line of sight was obstructed. She vanished from view in the blink of an eye. Yet Dante, the commander standing beside him, showed no surprise. Upon first receiving reports from the West District, while conventional forces mobilized as Halo Special Forces were already en route. Dante's original plan had been for the elite Halo Task Force to eliminate any stragglers that slipped past the regular army, ensuring no zombies infiltrated the rear lines. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was their unexpected sighting of Yi Ying far in the distance. Upon seeing her body wreathed in living vegetation, they instantly deduced the truth: that elegant woman was a zombie, and no ordinary one but a formidable mutated specimen. Perhaps the sudden surge of zombies in the West District originated from her very presence. Thus they resolved to eliminate her by sniper fire. If Yi Ying fell, the West District crisis would dissolve. Alas, her reflexes proved too swift. The sniper rounds missed her entirely, though this outcome did not unsettle Dante. After all, he well understood the terrifying capabilities of mutated zombies. The mutated zombie bull en route to Halo City stood as irrefutable proof. Yet since such resistance had been anticipated, Dante had prepared contingencies. That earlier shot had been merely a probe. As expected, a standard sniper rifle holds no sway over her. Then it is time to deploy our new weaponry. Immediately notify 1st, 2nd and 3rd squads to confirm and lock onto the zombies' position. Deploy our prototype armaments. Coordinate all 3 squads in synchronized assault. And ensure her termination without fail. Dante issued the command, his gaze fixed on the live drone feed streaming the West District battlefield. With An Yi gone, the reanimated zombies could not breach the wall of fire, they were successfully contained. Yet the army dared not relax. The West District teamed with other zombies, and their mission extended beyond eradication. They were also tasked with evacuating and rescuing survivors. Their burden was immense. Even as they erected new defensive lines, they dispatched specialized teams to conduct rescue operations. Meanwhile, 3 10-member squads of the Halo Special Forces converged upon An Yi's location from 3 distinct directions. After all, she could not possibly have fled far. Indeed, she had no intention of fleeing far. She simply sought a new vantage point, one less likely to draw the army's attention, before resuming her assault. Yet the moment she halted, her brow furrowed instinctively. That familiar sensation of being watched returned, yet a swift scan of her surroundings revealed no visible enemy. Against adversaries skilled in concealment, An Yi needed no guesswork to identify them as special forces. Yet even special forces were human, and within the labyrinthine terrain of the city precise tracking of her was impossible. They must be relying on some other means to surveil her. Her mind raced as her eyes continued sweeping the periphery, until they settled upon a bird perched atop a utility pole. She had not noticed it before. That bird was profoundly unnatural. It circled her closely, yet remained unaffected by her paralytic incense. This creature was no living being. Without hesitation, An Yi erupted into motion. Thud. In an instant she closed the 100-meter gap, seized the bird midair and crushed it in her palm. Black smoke billowed as the device disintegrated into scrap metal in her hand, while Dante's surveillance feed dissolved into static. Yet he remained unruffled. All 3 squads had already acquired her position. Engage, he commanded. At that very moment, on An Yi's end. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots cracked, the bullets narrowly missed as she twisted aside with surgical precision. Yet in that same breath. Schlick. An invisible force pierced her forehead from behind. She lifted a hand, fingertips brushing the wound, a searing pinprick burn exhaling faint heat and smoke. A laser weapon, she whispered. Invisible. Silent. Unpredictable. Only a laser weapon fit the evidence. Though lasers were no novelty. They had existed for decades, yet their limited power rendered them impractical for modern warfare. That, however, was ancient history. Xinggua's technological prowess was legendary. If Yenghua had engineered electroburst sniper rifles, then after years of relentless advancement, Xinggua's development of functional laser firearms was hardly astonishing. Yet those struck An Yi suffered no impairment. Unfazed, she turned her gaze, forehead still perforated, toward the building from which the laser beam had originated. Inside that building the operative stared stunned. Sheesh, not dead. Oh my god. Is her vital point not the head? Fuck, this is bad. One shot failed to kill her. Now she's on guard, making her exponentially harder to eliminate. She's looking this way, evacuate now. Panic erupted within the building. Their position compromised, retreat was imperative. If they lingered, An Yi's arrival would mean certain death. That An Yi survived a direct cranial penetration stemmed from her 2nd stage mutation, not only granting her the ability to cultivate corpses as flora but also bestowing upon her a passive trait. A passive trait. An Yi's new passive ability. Named Earth's Blessing. Just from the name, its connection to the Earth is unmistakable. Yet An Yi was already a plant-aligned mutant. Her 2nd mutation was intrinsically tied to the Earth. A perfectly logical evolution. And the effect of Earth's Blessing is as follows. Level 1 Earth's Blessing. While standing on solid ground, continuously absorb energy from the Earth to dramatically enhance regeneration. Even fatal wounds will not cause immediate death. At this very moment, on the border of Xing Kingdom, Shifang was reviewing An Yi's abilities. Upon reading the description of Earth's Blessing, he could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. So long as she stands on the ground, she cannot die. The description says not immediately die. In other words, if her fatal injuries are healed swiftly within that grace period, then she'll be unscathed. TCH. This skill doesn't just grant near immortality. It also inherently amplifies her regenerative capacity. And An Yi possesses her rooting technique as well. Combined, these abilities render her resilience nearly comparable to the legendary Osmanthus tree's 3-inch immortality. Shifang couldn't suppress an inward sigh of awe. With such extraordinary regeneration, even being blown to fragments might not be enough to end her. Yet beyond Earth's Blessing, Shifang had also examined her other newly acquired abilities, such as corpse cultivation and the passive plant communion. Level 1 corpse cultivation generate a short-lived plant, lasting only 90 minutes. Within the corpse of a deceased zombie or monstrous entity lying on the ground, the plant enables rudimentary control over the reanimated corpse. Level 1 Plant Communion. Chance-based communication with flora. Corpse cultivation has strict conditions. It only works on corpses already lying upon the earth. Otherwise cultivation is impossible. As for plant communion, it holds little practical value, at least for now. Perhaps in time this passive may prove profoundly consequential. All things considered, the powers granted by An Yi-Ying's second mutation were undeniably formidable. Particularly her survival capabilities, which were truly peerless. With An Yi-Ying present, Shifang could finally set his mind at ease regarding Qing Kingdom's future. Very well, Qing Kingdom can be left in abeyance for now. Yu Mei and An Yi-Ying together are more than sufficient. Next I shall continue eastward, to first destabilize Jia Kingdom, Qing Kingdom's powerful neighbor. Then onward. Halo City. The small aperture on his forehead rapidly sealed itself. An Yi-Ying shot forward like a cannonball, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Meanwhile the Halo Special Forces unit, far ahead, had only just boarded their vehicles to evacuate. Yet even with 4 wheels beneath them, they stood no chance against An Yi-Ying's 2 legs. The elite soldiers inside the vehicles felt only a sudden icy gust. Before they could react, An Yi-Ying had already raised her hand and overturned the assault vehicle. Boom! A heavy muffled impact echoed. Inside the vehicle several soldiers were either hurled violently outward, or crushed beneath the wreckage. Those still conscious and mobile, ignoring their own injuries, stared in terror at An Yi-Ying, and opened fire without hesitation. Rat-a-tat. Relentless bursts tore through the air. Brass-jacketed rounds streaked toward her. Yet astonishingly none pierced her skin. Each bullet struck her flesh, leaving only faint transient marks. Though the barrage carried considerable force, An Yi-Ying was driven back merely half a step. But that was all. She possessed the passive bark armor. Her innate defense was already extraordinary. Even as her skills advanced, while she remained vulnerable to armor-piercing rounds or artillery shells, stopping ordinary bullets posed no serious challenge. Naturally, once the futility of gunfire became apparent, the 2 remaining mobile soldiers forced themselves to steady their nerves, retrieving the silver-gray laser rifles flung from the wrecked vehicle, then aiming steadily at An Yi-Ying. Damn zombie, die. As the soldier snarled those words, he tensed to pull the trigger. But An Yi-Ying gave him no opening. Ambush. You might have had a chance. But to aim openly, right before my eyes, and still believe you'd land a hit. A cold smile flickered across her lips, as she pushed off the ground with explosive force. In an instant she closed the distance like a bullet, and drove her fist forward. Boom. In the next heartbeat crimson sprayed across the air. His skull exploded like a watermelon. His comrade beside him met no gentler fate, and Yi-Ying delivered a single brutal kick, crushing him instantly. Then she turned her gaze to the fallen laser rifle on the ground. Its sleek rifle-like silhouette bore weight, not insignificant. A laser rifle. This weapon might suit Yu Mei perfectly. An Yi-Ying mused inwardly. After all, Yu Mei was a photonic zombie. She could undoubtedly harness the laser rifle's power and precision to their absolute zenith. Still, where exactly had Yu Mei gone? An Yi-Ying lifted her head, scanning the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, in the northern district of Halo City. What did you say? She survived. Second squad, wiped out. Inside the command center, Dante's face darkened. A reply crackled over the comlink. Yes, the zombie is overwhelmingly powerful. We followed protocol, opened fire first to draw her attention, then deployed laser weaponry to strike vital points. But, she didn't die. Now, no. She's locked onto us again. Fire. Fire. Af. The comlink dissolved into dead static. Dante clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the table. Damn it, he roared. Yet this calamity was not the only one unfolding. Even as Dante seethed, a subordinate's voice broke in, tremulous and disbelieving. Commander, outside, there. Is that an angel? Hearing that uncertain tone, Dante instinctively raised his eyes toward the window. And his pupils contracted violently. Beyond the bulletproof glass, a zombie clad entirely in gleaming white bone armor hovered, its massive bony wings beating slowly, cradling an oddly shaped sniper-like weapon aimed directly at them. Gazing at the bizarre creatures outside the window, Dante knew at once that they were zombies. Moreover, they were mutated zombies. Ordinary zombies would not look like this. And ordinary zombies wouldn't use tools. Although Dante wasn't quite sure what the massive firearm in Yu Mei's hands was. After all, the electric explosive sniper rifle was manufactured by the Yen nation and had only recently been created. Dante certainly would not recognize it. Even if he didn't recognize it, he could tell from the appearance and size of the electric explosive sniper rifle that the mysterious weapon in Yumei's hands was definitely some kind of powerful armament. At this moment they were already in the crosshairs, and if they didn't find a way to defend themselves they would likely perish here. Under the threat of death, Dante's hair stood on end. With no time to think, he instinctively raised his hand and slammed it against the button on the right side of the control panel. Bam! Accompanied by Dante's action. Thick steel plates suddenly rose from the walls around the command room, trying to cover the tempered glass. However, no matter how fast Dante reacted, he could not match Yumei's speed. Moreover, the activation of the emergency defense system also required some time. Those few seconds were enough for Yumei to fire multiple shots from varying angles. Therefore, before the steel plates could fully rise, Yumei had already pressed the switch. Whoosh! Instantly, special bullets crackling with electric arcs pierced through the tempered glass, hitting the people inside. In the next moment, boom! A blinding electric light erupted from the command room, resembling the brilliance of a small sun. The command room became a temporary lighthouse. Countless people in the nearby city saw the electric light, including many special forces soldiers sent by Dante to deal with the zombies. Upon seeing the brilliance of the command room, they instantly realized this was an enemy sneak attack. Moreover, judging by that astonishing bright light, the enemy seemed to have used some kind of powerful weapon. It was likely that within the command room there were no survivors left. Right? Thinking of this, the special forces soldiers and military officers felt a chill in their hearts. Of course, as everyone's gaze converged, they also noticed Yumei in the sky. Damn, the command room has been attacked. Who on earth did this? Look quickly. What is that? Is that a zombie? Or an angel? Fools, where did an angel come from? Look closely, she has bones on her. This is a mutated zombie. It's over a second mutated zombie. And it's a zombie that can use firearms. Can we still win? Bastards, concentrate fire, kill her. Yumei's assault on the command room instilled fear in many, even causing thoughts of retreat. After all, let's not forget. Besides Yumei, there was also an Yi-Ying. And even the approaching herd of cattle. The threat of 3 mutated zombies was too great. Fear spread and people felt anxious. They sensed their chances of victory were slim. They believed it would be wiser to preserve their strength and retreat rather than fight to the death here. After all, only by surviving could there be more possibilities. Retreating to regroup and plan was a wise move. However, everyone's thoughts were different. Some wanted to retreat while others wanted to fight desperately. Moreover, some had other ulterior motives. The morale of the army had started to waver, and to make matters worse, Yumei turned her gaze towards the military. The dark muzzle of the gun also aimed at the location of the senior military officers. Whoosh! Boom! As the electric light flashed again, a blinding electric light erupted within the ranks of the military. Those within the strike range didn't even have time to scream before being turned to char. Although some retaliated against Yumei, her speed was such that human weapons couldn't hit her. Even if they did, they couldn't penetrate her ever-growing living bone armor. Furthermore, with the death of the colonel in charge of the defense line, the military in the Western District was thrown into complete disarray. Meanwhile, not far away, as the flames of the fire wall began to subside, swarming zombies surged once more. This time without the highest command, the soldiers of the military fought individually without any coordination, leading the zombies to easily breach the defense line. With the loss of the last long-range advantage, the Western District was completely doomed. After firing 2 shots, Yumei had already flown to another city. After all, her goal was merely to eliminate the leaders and reduce Yi Ying's difficulty in capturing the city. Using firearms excessively to kill was inappropriate, as zombies required the flesh and blood of the living to evolve, and the electric explosive sniper rifle would simply turn people to char. Using it too much would be detrimental to the zombies. However, even if used occasionally, Yumei's image and her destructive power still left a profound impression on the entire city of Halo. On this day, everyone in Halo City lived in fear under Yumei's dominion. To this angel, who seemed angelic from afar but did not act like one, people affectionately referred to her as the Angel of Death. Her name gradually spread as such. Ironically, the true main force of the siege in Yi-Ying was overshadowed by Yumei's reputation, and few mentioned her, but Yi-Ying was pleased with this, as everyone's attention was on Yumei. Nobody noticed her, allowing her to seize more cities and deal with more troublesome troops unexpectedly. After all, since the Qing nation had laser guns, then there might be other advanced technologies. Perhaps hidden troops from the Qing nation would later carry even stronger black technology specifically to hunt down these special mutated zombies. Although such things would not occur in the short term. But what if? In any case, being less noticeable was better for her. Thus, the less humanity understood her in Yi-Ying, the easier it would be for her to counterattack humanity. And just as in Yi-Ying and Yumei cooperated to gradually clear the military of Halo City and massively infect survivors, the mutated zombies heading to other countries were also not lagging behind. Xian State, Gaota City. Gaotu City is the capital of the Xian state. Once a bustling metropolis teeming with life and vigor. It has since fallen into desolation following the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus. Yet it remains the nation's capital. And given the Xian state's modest territorial expanse, it hosts only 3 or 5 major cities in total. Consequently, national military strength is heavily concentrated here, making Gaotu far more stable than any other city in the Xian state. Indeed, by this morning the zombies within Gaotu had been nearly eradicated. And all refugees who fled here had already been safely resettled. But that stability held only until this morning. Afterward, a new crisis descended without warning. Where on earth did he come from? He annihilated the 5th Division outright. That was an entire force, over 10,000 soldiers. In mere moments he obliterated them. Who knows where he came from? Either way, we've got no choice but to fight with everything we've got. Whether we live or die, only fate will decide. Beneath the golden sun along Gaotu's fortified perimeter, several soldiers stood smoking, their faces etched with grim anxiety. Hearing their conversation, Colonel Shibur, standing nearby also puffing on a cigarette, shook his head in weary resignation. As commander, he knew far more than these men. The he they spoke of was in fact a single mutated zombie. Originally from the Yen state. He was formidable. Unimaginably so. His power defied human comprehension. Even now Shibur vividly recalled this morning when he and other senior officers were summoned to an emergency briefing, and watched footage of that mutated zombie assaulting the city. The sheer awe-inspiring terror of his display. Tonnage-class armored vehicles. He flipped them over with effortless ease. Bulletproof explosion-resistant shields. With a single slash of his arm he cleaved them cleanly in two. His speed surpassed even bullets. Before him our armed forces were as fragile as ants. Can our meager few divisions and brigades possibly hold such a horror at bay? Or rather, what weapon could possibly stop him? Our arsenal is utterly useless against him. A sigh rose unbidden in Shibur's chest. Though hope seemed vanishingly thin. What else could he do in this moment? To avoid death, and worse transformation into a zombie, one must fight even if resistance seems futile. At that thought Shibur's gaze hardened and he crushed his cigarette stub between his fingers. Fine, let's go all in. Better to die fighting. After all, it's only a matter of time. A fierce, desperate resolve flared within him. Yet before he could steel himself, further chaos erupted ahead. Boom! An explosion tore through the air. Blinding fire surged skyward. While relentless gunfire, frantic shouts, guttural roars and piercing screams tangled together in a cacophony of dread. Simultaneously his comm device crackled to life with his superior's voice. Colonel Shi, move now. The zombie has appeared. Immediately coordinate with all brigades for saturation bombardment targeting the mutated zombie. At the urgency in the transmission. Shibur instinctively replied this. Saturation bombardment, the frontline troops. We have no time for that. His superior cut him off, pressing urgently. The mutated zombie moves too fast, strikes too hard. Direct engagement is certain annihilation. We must now sacrifice the few to save the many. Colonel Shi, do not forget. Behind us stand the President's scientists racing to develop an antibody, and countless survivors. Those words snapped Shibur back to reality. Understood, he affirmed, nodding sharply. His superior offered no further reply, cutting the connection immediately. He had the entire battlefield to command, no time for prolonged exchanges. Shibur, eyes locked on the churning black smoke ahead, clenched his jaw and barked the order to open fire. Instantly a storm of artillery rained down. Boom! 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 As shells struck the earth. The front line dissolved into an inferno. Countless figures writhed and screamed amid flame and smoke. The ground itself trembled beneath the onslaught. Soldiers at the rear paled, though all knew this devastation was necessary to eradicate the greatest threat. Yet undeniable truth remained: they had become executioners. Their hands stained with the blood of their own people. Still beyond fear and guilt, one question consumed every soul at the rear. Had the monstrous zombie truly perished? Colonel Shibur, commander of the artillery brigade, immediately scrambled up a hastily erected watchtower. Through his field glasses, he beheld the cracked, scorched earth beneath the barrage. He saw mangled corpses strewn across the wasteland. And soldiers engulfed in flames. Yet scanning the entire front line, no corpse of him appeared. Could he have been reduced to fragments? A quiet speculation stirred in Shibur's mind. Surely such widespread saturation bombardment would have caught even the swiftest foe in its blast radius. Perhaps he had been killed. Yet, why did a deep, chilling premonition coil coldly in Shibur's gut? Frowning, Shibur refused to yield to doubt. He peered once more, searching intently. And then, within the lens of his binoculars, a figure emerged. Over 2 meters tall. His legs coiled like drawn bows, his back and arms bristled with grotesque blood-veined bone blades. At the sight Shibura froze, ice flooding his veins. He's still alive. His cry of terror ripped from his throat just as He-Chen, crouched low like a spring-loaded hare, coiled his legs and launched forward with explosive force. Whoosh! Crack! In an instant He-Chen became a crimson streak, untraceable to the naked eye, blurring past armored vehicles and barricades alike, surging straight into the second defensive line. And behind him, armored vehicles and debris split cleanly down the middle, smooth surgical halves collapsing into ruin. He-Chen is an offensive-type zombie. His greatest strength lies in rapid decisive assaults on targets. His second-stage mutation has further amplified this advantage, ushering in extraordinary physical transformations. These changes were specifically optimized to enhance his charging capability. His slightly bent legs bear a striking resemblance to those of a rabbit, not merely in appearance but also in function. This pair of legs dramatically amplifies his explosive power, propelling his movement speed to its absolute peak in an instant. Given He-Chen's rank and physical prowess, his top burst velocity far exceeds the perceptual limits of ordinary human eyes, even bullets cannot match his swiftness. Moreover, this extraordinary speed grants him immense kinetic force. Bolstered by terrifying impact energy, slicing through steel poses no challenge for He-Chen. Consequently, Xian country, already lagging behind other nations in military technology, proved utterly incapable of halting him. Once he breached Xian country's urban zones, he surged forward unimpeded, cutting down its armed forces with chilling ease. Within just a few hours, less than a single morning, he carved a path from west to east, storming straight into the nation's capital. After all, the country's territory is exceptionally small and He-Chen's speed renders crossing it trivial. Yet upon entering Xian country he operated entirely solo, refusing to lead the zombie horde. This was not due to inability but rather a prearranged strategy with Wu Yong. Though intelligent, Wu Yong possesses comparatively limited combat capacity. Unsuited for frontline assault, Wu Yong was entrusted with commanding the horde to purge survivors across Xian country's regions, while He-Chen focused exclusively on dismantling its military. His ultimate objective to destroy Xian country's capital and decapitate its high-ranking officials, a plan conceived by Wu Yong inspired by Shifang's tactics. Indeed, after Shifang targeted national leadership, state collapse accelerated markedly, and Wu Yong and He-Chen now emulated that very approach. They believed Xian country would collapse irreversibly once its leadership was eradicated, and they possessed the means to achieve it. At least He-Chen certainly did. For him it truly posed no difficulty. Even now, as he breaches the defensive line, he becomes a slaughter god, slaying countless soldiers in the blink of an eye, their corpses piling densely across the entire front. And steadily more bodies rise again, reanimated as zombies. Faced with such chaos, Xian country's military could devise no effective countermeasure. They could not even perceive their enemy clearly. Weapons proved useless against an unseen foe. Worse still, soldiers began suspecting He-Chen possessed considerable intelligence. He systematically eliminated officers first, only then turning to rank-and-file troops. This realization deepened their terror. Damn it, the zombie is already horrifying enough. Yet he seems unervingly intelligent. He knows to kill officers first, to cripple command. So now, what do we do? We can't fight him, we can't stop him. Let's flee while we still can. Better to save one life than lose it all. I'm not ready to die, not yet. No one retreats. You cowards, fire your weapons. Fire now. If you can't see him, blanket the area with suppressive fire. As He-Chen relentlessly advanced, one brigade after another fell. The rear echelons, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, finally broke. Many deserted, scattering in panic, even officers led the flight. The entire defense zone descended into utter chaos. Those who chose to stand their ground possessed courage yet lacked the strength to match it. They perished swiftly beneath He-Chen's blade. Yet he made no pursuit of the deserters, his objective remained Xian country's leadership, not common soldiers. With the frontline defenses shattered, He-Chen entered the city unchallenged. There within the military political headquarters he executed Xian country's president and other senior officials. Thus Xian country lost all centralized command. Its major cities soon fell with alarming ease, overrun by Wu Yong's vast horde. Meanwhile, neighboring Kai country grew alarmed. Through Xian country's refugees they learned of He-Chen, an elusive, untraceable entity of devastating power. Kai country's leadership trembled in fear, branding him the Shadow of Slaughter, a title that swiftly spread across borders. At the same time, along the nomadic nation's frontier, the zombie Tiger King, having trekked across provinces on foot, led his legion of 10,000 mutated beasts onto that land. Across its vast expanse the zombie beast horde rampaged unchecked, reducing countless cities, great and small, to ruin. One by one these reports rippled outward, reaching nations far and wide. When previously complacent governments grasped the true horror of these mutated zombies, and learned several nations had already fallen irrevocably, the smiles vanished from world leaders' faces. Anxiety and dread now flickered constantly across their expressions. Public unease intensified globally. The worldwide panic index surged vertically. Meanwhile, the source star world United Nations finally convened an emergency session, urgently contacting every remaining viable national representative, summoning them to the UN headquarters to confront this planetary crisis. The Qing country president received the invitation, yet he was already a zombie. Attending in person would have meant delivering his own head. Fortunately, President True was no fool. He claimed overwhelming administrative burdens prevented travel. However, he offered to join remotely. His true intent: to eavesdrop on the UN strategy, and relay every detail to Shifang, enabling either its neutralization or the UN's total destruction. Unaware of True's betrayal, the UN assumed Qing country genuinely faced insurmountable logistical constraints, never suspecting its leader had already forsaken humanity. Currently, apart from the people of the Yen nation, the vast majority of foreigners are unaware that there are still intelligent human traitors. Those zombies, even if they possess some intelligence, their level of intellect is quite low. Perhaps they might use weapons and occasionally attempt to think. However, it is absolutely impossible for them to communicate like normal humans. This is also why the individuals from the United Nations of the Source Star did not suspect that President True of the Qing nation might have already become a zombie after contacting him. However, their complete oblivion at this moment will undoubtedly bring them disaster. Perhaps it won't take long before the 10 directions descend upon the headquarters of the United Nations. In any case, with the traitor True among them, the United Nations will not last long. The Qing nation Tianzhou Songye territory. Tianzhou has also been visited by the 10 directions. The zombies here are equally rampant. There are also a few mutated zombies. However, these mutated zombies are not very strong and they are of a lower grade. Therefore, their threat to humans is not significant. Currently, the major cities in Tianzhou can still barely hold off the zombies. At least those cities with some military presence are not on the verge of falling. After all, if they are just ordinary zombies, hot weapons can still deal with them. However, Tianzhou is vast with many towns and the limited military forces have no way to provide support everywhere. Cities without stationed military can only rely on their own guards for self-rescue. Songye territory is no exception. Currently, zombies are everywhere in Songye territory, and most of the soldiers tasked with protecting the researchers at the National Research Base have transformed into zombies. The surviving researchers are trapped in the laboratory. These researchers are utterly defenseless, and not only do they lack weapons to fight against the zombies. Even if they had weapons, they probably wouldn't know how to use them well. Moreover, there are not many supplies in the laboratory. These researchers have been trapped for 2 days. They are now both hungry and thirsty, extremely weak. In their current condition, they do not even qualify to fight against the zombies, let alone attempt self-rescue. At this very moment, in the northern part of the base, in a relatively large laboratory, dozens of researchers from the Qing nation are huddled together in despair, unsure of what to do. Damn it, we are out of food and water. The group of zombies at the door won't leave. We don't dare to go out to find supplies. If this continues, we will all die here. Who doesn't know that? But what can we do? We don't even have weapons, and with our weak physical condition, how can we fight against the zombies? Anyway, going out is certain death. Rather than being bitten to death by zombies, I'd prefer to starve to death here. The atmosphere of despair filled the laboratory. These frail researchers from the Qing nation can only continue to wait here for their doom. However, just as the laboratory fell silent, suddenly faint sounds came from outside. Bang! Bang! Along with the muffled sounds, there were also faint roars of zombies. A researcher from the Qing nation near the window turned suspiciously to look outside. Then he witnessed an astonishing scene. He saw a very familiar figure outside the laboratory. She was wearing goggles and a gas mask, dressed in a bulletproof vest, holding a bomb shield in her left hand and firefighting gear in her right, slowly advancing with an axe against a zombie. She possessed immense strength. Each swing of her axe could directly decapitate a zombie. The bomb shield could also easily block other zombies. She just kept killing her way through, leaving those at the window stunned. That person is amazing. But do we have female soldiers here? No, it's all men. Wait a minute, that person. I remember now, she is the one from the Yen nation. That genius female Dr. Hong Xian. Oh, I remember too, she is one of the group you all abandoned before, right? This. Forget about that. This is an opportunity. Dr. Hong Xian is so amazing, let's quickly rush out to join her. With her here, we will definitely survive. If we miss this chance, we will be doomed. Yes, everyone hurry up. Seeing Hong Xian getting closer, they also noticed that the zombies outside had been drawn away by Hong Xian. The previously lifeless laboratory suddenly regained a lively atmosphere. Everyone picked up anything they could use for self-defense from the laboratory, such as wooden sticks and brooms, and cautiously opened the door while Hong Xian noticed their actions. Bang! As she killed the zombie in front of her, Hong Xian quickly approached, saying, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly go west to the experimental hall. If you fall behind and die, I won't care." Saying this, she took the lead and left. The others seeing this had no time to ask further and hurriedly followed in her footsteps. Once everyone followed Hong Xian to the Western Experimental Hall, they realized there were already quite a few people gathered here. Most of these people were researchers. However, there were also a few soldiers. These people were all rescued by Hong Xian. Since the past 2 days after the immunity virus, she has been saving the survivors here. She has also been collecting useful supplies. After all, the people in the base can assist in researching and producing antibodies as well as creating new weapons to combat the zombies. They are all talents worth Hong Xian risking to save. Removing the heavy armor from her body, Hong Xian turned and walked to the corner of the hall. There was a considerable amount of survival supplies piled up there. Hong Xian took a bottle of water and sat down to rest briefly. The researchers from the Star Kingdom who had just been rescued and were already starving and thirsty immediately lit up with excitement and rushed over. After all, they had been trapped for 2 days. They had hardly eaten anything in the past 2 days and had not drunk much water either. Moreover, having just escaped from danger, their energy was depleted. At this moment they could no longer hold back and would certainly rush over to grab the food and drinking water in the corner, with some greedy individuals even directly taking entire boxes of supplies. The originally neatly stacked supplies were immediately thrown into disarray by this group of people. Hong Xian coldly stared at them. A few soldiers in the hall noticed this. They quickly regained their senses and scolded, "Stop. This is a critical time and supplies are limited. Each person can only take 1 portion of supplies. No one is allowed to take more, no one is allowed to snatch." The soldiers shouted and quickly stepped forward to stop these greedy survivors. However, this group of people didn't care. "Get away, these are the base's supplies. They were meant for us researchers. We can take as much as we want. You few claim to be soldiers. But you are just gatekeepers. What right do you have to stop us here? Get lost, all of you." Faced with the soldiers' shouts, this group of researchers became furious. They mercilessly mocked and cursed. In the past peaceful times, these people often looked down on others, feeling superior. At this moment they had not changed. Moreover, in a state of hunger and thirst, their emotions were more easily stirred, naturally leading them to respond with hostility towards those trying to stop them from taking supplies. The soldiers listened to these words, their faces turning particularly grim. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Hong Xian. After observing coldly for a long time, Hong Xian finally put down the bottle of mineral water in her hand and walked straight towards a short distance. She approached the person who had just taken away an entire box of supplies and mocked the soldiers. The other party was taken aback and did not pay attention to Hong Xian, only stuffing food into their mouth frantically. Until Hong Xian suddenly lifted her leg and kicked this person mercilessly. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the supplies in the box scattered all over the ground. A scream followed. Looking over, one could see that the blonde man who was madly grabbing supplies was kicked several meters away by Hong Xian. With Hong Xian's astonishing strength, this person would likely have had several bones broken from the kick, and this sudden turn of events stunned many present. Among the survivors from the Star Kingdom, someone reacted and screamed, "What are you doing, you shameless person from the Flame Kingdom? That is Dr. Edward. He is part of this country's base." Before this person could finish speaking, Hong Xian's cold gaze fell upon him. The person immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, with the rest of the words stuck in their throat, unable to be spoken. At that moment the captain of the soldiers also spoke up. "These supplies are all brought back by Dr. Hong Xian. We are all rescued by her. She has the right to decide how the supplies are used. She even has the right to kick you out. You all better be smart. Don't forget the current situation. The apocalypse has already arrived. If you still think this is the past and continue to act selfishly and recklessly, then we will not be polite." As he spoke, the other soldiers nodded in agreement and the faces of the Star Kingdom survivors changed slightly. Hong Xian continued, "As the apocalypse arrives, we need to work together to survive this crisis and even find ways to solve the global zombie problem. This process may take a long time. But the supplies we need for survival are all limited. So we cannot waste them. At least we must strictly control the use of supplies until we achieve complete self-sufficiency. Otherwise we won't survive until the crisis passes." Hong Xian's words made sense. Everyone listened and felt there was nothing wrong. However, someone also asked then, "How much supplies can we receive each day?" 3 portions of food and 2 portions of water. Hong Xian replied. Then she continued, "Next we will continue to find ways to collect more supplies. But we also need to find ways to research new virus antibodies and crops that can resist the virus. Even devices to purify the virus. Currently the outside is filled with the virus. Except for sealed water and food, everything else is likely contaminated with the virus. Therefore researching these is very necessary. However, we are also fortunate. Most of those present are renowned researchers with extensive knowledge and numerous awards. As long as we work together, even if we cannot save the world, At least we can establish a safe haven to survive isolated from the virus. Looking at the bigger picture it is for the world. Looking at the smaller picture it is for ourselves. So if everyone doesn't want to die, then we must give it our all. Of course, without rules there can be no order. I will establish new base rules for those who do not comply and act recklessly. The final words spoken by Hong Xian left the crowd both shocked and delighted. Innate virus immunity. Is there really such a person? Where? A person like this must be well protected. Right, this person is a precious research subject. As long as we continue to study this person, we will surely be able to resolve the zombie crisis. So he must not encounter any issues. The crowd in the hall buzzed with excitement, but many also cast unusual glances at Hong Xian. After all, many present were scholars, each intelligent and vaguely realizing that the person Hong Xian referred to was very likely herself. Because Hong Xian was once an ordinary person. Her physical abilities were limited. By common reasoning, the previous Hong Xian could not kill zombies. It should be known that even ordinary zombies possess physical capabilities far stronger than those of ordinary humans. Ordinary people are no match in terms of strength and speed. They are completely overwhelmed by zombies, which is one reason why zombies can rapidly evolve and eliminate humanity. After all, if you can't fight back or escape, death is the only outcome. However, compared to the previous Hong Xian, her current physical abilities have skyrocketed. Her strength can suppress ordinary zombies. This is far beyond what an average person could do. Someone had been pondering over Hong Xian's sudden change. Now, after hearing her words, everyone had enough reason to doubt. This is related to her innate immunity. And among the crowd someone couldn't help but ask, is the innate immune individual mentioned by Dr. Hong Xian? Could it be you yourself? Your extraordinary physical abilities. Do they also relate to immunity? Hearing this respectful inquiry, Hong Xian turned to glance at the questioner. It was a young scholar from Yen country. Listening to his words under everyone's expectant gazes, Hong Xian slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am inherently immune. And the reason my physical abilities are strong is because although I am immune to the viral zombification, the positive effects brought by the virus have still been retained. Once she finished speaking, the crowd's expressions turned excited. After all, according to Hong Xian's words, they could understand that if they could unravel the secret of her innate immunity, they might be able to create an antibody that enhances one's abilities while also being immune to the virus. At that time, humanity's fight against zombies would hold great promise. No, they would definitely achieve victory. The more they thought about it, the more excited the crowd became. They were also filled with hope for the future. However, human hearts are inscrutable. Although initially everyone was excited, once they calmed down, some began to harbor ulterior motives, and Hong Xian had long suspected that some would entertain such thoughts. Perhaps once the secret of immunity is unveiled, once the new antibody is developed, those with ulterior motives will begin to act out. However, at least before that they would strive to conduct research. That was enough for Hong Xian. Because her goal was simply to use herself as a catalyst to propel all the researchers here. To compel them to wholeheartedly study and produce the antibody. With the antibody, the zombie crisis could be resolved. Then humanity's plight would gradually be alleviated. As for what happens afterward, Hong Xian did not think that far ahead. She had no need to think so much. After all, Hong Xian was not an ambitious person. Jia Country, Uota Province, Kai City. The Global United Nations Conference. The United Nations, I had forgotten about that organization. On the streets of Kai City, shrouded in black smoke, the consciousness-linked Shifang was sitting in a car by the street watching the news online from Jia Country, the headline prominently displaying the United Nations. The zombie crisis in Jia Country is not severe. They are similar to the initial Xing Country. Hence the internet is functioning normally. Shifang can also see a wealth of news. Although the news was in Jia Country's language, Shifang was not the same as before. He could now understand foreign languages. This was thanks to a new passive skill he had obtained. That skill is called fragmented information. As for the effect of this passive, Level 1 fragmented information activating living conversion allows living beings to transform into zombies with a small probability of grasping some new techniques, skills, languages, and other information. Gazing at the online news on his phone, Shifang pondered over the description of his new passive. A hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Through the online news he realized that the mutated zombies under his command seemed to have gained quite a reputation. They were attacking Xian Country and Kai Country led by He Chen. He earned the title of Shadow of Slaughter, and the stories of him being nearly invincible were circulating among humans, while Yumei was dubbed the Angel of Death, attracting significant attention. Even in the nomadic country, the White Tiger was also noticed by various nations. Have they finally realized the terror of zombies? Only now are they calling for a global discussion on solutions. Don't you think it's too late? What do you have to fight them with? Guns, cannons, missiles. Or nuclear weapons. If nuclear weapons are used, they could indeed kill them, but do you dare to deploy nuclear arms against other countries? I imagine you wouldn't. After all, the fallen Yen country and Qing country both have a large amount of nuclear weapons. Most importantly, can you be sure their high-ranking officials are dead? If they aren't dead, wouldn't deploying nuclear weapons risk provoking others to retaliate with nuclear arms? A hint of disdain flashed in Shifang's eyes. Humanity's nuclear weapons are immensely powerful. But they cannot be used lightly. At least not easily used against the outside world. Otherwise no one knows whether those countries with survivors might retaliate with nuclear weapons. By then the zombie crisis will not have been resolved, and a global nuclear crisis would absolutely lead to the complete destruction of human civilization. Such a scenario is something no one wishes to see. But the United Nations gathers the strength of the world. This group of people gathers together to hold a meeting. Heaven knows how they will tackle the zombies. Or it might be best to eliminate them. After thinking for a moment, Shifang put away his phone and looked towards the zombies cawing at the corpses. Then the crow spread its wings and flew away. It headed towards the headquarters of the United Nations. Tenfang had already detected the United Nations Council's movements, and he had begun his advance. He would grant humanity no chance to counterattack. This mission would end with the total annihilation of the United Nations Council. Review the earlier online news reports. Numerous heads of state from across the globe have been summoned to attend the emergency assembly. Well, this plays right into my hands. I shall obliterate every one of you, leaving nations worldwide bereft of their highest leadership. Such a blow would surely stagger them. And yet, I intend to stir up further chaos. Ha, ha, ha. A sinister triumphant chuckle swelled within Tenfang's mind. A malevolent scheme was clearly taking shape in his thoughts. The giant whale ocean, a sovereign maritime base. Located southeast of Yen State and southwest of Qing State, the base formed a perfect equilateral triangle when connected with both nations. This maritime base served as the joint headquarters of the Source Star World Unified Armed Forces and the United Nations Council, and the current global summit was being held there. All nations currently reachable had dispatched their leaders. The summit had already convened for half a day, during which delegates raised questions and proposed measures. Yet countless unresolved issues remained, and journalists from across the world were broadcasting the proceedings live. They remained utterly unaware that their very enthusiasm for coverage had drawn the attention of the zombie origin entity. Catastrophe was already drawing near. At present no one stationed at the maritime base anticipated this imminent peril. At this very moment, within the United Nations Council Central Conference Tower on the maritime base, senior officials from numerous nations were deliberating upon the emergent threat of mutated zombies. Beyond the few exceptionally formidable specimens, we have identified numerous other variants, each falling just one tier below the apex mutants. Their abilities are astonishingly diverse, but broadly fall into two categories: the intellect variant and the combat variant. The former excels at commanding hordes of undead, and appears to possess auxiliary capabilities as well. Though the latter also commands the dead, it more often leads assaults directly against us. Moreover, most critically, we suspect the emergence of a mysterious entity in Yen State, possibly a zombie sovereign. Behold, the vast circular chamber. Around its ring-shaped seating arrangement, the vice president of Jia State, a man with golden curly hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, spoke these words while simultaneously projecting footage streamed from the Yen State Council Tower. Via the projection system, all watched the footage displayed upon the wall, witnessing Tenfang speak human language, infect individuals remotely, and even preserve their cognitive faculties. Stunned silence fell over the chamber. Journalists pressed their cameras forward, transfixed by the unceasing playback. A sentient zombie capable of fluent speech. Even more astonishingly, it bestows the gift of retained intellect upon humans. This is beyond belief. Can such a creature truly exist? Might this footage be fabricated? Plausible, but highly unlikely. The individuals shown are indeed high-ranking officials of Yen State. No wonder all attempts to contact Yen State have failed. It has fallen, utterly and irrevocably. How then shall humanity confront such an extraordinary zombie? Confront? Perhaps confrontation is unnecessary. If we retain our intellect, then perhaps this crisis is not an apocalypse, but humanity's long-awaited opportunity. So you advocate betrayal of the human race. Do not brand me with such labels. Let us consider this objectively, as the video concluded. Delegates and journalists alike erupted into heated debate over the footage, some even shouting at one another. After all, many of the attending nations bore deep-seated historical enmity. Given their divergent ideologies, quarrels were inevitable, until the United Nations Council's chairperson finally spoke and the chamber gradually stilled. Silence, everyone remain calm. This is the United Nations Council's conference hall, not a raucous marketplace. How can reasoned deliberation proceed amid such clamor? Hearing Chairperson Locke's stern words, the assembly slowly regained composure. He continued, though the zombie depicted in the footage is undeniably formidable. And its so-called blessing holds undeniable allure for humankind, I urge each of you to weigh your judgment with utmost gravity. Our understanding of zombies remains profoundly limited. None can foresee what transformations may unfold in those who accept this blessing. And most crucially, what is that creature's true objective? Is it truly benevolence? I doubt it deeply. Moreover, do we still qualify as human once transformed into cold lifeless corpses? Locke's voice resonated through the hall. A thoughtful hush settled over the assembly, yet at that very moment, the live broadcast carried globally by mainstream media reached every nation whose networks remained functional. Ordinary citizens, unlike these elite policymakers, engaged in no such nuanced analysis. They knew only this surrender to the zombie sovereign might spare them terror and hunger, and preserve their minds intact. To the overwhelming majority of civilians such a promise proved irresistibly seductive. Thus, before the United Nations Council could formulate any coherent strategy against Tenfang, fanatical cults devoted to him emerged across multiple nations, sowing chaos and destruction. They yearned only to attract Tenfang's notice, to receive his blessing and ascend into evolution. Their fanaticism inflicted widespread turmoil upon national governments. Meanwhile, Tenfang himself, through repeated shifts of consciousness, had linked with the zombie-infected marine life of the giant whale ocean, drawing ever closer to the maritime base. The swimming fish emerged from the sea, gazing ahead at the enormous white base standing firm on the water, measuring dozens of kilometers in length. A hint of a smile appeared in its eyes. The headquarters of the United Nations on the high seas. Wow, this base truly is grand. When I saw it on television before, I didn't realize it was so shocking. Now seeing it from up close, I realize just how astonishing this place really is. Observing the distant base, the Shifang demon transformed and abruptly shot up into the sky, while the birds circling above quickly pounced as they detected prey. However, just as it approached the fish, it was evident that the seabird had changed. Its pupils turned blood-red and its skin took on a dusky hue. The consciousness that originally lingered on the swimming fish had now shifted to the seabird. He spread his wings and soared high, looking down at the vast area below, sprawling with various buildings, several airports and numerous military bases. As part of the World United Forces, the soldiers here are elite. Naturally, their equipment is top-notch. Occasional attacks from zombie fish and zombie birds are easily dealt with. While Shifang was flying and observing, he noticed several zombie fish that had just been transformed by him emerging from the water's surface, being eliminated by the soldiers of the United Armed Forces with new assault rifles. Though the little fish were insignificant, after confirming the base's defensive situation, Shifang wouldn't allow their slaughter to continue. His figure dove downward. The zombie seabirds he controlled had their physical abilities augmented by Shifang's own. His speed became unobservable. The soldiers at the edge of the base were transformed in an instant. Following that, Shifang charged towards the conference building. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, the discussions were still ongoing. Regarding the issue of Shifang, the known information was too scant for them to prepare. However, they could find ways to guard against the virus. The method of airborne infection was simply through air transmission or droplet transmission, so wearing gas masks or masks could provide some degree of protection. Besides discussing countermeasures, some suggested that perhaps after Shifang appeared, they could pretend to surrender and become zombies, then cooperate with humans to eliminate the zombie threat. Although the proposer spoke with righteous fervor, presenting himself as one who would rather not enter hell than see others do so, his inner motives were less than noble. Everyone understood. After all, becoming a wise zombie meant that if humanity were to be defeated in the future, he could still benefit. Even if the zombies failed, his contributions as a spy would prevent anyone from simply executing him. At most, he would be isolated. In this way, he could still survive. However, it must be acknowledged that if this plan could indeed succeed, it would be beneficial for humanity, so there weren't many objections to the proposal in the meeting. But President Locke still said, "Right now we still do not know where that special zombie from the Flame Nation is. We can only prepare ourselves. As for the matter of feigning surrender, if that zombie truly appears, then you all must adapt accordingly." Locke was fully aware that human hearts are unpredictable and they could not stop everyone from surrendering. But since they claimed they would act as spies, letting them go could at least provide some utility for humanity. However, would that special zombie's intelligence not foresee such a plan? Locke shook his head internally. Alright, let's set this matter aside for now. Let us continue discussing the next. He looked down at the documents in his hand, preparing to move on to the next issue. However, before Locke could finish speaking, an official suddenly interjected, "I think we should continue discussing the previous issue. For example, do you surrender to me? Or will you become like ordinary zombies, resembling wild beasts?" With this voice, everyone turned to see the Vice President of Jiagua suddenly leap several meters high, landing on the central podium of the conference hall, smiling as he surveyed the crowd. Seeing his abnormal jumping ability, his blood-red eyes and his dusky skin, two words flashed in everyone's minds. Zombie. Realizing this, the crowd was alarmed. Guards, guards. Quick, there are zombies here. Back away, be careful not to get infected. What? What is going on? How did he suddenly turn into a zombie? Yeah, and he can still speak. Quick, protect the president. The conference instantly descended into chaos. Some frantically called for guards while many others rushed to the exit. However, there was no response to the calls for guards. Those who reached the door found it wouldn't open. In an instant everyone was in a panic. Shifang calmly stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the zombie from the video projected on the wall. I am everywhere. And you have drawn my attention. I have decided to bestow blessings upon you people. Those willing to become zombies, please step forward. Those unwilling." Haha. Shifang revealed a sinister smile. Inside the hall, upon hearing Shifang's words, the people remained in a state of panic but were somewhat less frantic than before. Some even bold individuals with expressions of delight approached Shifang and asked, "Can you really grant us the ability to retain our memories and intelligence?" This person seemed to be a journalist. Upon hearing this, Shifang nodded. Without further ado, he activated the transformation and absolution. Transformation successful, growth 1 accompanied by a prompt sound in his mind. The foreign journalist before him visibly transformed at a rapid pace into a zombie with blood-red eyes. Yet his intelligence remained intact. When he realized his transformation and confirmed the existence of his reason, he was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. Haha, it's true, it's really true. I feel filled with power. Praise the zombies, praise the Great One. The zombie journalist deeply bowed to Shifang. This gratitude stemmed not only from appreciation but also from the influence Shifang as the source body had over the zombies. In the eyes of this zombie journalist, Shifang was akin to a deity worthy of respect, and the entire process of what transpired in the conference hall was streamed live around the globe. Through the cameras of the media, the events occurring in the conference room have already become known to the majority of people worldwide. The existence that has shocked everyone. They are also astonished by his mysterious power. Fear grows within them. Could it really be possible to bestow gifts upon humanity? Is this the power that those zombies possess? No, I believe he is likely not a zombie but a deity. Perhaps he truly has come to bless humanity. This is indeed hard to imagine. And is he truly omnipresent? I don't know, but the possibility is very high. Let's not forget the video from Yen Nation. In the video he used another's body. But now, perhaps he really is like a deity with an omnipresent awareness. Do we really have a chance to win? Human potential is limitless. As long as we are united. Then standing shoulder to shoulder with deities is not impossible. Forget it, I am already tired of being exploited as a human shell. People around the world are discussing. The influence of Shifang on humanity has reached unimaginable heights. Many believe Shifang might be a god. They even begin to change their faith, kneeling in their homes in their own way, hoping to receive blessings from Shifang. However, many believe that even if Shifang is a deity, he is definitely not a benevolent one, as he brings disaster to the world and continues to deceive more humans. Listening to his words does not end well. Therefore humanity should rise in rebellion, and slay this god. They think they can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Besides these two types of people, the true display of Shifang's abilities has also given rise to more fanatics worldwide. These individuals are acting even more wildly. They begin to openly attack passers-by and even shoot at their own military. They hope that by doing so they can contribute to the global zombie transformation and perhaps gain the favor of this deity in the future. In summary, at present, as the news continues to spread, the entire world is descending into chaos. Humanity no longer trusts their own kind. They are very worried that those around them might be possessed by Shifang and infect them. After all, Shifang is omnipresent. The high-ranking officials of various countries are also on high alert. Faced with such a bizarre existence as Shifang, they truly feel powerless. Coupled with the numerous zealots who believe in Shifang creating disturbances, the burden on the nations is exacerbated. Moreover, there is also the invasion of zombies. The high-ranking officials of various countries are in despair. The level of global panic has skyrocketed. The true apocalypse era has begun. In the conference hall of the United Nations, as the reporter transforms into a special zombie, more people who were already restless can no longer suppress their excitement and approach Shifang hoping for blessings. Shifang of course generously transforms them. As more and more people in the conference room choose to accept Shifang's blessing and become zombies, the remaining hardliners fell silent. They cannot stop their kind from surrendering. They lack the power to stop Shifang. All they can do is coldly watch the traitors. Then one says, "You traitors. One day you will regret betraying humanity." The indomitable spirit of humanity. Throughout the long passage of time we have endured countless trials to achieve today's civilization. We have endured so many past hardships. Humanity has survived. The zombie crisis will be the same. Humans will never be defeated. When this apocalypse is over, humanity will only welcome an even more brilliant and powerful civilization. They declare with unwavering resolve. Then under the leadership of Chairman Locke they face countless cameras and raise their arms shouting, people of the world, believe in humanity and strive to live on. As long as the spark of humanity does not extinguish, we will eventually see the light of dawn. Listening to their passionate words, Shifang scoffs, the light of dawn. Sorry, that light will never appear. The future belongs to the age of zombies. And your consciousness will never see that day. As he speaks he lightly leaps, landing among the crowd ahead. Those high-ranking officials who refuse to submit have naturally anticipated something. Though their faces pale and fear grips their hearts, they ultimately do not surrender. Some even suppress their fear and force a cold smile as if to mock Shifang. But Shifang does not give them the chance. Transformation. As Shifang silently intones in his heart, the next moment, centered around Shifang, the previously resolute officials immediately transform into irrational, fierce zombies. They roar and howl, their eyes devoid of any intelligence. Observing these beasts, the other special zombies who retain wisdom and memory, they are immensely relieved, in their hearts thankful that their previous decision was the right one. After all, if they had chosen to be hardliners earlier, they would probably have become just like those low-level zombies at this moment, reduced to beasts devoid of wisdom and memory. The headquarters of the United Nations has fallen. Moreover, the meeting was broadcasted live. Countries around the world are in turmoil. Panic escalates, plunging the world into chaos. And this is precisely the outcome that Shifang wanted to see. On his way to the offshore base he contemplated how to intensify global panic. Although his existence has been exposed, his true self can hide deeply. As long as his true form remains concealed, he can act without restraint. The United Nations is completely finished now, and the chaotic situations in various countries have suddenly worsened. Facing zombies and traitors, the major countries are too preoccupied with their own problems. They are no longer concerned about other nations. It is even less likely they will send troops to assist other countries. Those scattered mutated zombies are also less likely to be threatened by concentrated fire. Speaking of which, those madmen who believe in me, perhaps they can indeed accomplish something significant, further exacerbating the downfall of those nations. With them working in conjunction with the zombies, the countries of Yuanshan cannot hold out much longer. However, the threat of nuclear strikes, this is something I must resolve personally. As long as I eliminate the high-level officials of each country one by one, their nuclear weapons will become useless. Although this is a beneficial act. However, ultimately, Shifang still has to stick to his original plan, spending considerable time to precisely strike at the leaders of each nation. This task is imperative. If not, the countries could survive longer. Considering there are still many nations, Shifang no longer intends to waste time at the offshore base. He turned and glanced at the remaining wise high-ranking officials from various countries. Among them are 2 mutated zombies. Yet their abilities compared to An Yi Ying and others are significantly inferior. Shifang did not pay much attention. He simply informed these individuals how zombies should continuously improve. After that he decisively left. As for those in the conference room, that will depend on their own fortune. In the Star Nation at the Pine Leaf Base. Is this the Zombie King? In the building that has already been cleared, Hong Xian and others are closely watching the news broadcasted on satellite television. The content is none other than the matter of the United Nations. They see Shifang claiming he is everywhere. They also see the video from Yen Nation during the meeting. Furthermore, they observe Shifang's performance afterward. Hong Xian and others can basically confirm that Shifang is undoubtedly the leader of the global zombies. Perhaps the zombie virus worldwide originated from this mysterious existence. After all, compared to ordinary zombies, even more than mutated zombies, Shifang's performance is astonishing. It feels like other zombies when compared to Shifang are entirely 2 different concepts. At this moment Hong Xian's brow is tightly furrowed. Consciousness is everywhere. This guy, where did he come from? She lightly clenched her fist, feeling an increased pressure in her heart. Because Hong Xian is also unsure whether human technological means can deal with such an elusive and intangible existence. At the same time, she understands that if Shifang does not die, the global zombie crisis will likely never end. This has created a deadlock. However, despite feeling the pressure, Hong Xian is not prepared to give up. She stared at the news for a long time. Finally she raised her head and said, "Everyone, what do you think of the zombie that appeared in the news?" Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in thought. Soon someone spoke up, "I think what that zombie said is exaggerated. He claimed his consciousness is everywhere. If it is truly as he says, then Dr. Hong Xian's innate immunity and our existence, isn't that a significant threat? Won't he come to resolve this? If he truly is everywhere, then he will certainly resolve us. After all, judging from his actions targeting the United Nations, he clearly acts with intent. The United Nations posed a threat to zombies. Thus he went to eliminate it. also taking the opportunity to intensify global panic. But Dr. Hong Xian, being an even greater threat, has not seen him come to resolve it. The person adjusted their glasses and spoke. Those present, being scholars, naturally understood the situation. They nodded in agreement with the glasses-wearing man's words. At the same time, following his words, others began to speak in succession. I completely agree with Dr. Li's words. But we cannot deny he is incredibly powerful. He seems to truly be able to descend with consciousness. He should first gather information before descending, which means we must eliminate all contact with the outside world in the future. Otherwise, if Dr. Hong Xian's situation is exposed, if the zombie takes notice, then we all cannot escape death. Indeed, moreover, our original plan was to repair the network equipment to contact various regions, to gather strength from all over. But now it seems this plan must be abandoned. We cannot risk exposing the matter of the immune body by drawing the attention of that zombie. Yes, I also agree with this view. The group continues to discuss. These individuals show no interest in the gifts from Shifang. After all, they have the opportunity to create a special antibody that retains human characteristics while obtaining zombie powers. They certainly would not risk turning themselves into zombies. This point is also the reason for their unity. The group continued discussing the 10-faced entity, also deliberating how, should they prove unable to defeat it, they might remain undetected. In truth, remaining undetected was not difficult. They must avoid large-scale expansion. If they rescued people indiscriminately and allowed the base to grow, word of their activities would inevitably spread, and sooner or later the 10-faced entity would take notice. Yet resources at the base were finite. Long-term survival demanded controlled growth. Thus the group sought a balanced strategy, ultimately deciding the base would adopt an elite-oriented model. To evade detection by that zombie, and yet ensure the base's sustainable development, we have no choice but to pursue the elite path. We will only rescue a select few, those of exceptional capability. Each recruit must contribute meaningfully. If our antibody research succeeds, we need not significantly expand our armed forces. After all, with the specialized antibody enhancing physical prowess, a single soldier can overcome multiple zombies. Therefore, we will not increase troop numbers. Instead, we shall focus on elevating individual combat strength. Once a soldier's solo combat power reaches sufficient magnitude, even mutated zombies may no longer pose an insurmountable threat. Hong Xian naturally endorsed this elite-oriented decision. Though compassionate, she was far from naive. She would never indulge in reckless altruism nor utter empty platitudes about abandoning no survivor, thereby recklessly bringing more people into peril. Regarding ordinary survivors they might encounter in the future, Hong Xian could only offer silent apologies, and then declared aloud, now that a plan is set, we act accordingly. Antibody research remains our top priority. All necessary equipment has been secured. Blood samples are prepared. Next, I will lead a team to thoroughly eradicate every zombie within the base. Additionally, satellite communications have been restored. While we cannot disclose our own status, we may attempt contact with other research facilities, to determine whether any scientists still survive. Those researchers. Each is invaluable. We must mount rescue operations without delay. In this apocalyptic world, cultivating scholars of such profound erudition had become nearly impossible. Hong Xian fully grasped the irreplaceable value of these non-renewable intellectual assets. Thus rescuing them took absolute precedence. Others nodded in agreement, until at that very moment a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Dr. Hong Xian, please come quickly. We've repaired the satellite control system, and during testing we captured something extraordinary. The voice over the radio brimmed with excitement. Upon hearing it, Hong Xian rose immediately and strode briskly toward the technician's location, simultaneously pressing for details. Yet the voice offered no clear explanation. With no alternative, Hong Xian hastened to the satellite monitoring room. When she beheld the satellite imagery, she froze in astonishment. Yen State, Baiyu Province, Mu County. Hi Z. Why are you back? Where's everyone else? Where's Tai Gu? A note of surprise rang out from the entrance of the school, the now crowded haven in the squalid zombie-infested northern district of Mu County. Following the voice, one saw a figure clad in tattered military fatigues slowly pushing a motorcycle toward the gate. Meanwhile, the guard stationed behind the school's iron gate began questioning him even as he swung the gate open. Yet the man in uniform advanced without answering, leaving the guard puzzled. Hey, Hi Z. I'm talking to you. Why stay silent? And where'd you get this bike? Seeing the uniformed man continue forward, the guard grew impatient. He hurried after him, and as he reached out to grab the man's shoulder, he failed entirely to notice the deepening crimson glow spreading across the man's pupils. His hand finally settled upon the man's shoulder. Hey, you wait a sec. Did you lose your voice out there? As the uniformed man halted, the guard withdrew his hand, preparing to demand answers. But before he could finish speaking, the man whirled around, eyes blazing, blood-red teeth bared in a grotesque snarl, face twisted in ravenous fury. The sudden sight startled the guard backward half a step. Instantly comprehension struck him. This Heisey bore unmistakable hallmarks of zombification. He lunged for his sidearm, shouting for reinforcements from within the school. Yet the uniformed zombie moved faster than the guard's reflexes. He struck before the guard could complete his next motion. Squelch. A gush of blood erupted as the guard's throat was pierced. Simultaneously the zombie's features softened and shifted, reverting at last to Song Shue's visage. At that moment several survivors on a distant rooftop witnessed the scene, the guard crumpling in a pool of blood and Song Shue turning her gaze upward toward them. Their faces paled. A zombie, there's a zombie inside. Attention everyone, zombie breach at the gate. Fire now, shoot. Alert others to prepare defenses. Seal the main gate downstairs. That zombie's advancing, though voices overlapped chaotically inside the teaching building. The survivors did not panic. After all, those who endured possessed hardened psychological resilience. Moreover, only one zombie stood at the gate. What cause was there for fear? Indeed, with limited numbers, armed readiness and seasoned composure, the survivors inside the teaching building remained remarkably calm. Yet the moment they raised their rifles to aim at Song Shue, her sudden astonishing ability sent shockwaves through every onlooker's pupils. Inside the teaching building of Mushian School, survivors aimed their guns at Song Shue. However, at that very moment Song Shue also took action. With a slight exertion of her legs, her figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Though Song Shue's speed was not yet at the level of He-Chen, which was imperceptible to the naked eye. As the earliest zombie, Song Shue possessed high attributes in various abilities. Hence her speed was certainly not something ordinary survivors could easily keep up with. Inside the teaching building, through the sights of the firearms, everyone saw Song Shue flash by. They were all taken aback. This zombie is so fast. Too fast, we can't aim at all. Damn, this one is stronger than ordinary zombies. Could it be a mutated zombie? Mutated zombie. No way. Enough, shut your crow's mouth. Quick, let's go downstairs and shoot her down. She can't fly. As long as she runs on the ground she can't escape our collective fire. Listening to the fearful discussions of everyone, the scar-faced leader in the teaching building angrily scolded them, then led everyone downstairs to attack. But they underestimated Song Shue. She had no intention of confronting them head-on. After rushing to the bottom of the teaching building, she looked up at the second-floor window and jumped directly. Crash. As the second-floor window shattered, Song Shue successfully entered the teaching building. At the same time, several survivors who had just reached the second floor vaguely heard the commotion. The scar-faced leader reacted quickly. He vaguely guessed what was happening. This way, follow me. Without further ado, the scar-faced leader tightened his grip on the rifle, ready to fire as he approached the classroom where the sound had come from. But when they burst into the classroom, they encountered no zombies at all. Now everyone was a bit confused. What? Brother Dao, what's going on? What happened to that zombie? Someone beside the scar-faced leader couldn't help but ask. He shook his head. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. Because he saw the shattered glass on the ground reflecting a shadow on the ceiling of the classroom. Without having to think, he knew it must be that zombie. Damn, it's above us. Instinctively the scar-faced leader shouted. But his reaction was too slow. Song Shue had been lurking above for a long time. How could she give this group of people a chance to counterattack? Just as the scar-faced leader let out his shout, Song Shue had already jumped down. There was a person right beneath her who only felt a chill on top of his head. Before he could look up to see what was happening, Song Shue crushed his neck. Crack. As his neck was brutally squeezed. Blood and crushed flesh sprayed from Song Shue's hands, resembling the act of crushing a tomato barehanded. As the crushed person fell dead, the scar-faced leader's shout also echoed at that very moment. The problem was that these people were all standing close together. Even if they heard the sound, they couldn't lock onto Song Shue in such a small space filled with so many allies. This inevitably led to a tragic outcome. The shooters failed to hit Song Shue. Instead, they ended up shooting several of their own teammates. Even the scar-faced leader was shot. With her lightning-fast reflexes, Song Shue weaved through the crowd, evading bullets while killing them. In just a few minutes, the scar-faced leader's entire team was wiped out. Song Shue began to relish the delicious feast. The intense smell of blood spread far and wide. At the same time, at the school entrance, the blood from the person killed by Song Shue attracted more zombies from further away. The highly intelligent Song Shue, after enjoying her bloody meal, jumped down and opened the school gate. In an instant, a large number of zombies rushed into the school. The survivors at the back of the teaching building were also forced into a dead end. Song Shue continued to hunt those among the survivors who were armed and capable of resisting. However, her actions did not last long. Bang! A noise came from the school's gymnasium. Song Shue turned her head and saw a 2-meter-tall robot entirely deep blue with wheels burst out of the gym and knock several zombies outside. Upon seeing this robot, fragments of memories from when she consumed humans surfaced in Song Shue's mind. Among those fragments, one mentioned this shelter. It seemed there was a genius scientist who created weapons for the bald-headed iron and others. Or rather, most of the weapons in this shelter were made by that person. That person was probably a physics teacher. He had once taken the robot he made to various places to participate in robot competitions. Since these memory fragments were incomplete, Song Shue didn't fully understand that person. The reason she came here was not because of that person. She came here simply because there were many survivors. Consuming them would enhance herself. However, she was an intelligent zombie. And of the higher intelligence kind. She could think, and she was also curious and puzzled. Thus, upon seeing this strange robot driven by curiosity and the instinct to protect other zombies, she immediately charged at the robot and kicked it fiercely. However, the next second, bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Song Shue's swift kick was effortlessly dodged by the robot, which even countered with a punch. That directly sent Song Shue flying. This scene was also captured by Hong Xian and others at the Songya base of the Star Country using satellites.